In the spring of 1975, in Huangshi village, the Su family was in chaos. The eldest daughter, Su He, had jumped into the river, and she was saved by a wild man. When the villagers approached, the wild man quickly dashed into the back mountains and disappeared. Although Su He was rescued, she developed a high fever that lasted all night. Old Mrs. Su tightly clutched the 10 yuan in her hand and exclaimed, "What a disaster! Just when we got rid of one troublemaker, another one comes along, wasting our money." She threw the money at her eldest daughter-in-law, Zhao Chui, saying, "Bringing you into the Su family has brought us nothing but bad luck. Not only can't we have a son, but now we can't even keep our own daughter safe. I think this one is worse than the last. At least that dead girl didn't cause such a fuss. Now look, she's been saved by a wild man. What will people think? Who will dare to marry her now?" Zhao Chui, ignoring her mother-in-law's complaints, urged her husband, Su Yonghua, to hurry and borrow an ox cart from the team. There wasn't even a barefoot doctor in the village. They had to go to the Huaihua Commune Health Center, 20 miles away. At that moment, Su He, lying on the earthen bed, opened her eyes. It felt like 1,000 wild beasts were roaring through her mind. Wasn't she just taking a nap at a seaside resort? Why did she wake up? In another world? Yesterday, she was enjoying the beach in a bikini, and today she was on a farmer's earthen bed with a big floral quilt. She had somehow traveled into a novel she read a few months ago, where she became the fake daughter named Su He. Years ago, the main character, Shenrui's mother, and Su He's mother were both in the Huaihua Commune Health Center to give birth. When Shenrui's mother, Song Xian, had a severe hemorrhage during delivery, the health center became chaotic, leading to a baby swap. The Shen family later moved to the provincial capital and became wealthy. Meanwhile, the Su family continued to live in the desolate Huangshi village, barely surviving on relief food. When the main character and the supporting character turned 18, the Shen family found the Su family and swapped the two girls back, only changing their surnames while keeping their original names. This was initially just an accident, and Su Yonghua and Zhao Chui had devoted themselves to raising Shenrui. When Shenrui was born, she was very weak, getting sick every few days. Su Yonghua and Zhao Chui searched for doctors everywhere and eventually found an old Chinese medicine practitioner. After a few years of treatment, Shenrui finally became healthy. Because of this, Su Yonghua and Zhao Chui were very indulgent towards her. Even though she was lazy and greedy, they never laid a finger on her. Additionally, to focus on her treatment, they delayed having a second child. Only after Shenrui's health improved did they have Su Xiaoman. However, Shenrui, the ingrate, ignored all this. She believed that Su He had stolen her identity as the Shen family's daughter and grew to hate Su He and the Su family, starting a series of retaliations. At this moment, the story in the book was just beginning to unfold, and it had only been a little over 2 months since Shenrui and Su He were swapped back. Su He had been at the Shen family's house, where her parents were not very close to her, but she was well-fed and clothed. It was easy to imagine the shock of returning to the desolate Huangshi village. Although she had been back for over 2 months, she looked half-dead every day. Not only did she refuse to work, but even eating required Zhao Chui to coax her repeatedly, and she always acted disgusted. A few days ago, Shenrui had come back for a visit. She took Su He aside and said some harsh words, which deeply affected Su He. So, she jumped into the river. "Eldest daughter, you're awake?" Zhao Chui's surprised voice interrupted Su He's thoughts. Su He sighed internally, accepting her fate in this new life. She decided to just go along with it for now. Looking at Zhao Chui, tears welled up in her eyes. "Mom, I figured things out. I will be better from now on and won't get stuck in my own thoughts anymore." Zhao Chui was stunned. Although Su He had returned to the Su family, she had never called her mom before. Unexpectedly, after going through a tough time, she had come to her senses. Her voice choked with emotion. She said, "It's good that you've figured it out." Su Yonghua, standing nearby, also had red eyes. The couple had been worried about their daughter lately, and now it seemed like there was hope. Old Mrs. Su picked up the 10 yuan Zhao Chui had placed by the bed, clenching it tightly in her hand, and scoffed, "If you figure it out, then get to work tomorrow." The previous one, though lazy and greedy, at least earned a few work points every day. "You've just been eating and drinking at home since you came back, thinking you're still a city girl." Zhao Chui hurriedly said, "Mother, the eldest daughter still has a fever. Let her rest for a couple more days." This remark earned her another round of scolding from old Mrs. Su, but finally, Su old man coughed and old Mrs. Su reluctantly went back to the east room. The Su family had 3 rooms. The old couple lived in the better east room, while Su Yonghua's family lived in the west room. The middle room served as both the kitchen and dining area, known as the outer room. Zhao Chui wiped her tears and said, "Dear, go return the ox cart. I'll get something for the eldest daughter to eat." Su Yonghua agreed and went out, while Zhao Chui headed to the outer room. Soon, old Mrs. Su's scolding could be heard again. Did she jump into the river to earn credit? Those 2 sick hens can barely lay a few eggs in a month, not enough to meet the quota, let alone have any extra for her to eat. Just give her some corn porridge, or let her chew on some vegetable dumplings. Zhao Chui pleaded, "Mother, the eldest daughter hasn't eaten anything all day. Please let me cook her an egg." Su He felt a bit complicated. She never thought an egg would become a luxury. She forced herself to get up from the bed and move to the door. "Mom, Grandma is right. Jumping into the river was wrong. I shouldn't have the face to eat an egg." Old Mrs. Su looked pleased, thinking that this girl had become more sensible. But the next moment, Su He said, "Mom, I feel dizzy. You should take me to the commune health center to get checked. Maybe a few nutrition shots will help me." Nutrition shots shouldn't be expensive, right? Just 1 or 2 yuan a bottle. I'll just need 10 or 8 bottles. Old Mrs. Su. Although she had never heard of nutrition shots, Su He spoke so convincingly that she had to believe her. Reluctantly, the old lady took out a chicken egg from the jar. "Mom, I feel really dizzy. 1 egg probably isn't enough. I need at least 2. Otherwise, I might as well go get the nutrition shots." Old Mrs. Su gritted her teeth and glared, but in the end, she pulled out 2 eggs. "Eat. Eat yourself to death. You haven't earned a single work point, yet you've cost me 2 eggs. How did our Su family end up with such a debt collector like you?" Before long, Zhao Chui brought in a chipped porcelain bowl. Inside the bowl was half a bowl of corn and wild vegetable porridge, topped with 2 fried eggs. Zhao Chui handed the bowl to Su He, carefully saying, "Be careful. Don't burn yourself." In front of this daughter she had recently recognized, Zhao Chui always acted a bit humble and eager to please. It wasn't about benefits, it was simply maternal love. She feared her daughter would dislike their poor home, struggle to adapt to village life, and, most of all, not accept her as her real mother. Su He softly replied and took a bite of the fried egg. Since this body hadn't had much to eat lately, Su He thought it was the most delicious fried egg she had ever tasted. In just a few bites, she finished 1 fried egg. She left the other fried egg untouched and drank the wild vegetable porridge instead. It was the time of year when many families in the village mixed wild vegetables into their corn porridge. Su He sighed inwardly. Although times were tough everywhere, Huangshi village was particularly poor. To put it simply, in the entire Huaihua commune, there were 20 teams, and Huangshi village consistently ranked last in the economy, barely surviving each year on relief grain. "Mom, I can't eat anymore. Save the rest for Arya to have for lunch after school." Mentioning Arya made Su He sigh again. Arya was Zhao Chui's younger daughter, born during the Grain Full Festival, hence the name Su Xiaoman. At 9 years old, Su Xiaoman had been following Shenrui around, becoming lazy, greedy, and a little liar at such a young age. She was close to Shenrui, which made her very hostile towards the original owner, often using pranks like bugs to scare her. Unfortunately, while she saw Shenrui as an older sister, Shenrui pushed her into trouble. In the book, guided by Shinrui, Su Xiaoman ended up with a delinquent before even finishing middle school, getting involved in theft and robbery, and ultimately was sentenced to death. Meanwhile, Zhao Chui was happy to hear Su He's words. She had worried about her two daughters not getting along, but now she saw that sisters are indeed sisters, unlike that Rui girl who always encouraged her little daughter to take the lead and take the blame. After a while, seeing that Su He's fever had subsided, Zhao Chui gave her some advice and went to work. There was no choice. If she didn't go, her work points would be deducted. Old Man Su and Su Yonghua also went to work, each taking 2 wild vegetable dumplings, so they wouldn't need to come back for lunch. Only old lady Su stayed home, claiming to take care of Su He. Taking care was not really happening. After locking the door to the east room, old lady Su went visiting. Su He felt drowsy and soon fell asleep. She slept until noon and didn't see old lady Su around, not knowing which house she had gone to visit. Lying on the Kong, Su He continued to think about the original owner's river jumping incident. After returning to the Su family, the original owner felt deeply hurt, but still held onto a glimmer of hope. That hope was her fiancé, Qi Yuansheng. The Qi family was slightly better off than the Shin family, and both families had agreed to their marriage early on. Before the original owner was sent back to the countryside, Qi Yuansheng swore he would find a way to bring her back to the provincial city and marry her in a couple of years. However, the day before yesterday, Shinrui had invited the original owner out, first mocking her, then sneering. "You're not still thinking about Brother Yuansheng, are you? He told me that if you didn't cling to him, he wouldn't even want to look at you."
Did you not know?
Brother Yuansheng and I both got spots at the Workers', Peasants, and Soldiers' University, and in 2 months, we'll be studying in the capital. The original owner naturally didn't believe it until Shinrui produced a letter from Qi Yuansheng. Though it was worded gently, it was clear he wanted to cut ties with her. Seeing the original owner's devastated expression, Shinrui sneered a few times. "What? You can't handle it already? Let me tell you, this is just the beginning. I've lost 18 years of good days because of you, and I will make you and the Su family pay the price. I will make your life worse than death, and I will make the Su family restless forever." The original owner, heartbroken from her fiancé's betrayal and frightened by Shinrui's threats, ultimately chose a desperate path. Su He scoffed that Qi Yuansheng was just a complete jerk. He had only pursued the original owner because he found her pretty. The night before the original owner was sent back to the countryside, Qi Yuansheng even wanted to do something inappropriate with her, but thankfully she had enough sense to refuse. Thinking about her appearance, Su He got up from the Kong. In the mirror was a delicate face, with willow-shaped eyebrows and bright, sparkling almond eyes, though her complexion was a bit pale. She looked very similar to her modern self. Even the position of the red mole at the corner of her eye was exactly the same. However, that red mole seemed a bit brighter than hers. Unable to help herself, she reached out to touch the red mole, and a wave of dizziness hit her. "Welcome to the Eternal Trading Exchange." A mechanical voice sounded, but Su He remained calm. She had entered a book, so she could handle anything without being disturbed. In front of Su He appeared a huge screen filled with various icons: clothing, food, housing, transportation, groceries, electronics, communication, books. Unfortunately, all these icons were gray. Su He couldn't be bothered to click on any. Let's hear the rules. This exchange only accepts currency transactions. The exchange rate is adjusted based on the currency issue date, using the Chinese currency from 2022 as the standard. The currency from your era has a 1:100 exchange rate. Su He raised an eyebrow. In simple terms, it meant she needed to spend money. Unfortunately, the original owner left her no money, and the financial power of the Su family was tightly controlled by Grandma Su, who could squeeze a penny until it cried. Su He mentally said close, and the screen disappeared. She wasn't sure if it was just her imagination, but she felt much better. Could it be because the trading exchange was activated? This golden finger seemed nice, but it required money. How could she get some money? While she pondered, she walked into the outer room, and suddenly, something fell on her forehead. Soo-hee wiped her head and immediately felt terrible. She noticed a swallow's nest on the beam above her, and a chubby little swallow had just entered it.
Shui.
While others gain luck when they travel to another world, she seemed to have attracted misfortune instead. As she silently complained, her attention was caught by a splash of red. Next to the swallow's nest, a red cloth was tied to the beam, used to wrap a copper coin for protection. She didn't want a protective copper coin, but she remembered that Su Xiaoman had several feather shuttlecocks, all secured with copper coins at the bottom. If she could get a few from her, the money problem would be solved. However, the little girl didn't have a good relationship with the original owner, so asking directly would likely fail. Just then, a short-haired girl with a tuft of hair bounced out from the west room. It was Su Xiaoman. Her big doe eyes widened, and she put her hands on her hips. What are you sneaking around for? Are you hiding something tasty?
Shui.
You only have a mind for food. But how did this little girl come bouncing out from the west room? Arya, do you want a fried egg? Su Xiaoman pouted. Grandma is keeping all the eggs. Where would you get a fried egg? Su-hee opened the cupboard and took out a porcelain bowl with a fried egg. Su Xiaoman's eyes lit up immediately, and she swallowed hard, reaching out to grab it. Wait, this is for me to regain my strength. Why should I give it to you? Su Xiaoman rolled her eyes. I knew you weren't that kind-hearted. She didn't like this sister who had come back. She always looked gloomy and seemed to look down on her. The original sister was much better. She always found ways to get tasty food from Grandma. Su-hee smiled and said, How about this? I see your feather shuttlecocks look nice. Let's trade. 10 feather shuttlecocks for 1 fried egg. Su Xiaoman thought for a moment. 10 is too many. The most I can give is 5. Su-hee hesitated before agreeing. All right, 5 it is. Su Xiaoman immediately ran back to her treasure box and picked out 5 feather shuttlecocks that were missing some feathers and handed them to Su-hee. The little girl felt pleased, thinking she had gotten a great deal. The hardest feathers to find were rooster feathers. Last time, she almost got pecked by a rooster for pulling its feathers. Little did she know, Su-hee was overjoyed inside. She had thought she could only trade for 1 copper coin, but instead, she got 5. Although they were all jiaqing tongbao and not in great condition, having money was enough. What more could she want? Su-hee kept her promise and handed the fried egg to Su Xiaoman. Su Xiaoman took a bite of the fried egg, looking blissful. Fried eggs are so delicious. Do rich people eat fried eggs every meal? Su-hee glanced at the little girl and replied casually, Yes, every meal. Eat 1 and throw 1 away. Su Xiaoman's mouth dropped open in surprise. Really? That's such a waste. If I lived at their house, I would pick up everything they throw away. Su-hee laughed so hard at her silly expression that she almost fell over. It was then that Su Xiaoman realized she had been tricked, and she puffed up like a little pufferfish in anger. She huffed. Sister Rui never laughs at me. She finds me good food, much better than you. I will never recognize you as my bad sister. With that, she took a big bite of her fried egg. The sister was a bad sister, but the fried egg was innocent. Su-hee sighed inwardly. Your sister Rui won't laugh at you. She'll dig a pit and bury you. She also figured out how the little girl got in. The window in the west room was open, so she must have climbed through it. No wonder there are break-ins now. She's already climbing through windows. Su Xiaoman quickly finished her fried egg and even licked the bowl clean, making it cleaner than washing it with water. Su-hee face-bombed. It was all because they were poor. Su Xiaoman blinked her eyes and asked curiously, I heard you were rescued by a wild man. What does he look like? Su-hee remembered this question she had overlooked. The original owner had fainted after jumping into the river and hadn't seen any wild man at all. It was just the villagers shouting, saying things with great detail. Some said the wild man was 12 feet tall, muscular, wearing animal skins, and made sounds like a beast. Others said he looked like an ordinary person but had hair dragging on the ground and was wrapped in leaves. Some even claimed the wild man had 3 heads and 6 arms. If you didn't know better, you might think they were talking about Neza. Su-hee thought it was likely someone living in the mountains. Times were tough, and he might be hiding there to avoid trouble. Of course, it could also be a big monkey. In Huangshi village, they refer to mountain spirits as big monkeys, so maybe the wild man dragged the original owner to shore thinking she was prey. Wanting to tease Su Xiaoman, she deliberately said, "That wild man has a green face, sharp teeth, and a huge mouth. He especially loves to eat children." Even though Su Xiaoman was a mischievous 9-year-old girl, she turned pale with fear.
Stop it.
I don't want to hear any more. Seeing the little girl scared, He couldn't help but laugh. Su Xiaoman, now puffed up like a little pufferfish again, angrily said, "What are you laughing at? Do you know what they say in the village because you were saved by a wild man? They say only a cripple or a blind person would want to marry you." He naturally didn't take those rumors seriously. Just as she was about to continue teasing the little girl, they heard the sound of a bicycle bell and someone shouting, "Dad, Mom, are you home?" Su Xiaoman's eyes lit up, and she excitedly opened the front door. "Uncle, you're back." He immediately remembered this person, Su Yongshi, the second son of Grandma Su. Su Yongshi and his wife worked at a textile factory in the county. Although they were temporary workers, they were quite respected in Huangshi village. Plus, they had a big, chubby son named Su Jinbao, who was the apple of Grandma Su's eye. Grandma Su often secretly used the money Su Yongshi and his wife earned to support them, but she always claimed her second son was the most filial. When the original owner first returned to the Su family, Su Yongshi and his wife had visited once. They had tried to subtly test the original owner a few times but lost interest when they saw there was no benefit. Su Xiaoman was so happy because Su Yongshi was good at making a show of things. Every time he came back, he would bring some candy or snacks for the old couple. Although Su Xiaoman wasn't favored by Grandma Su, she always found a way to get a little something to eat. While he was lost in thought, Su Yongshi had already parked his bicycle. He had first taken a bus to Huaihua Commune and then picked up his bicycle from his father-in-law's house. The bicycle was his, but he had lent it to his brother-in-law to impress a girl. Out of politeness, He smiled and said, "Uncle." Su Yongshi beamed back. "Xiao, he is home. Come, try the steamed cake I bought." While Su Yonghua and his wife called him uncle, Su Yongshi wouldn't do that because he thought of himself as a city person and didn't want to sound rustic. Just as Su Yongshi took out a piece of steamed cake, Grandma Su's voice came from the doorway. "She just ate 2 of my eggs. How can she eat steamed cake now? And how many times have I told you not to waste money? Why don't you listen?" Grandma Su had been chatting with a few old ladies under a big willow tree at the corner. When she heard Su Yongshi was back, she hurried home. He pretended not to hear Grandma Su, and not only took the piece of steamed cake, but also grabbed the snack bag and handed it to the eagerly waiting Su Xiaoman. Su Xiaoman was so overwhelmed with happiness that she dashed back to the west room, ready to escape through the window. Her quick movements and reactions left He in awe. Grandma Su was nearly furious. "Both of you are greedy little things. How can you deserve to eat steamed cake? Just wait until I get you." He chuckled, "Grandma, the country teaches us about gender equality. Aren't you afraid someone will report you for going against the government with comments like that? If someone in the provincial capital said such things, they would definitely end up in jail." End up in jail is a local saying meaning to be imprisoned. Grandma Su, who hadn't seen much of the world, became flustered at the mention of jail. "I was just joking. Actually, I care the most about you too." "Then what about the steamed cake? I don't like it. You two can have it." "What a pity. She just lost 2 eggs and now a bag of steamed cake." Su Yongshi smiled and said, "Xiaohe, your grandma is just teasing you. Don't take it to heart." He smiled but didn't say anything. Today isn't a holiday, so Su Yongshi wouldn't come back for no reason. Su Laotai guessed her second son had something to discuss, so she pulled Su Yongshi into the east room and closed the door. Su Xiaoman peeked out from the west room, crouched down, and listened at the door. He thought, "This little girl clearly knows what she's doing. She's done this many times." Then she leaned in too. "Second son, why didn't you bring Jinbao back? I wonder if my precious grandson has gotten chubby? Mom, Jinbao is in school. When the holidays come, I'll bring him back to see you. I have some great news to share with you. Su Laotai's eyes lit up. What great news! The deputy director of our textile factory, Zhao, has a son named Xiaobin. He's 25, handsome and well-mannered. He's been single because he's picky, but I think he would be perfect for our Su-hee. When I mentioned it to Deputy Director Zhao, he was very pleased. So, I want to take Su-hee to the county to meet him. If this works out, Su-hee will be in a great situation. Su Laotai's eyes sparkled. Really? That girl has such good luck? You might not know, but she was saved by a wild man after jumping into the river yesterday. I was worried she wouldn't be able to get married. Besides, she can't do anything well and always looks sad. How could Deputy Director Zhao's son like her? Su Yongshi already heard about Su-hee's river incident from his father-in-law at the commune, as someone from Huangshi village spread the news. He was initially worried that things wouldn't work out, but now he felt like heaven was helping him. Mom, let's not worry about whether he's a wild man or not. It's a new society now, and the old ways of thinking don't apply anymore. Besides, city boys are different from country boys. I heard Su-hee came back from the provincial capital and is pretty, so Deputy Director Zhao's son is very interested. I'm just afraid that my brother and sister-in-law won't agree since Su-hee just came back and they might want her to stay longer. They don't know anything. The most important thing is for our daughter to marry well. Besides, family matters are not for them to decide. I'll handle this. Tomorrow morning you take that girl to the county. Su-hee didn't want to listen any longer and quietly returned to the west room. Su Xiaoman blinked and followed her. She said with a hint of jealousy, Rui said that marrying into the county is a huge opportunity. You'll be able to enjoy good food and drink. You really are turning misfortune into fortune. Su-hee looked at her enviously jealous expression and felt speechless. This little girl has been completely influenced by Shin Rui. Fortunately, she's still young and has a chance to change. Are you trying to say turning misfortune into fortune? You should study hard, so you can at least say a complete idiom. Also, relying on others is risky. Only by becoming strong can you be fearless. For example, with the snack in your hand, you have to watch our grandma's face to eat it. If you were capable, you could buy as many as you wanted. Su Xiaoman didn't think much of it, but seeing the snack in her hand, she decided it was better not to upset her sister, lest she take it back. So, she reluctantly said, "Yeah, you make a good point. Anyway, I'm going to school now." With that, she jumped out of the window.
Shui.
Trying to correct this little girl is going to be a long journey. But right now, she was more concerned about what Su Yongshi said. At first, Su-hee had opened that book out of curiosity because the female characters shared her name. However, after skimming through it, she found the values in the story to be very twisted, and she got so angry that she stopped reading halfway, so she couldn't remember many details. When she heard Su Yongshi mention Xiaobin, she recalled the plot. Shin Rui didn't have the ability to foresee the future, so she didn't know that the original character had jumped into the river because of her provocation. Therefore, she set a trap while passing through the county. Xiaobin was indeed handsome, but he was a wolf in sheep's clothing. 2 years ago, he harmed a girl, driving her mad. The Zhao family paid the victim to keep quiet, claiming they were in a relationship and that the girl had a history of mental illness, so the matter was swept under the rug. After meeting the original character, Xiaobin was captivated by her beauty. The original character only had eyes for that scumbag Qi Yuansheng, so she didn't treat him well. Unexpectedly, Xiaobin slipped something into her drink. Though he ultimately failed, the original character was still deeply traumatized, developing a strong aversion to men. Moreover, Xiaobin spread rumors that the original character was trying to charm him, ruining her reputation and making her afraid to leave her house for a long time. When Su-hee read this part, she wished she could jump into the story and take care of Xiaobin herself. By the way, there's also the couple Su Yongshi. Although they didn't know about Xiaobin's past actions and were manipulated by others, they still had bad intentions. If they had just put in a little effort to find out, they would have known what kind of person Xiaobin was. However, in their eagerness to please Deputy Factory Director Zhao and to get their niece a permanent position, they hurriedly took her to the county, which led to the original owner being schemed against by that beast Zhao Bin. It's ironic that in the end, Su Yongshi and his wife didn't have a good outcome either. Under Shin Rui's scheme, they not only returned to Huangshi village in disgrace, but Su Yongshi also had his leg broken, and their precious son Su Jinbao was kidnapped and is now missing. After weighing the situation, He decided to follow Su Yongshi on this trip. First, she wanted to find a way to deal with that beast Zhao Bin. Second, if she wanted to make money in the future, she would need to go to the county, so this trip could also help her scout the area. He touched the red mole at the corner of her eye and silently thought, "Exchange office. I want to save money." Just a reminder, you previously said the exchange rate is calculated based on the issuance date, not purchasing power. After a full 30 seconds, a mechanical voice finally responded. The currency exchange rate for 1879 is 1:3000. Would you like to recharge? Yes. He saw her balance display. 15,000 yuan. Just as she was feeling pleased, the mechanical voice spoke again. Please note, starting now, the exchange rules will be adjusted to be based on purchasing power. Shui. You unreliable exchange office. She was planning to get more copper coins in the future. While grumbling, He used her mind to shop. She bought all self-defense items, and the exchange office had built-in storage space where she could keep them. As for the supplies for the Su family, she would wait until she got to the county to check the supply and marketing cooperative before buying, to avoid any mistakes. Regarding the source of the money, Su old lady had always suspected that the original owner brought money back from the Shin family, so she could use that excuse to cover it up. In reality, when the original owner returned, the Shun couple didn't give her any money, and she had no habit of saving, so she had no money at all. Feeling a bit weak, He bought a cup of hot ginger soup and drank it secretly. After drinking, she broke into a sweat and fell into a deep sleep. Today, Su old lady made dinner, and it was rare that the corn porridge didn't have wild vegetables mixed in. Besides pickled vegetables, she also fried an egg. Su old lady specifically placed the fried egg in front of Su Yongshi, clearly prepared for her favorite second son. He didn't care about that, and reached out with her chopsticks to take a big piece of egg. Su old lady's face immediately fell, and before she could say anything, He placed the egg into Su old man's bowl. "Grandpa, you've worked hard. Eat some egg to replenish your strength." Su old lady had to swallow back the words she was about to say. He realized that although Su old lady made the most noise, the real head of the family was Su old man, so she still had to flatter him. Su old man was surprised. With so many grandchildren in the family, no one had ever served him food, let alone said he worked hard. The old man felt a bit awkward and coughed. "You eat too. Everyone should eat." Su Xiaoman was waiting for this and quickly took a piece. However, Su Yonghua and his wife still only took a piece of pickled vegetables. He directly picked up the plate and dumped all the eggs into their bowls. "Oh no, my hand slipped." Su old lady. If it weren't for the marriage matter her second son mentioned, she would really want to hit this girl He with a fire stick until she was like a little leaf in the wind. Su Yonghua and his wife were a bit at a loss, and He smiled and said, "Dad, Mom, Grandma said while cooking today that you are the strong laborers in the family and need to be well nourished. This egg was specially fried for you." Su old lady. "I never said such nonsense in my dreams." Su Yonghua and his wife were instantly touched, and Zhao Cui even had red eyes. They looked at Su old lady as if they were little chicks looking at their mother hen. Old lady Su felt a bit uncomfortable and impatiently said, "Stop talking nonsense. Let's eat quickly. I have something to discuss after dinner." Su Yonghua and his wife obediently focused on their meal. After dinner, Zhao Cui wanted to get up and clear the dishes, but He said, "Mom, you've worked all day. Let me take care of it." As soon as she said this, everyone turned to look at her. Did the sun rise in the west? Then He tugged at Su Xiaoman's little tuft of hair and said, "If you clean the dishes well, I'll reward you with a fried egg tomorrow." Su Xiaoman's eyes lit up. Really? If Su He had said this before, Su Xiaoman wouldn't have believed her. But today, Su He not only promised her a fried egg but also gave her a pack of cake, so her trust grew. Seeing Su He nod, the little girl quickly began to clear the dishes. Zhao Tsuea wanted to help, but Su He smiled and said, "Mom, didn't Grandma say she had something to discuss? Let Xiaoman handle it." Then she turned to Old Lady Su. "Grandma, please go ahead." Old Lady Su felt something was off, as if this girl had become the one in charge of the house. She wanted to glare at Su He, but thinking about what she needed to say next, she forced a smile. "I have great news. It's about the second child. He found a wonderful match for our eldest daughter. The suitor is the son of the deputy factory director. Eldest daughter, you'll go with your second uncle to the county tomorrow to meet him. If he likes you, you won't have to worry for the rest of your life." Old Lady Su spoke excitedly, and Su He felt like Old Lady Su wished she could be young again to catch this big opportunity. Zhao Tsuea cautiously asked, "Mom, if the suitor is so good, why didn't he find someone in the county? Why did he choose our eldest daughter?" Old Lady Su shot her a sideways glance. "Do I need to explain? Of course, it's because the second child worked hard. He praised our eldest daughter like a flower, so the suitor was naturally interested." Su Yongshi quickly added, "I just made the introduction. The main reason is that our eldest daughter is beautiful and has experience from the provincial city. Brother, sister-in-law, don't worry. Eldest daughter is my niece. I won't let her down. That Xiaobin is handsome, and they're a perfect match. I know you want to keep her around for a few more years, but such a good opportunity is rare. Once it's gone, it's gone." Su Yongshi was much more persuasive than Old Lady Su, and even Su Yongwar felt tempted. However, Zhao Tsuea still felt uneasy, thinking that good things don't just fall from the sky. "Second uncle, did you check thoroughly? Is that Xiaobin really single because he has high standards? He doesn't have any issues or a bad past, does he?" Before Su Yongshi could respond, Old Lady Su spat, "You troublemaker. What do you mean by that? Can the second child harm his own niece? I'm in charge of this. Tomorrow morning, our eldest daughter will go to the county with the second child." She then looked at Su He. "You better dress nicely tomorrow. When you meet him, show some enthusiasm and don't look gloomy." Su He blinked. "Grandma, I'll listen to you, but I feel uneasy going out empty-handed. Can you give me some money? Just 100 or so will do." Old Lady Su nearly fainted from shock. 100? That's not much? Why don't you go rob someone? You little rascal. Before Old Lady Su could finish, she heard Su He clutching her chest and groaning. "Oh, Grandma, my heart hurts. I probably won't even be able to walk tomorrow, let alone go to the county." Old Lady Su, is this girl threatening her? How did she suddenly change so much? Or has she been hiding her true self all along? No wonder that woman from the Shin family looked down on her. After all, raising a pet for 18 years should create some affection, but it seems this girl is infuriating beyond measure. Su Yongshi was worried that Su He wouldn't follow him to the county town, so he quickly signaled to Grandma Su. "Mom, what Su He said makes sense. Even a poor family should give her some pocket money." Grandma Su glared at him but eventually went to the east room and took out 2 coins to give to Su He. Her heart ached, but she thought, if I don't let her go, I won't catch the wolf. I need to get this girl to go on a blind date first. She gritted her teeth and said, "You little brat, if someone likes you, that's fine, but if they don't, just wait and see what I do to you." Su He showed her 8 little white teeth and said, "Grandma, just wait and see." Seeing her, Grandma Su felt a bit frustrated and returned to the east room with a long face. Su Yongshi hurried after her. Old man Su stayed behind, took out his pipe, and after a moment of silence said, "Big girl, when looking for a husband, character is more important. When you meet him, pay attention and don't just listen to your second uncle." Su He was surprised. This wasn't in the book. Although Old Man Su was the head of the family, he usually acted like an invisible person. Could it be because of that one bite of egg? No matter what, Old Man Su meant well. She quickly replied, "Grandpa, I understand. Only then did old man Su get up and leave with his hands behind his back. Zhao Cui called Su He into the west room and whispered, "Big girl, if you don't want to go, I can talk to your grandma. I feel like this match isn't reliable." Su He thought her mom might be a bit timid, but she's still smart. In the book, Zhao Cui had said the same thing, but the original character insisted on going, and there was nothing she could do. The original character agreed to go to the county town not for a blind date, but to find a chance to send a letter to her childhood friend, Luo Xiaoling, to inquire about the scoundrel Qi Yuanxing and Xin Rui. She did send the letter, and Luo Xiaoling wrote back, even including 10 pounds of food stamps. The original character was very grateful and kept corresponding with Luo Xiaoling. Little did she know, Luo Xiaoling had already sided with Xin Rui and was leading the original character deeper into trouble. Su He smiled and said, "Mom, I also want to go to the county town to relax. Besides, eating wild vegetable porridge every day doesn't fill me up. I can use the money Grandma gave me to buy some snacks." Zhao Cui sighed in relief, but then worried, "If your grandma finds out?" Su He confidently replied, "Grandma loves me the most. She won't scold me." Zhao Cui thought, "Dear, are you still running a fever?" Seeing she couldn't change her mind, Zhao Cui gave up but still reminded Su He to be careful and not get taken advantage of. In the book, Zhao Cui also warned the original character, but she was impatient and dismissed her mother. Su He listened seriously, "Mom, I'll remember everything. Don't worry." Zhao Cui felt relieved. Her daughter had become closer to her after taking a risk. The door creaked open and a little head peeked in. "Hey, I washed the bowl. Remember what you said?" Su Xiaoman said this and wanted to run out to play with her friends, but Su He grabbed her. "Finish your homework before you go out to play." Su Xiaoman pouted. "Only fools do homework. The teacher doesn't check it, so why bother?" Su He sighed. Education wasn't valued in this era, especially in village schools, which were like free range. "Fine, if you don't want to write, that's okay. I was going to buy you some milk candy in the county town, but I guess I won't waste that money." Su Xiaoman's eyes lit up, and she went back inside, who said, "I wouldn't write. I love doing homework." Zhao Cui couldn't help but laugh. Her little girl was stubborn, but the older one had a way. Su Xiaoman took out her crumpled books and notebooks from her bag and started writing her homework quickly and messily. Su He walked over and glanced at it. It looked like a mess. She asked Su Xiaoman for 2 sheets of homework paper, then wrote a letter to Luo Xiaoling, mainly sharing her troubles and subtly inquiring about Xin Rui and Qi Yuanxing. Finally, she politely asked if she could get some help as a struggling household. Food stamps, oil stamps, and cash would all be appreciated. Wasn't Xin Rui trying to use Luo Xiaoling to set her up? Well, in the end, who would be caught in the trap? The next morning, Zhao Cuia woke up early to start a fire and cook. Old Mrs. Su had a stern look on her face. Boil a few eggs for the second one to take with him. She meant for Su Yongshi to bring them back for her eldest grandson, Su Jinbao, but unexpectedly, Su He, with a touched expression, said, "Grandma, you're worried I'll be hungry on the bus, right? You're so good to me. When I succeed in the future, I'll definitely take good care of you." Old Mrs. Su. It was frustrating to hear that. After breakfast, Su He stuffed 2 eggs into Su Xiaoman's backpack and gave Zhao Cuia 3 more. "Mom, save these for you, Dad, and Grandpa for lunch." Zhao Cuia felt a lump in her throat. Her daughter was truly being thoughtful this time. Su He rummaged through the cabinet for the original owner's clothes, but there weren't many left from the Shun family. The original owner still had a glimmer of hope, thinking her adoptive mother, Song Xian, wouldn't really abandon her in the countryside. After some effort, Su He found a set of blue clothes and a letter. Upon reading it, she realized it was the breakup letter from Qi Yuanxing to the original owner. This scumbag had nice handwriting. It seemed that the pen reflects the person wasn't entirely accurate. Although the words were gentle, each one pierced the original owner's heart. Su He scoffed and hid the letter again, thinking it might come in handy later. After changing into her clothes, Su He grabbed her small bag embroidered with "Serve the People" and looked in the mirror. She was good-looking. Even in a sack, she would still look great, and Soo-hee clearly fit that description. Despite her simple outfit and no makeup, she was still charming. Even old Mrs. Soo had to admit that her granddaughter was truly beautiful. Soo Young-sure was in high spirits, believing that Zhao Bin would definitely be interested in Soo-hee, making their couple's relationship almost certain. He hopped on his bicycle, with Soo-hee sitting on the back, waving to old Mrs. Soo and the others. "Grandma, I'll buy you some tasty food when I come back." Old Mrs. Soo suddenly had a bad feeling and wanted to say something, but the bicycle was already far away. The bumpy dirt road made Soo-hee feel like her bottom was going to fall apart. Soo Young-sure kept chatting, mainly about how great Zhao Bin's family was and how marrying him would bring a good life. Soo-hee replied vaguely and suddenly said, "Uncle, even though I know you won't harm me, I can't be sure that Zhao Bin won't have any bad intentions, so you must stay with me when we meet." Soo Young-sure dismissed her concern, saying, "Zhao Bin isn't that kind of person. Besides, only those who act like hooligans end up in jail." However, seeing Soo-hee's insistence, he finally said, Okay, I'll be with you." Soo-hee's eyes flickered. After all, the descriptions in books were often rigid. She could give Soo Young-sure a chance and see how he performed. After over an hour, the uncle and niece arrived at Soo Young-sure's father-in-law's house. Soo Young-sure's mother-in-law, Wang Fengrong, smiled brightly. "So this is Xiaohee? She's truly beautiful. No wonder even the young masters from the county are interested in you. Even I, an old lady, want to take a few more looks at you." Soo Young-sure chatted briefly with his mother-in-law before taking Soo-hee to the bus stop to wait for the minibus. At that time, transportation wasn't as developed as it would be later. There was only one bus from the commune to the county each day, and it was common for the service to be interrupted due to bad weather or vehicle breakdowns. When they arrived at the bus stop, it wasn't yet time for the bus. The driver was sipping tea from a big thermos, while the female ticket seller was knitting. Soo Young-sure looked enviously at both the driver and the ticket seller, thinking they had good jobs, but he had no chance of getting one. Soo-hee thought the bus was really shabby. Fortunately, the road from the commune to the county was relatively smooth, otherwise, she would have worried the bus would break down halfway. A few more passengers arrived, but not many. This was understandable. Going to the county required food stamps for meals, a letter of introduction for lodging, and the bus ticket cost 20 cents. Unless it was absolutely necessary, no one would go to the county. Soo Young-sure bought the tickets and leaned back in his seat to take a nap. Soo-hee blinked and sat down next to the female ticket seller. "Sister, your knitting is so beautiful. You're really skilled." When Soo Young-sure woke up, the female ticket seller was already holding Soo-hee's hand, calling her sister repeatedly, and even gave her 2 pieces of candy when they got off the bus. "Soo-young-si." What happened while he was sleeping? After leaving the small and shabby bus station, Soo Young-sure led Soo-hee through winding paths to the family compound of the textile factory. Soo Young-sure and his wife do not live here. They rent a small house nearby. The buildings here are all long, narrow apartments, with 10 households on each floor, and each unit is only about 10 square meters. The bathroom and toilet are shared. Soo-hee thought these apartments were worse than a small house. Soo Young-sure clearly did not share this view, as he looked on with envy. The Zhao family lived on the 3rd floor. They must have used some clever means to occupy the space of 3 units and connected them. Soo Young-sure knocked on the door, and a woman in her 40s came out. Wearing glasses and with her hair pinned back, she was Wei Qin, Zhao Bin's mother, who worked as an accountant at the textile factory. Wei Qin first looked Soo-hee up and down with a face full of disdain, then impatiently said, "Why did you take so long to arrive? I was planning to go to work, but now I can only take half a day off." Soo Young-sure smiled apologetically. "The bus was a bit slow. We rushed as much as we could." At that moment, a young man walked out of the room, his eyes sizing up Soo-hee like hooks. "Mom, how can you leave guests standing at the door? Hurry and let them in." Only then did Wei Qin allow Soo Young-sure and Soo-hee to enter the house. As soon as he stepped inside, Soo Young-sure felt overwhelmed by the sights: a radio, a sewing machine, a sofa, and fruit on the coffee table. Wei Qin showed a look of disdain and then critically looked at Su Heqi, saying normally, Xiaobin shouldn't be interested in a country girl like you, but he likes pretty things, so I guess you got lucky. Su Heqi thought to herself, isn't he just the son of the deputy factory director? If you didn't know better, you'd think your family had a throne to inherit. Xiaobin coughed. Mom, aren't you in a hurry to get to work? You should go now. I'll entertain the guests. He hadn't thought much of it at first. How good could a village girl be? But now, seeing Su Heqi, he realized she was stunning. Much better than that clueless girl from before. Wei Qin frowned. She knew her son's character, but then thought that if she forced things, she could use this to control her daughter-in-law in the future, preventing her from getting too arrogant. With that in mind, she said to Su Yongshi, your workshop is short on staff right now, so you shouldn't just stand here. Come with me to the factory.
Su Yongshi quickly nodded. Okay, uncle.
Only when Su Heqi called him did Su Yongshi remember what they had discussed on the way, and he felt a bit awkward. Wei Qin's expression darkened immediately. This morning, old Zhao said you two were doing well and were considering making you permanent. Now, it seems your attitude isn't right at all. Su Yongshi felt a chill and said to Su Heqi, Uncle will go to the workshop first. I'll come back to pick you up during the lunch break. Su Heqi looked at him with clear eyes. Uncle, you promised me. Su Yongshi avoided her gaze, flustered, and left with Wei Qin. Su Heqi sneered inwardly. I gave you a chance, but you turned it down. Seeing Wei Qin and Su Yongshi leave, Xiaobin eagerly offered her an apple. Try this apple. It's crunchy and sweet. Su Heqi shook her head and didn't take it. Xiaobin began to boast about the furnishings in the room, trying to show off his family's wealth. Noticing that Su Heqi still wasn't speaking, his eyes flickered. Are you thirsty? I have soda in my room. I'll go get it for you. Without waiting for Su Heqi to respond, he returned to his room. After closing the door, he pulled out a paper bag from under the bed and mixed its contents into the soda. Thinking about what was about to happen, a lewd smile appeared on his face. Just then, the door was pushed open and Su Heqi stood at the door. What are you doing? Xiaobin jumped in surprise, nearly dropping the soda bottle. And nothing, I was just opening the bottle cap for you. Su Heqi smirked. Really? Because I feel like you were putting something in there. I heard that a couple of years ago, you used this method to ruin a girl. Are you trying to do the same to me? Xiaobin's face changed instantly. But he quickly regained his composure. This was his home. Even without the spiked soda, he could make her submit. He grinned maliciously, quite a bit. Let's be clear. If you give in to me, I promise you'll have a good life. But if you refuse, once I have my way, I'll kick you out and you'll never hold your head high again. Su Heqi curled her lips and pulled out a stun baton. Xiaobin was taken aback. The stun baton seemed to appear out of nowhere. While he was stunned, Su Heqi's baton was already upon him. Xiaobin immediately convulsed and passed out. In fact, Su Heqi had many ways to avoid Xiaobin's schemes, but she chose to confront him directly. She wanted to eliminate this threat to prevent him from harming other girls. As for the stun baton, she had already thought of a way to cover it up. Su Heqi bought a pair of gloves from the trading post and began searching the room. Besides some unsavory books and drugs belonging to Xiaobin, she found a hidden compartment in the rooms of Deputy Factory Director Zhao and Wei Qin. When she opened the hidden compartment, she found not only various documents, but also over 7,000 yuan, which was definitely a large sum. The combined salary of Zhao and Wei was only about 150 yuan, and they had to support a wasteful son. How could they possibly have saved so much money? There was definitely something fishy going on. Since this family was full of bad people, they might as well all face the consequences together. After thinking for a moment, Su Heqi put everything back in the hidden compartment and stuffed the items she took from Xiaobin into it as well. Then, she picked up a match from the coffee table and set fire to the curtains in Xiaobin's room. Xiaobin was quickly awakened by the smoke. Before he could understand what was happening, he heard a piercing scream. Help! Help! Xiaobin has gone crazy. Su He rushed to the door and opened it. The soundproofing in the building was poor, and her loud shout brought out several elderly people and night shift workers. Soo-hee cried out desperately, "Grandpa, Grandma, uncles, please help me. Zhao Bin seems to have gone mad. He wants to kill me and set the house on fire." Many people rushed over because if the fire spread, they would be in danger too. They had no doubt about Soo-hee's words, as smoke was already billowing out of the house. Fortunately, the kitchen and bathroom were nearby. With buckets and bowls, the crowd quickly put out the fire. This was all part of Soo-hee's plan. She had observed the kitchen and bathroom when she entered, and she also learned from Soo Young-shur that the textile factory operated in shifts. So many people were home during the day. Of course, even if her plans failed, she could always grab a fire extinguisher from the exchange and wouldn't let the fire spread. Zhao Bin glared at Soo-hee coldly. "You filthy woman! You set the fire! You must be tired of living." Soo-hee shivered in fear and quickly hid among the crowd, crying as she spoke. "Everyone, listen to me. My uncle said he would introduce me to someone, but when I got to Zhao Bin's house, he and his mother sent my uncle away. I saw him putting something in a soda and we argued. This beast tried to force himself on me. During my struggle, he suddenly stared blankly and started babbling nonsense. He not only set the curtains on fire but also touched the socket and got electrocuted. That's when I managed to escape." Zhao Bin's eyes turned red. "You're lying. You shamelessly charmed me, and when I refused, you hit me with an electric baton." A bearded man sneered. "An electric baton? Where would a young girl get one? Even if she had one, could she hide it? If you want to slander someone, at least come up with a believable reason. You must have done many bad things to deserve this. That girl you drove mad before? You're the one who's gone crazy now." Soo-hee silently gave a thumbs up to the speaker. This guy was good. He really stood up for her. He's right. Where would I, a girl from the countryside, get an electric baton? You clearly threatened and lured me, saying your dad is the deputy factory director and your mom is an accountant, promising me a good life. Oh, and when you were going crazy, you said your parents made a lot of money together, even hiding cash in the nightstand. Before Soo-hee could finish, someone rushed into Wei Qin's house. Soon, the hidden compartment was found, and its contents were revealed to everyone. Gasps filled the air. Everyone present had never seen so much money. Zhao Bin's head buzzed, and in a panic, he tried to grab it, but several men pinned him to the ground. Someone shouted, "I knew Zhao Shiguang was no good. I guessed right. He controls the factory's finances, and his wife handles the money. They must have pocketed a lot. Look at those books. Wow, they're flashy. No wonder Zhao Bin turned out like this. His parents are no good either. This is what happens when the foundation is crooked. This package must be what he put in the soda, right? That girl he ruined a couple of years ago went mad because of him. It's truly tragic. Good deeds bring good rewards, and evil deeds bring evil rewards. He drove that girl mad, and now he's gone mad too. He deserves it." Many people were fed up with the Zhao family. They had been afraid to offend Deputy Factory Director Zhao, but seeing the Zhao family losing power, they felt no hesitation. Zhao Bin was both angry and anxious. "That witch hit me with an electric baton, and she set the fire. I'm not crazy. I'm really not crazy." The more he insisted, the more everyone thought he was insane. After all, crazy people always claim they are not crazy. Besides, if he wasn't crazy, why would he set his own house on fire? Why would he shout about the hidden compartment? At that moment, a sweaty figure pushed through the crowd. It was Soo Young-shur. "Xiao, here, are you okay?" Soo-hee was surprised. Soo Young-shur had actually returned? Judging by the timing, he must have just arrived at the factory and turned back? Was it a change of heart or something else? Before Soo-hee could speak, an old lady spat. "Humph. How dare you ask? Everyone knows what kind of person Zhao Bin is. You introduced your niece to this beast. Aren't you pushing her into the fire?" Soo Young-shur's face turned red. He stammered, "I really didn't know. He's a beast. If I had known, I would never have introduced my niece to him." Soo Young-shur felt wronged. He truly didn't know about Zhao Bin's past. He knew Zhao Bin was not diligent, but his family was wealthy, so it didn't seem like a big deal. Yes, he had selfish motives, but wasn't it a good thing for his niece to marry into the Zhao family? He had just reached the factory gate, but thinking of Su He's clear eyes and what Su Laohan said last night, he turned back almost instinctively. Indeed, Su Laohan had said to him last night, "Heir, you are the smartest among my children, and your mother and I favor you the most. But if you do something immoral, I won't forgive you." Su Yongshi quickly made a solemn promise. His father was usually quiet, but when he got angry, he could be terrifying. Su Yongshi was grateful to Su Laohan and the little bit of conscience he had left. Otherwise, Su He's next actions would have made them both lose face at the factory. Seeing Su He silent and the crowd pointing fingers, he vented his anger on Zhao Bin. He rushed over and slapped Zhao Bin several times. "You beast! I was blind to think you were good. A heartless dog like you deserves to be chopped up and fed to the dogs." Zhao Bin, now desperate, sneered. "How dare you say that? In front of my parents, you acted like a loyal dog, willingly offering your niece to me. If your wife weren't so plain, you might have even offered her to me." Su Yongshi was so angry that his eyes turned red. He wished he could bite a piece of flesh from Zhao Bin. Some older folks, fearing it might lead to a tragedy, pulled Su Yongshi away. "This isn't something we common people can handle. Let's leave it to the authorities." "Right, let the three beasts of the Zhao family rot in jail." Outside the crowd stood a young man in a Zhongshan suit, with a hero pen tucked in his pocket. He had been at the front during the fire rescue but had now stepped back to the edge of the crowd. His gaze fell on Su He, and a hint of curiosity flashed in his eyes. Zhao Bin was indeed unforgivable, but this girl named Su He was not simple either. Most women would panic in such a situation, but while she seemed scared, every word she spoke guided the crowd until they uncovered the evidence. How could someone like her jump into the river to end her life? Su He, unaware that she was being observed, was still playing the role of the pitiful victim. Soon, authorities arrived to secure the scene and took Zhao Bin away. Some curious onlookers rushed to the factory to gossip. When they heard that Wei Qin had been arrested, they thought Zhao Bin had harmed Su He and carelessly shouted, "They were dating. That shameless girl charmed my son. My son is innocent." Only when they learned the truth about the hidden affair did they turn pale and faint. Deputy Factory Director Zhao didn't fare much better. He reportedly wet his pants on the spot. Su Yongshi and Su He were also called in to provide information. Su Yongshi trembled in fear and came out shivering after giving his statement. Before long, Su He came out too. Now, Su Yongshi felt at a loss in front of Su He. He wanted to explain but couldn't find the words, as he indeed had his own selfish motives. Not explaining made him fear Su He would go home and tell her grandfather, who would then deal with him. Su He kept her head down and said nothing. The two remained silent until they reached the flat Su Yongshi rented. This was a state-owned rental house, originally a large courtyard divided into 5 units, each separated by mud walls, with a monthly rent of 4 yuan and 27 cents. Once inside, Su He, with red eyes, said, "Uncle, what did you say in front of Grandma and Grandpa before coming here? Even though you came back, if Zhao Bin hadn't suddenly gone crazy, I might have already been ruined. Even now, although I seem fine, I feel deeply hurt inside. I think living isn't worth it anymore. I might as well be dead." Su He spoke with a look of despair. Su Yongshi was genuinely frightened. If anything happened to Su He, her grandfather would likely come after him with a hoe. His older brother and sister-in-law would also come to confront him. "Xiao He, I really didn't know Zhao Bin was a beast, but this is indeed my fault. I'm sorry." As he spoke, Su Yongshi slapped himself hard. Su He sniffled, "Uncle, do you really want to make it up to me?" Although Su Yongshi remembered he hadn't mentioned compensation, seeing Su He's attitude soften, he quickly replied, "Yes, yes. Xiao He, just tell me what you want, and I promise to satisfy you." Su He rubbed her hands together. "I want your bicycle."
Shuyongshi.
Although Su He could buy a bicycle from the trading company, she couldn't explain where it came from, so she asked for his. Su Yongshi's first reaction was that Su He was joking, The bicycle he stored at his father-in-law's place had cost him 150 yuan. That amount was about a month and a half of salary for Deputy Factory Director Zhao, but Su Yongshi was a temporary worker earning only 19 yuan and 84 cents a month. Even without eating or drinking, it would take him nearly a year to save that much. Not to mention the effort he had put in to get a bicycle ticket. Recently, his brother-in-law, Chao Fugue, was looking for a partner, and his mother-in-law, Wang Fingrong, had suggested borrowing the bicycle to impress the girl. Though Su Yongshi was reluctant, he had to agree. Now, Su He wanted his bicycle? Xiao He stopped joking. When your aunt gets off work, let her take you to the supply and marketing cooperative to get some fabric for a dress.
Shu Ismail.
A yard of fabric costs 4 cents, and making a dress takes 7 yards, totaling less than 3 yuan. Did he think she was a beggar? Uncle, I only want the bicycle. If you don't want to give it to me, that's fine. I can just go home and tell Grandpa and Grandma everything. I'm sure they won't blame you. After all, you were just trying to get promoted for your future, and they'll understand. Not only will they understand, but my parents will too. I'm sure they won't blame you at all. Oh, and I also need to thank the kind people from the textile factory's family compound and reiterate your difficulties so they can understand you too.
Su Yongshi tournait pale.
Wasn't this a blatant threat? Xiao He, are you trying to threaten your uncle? Su He smiled even brighter. Yes.
Su Yongshi.
Su Yongshi was furious and embarrassed. Xiao He, I'm your uncle, not your enemy. Yes, I have my own interests in this matter, but I'm also doing it for you. Su He clapped her hands. You introduced me to a beast and almost got me killed in the fire. You really care for me. All right, I won't argue with you anymore. I'm going to the textile factory's family compound to talk to those kind people. As she spoke, Su He lifted her leg to leave. Su Yongshi gritted his teeth and stomped his feet. I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you, okay? Although his reputation wasn't great, he could at least explain that he was deceived. If this girl went and smeared his name, he and his wife would be finished at the textile factory. At that moment, Su Yongshi truly regretted it. If he had known it would turn out like this, he would never have taken on this marriage proposal. While he was lamenting, he saw Su He pull out a piece of paper and a pencil from her small bag and hand it to him. Uncle, please sign this. Su Yongshi was confused but took it. When he looked, he nearly spat blood in anger. It clearly read, Receipt, received from Su He the amount of 150 yuan for the purchase of a bicycle. This serves as proof. Su He smiled sweetly. Uncle, I knew you would compensate me, so I wrote the receipt while giving my statement earlier. How about that? I'm a thoughtful niece, right? Thoughtful? More like heartless. She was clearly making sure he couldn't back out later. Even though Su Yongshi wanted to tear up the receipt, he ultimately signed it. He finally understood why his wife said Su He could drive anyone crazy without consequence. Not just drive people crazy, she could even make the dead come back to life with her antics. Su Yongshi said irritably, I still have to go to work. Your second aunt is on the early shift today and will be off at 3:30. You stay home and behave. Su He nodded obediently. Uncle, I understand. Don't worry.
Su Yongshi felt frustrated.
Clearly, she was a little wolf cub pretending to be a bunny. He snorted and left, slamming the door behind him. As he stepped outside, he noticed a young man in a Zhongshan suit standing in the neighboring yard. He thought to himself that old Gu next door had a strange temper and never interacted with anyone. Why would a young man come to see him? Could he be a relative? Normally, he would exchange a few pleasantries since the young man looked quite respectable, but he was too upset with Su He to bother with socializing. The young man's name was Gu Qian, the same person he had seen before in the textile factory compound, the big monkey. The soundproofing in the bungalow was poor, and Su He and Su Yongshi hadn't lowered their voices, so he overheard most of their conversation. He paused for a moment, then smiled. She was quite an interesting little girl. He didn't think there was anything wrong with Su He confronting her uncle. In fact, he thought she handled it well. But he was even more puzzled. Why would such a clever and cunning girl jump into a river? He heard a yawn from the house. Realizing old Go was awake, so he quickly went inside. Soo-hee was unaware of this. After Su Yongshir left, she wandered around the house. The room was only about 30 square meters, with a small kitchen on the west side, a clay bed, and a cabinet, making it feel quite cramped. The only good thing was that there was a dry toilet in the yard. Although it was very simple, it was much better than having to share a toilet with many families. After a long morning of fussing around, Soo-hee was tired and hungry. She exchanged some space for milk and bread, ate, and then fell asleep. When she woke up, she got up and strolled around the yard. She sniffed the air and wondered why there was a strong smell of herbal medicine. It seemed to be coming from the east next door. Was there a patient next door? Although Soo-hee was curious, she didn't want to invade anyone's privacy. After wandering around the yard a couple of times, she suddenly remembered she needed to send a letter to Luo Xiaoling. She locked the door and went to the post office. She spent 8 cents on a stamp and mailed the letter. When Soo-hee returned to the bungalow, her second aunt, Chow Hongmei, was already home. As soon as Chow Hongmei saw her, she started to cry. "Xiao-hee, I'm so sorry. I wanted to introduce you to a good match, but who knew Zhao Bin was such a beast? If I had known, I would never have set this up for you. Later, when Jinbao gets home from school, I'll take you to the supply and marketing cooperative to get some fabric and buy you some treats." Soo-hee thought to herself that it seemed Chow Hongmei didn't know about the bicycle incident. She wasn't sure if it was because she hadn't run into Su Yongshir or if he had kept it a secret. With red eyes, Soo-hee choked out, "Aunt, you all meant well. I don't blame you. If I have to blame someone, it's my bad luck." Chow Hongmei thought to herself, this girl is really easy to fool. She took Soo-hee's hand and said, "What a sensible child. The more you are like this, the more I feel sorry for you. I wish I could treat you like my own daughter. A girl's reputation is the most important thing. Zhao Bin didn't do anything to you, so it's best not to spread this around when you go back home. Not even to your grandparents." Soo-hee nodded. "Okay, I'll listen to you, Aunt." Chow Hongmei almost laughed. This silly girl was really easy to deceive. After a while, a little boy ran in. "Mom, Dad is back, right? Did Grandma bring me something to eat?" It was Su Yongshir and Chow Hongmei's precious son, Su Jinbao, who was 1 year younger than Su Xiaoman and just turned 8. Chow Hongmei pretended to slap him. "What are you shouting about? Don't you see your sister Xiao-hee? Call her." Su Jinbao glanced at Soo-hee with a reluctant look and called out, "Sister." Spoiled by everyone, especially Grandma Su, even if Su Jinbao slapped someone, he would be praised for being strong. So, he always acted arrogantly in the Su family, not taking his cousin Soo-hee seriously at all. Grandma had said that granddaughters were a burden, and he was the only treasure of the Su family. Su Jinbao rummaged around in the kitchen and pouted. "Mom, Dad said he would bring me something good, but there's nothing." Chow Hongmei comforted him. "After we eat, I'll take you and your sister Xiao-hee to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some treats." As soon as Su Jinbao heard this, he jumped up and down, then said to Soo-hee, "You play war with me, or I'll tell Grandma when I go back to the countryside, and she'll beat you."
She smiled gently. "Okay."
So, while Chow Hongmei cooked, Soo-hee and Su Jinbao went out to play. Playing war meant taking sticks and hitting each other while making silly sounds. Soo-hee pointed with her stick. "Jinbao, look at that." As soon as Su Jinbao turned to look, Soo-hee hit him on the backside with her stick. He was so surprised that he didn't even think to cry. He never expected Soo-hee would dare to hit him. "Jinbao, this is called deception in battle. Real fighting is like this. If you learn it, you'll look impressive in front of your friends." Su Jinbao immediately forgot the pain. "Really? Of course. Then you'll be as impressive as a general." Su Jinbao perked up. "Hurry and teach me." Soo-hee smiled even more sweetly. "Sure, but a general can't cry or complain."
"Can you do that?"
Su Jinbao puffed out his little chest. "Of course. If I can't, I'm a little dog." So, the next few moments went like this. "Jinbao, there's a bird in the sky. Jinbao, your shoelace is untied. Jinbao, you have a runny nose." Poor little Su Jinbao got hit with the stick over a dozen times. To avoid being called a little dog, he had to endure the pain, with tears welling up in his eyes. Finally, he threw down the stick and ran inside. Wah! He would never play with his cousin again. Soo-hee laughed with her eyes crinkling. This little rascal thought he could turn the tables? He finally tasted the bitterness of being outsmarted. When Soo-hee went inside, Gu Chien, standing by the window, withdrew his gaze. Old Go walked in, surprised. This kid usually looked serious. It was rare to see him smile so
brightly.
The medicine is ready, now get lost. Before leaving, Gu Chien glanced next door, and then walked away. Not all questions need answers. He and the girl named Soo-hee probably wouldn't cross paths again. Soo-hee entered the house and saw Su Jinbao circling around Chao Hongmei, probably wanting to complain but not wanting to seem like a little dog, caught in a dilemma. When he saw Soo-hee come in, he snorted and ran out. Soo-hee helped Chao Hongmei while chatting with her auntie, who lives in the 2 courtyards. Are they all workers from the textile factory too? Chao Hongmei pouted. The couple in the west works at the machine factory. They act like they're better than everyone else. It's funny, no matter how proud they are, they still rent a house like us. As for the old Go in the east, he has a strange temper, as if someone owes him money. Sometimes when Jinbao gets too loud, he keeps banging on the wall. He deserves to be alone, with no one to talk to. Chao Hongmei was quick and soon finished cooking corn porridge and stir-fried cabbage. Xiao-hee, I wanted to make you something nice, but I ran out of meat tickets this month. Next time you come, I'll definitely cook meat for you. Soo-hee didn't take her seriously and replied vaguely. After eating, Su Jinbao insisted on going to the supply and marketing cooperative. Chao Hongmei poked Su Jinbao on the forehead. You little greedy cat, let's go. Soo-hee knew why Chao Hongmei waited until after dinner to go to the cooperative. It closed at 5:30. If they went right now, she would have an excuse to buy less for Soo-hee. Sure enough, when they arrived at the cooperative, the clerk impatiently said, if you want to buy something, hurry up. We're closing in 10 minutes. It was only 5 o'clock, but the clerks were quite arrogant, and no one dared to argue with them. Chao Hongmei bought a pound of sugar and 2 packs of steamed cakes, and the clerk started to rush them out. Chao Hongmei sighed. Xiao-hee, what a hassle. I wanted to buy you more, but now I can't. Soo-hee didn't bother to call her out. She just wanted to see the prices and variety of goods at this time, so she replied nonchalantly. After all, she would come here often in the future, and wanted to see how long this dramatic aunt could keep it up. Su Yongshur didn't come home that night. Chao Hongmei said he took a day off yesterday and was swapping shifts with a coworker. Soo-hee found it amusing. Her good uncle probably didn't want to see her for a while. The next morning, Chao Hongmei wanted to take Soo-hee to the bus station, but Soo-hee politely declined. Chao Hongmei was happy about that and handed Soo-hee a net bag with a pack of steamed cakes and half a pound of sugar. After hesitating, she also gave Soo-hee 50 cents. Xiao-hee, I have to go to work, so I can't stay with you. Keep this money for your bus ticket. Soo-hee found a quiet spot and bought a burlap sack at the market, filling it to the brim. When getting on the bus, she pretended to struggle, dragging the sack onto the bus. There weren't many people on the bus, and the ticket seller wasn't the same one from yesterday. Soo-hee thought it was perfect. This way, she wouldn't accidentally reveal anything. An hour and a half later, the bus arrived at Huaihua Commune. Soo-hee struggled to drag the sack off the bus and gave a child 2 pieces of candy. Help me deliver a message to the old Chow family and ask them to bring over the bicycle. The child ran off. Before long, Su Yongshur's mother-in-law, Wang Fengrong, came pushing the bicycle. Xiao-hee, you're back? How did it go? Soo-hee smiled shyly. Annie told me not to say too much. By the way, my uncle sold me the bicycle, so I asked you to bring it over. Wang Fengrong's expression froze. What? Yongshur sold you the bicycle? He just got that bicycle. And where did you get so much money? I brought some money from the Shin family and didn't spend it. Buying a bicycle is a good use of it. My uncle is worried you wouldn't believe me, so he even gave me a receipt. Soo-hee showed Wang Fengrong the receipt. Although Wang Fengrong couldn't read, she recognized the words 150 yuan and immediately believed her. She wondered if that couple didn't want to leave the bicycle with her, so they sold it instead. As for why Soo-hee was willing to buy a bicycle, did it need to be asked? She had climbed up the social ladder, and with money in the future, she could afford it. Wang Fengrong didn't doubt that Soo-hee brought money from the Shin family. The Shin family was influential in the provincial city, so it was normal for them to give Soo-hee some money. Wang Fengrong felt resentful towards Su Yongshi and his wife for selling the bicycle instead of leaving it with her. They were truly ungrateful. She forced a smile. In that case, you can ride it home. Soo-hee took out a pack of steamed cakes in advance and handed it to her. Grandma, my uncle and aunt are too busy to bring you anything, so I brought you this pack of steamed cakes. Soo-hee was of the same generation as Su Jinbao, so she called her that. Wang Fengrong felt even worse. Even Soo-hee knew to bring her something, yet those two ungrateful people sold the bicycle and didn't even bring her a piece of candy. It was truly disheartening. After some back and forth, Wang Fengrong accepted the steamed cakes. As they were leaving, Wang Fengrong took Soo-hee's hand. Xiao-hee, consider me your real grandma and come visit often. There was certainly some flattery involved. After all, she saw Soo-hee as someone who would marry into the Zhao family. Of course, that pack of steamed cakes also played a part. Soo-hee tied the burlap sack to the back of the bicycle and hummed a tune as she returned to Huangshi village. Su Laotai was inside, showing off to the neighbor, Lu Laotai. My second child is really capable. He introduced a factory director's son to Daya. I heard that young man is quite handsome, and Daya is lucky to marry him. Lu Laotai said sourly, Daya is really fortunate. She grew up in the provincial city and is about to marry into a good family. You'll enjoy a good life, sister-in-law. Su Laotai felt sweet inside after hearing that. Lu Laotai's daughter worked as a clerk at the cooperative in town, and people in the village often flattered her, making her act like a queen. So when she saw Soo-hee pushing the bicycle into the yard, Su Laotai greeted her with a big smile. Seeing the items on the back of the bicycle, Su Laotai's smile grew even brighter. Dia, did your boyfriend give you these? Soo-hee, Grandma, the engagement is off. I bought this. Su Grandma's cheerful face immediately fell. Lu Grandma covered her mouth and laughed. Sister, when it comes to marriage, it's all about matching families. I thought this engagement wouldn't work out, but I didn't want to say it. Su Grandma's face turned green. Soo-hee smiled. Grandma, you're right. When it comes to marriage, families should match. I just saw my aunt being scolded by her mother-in-law at the commune. I couldn't bear to watch, but as a younger person, I shouldn't interfere. Lu Grandma's daughter, Lu Chunhua, was placed in the supply and marketing cooperative because her husband's family had some influence. Because of this, she had to lower her head in her in-laws' house and suffered a lot. Lu Grandma couldn't laugh anymore and left with a long face. Seeing her upset, Su Grandma's mood improved a bit, but she still pointed at Soo-hee and scolded, You wasteful thing. Why buy so many things when the engagement is off? You must have spent my $2. I've really brought this upon myself. How did I end up with such a troublesome child? Soo-hee sneered. Grandma, this isn't my fault. When my grandfather comes back, I'll tell you about the good match my second uncle introduced me to. Saying this, Soo-hee pushed her bicycle into the west room. You little girl, what's going on? Explain it to me. And what's in that sack? Soo-hee clutched her chest. Grandma, I can't take it anymore. My chest hurts. If you keep pushing me, I might faint and need to go to the commune clinic for a nutrition shot. Su Grandma was so angry she almost spat blood and cursed as she returned to the east room. A little girl. Can she really turn the world upside down? When it was time to make dinner, Soo-hee brought a piece of pork belly to Su Grandma. Grandma, the fatty meat will be made into cracklings and the lean meat will be stewed with cabbage. Su Grandma looked pained. You wasteful child. Buying so much meat and thinking you can eat it all in one meal? We can't live like this. Soo-hee clutched her chest. Oh no, I'm going to faint again. Su Grandma really wanted to hit Soo-hee with a fire stick, but remembering what she had said earlier, she felt uneasy and ended up following through. These days, everyone is short on oil, and the aroma wafted far outside. Lu Grandma next door stood in her yard and spat. Humph. The engagement is off, and she still thinks about stewing meat. She's not living like a proper person. Su Xiaoman, who just got back from school, heard this and jumped up to scold. You old hag lying in a coffin, who are you cursing? You're the one who's not decent. Your whole family is not decent. Even the rats in your house are not decent. Su He face-bombed. This little girl may not be good at studying, but she sure knows how to curse. Su Grandma was quite happy. Not only did she not scold Su Xiaoman, but she also rewarded her with a piece of crackling. Su Xiaoman felt so happy. Not only did she have cracklings to eat, but there was also meat stewing in the pot, and her bad sister said she would buy her candy and steamed cake. Su He called Su Xiaoman into the room and gave her a few reminders. Su Xiaoman, with the milk candy Su He had stuffed in her mouth, nodded eagerly. After a while, Su Laohan and Su Yonghua returned from work. Zhao Chui's first action was to check on her daughter. Seeing Su He's red eyes, her heart sank. Big girl, have you been crying?
Who bullied you?
Su Yonghua also asked with concern. What happened? Su Grandma was furious. This girl's eyes were fine just a moment ago, and now they're red? Su He lowered her head, tears welling in her eyes. It's nothing, just that my second uncle's match has some issues. But he meant well. He was probably deceived. Su Laohan frowned. Tell me in detail, what happened? Su He looked at Su Grandma, appearing as if she wanted to say something, but was afraid to. Su Grandma was so angry she choked. Why are you looking at me, you little girl? Su Laohan banged his pipe on the table a few times. Stop looking at your grandma. Just tell the truth. Only then did Su He stammer out the story, speaking plainly and emphasizing that Su Yongshi had turned back halfway. Grandpa, please don't blame my second uncle. Although he and my second aunt want to secure their positions, they're also doing it for my sake. Even though he didn't stay when I asked him to, he turned back halfway, which shows he still cares about me as his niece. On the surface, she was defending Su Yongshi and his wife, but she was actually emphasizing 2 points. First, Su Yongshi and his wife introduced a match for their own benefit. Second, Su Yongshi disregarded his niece's pleas and left her alone in a dangerous situation. Is this even human? Su Yonghua trembled with anger. Despite what the second one said, he almost ruined his big girl's life. Zhao Chui, usually soft-hearted, could no longer hold back, hugging Su He and crying while scolding. Since I married into the Su family, I never mistreated the second couple. They actually sold my daughter out for their own benefit. They are not human. If that beast hadn't gotten sick, wouldn't my big girl have been ruined? Even if Su Laohan turned back, it was too late. I can tolerate anything, but I can't tolerate this. Big girl, little girl, let's go back to your grandma's house. Zhao Chui said this while trying to pull Su Xiaoman, who was staring at the big iron pot giving off a delicious aroma. Mom, how about we finish eating before we go? We can save a meal at grandma's house.
Shui.
Su Laohan banged the table loudly. Don't worry, I'll make sure the second one gives you an explanation. Big girl, come with me to the city tomorrow. I'll make sure to deal with that beast. Su Grandma hurriedly said. Old man, calm down. The second one isn't that kind of person. There must be some misunderstanding here. It's probably that troublemaker Chao Hongmei who stirred things up. The second one was also deceived. Su He knew Su Laohan was just speaking out of anger. Instead of arguing, she thought it better to gain something from the situation. So she choked back tears. Grandpa, this matter is indeed my second uncle's fault, but if you go to the county and someone spreads rumors, my second uncle and second aunt might lose their jobs. I can endure some hardship. The bigger picture is more important. Only then did Su Grandma dare to speak. Yes, yes. Wait until the second one comes back to scold him. If you cause them to lose their jobs, Jinbao won't be able to study in the county. Su Laohan, although not as visibly affected as Su Grandma, clearly valued his grandson Jinbao even more. Seeing Su He so sensible, he sighed in relief but also felt guilty towards his eldest granddaughter. Big girl, I won't let you suffer for nothing. Just tell me what you want. Su Xiaoman had been waiting. This was the task her bad sister had given her. I think my second uncle's bicycle is pretty good. Why not give it to my sister? Old Lady Su glared fiercely at Su Xiaoman. What are you meddling in, little girl? Old Man Su knocked his pipe and said, It's settled then. Let the second son compensate Daya for the bicycle, and we'll consider this matter closed. No one is allowed to bring it up again. Suhi hesitated for a moment and took out the receipt. Grandpa, my second uncle sold the bicycle to me for 150 yuan. I saved this money secretly from the Shun family. Although I feel reluctant, I thought having a bicycle would make it easier for you when you go out, so I bought it. Old Man Su had studied for 2 years and could read quite a few characters. His eldest granddaughter's maturity only highlighted the heartlessness of his second son. He gritted his teeth and said, When I have time, I'll go to the county and get the money back for you.
Suhi nodded. I'll listen to you, Grandpa.
Suhi felt pleased with her actions. Not only did she get a bicycle, but she also gained 150 yuan. If Su Yongsher found out he had to give away that money, he would surely be furious. Suhi then had Su Yongwu drag out the sack and opened it, starting to pull out items. 6 rolls of cotton cloth, 4 cans of milk powder, 5 pounds of white sugar, 2 pounds of brown sugar, 2 pounds of milk candy, a bucket of soybean oil, 10 pounds of flour, and 10 pounds of millet. Oh, and there was also a bag of steamed cake and half a pound of fruit candy that Chow Hongmei bought. The Su family stared in shock. Old Lady Su didn't mention her 2 yuan this time, because these items were worth much more. Suhi smiled and said, I bought these things with the money and tickets I brought back from the Shin family. I originally planned to save them for later, but now I realize I'm part of the Su family and should contribute. Old Lady Su rarely showed such kindness, saying, Dia, I was wrong about you before. You're really a sensible child. Suhi chuckled inwardly. Money really does make a difference. Just look at how obvious her biased grandmother is. However, all these items were exchanged for the copper coins from Su Xiaoman Shuttlecock, so she could say she took from the people and used it for the people. Su Xiaoman swallowed hard. This bad sister wasn't so bad after all. Suhi divided the cotton cloth, milk powder, and milk candy into 2 portions for Old Lady Su and Zhao Tsuea to keep. Zhao Tsuea hesitated because the household items were usually managed by Old Lady Su. But in the end, she complied. After all, the matchmaking had touched her heart, and for the sake of her 2 daughters, she needed to be a bit tougher. Old Man Su knocked his pipe. Let's eat. Everyone's mood had been low, but Suhi's interruption lightened the atmosphere a bit. Plus, the dinner was good, and everyone ate well. Su Xiaoman was like a little mouse that fell into a rice jar, eating with grease all over her mouth. Just then, the front door creaked open. The Su family looked out and saw the newcomers, their faces turning sour. Old Man Su had 3 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest, Su Yongwu, the second, Su Yongsher, the third, Su Yongjin, and the youngest daughter, Su Yufan. It was the 3rd son, Su Yongjin, who came with his family. Originally, Old Lady Su and Old Man Su favored Su Yongjin, but he had broken their hearts. He had married into the Zhang family in Zhongjia village. This was a huge disgrace in Huangshi village. To make matters worse, 5 years ago, when Old Lady Su fell seriously ill, Old Man Su went to borrow money from Su Yongjin, but instead of help, he was mocked by his daughter-in-law, Zhang Lianxiang. Su Yongjin even advised Old Man Su, Dad, Mom's illness can't be treated in the hospital, so don't waste your money. Old Man Su was nearly furious to death. From then on, he treated Su Yongjin as if he didn't exist. Later, when Old Lady Su recovered, Su Yongjin came a few times, but Old Man Su kicked him out each time. Now, for some reason, he was back. As soon as Su Yongjin and Zhang Lianxiang entered, they started apologizing, saying they were blinded by greed and had made mistakes, but now they realized their wrongs. They even pushed their son, Zhang Xiaohu, forward. Quick, call Grandpa. Grandma. Zhang Xiaohu didn't call anyone but kept shouting, I want meat. I want meat. Although Old Man Su and Old Lady Su didn't like Su Yongjin and his wife, they couldn't be harsh to Zhang Xiaohu. Old Lady Su picked him up and placed him on a stool, using chopsticks to pick out meat for him. Su Xiaoman rolled her eyes, relieved she had already eaten a lot. Otherwise, this little ingrate would have benefited. Su Yongjin exchanged glances with his wife and said, Dad, Mom, I heard Dia went to the county for matchmaking. She's the daughter of the vice factory manager. If this match works out, our Su family will prosper. Old man Su immediately understood. This couple must have heard about the matchmaking and was trying to get close. Furious, old man Su trembled. The match is off. You won't gain anything, so get out of here. Su Yongjin was still in disbelief. Off. I heard from my second brother's mother-in-law that the match was successful. Can't you understand? It's off. Get out. Hurry up. Only then did Su Yongjin notice Su He and his sister-in-law Zhao Tsuea with red eyes, clearly having cried. Zhang Lianxiang noticed too and sneered. I said, how could the factory manager's son like a country girl who was hugged by a wild man? With someone like her, no one in the countryside would want her.
Slap.
Zhao Tsuea slapped Zhang Lianxiang hard. Shut your filthy mouth. If you say another word, I'll tear it apart. Women are often weaker, but a mother becomes fierce when her child is insulted, and even gentle Zhao Tsuea showed her claws. Old Lady Su was also trembling with anger, grabbing a firewood stick to hit Zhang Lianxiang. She might be biased, but she couldn't stand anyone tarnishing Su He's reputation. Zhang Lianxiang let out a scream and ran out, while Su Yongjin grabbed Zhang Xiaohu and followed. Once outside the door, Zhang Lianxiang stomped her feet and cursed, Am I wrong? Dia was hugged by a wild man. She's just trash that no one wants. Zhao Tsuea, you old hen who can't lay eggs, you deserve to be childless.
How dare you hit me?
Just wait, my dad is the accountant in our village. He can easily get people to take revenge on you. If I don't smash your Su family to pieces today, I won't be called Zhang Lianxiang. Su He's eyes turned cold as she snatched the firewood stick from Old Lady Su and charged at Zhang Lianxiang. Seeing Su He's fierce gaze, Zhang Lianxiang got scared and turned to run. Unfortunately, she stepped on a stone and fell hard. Su He started hitting her. If you can lay eggs, then show me. You can insult me, but how dare you say our Huangshi village is poor and relies on your Zhang family for relief food? You think we're easy to bully? My mother hit you once, and I think it was too light. A gossiping woman like you, who disrupts the unity of two villages, should be locked up. The onlookers in the village erupted. In these times, collective pride was still very strong. Yes, they received relief food, but that was from the government, and had nothing to do with Zhangjia village. Even old Lady Lu, who had been enjoying the drama, was displeased. She walked over and spat at Zhang Lianxiang. You shameless thing. Just because your dad is an accountant, you think you're something special? My daughter works as a clerk in the supply and marketing cooperative. Insulting others is childless, but your dad has no sons either? How can you still curse your father?
Shui.
I didn't expect this old lady to be quite lovable. Su Yongjin was angry at Su He for talking nonsense, but he knew explaining wouldn't help. He forced a smile and said to Su He, Big girl, this is really your aunt's fault. You've hit her and scolded her. For the sake of your grandparents, let her go. Su He glanced at him and replied, If she apologizes to my mom and the villagers, I will let her go. Otherwise, I will report her to the commune for stirring up trouble among the farmers. Zhang Lianxiang thought it was better to avoid trouble. She was scared by Su He's accusations and reluctantly apologized. Su He didn't want to let them off so easily, but seeing that the old man didn't want to pursue it further, she released Zhang Lianxiang. The couple left, gritting their teeth. Once they were gone, the onlookers also dispersed. Back home, Su He noticed Su Laohan looked troubled and asked, Grandpa, do you have any concerns? Su Laohan knocked his pipe against his shoe, took a couple of puffs and sighed. In a few days, it's time for spring plowing. Every year, we borrow oxen from Zhangjia village to plow our fields. With today's incident, Zhang Zhanfa might cause trouble. If we can't borrow the oxen, the villagers will blame our Su family. Zhang Zhanfa was Zhang Lianxiang's father and the accountant of Zhangjia village, well respected there. Su He didn't know about borrowing oxen for plowing, as she hadn't communicated much with her family since returning. Grandpa, do we have to borrow from Zhangjia village? Can't we borrow from another team? Zhangjia village is the richest, with over 10 adult oxen. Other teams barely have enough for themselves and can't lend us any. If I had known, I wouldn't have let them in earlier, and we wouldn't have this mess. After saying this, Su Laohan resumed smoking, occasionally coughing from the smoke. He had a tough time in recent years. His eldest son, Su Yonghua, and his wife didn't have a son, which made him feel ashamed in front of the villagers. Only when his second son, Su Yongshi, had a grandson did he feel proud again, which is why he favored Su Yongshi. But soon after, his third son, Su Yongjin, married into the family, bringing him down again. Finally, his second son and his wife got temporary jobs at a textile factory, giving him a moment of pride, but now he faced more trouble over the oxen. Su Lao Tai was also upset with Zhao Chui since it was Zhao who slapped Zhang Lianxiang, leading to the current situation. Usually, she doesn't do anything, but today she acts so tough. Zhao Chui lowered her head, wiping her tears, feeling wronged but too afraid to speak. Su He chuckled, "Grandma, you criticize my mom, but if Zhang Lianxiang hadn't run away, your firewood stick would have broken her leg." Su Lao Tai was taken aback. "I was just trying to scare her. Unlike your mom, who really went for it. By the way, you reminded me. The one who got sick didn't mention anything about relief grain. Why bring that up?" Su He sighed, "Grandma, if I hadn't said that, would the onlookers help us? If we don't scare her, what if she really brings people from Zhangjia village to retaliate?" Su Lao Tai had no response. Su Lao Han put down his pipe. "All right, let's continue eating. If it gets too bad, I'll find a mediator to talk things over." The meal was awkward, and only Su Xiaoman seemed to have eaten enough. Back in the West Room, Zhao Chui was crying nonstop. Su Yonghua comforted her. "This isn't your fault. If she weren't a woman, I would have punched her." "Who talks like that?" Dad said he would find a mediator. Zhang Zhanfa may be respected, but there's still a team leader in Zhangjia village. Even if we can't borrow the oxen, we can work harder. Let the villagers say what they want. Soon, no one will remember this. Though Su Yonghua said this, his face was still clouded with worry. Even carefree Su Xiaoman began to sigh. The reason was simple. She feared being ostracized by her friends. In the village, if adults shun someone, the kids follow suit, often worse. Su He, protective of her family, decided, "Mom, don't get upset. It's just about plowing. I'll find a way to borrow a tractor, and the problem will be solved." Zhao Chui was surprised. "You mean a tractor?" In the countryside, tractors were often called iron oxen, which was quite fitting. Su He nodded. "Yes, the iron ox." Before Zhao Chui could respond, Su Xiaoman scoffed, "Don't kid around. Tractors are rare. I heard our commune doesn't even have one." Zhao Chui and Su Yonghua also thought Su He was exaggerating. Tractors were scarce, and the commune leaders had been trying to get one from the county for years without success. Could a little girl like Su He manage that? Su He wasn't entirely confident herself. She didn't plan to buy one from the market. Small items were one thing, but something as big as a tractor needed a legitimate source. Otherwise, it would attract unwanted attention. In those days, tractors were allocated by the Agricultural Machinery Bureau, and the commune leaders had struggled to get one. If she followed the usual channels, it wouldn't work. She needed a clever solution. She remembered that Chao Hongmei mentioned a couple working at the machinery factory nearby. Maybe she could find a way to work with them. With this thought, Su He went to the East Room. "Grandpa, I'm planning to go to the county tomorrow." Su Laohan thought he was still thinking about the 150 yuan. "Once the oxen issue is settled, I'll help you get the money." "Grandpa, I'm not going for money. I'm going to borrow a tractor." Su Laohan was shocked. "What did you say?" "There are only 2 tractors in our county, and they are allocated to Qiping Commune and Xiangyang Commune. We don't get any for Huaihua Commune. How can a little girl like you borrow one?" Su He looked serious and said, "Grandpa, how can we know if it will work without trying? It won't cost much, so please let me give it a shot. If I can really borrow the tractor, our Su family will be well established in Huangshi village." Even if the Zhang family causes us trouble, others will support us. Old lady Su frowned. You make it sound easy. It does cost money for the train ticket, doesn't it? Doesn't your second uncle spend money to treat you? Just stay put and don't cause any trouble. He didn't respond and stared at Old Man Su. Old Man Su puffed on his pipe, feeling lively inside. He really wanted to prove himself and wanted the villagers to respect him. Even though he knew what he suggested was nearly impossible, he decided to take a gamble. He tapped the pipe on his shoe and said, "Since you insist, I'll trust you this time. Tomorrow morning, I'll have your dad bike you there." He nodded, "Great. I won't need my dad to pick me up. I'll ride the tractor back." Old Man Su. He looked at Old Lady Su. "Grandma, can you lend me 30 yuan? I'll pay you back when my second uncle gives me the money." Old Lady Su's eyes widened in shock. "What? 30? You know our situation. We barely have enough to eat. Where will I get 30 yuan from? I'll pay you back 40, with interest." Old Lady Su quickly changed her tune. "I'll give it to you tomorrow morning."
Shui.
This old lady is really money-minded. The next morning, Old Lady Su had Zhao Chui boil 10 eggs, which were naturally for Su Jinbao. During breakfast, Old Lady Su hesitated for a while before giving Su Xiaoman an egg. Su Xiaoman was very happy. Ever since her bad sister jumped into the river, her life had been getting better. After breakfast, Su Yongwu rode his bike with Su He to the commune. Su Yongshi was good at saving face. Every time he rode back, he would encourage Su Yongwu to learn to ride, so Su Yongwu was one of the few people in the village who could ride a bike. Su Yongwu didn't say much on the way, because he didn't know what to say. As a father, especially one who had just reunited with his child, he really didn't know how to interact with Su He. Just as Su He was about to get off the bike, he said, "Big girl, if things don't work out, it's okay. Don't feel pressured. I'm here for you." Su He nodded. "Dad, I understand. Ride carefully back and comfort Mom so she doesn't get anxious." Su He found a seat by the window. Although she signaled for Su Yongwu to go back early, he kept watching until the bus drove far away. Su He felt a bit emotional. She had grown up in her grandmother's house and hadn't experienced much parental love. Unexpectedly, after entering the story, she felt love from Su Yongwu and Zhao Chui. In the book, after the original character and Su Xiaoman encountered problems, Zhao Chui became mentally unstable and Su Yongwu fell ill. If it weren't for Old Man Su holding everything together, the Su family might have fallen apart long ago. Su He slowly tightened her grip. As long as she was there, no one could harm her family. "Girl, going to the county again?" The ticket seller, Gao Hong, interrupted Su He's thoughts. Su He quickly smiled sweetly and handed her 2 boiled eggs. "They're from home, not worth much. You and the driver each take 1. Gao Hong hesitated, but eventually accepted. This route had 2 ticket sellers and 2 drivers on rotation, and yesterday, when Su He returned, it wasn't Gao Hong's shift. The 2 quickly started chatting. Su He intentionally kept the conversation going, and Gao Hong, being straightforward, shared everything. Eventually, they talked about the small bus. Gao Hong scoffed. "This bus is the worst in the company. It can't be helped. Huaihua Commune is the poorest, and there are few people who can afford to ride. Look at the new buses in Qiping Commune and Xiangyang Commune. They're so smooth and comfortable." Su He thought. Old Man Su also mentioned that the tractors in the county belong to Qiping Commune and Xiangyang Commune. It seems that money talks these days. To truly solve the problem, Huaihua Commune needs to become prosperous. When the bus arrived, Gao Hong reluctantly said, "Girl, let me know when you're back in Huaihua Commune, and I'll save you a good seat." "Hi, sister. I can't say for sure, so you don't need to save one for me." "All right, let's chat again next time." Su He left the bus station and arrived at Su Yongshi's house. The door was locked, and the neighbor to the west was also locked up, but the door of Old Man Ji's house to the east was half open. Su He hesitated for a moment before knocking on the door. "Who is it?" An impatient voice came, and an old man walked out of the house. Su He smiled sweetly. "Grandpa Go, it's me, Xiaohua." Old Man Go frowned. "I don't care if you're Xiaohua, Xiaojiang, or Xiaohai. I don't know you. Why are you knocking on my door?
Shwit.
No wonder Chow Hongmei said this old manga had a strange personality. He really is unconventional.
Grandpa Gi. Yem suong skisnis.
There's no one at home, so I wanted to stay with you for a while. Old Manga glanced at Soo Hee, not welcome. With that, he turned and went back inside, slamming the door shut. Most people would feel embarrassed after being turned away, but Soo Hee didn't mind. He didn't know her, so it was normal for him to refuse her. Soo Hee ate 2 baked buns she bought from the market and was about to wander around when a middle-aged woman approached. Seeing her take out a key to open the door of the neighbor to the west, Soo Hee quickly walked over and smiled. Aunt Qian, right?
Yem suong skisnis. Suhe.
Qian Huifong looked Soo Hee up and down and replied indifferently, "Oh, what do you want? My second aunt often talks about you, saying you and Uncle Chi are outstanding workers at the machinery factory. Especially you, Aunt Qian. Even though you're a woman, you can handle things on your own at the factory. You're a role model for women. So, I've always wanted to learn from you, and today I finally get to meet you." Soo Hee said this with a sincere expression and earnest tone, just like a fan meeting their idol. Qian Huifeng's previously expressionless face instantly lit up with a smile. "Oh, it's not as exaggerated as you say. I was indeed recognized as an outstanding worker last year, but I'm not a role model. You're such a sweet talker." Soo Hee smiled brightly. "Aunt Qian, don't be modest. I know my second aunt. She can be a bit petty. If you weren't exceptional, she wouldn't say that." Qian Huifeng laughed so hard she could hardly close her mouth. "Your uncles probably won't get off work until 3:30. Come on, let's go to Aunt Qian's house for a bit." Soo Hee excitedly said, "That sounds great. I wanted to get closer to you. You haven't eaten yet, right? I have boiled eggs here. You can have some." Soo Hee took out 5 boiled eggs and handed them to Qian Huifeng. Qian Huifeng hesitated for a moment, but eventually accepted the boiled eggs. Thinking of the rumors she had heard, she thought, no wonder this Soo Hee was almost sold by her second uncle. She's just too honest. Qian Huifeng poured a glass of water for Soo Hee and asked, "You look tired. Did you just come back from the countryside? I heard from your second aunt that you just returned yesterday." Qian Huifeng usually ignored Su Yongshi and his wife, but after the incident with Zhao Bin, she had a rare chat with Chow Hongmei yesterday. Chow Hongmei naturally blamed Zhao Bin for everything, saying that she and Su Yongshi were deceived and didn't know about Zhao Bin's bad character. Qian Huifeng frowned. Even if they didn't know Zhao Bin had harmed girls before, they should have known he was a good-for-nothing. Introducing her niece to such a person was simply heartless. If it weren't for lack of options, she wouldn't want to be neighbors with such people. Soo Hee sighed, "And I don't know who spread the news about the incident from the day before yesterday. I really can't stay in the village anymore. So, I thought I'd come to the county to stay for a few days and avoid the trouble before going back." Qian Huifeng looked sympathetic. Although the girl was a victim, the gossiping women in the village wouldn't care. They might twist the story against her. "Then you should stay in the county for a while. Whenever you have time, come over to my place." Soo Hee nodded, then hesitated and asked, "Aunt Qian, are there any jobs available in the county? Something like the temporary work my second uncle and Aunt do would be fine. I really don't want to stay in the village." Qian Huifeng shook her head. "It's tough. Your second uncle and Aunt got lucky back then when the textile factory just brought in new machines and hired a batch of temporary workers. Now it's 1 carrot per hole. Even if there are openings, they've already been taken. Just look at our machinery factory. The positions are full. The factory leaders have no choice but to send a few people to the Agricultural Machinery Bureau to help fix tractors." Soo Hee felt a surge of excitement. She had only come to get close to Qian Huifeng today, planning to gather information later, but she didn't expect to get such good news so quickly. She exclaimed, "Aunt Qian, that's why people say the folks at your machinery factory are impressive. You can even fix tractors. No wonder everyone says the machinery factory is the big brother of our county." Qian Huifeng smiled widely. "That's true. People from our machinery factory are respected wherever they go." Soo Hee chatted with Qian Huifeng for a while longer, then heard a door opening next door and said, "Aunt Qian, that should be my second aunt returning. I'll head back now and come to learn from you another day. Qian Huifang felt a bit reluctant. Being genuinely admired was truly wonderful. So, when she saw Su He out, she was very warm. Xiao He, come over to visit whenever you can. Don't hesitate to let me know if you need anything. Chao Hongmei, holding a piece of pork, stood frozen in place, shocked. First, she didn't expect Su He to come back again. Second, Qian Huifang usually acted aloof, so why was she being so friendly to Su He? Su He ran over and warmly took Chao Hongmei's hand. Second aunt, did you guess I was coming today and specially bought meat? Wait, that's not right. Didn't you say you ran out of meat tickets this month? Chao Hongmei's face changed colors, and after a long pause, she said, it's because Jinbao wanted to eat meat, so I shamelessly borrowed a meat ticket from a colleague in the workshop. I'll return it next month when the new tickets come in. Xiao He, why are you here? Su He, with red eyes, repeated what she had said to Qian Huifang. Second aunt, I plan to stay for a few more days. You won't kick me out, will you? Chao Hongmei saw Qian Huifang watching them and, against her better judgment, said, Xiao He, what are you talking about? I'd be happy to have you here. Come on, let's go inside. I'll cook you some meat. As soon as they entered the house, Chao Hongmei started the fire to cook. Feeling unhappy, she didn't want to talk much. Unfortunately, Su He wasn't picking up on the mood and kept chattering, giving Chao Hongmei a headache. A few times, Chao Hongmei wanted to snap at her but held back, thinking about the matchmaking situation. Before long, Su Jinbao came home from school. Seeing Su He shot her a sideways glance. Why are you here again? Are you here to steal my meat? Chao Hongmei glared at him. How can you talk to your cousin like that? Su He smiled and said, it's fine, aunt. Kids say whatever comes to mind. Jinbao, Grandma brought you boiled eggs. Come on, let's go outside and play egg tapping. Su Jinbao immediately perked up and followed Su He to the yard. Su He took out the last 2 boiled eggs from her pocket, handed one to Su Jinbao, and kept one for herself. If you lose, you have to eat your own egg. Let's start. Before Su Jinbao could react, Su He tapped her egg against his. Her egg cracked. Su He sighed. I lost. I accept my punishment. Saying that, she peeled the egg and finished it in a few bites. Then she gave Su Jinbao a thumbs up. Jinbao, you're amazing. Not only are you great at fighting, but you're also the best at egg tapping. Su Jinbao looked at the single egg left in his hand. Although he won, something felt off. At that moment, Su Yongshi returned home. Since they were having meat today, he had specially adjusted his work schedule. As soon as he entered the yard, Su He bounced over. Second uncle. Are you surprised to see me? Is it unexpected?
Shujeonshi. Surprised?
More like shocked. Why is this girl back again? He had been keeping the bicycle issue a secret from Chao Hongmei and was worried about it. And now, this debt collector had come back. Su Yongshi instinctively felt that Su He was up to no good, so he found an excuse to lead her out of the yard. Why are you back again? I already gave you the bicycle. What more do you want? Su He laughed. Second uncle, I'm your niece. Why are you acting like I'm a thief? Don't worry, I'm not here for you this time. I came to borrow the tractor. Su Yongshi took a moment to process this, then incredulously said, what? You want to borrow the tractor? Are you kidding? There are only 2 tractors at the Agricultural Machinery Bureau. Not even the leaders from Huaihua Commune can borrow them. Su He shrugged. I don't want to come either, but I have no choice. My grandma hit Zhang Lianxiang, and it was really bad. My grandpa is worried that if we can't borrow a plow, the villagers will talk behind our backs, so I volunteered to try. Meanwhile, Su Laodai, who was cooking at home, sneezed twice. Who the heck is spreading rumors about me? Su Yongshi saw that Su He didn't seem to be making up stories and couldn't help but complain to Grandma Su. Zhang Lianxiang is just a shrew. Why did you provoke her? Su He smiled slightly and said, Second uncle, you should thank yourself. Zhang Lianxiang heard that you introduced me to a good match and came to our house to get close. When she found out the match fell through, she stopped talking nicely. Grandma was worried about me, so she hit her. Su Yongsher's face turned a mix of colors. No matter what, you definitely can't borrow the tractor. Just go through the motions and go back. Soo-hee nodded. Okay, I'll stay with you for a few days. If I can't borrow it, I'll go back. But please don't tell my second aunt about borrowing the tractor. She's too caring and will get upset. Su Yongsher. That okay. Although he had no evidence, he felt her words were a bit sarcastic. He didn't want to say anything unnecessary to Soo-hee and turned to walk into the yard. Soo-hee jogged a couple of steps to catch up and whispered, "Second uncle, my grandma has money. If you really can't cover the cost of the bicycle, just ask her. She will definitely help you." Su Yongsher shot her a glare, but didn't respond. He had been thinking the same thing. His mother cared for him the most, and if that didn't work, he could always ask Jinbao for money. Soo-hee secretly laughed to herself, thinking he would eventually lose Grandma Sue's favoritism. When they entered the house, Chow Hongmei had already prepared the meal. There were 2 flatbreads and braised pork with radish. Su Jinbao glared at Soo-hee, realizing that this bad cousin had tricked him into giving up his eggs. "This meat is from our house. You can't eat it." Soo-hee looked at Su Yongsher with a pitiful expression. "Second uncle, Jinbao won't let me eat meat." Su Yongsher. "You're already 18. Are you really going to complain about not getting meat?" But he couldn't ignore it, so he sternly scolded Su Jinbao. "Don't talk to your cousin like that. Even though she's much older than you, she's a guest, and you should be polite." Soo-hee didn't care if Su Yongsher was implying she was thick-skinned. She picked up a piece of meat and put it in her mouth. To be fair, Chow Hongmei's cooking was quite good. The braised pork was rich but not greasy, lean but not tough, and very delicious. Seeing Su Yongsher's bad mood, Chow Hongmei quickly put some meat into Su Jinbao's bowl to calm him down. After dinner, Soo-hee went outside to walk around and digest her food. Su Yongsher and his wife were whispering in the house, while Su Jinbao ran out to play with friends. As Soo-hee strolled, she thought about borrowing the tractor. Although she knew the machinery factory had sent workers to the Agricultural Machinery Bureau, how could she use this to borrow the tractor? Just when she felt stuck, Chow Hongmei called her. "Xiao-hee, come in for a moment." Soo-hee entered the house, and Chow Hongmei smiled while holding a piece of cloth. "Xiao-hee, your second aunt said she would get you some cloth from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, but she missed them when they closed. Yesterday, the factory received a batch of defective cloth, so I bought a few yards. Even though it's a defective product, it's still wearable. Look at this bright color. It's perfect for making a blouse." Soo-hee suddenly had an idea, but before she could think it through, Chow Hongmei continued, "Xiao-hee, why don't you go back tomorrow? Your second aunt isn't trying to rush you out. It's just that you see how small this room is, and it's really inconvenient to stay here. You don't need to worry about what the gossipers in the village say. If you keep your head up, no one will mention it in a few days." Su Yongsher said nothing. He felt that this piece of cloth was a waste of effort. This girl was more stubborn than a brick wall and wouldn't leave. Unfortunately, he couldn't bring up the bicycle issue, so he had no way to expose Soo-hee's true intentions in front of Chow Hongmei. Sure enough, Soo-hee nodded. "Second aunt, I understand your reasoning, but I still want to take a break in the county. As for the living arrangements, just let my second uncle keep working the night shift."
Gao Hongmi.
Last time, this girl was easy to handle, but why was she so difficult this time? She wanted to backtrack, but Soo-hee had already hugged the cloth tightly. "Second aunt, how much is this defective cloth per yard? Is there a lot available?" Chow Hongmei reluctantly replied, 35 cents a yard. "The quantity varies. Recently, a few machines haven't been working properly, so there's more defective cloth." Soo-hee asked again, "Does this defective cloth need a cloth ticket? Can I buy some too?" Chow Hongmei was slightly impatient. "It doesn't need a cloth ticket, but everyone at the factory is rushing to get it, and outsiders can't buy it at all. I had to work hard to get this piece. You probably won't be able to buy any." Soo-hee looked disappointed. "Oh, I see. Then forget it." After that, Soo-hee didn't say anything else and began to think about her next plans. Soo-hee slept well that night, but Chow Hongmei and her husband both had dark circles under their eyes. Chow Hongmei was on the afternoon shift, and Su Yongshur was on the night shift, so they both stayed home in the morning. Second uncle, second aunt, I'm going out for a bit. They were more than happy for Soo-hee to leave, so they vaguely agreed without saying much. Soo-hee went straight to the supply and marketing cooperative. She used the sugar tickets she exchanged in her space and the money Grandma Sue gave her to buy 5 pounds of sugar, which she carried to the textile factory's housing area. Coincidentally, as soon as she entered the yard, she saw that bearded man. Soo-hee excitedly ran over. Excuse me, do you remember me? I'm Soo-hee, Su Yongshur's niece. That day, when Xiaobin falsely accused me of hitting him with an electric baton, you helped me get justice. The bearded man, named Zhou Daong, scratched his head awkwardly when he heard Soo-hee. I remember. What brings you here? Soo-hee expressed her gratitude. If it weren't for everyone's help that day, I might not be here. I thought about how to repay everyone, so I bought some sugar. If you're free, could you help me go door to door? I want to give everyone some sugar and thank them in person. Zhou Daong thought to himself that this girl was quite grateful. He didn't refuse and took Soo-hee door to door. There were 4 floors in the building, with over 30 households living there, some occupied and some empty. Every time Soo-hee visited a home, she expressed her thanks and placed a handful of sugar down, acting both sweet and considerate. After finishing the round, Soo-hee had made her choice. It was the old He family living on the 4th floor. Only the elderly couple was home. Their son, He Xiangchuan, was the chief engineer at the textile factory, responsible for the maintenance and repair of all the machines. He had been working overtime for several days due to machine malfunctions. He Xiangchuan's wife had passed away years ago, and he had not remarried. All this information was shared with Soo-hee by Zhou Daong, who was an excellent guide, providing detailed introductions to each household along with some gossip. Soo-hee thought to herself, who would have guessed that beneath his beard was such a curious heart? She gave the remaining candy to Zhou Daong and then returned to the old He family. When Grandma He opened the door and saw Soo-hee, she was surprised and said, "Young lady, do you need something?" Soo-hee replied sincerely, "Grandma, I see that you and Grandpa are not very mobile. Is there anything I can help you with?" Seeing Grandma He hesitate, she quickly added, "Not to mention you two are my lifesavers, but He Gong works day and night to improve our modernization. Helping you both is the least I can do. If you are polite, you are just delaying my progress." Hearing this, Grandma He finally said, "Young lady, my legs are not good, and I can't go to the grocery store. We have no vegetables left at home. If you can, please take my grocery book and buy some for me." Soo-hee eagerly agreed, took the grocery book from Grandma He, and hurried to the store. After waiting in line for a long time, she bought 2 large cabbages, a white radish, and a few potatoes. It was the time of year when fresh vegetables were scarce, so these winter-stored vegetables were all she could find. Soo-hee also exchanged a bag of wild vegetables from her space and carried everything upstairs. "Grandma, these vegetables are from the grocery store, and the wild vegetables are from the countryside. I hope you like them." Grandma He smiled widely. "I like them. If it weren't for my legs, I would have gone to the edge of the city to dig some myself. Your grandpa, he has been talking about this lately." Soo-hee put the vegetables away, helped the elderly couple clean the house, and then assisted in making dinner, working up a sweat. She thought to herself, "I didn't get the iron bowl, but I've turned into an old workhorse first." Grandma He insisted that she stay for dinner, and after some polite refusals, Soo-hee sat down. Just as they had eaten a couple of bites, the door opened, and He Xiangchuan came home. He looked disheveled, clearly having not washed his hair for several days, and his work uniform was covered in grease. He was surprised to see a girl in the house. Grandma He quickly introduced them. "Xiangchuan, this is Soo-hee. Look, your father and I are not very mobile, and she helped us buy groceries and clean the house. She's such a kind girl." He Xiangchuan had been so busy these past few days that he only knew about Deputy Factory Director Zhao's incident, but not the details or who Soo-hee was. He quickly said, "Comrade Soo-hee, thank you for your help. I was worried about my parents, so I came back to check on them." Soo-hee replied seriously, "He Gong, compared to what you do, what I've done is nothing. I heard from my second aunt that several machines have problems, but I can only help with what I can do. I should head back now. Grandpa and Grandma He, I'll come to see you again tomorrow. Grandma He naturally didn't want Soo Hee to leave and insisted she stay for dinner. At the dinner table, Grandpa He asked, "How did the machines suddenly break down? Have you found the cause?" He Gong sighed, "We found the cause, but this type of loom has been discontinued, and we can't find replacement parts anytime soon." Grandpa He said, "Did you call the manufacturer? Don't they have spare parts?" He Gong shook his head. "Not only did we call the manufacturer, but we also contacted several other loom manufacturers. None of them have the parts we need. If we can't find a solution, we'll have to replace major components, which will be too costly." Soo Hee's heart raced. An opportunity had come. She first pretended to hesitate, then said, "He Gong, I have a suggestion, but I'm afraid you'll laugh at me." He Gong smiled. "Go ahead. You have the blueprints for these parts, right?" He Gong nodded. "Then it's simple. You can ask the mechanical factory in our county to process them for you." Grandma He exclaimed, "Yes, yes. Soo Hee is smart. That's a good idea." He Gong smiled wryly. "We thought of that too, but we need too few parts, and the requirements are high. It's time-consuming, and the mechanical factory is already busy with orders. They won't take on a job like ours." Soo Hee pondered for a moment and said, "I know Qian Huifang from the mechanical factory. I heard her say they haven't made work uniforms in years and are worried about it." He Gong frowned. "Are you suggesting we trade fabric? That won't work. We have designated uses for our fabric and can't spare any." Soo Hee smiled. "I heard from my second aunt that there are many defective fabrics available lately. We could sell the defective fabric to the mechanical factory at a low price without needing fabric coupons. They would definitely be willing to buy it. If necessary, we could even give them some leftover fabric scraps. They would be eager for that. With this condition, they should agree to process the parts for us." He Gong, "You can trust me. I'll negotiate this with a mechanical factory." He Gong hesitated, thinking it sounded feasible, but would it really work? At that moment, Grandma He said, "This is a good opportunity. If it works, great. If not, there's no harm in letting Soo Hee try." He Gong made up his mind and said to Soo Hee, "All right, go ask, but you need to be quick." Soo Hee nodded. "You should inform the factory not to sell the remaining defective fabric." "Okay." Soo Hee quickly ate a few bites, then put down her bowl and rushed to Qian Huifang's house. When Qian Huifang saw Soo Hee, she warmly welcomed her inside. "Soo Hee, I just steamed some buns today. Come and try." Today, her husband, Chi Weiman, was also home. After greeting Soo Hee, he found an excuse to leave. The buns were made with 2 kinds of flour and had a vegetarian filling. To be honest, they were just average, but Soo Hee still complimented them. Qian Huifang laughed. "You sweet-talking girl." After joking for a bit, Soo Hee finally said, "Aunt Qian, you mentioned yesterday that the mechanical factory's work uniforms still haven't been resolved. Have you found a solution?" Qian Huifang sighed. "It's not that easy to solve. The fabric is in short supply, and I'm a skilled cook without rice to cook." Soo Hee blinked. "I have a solution, but there's a condition." Qian Huifang thought she was joking and said playfully, "You little girl, don't tease me. If you can really solve this, I'll agree to any condition you propose." Soo Hee said seriously, "Aunt Qian, how could I joke with you about something so big? After hearing you talk about it yesterday, I remembered it. It was a coincidence that I met Engineer He today while I was thanking the textile factory staff." Qian Huifang's eyes widened, and her mouth dropped open. "You mean, if our machinery factory processes parts for the textile factory, they will sell us defective fabric? The key is that we won't need fabric coupons?" Soo Hee nodded. "Exactly, that's what I agreed with Engineer He." Qian Huifang looked shocked. "Really? You're not joking?" She confirmed with Soo Hee several times before believing she wasn't joking. "Xiao He, if this works out, you will have helped me a lot." Recently, a deputy director in their office retired, and she had her eyes on that position. Several others were also interested, and aside from her diligent work attitude, she had no advantages. But if she could make this happen, that deputy director position would definitely be hers. After her excitement, Qian Huifang remembered Soo Hee's request and quickly said, Xiao He, feel free to tell me your conditions. Qian Huifang thought Su He would ask for fabric or industrial coupons, but instead, Su He said, Aunt Qian, I mentioned before that because of Zhao Bin, people in the village have some bad rumors about me. I need to do something to change their views. Now is the spring plowing season, and our village lacks oxen. If I could borrow a tractor, the villagers would definitely think better of me. Can you help me with this? Qian Huifang was surprised. She didn't expect Su He to make such a request, nor did she expect her to have such high aspirations. Most young girls would either avoid the issue or confront the gossip, neither of which are good solutions. But Su He chose to take action to change how people see her. Although Qian Huifang had always been warm to Su He, she was mainly willing to let Su He support her. Now, she felt a deeper sincerity. She took Su He's hand. Xiao He, just for your spirit, I will find a way to help you. Wait for my good news. Su He looked touched. Aunt Qian, I will wait for your good news. Then she added, Aunt Qian, when you talk to Engineer He at the textile factory, please take me along. There are some things I can mention that might be hard for you. Qian Huifang felt even more that Su He was beautiful and kind, praising her like a flower. After chatting a bit more, Su He got up to leave. After Su He left, Qi Weimin finally entered the room. He had been deliberately avoiding being there. The room was small, and he wasn't familiar with Su He, so it felt awkward to stay. Did that girl come to you for something? Qian Huifang smiled brightly. Not just anything, but something good. I didn't expect that just by mentioning it yesterday, Xiao He helped me solve a big problem. Qi Weimin looked surprised. I didn't expect this girl from the countryside to be so capable. Not to mention how she got close to Engineer He, but her mind is really sharp. Qian Huifang nodded. Isn't it? Do you think this will work out? I don't see any problem. Both sides will get what they need. It's just a matter of making connections. As for the tractor, it's not an issue. If Su He had asked for it for the whole Huaihua commune, that would definitely be a problem due to timing. But for just Huangshi Village's spring plowing, it shouldn't be a big deal. Besides, Huangshi Village already has some oxen, so the time needed will be even shorter. The Agricultural Machinery Bureau has always used our people to repair tractors, so we just need to have our factory leaders talk to them. Hearing her husband say this made Qian Huifang even happier. I initially thought Xiao He was just good at speaking and well-behaved, but I didn't expect her to have such high aspirations. She might have a bright future. Yes, you should spend more time with her. I didn't realize Su Yongshi and his wife had such a good niece. Qian Huifang wished she could go to the factory right away to coordinate this, but no matter how anxious she was, she had to wait until the leaders were back at work tomorrow morning. Meanwhile, Su He returned to Su Yongshi's home. Chao Hongmei was working the late shift and wouldn't be back until 11 p.m., and Su Jinbao was out playing, so only Su Yongshi was home. Su Yongshi couldn't help but ask, Where have you been all day? Why are you back so late? Although the county town is safe now, you still need to be careful as a girl. Su He smiled and said, Uncle, I went to handle the tractor issue. I estimate it will be resolved in a couple of days. Su Yongshi didn't believe her at all, thinking she was just daydreaming, and he made some sarcastic remarks. Su He blinked. Uncle, how about we make a bet? If I can't borrow a tractor, I won't come to your house again. But if I do borrow one, I can come and go as I please, and you have to help me deal with my aunt. What do you think? Are you up for the bet? Su Yongshi agreed without thinking because he was sure he would win. They agreed on a 5-day deadline. Su Yongshi sneered inwardly, thinking that the young girl was too naive and was making things too simple. Around 11 p.m., Chao Hongmei returned, and Su Yongshi went to his night shift. Chao Hongmei looked very tired. Working shifts was tough, especially for temporary workers like them, who worked harder but earned less. That's why they were both eager to get permanent positions. Thinking about getting permanent jobs, Su He remembered something and asked Chao Hongmei, Aunt, why did you want to introduce me to Zhao Bin last time?
Did someone say something to you?
Chao Hongmei impatiently said, Why are you bringing up things from the past? Usually, she might play along, but now she was tired and didn't even want to pretend. Aunt, you're a smart person. Have you thought that there might be something fishy about this? Maybe someone is trying to set you up. Chow Hongmei was taken aback and then laughed. What do I have that would make someone like a workshop director scheme against me? If anything, I should be the one scheming against them. He immediately realized that it was Chow Hongmei's workshop director who had stirred things up. With a target in mind, it would be easier to find out more. She planned to visit the textile factory's housing area when she had time. So, she said nothing more and closed her eyes to sleep. The next day, He stayed home because she was afraid Qian Huifang would come looking for her. Chow Hongmei had an early shift and left for work after dropping off Su Jinbao. Su Yongshi, who had just finished his night shift, was snoring loudly in the house. He had no choice but to grab a stool and sit in the yard, using her mind to browse the trading platform as if she were shopping online. Buying wasn't the goal. Browsing was the fun. The more she looked, the more surprised she became. She initially thought the trading platform's claim of timeless treasures was just bragging, but it turned out to have some real value. She found many ancient texts and artifacts, though the prices were shocking. There were also several blank pages, likely because he didn't have enough access rights to view them. While she was browsing, the door next door creaked open. Old Ge began practicing Tai Chi in the yard. Most people would feel shy to watch openly, but he was clearly not most people. She leaned on the earthen wall, watching intently and occasionally clapping in appreciation. Old Ge thought, why does it feel like she's watching a monkey show? After finishing a set of moves, Old Ge glared at He, saying, young and idle, lacking manners, ignorant child. He chuckled, old man, you're impressive. Even your insults are so cultured. Old Ge. Was that a compliment or an insult? Old man, I really have nothing to do. Is there anything I can help you with? On one hand, He found Old Ge quite likable, especially when he practiced Tai Chi, looking very graceful. On the other hand, recalling the herbal scent she had noticed earlier, she guessed he might be an old Chinese medicine doctor. An old doctor was a treasure. Getting close to him could only be beneficial. Old Ge snorted. Flattery, without cause, is suspicious. With that, he turned and went back inside.
Shui.
No wonder Chow Hongmei said this old man was reclusive. She wasn't wrong. Just as He was thinking this, Old Ge came out again, holding a tray with some herbs. Hey, little river, since you want to flatter me, come help me sort these herbs. He replied, old man, my name is He. She jumped over the wall into the next yard. Old Ge gave her some instructions and then stood with his hands behind his back, watching her sort the herbs. After observing He for a while, Old Ge wondered why that guy Gu liked her so much. She was pretty, but what else did she have? Old man, do you know why I'm trying to get close to you? Old Ge was genuinely curious. Why? Because I can tell you're a divine doctor, like Bien Ke Reborn, Hua Tu alive. Of course, I have to flatter you. If I ever have a headache, I'd want you to treat me. Flattery is always effective. Even if Old Ge was reclusive, hearing He's compliments softened his expression. I'm not a divine doctor. My skills are average. I stopped treating patients long ago. He thought, if you don't treat patients, why are you collecting herbs? And why do you make herbal medicine? But she didn't call him out on it. Instead, she smiled and said, I just believe your medical skills are impressive, so even if you don't like me, I'll still stick around. Old Ge. I've never seen someone so shameless. Could it be that Gu Qian liked this about her? An hour later, He finished sorting the herbs. Just as she was about to take credit, she saw Qian Huifang rushing over. Old man, Aunt Qian is probably looking for me. I have to go. He said, quickly opening the yard door and leaving. Old Ge watched from a distance as Qian Huifang warmly took He's hand and said something. He couldn't help but wonder how they ended up together. Earlier, He had been chattering away, which had been a bit noisy, but now that it was quiet, he felt a bit uncomfortable. He thought it was just his imagination and turned to go back inside. Meanwhile, Qian Huifang excitedly said, Xiao He, things are going even better than I expected. The factory leaders have approved it and given me a letter of introduction to talk to the textile factory. Since you know Engineer He, you should come with me. Soo-hee was thrilled. She had suggested going along yesterday to build connections. In this era, connections were everything. The two chatted happily and soon arrived at the textile factory. The guard, seeing the letter of introduction from the machinery factory, was very welcoming and led them to the reception room. After a while, Engineer He hurried over. To be honest, after Soo-hee left yesterday, he calmed down and thought this whole thing was too ridiculous. A girl from the countryside, even if she knew someone from the machinery factory, couldn't possibly accomplish something so big. Yet today, here was Soo-hee bringing along someone from the machinery factory. After introducing Engineer He to Qian Huifang, Soo-hee wisely took a step back. Engineer He and Qian Huifang quickly reached a cooperation agreement. Seeing the time, Engineer He cheerfully said, "It's just in time for lunch. Let's eat at our textile factory cafeteria." Qian Huifang hesitated a bit, but then agreed. Since they were hosting guests, Engineer He naturally didn't want to serve a large pot meal and had the cafeteria chef prepare 4 dishes. The three of them chatted while eating, and as long as Soo-hee was there, the atmosphere was lively. Soo-hee spotted a few people from the housing area and hurried over to greet them. Those people were surprised to see Soo-hee, and she explained that she was there to talk business with Engineer He. Now, everyone looked at Soo-hee differently. This girl is quite capable. Just a few days ago, she was almost bullied, and now she had transformed into someone impressive. After lunch, Engineer He personally saw Qian Huifang and Soo-hee to the factory gate before shaking hands to say goodbye. Qian Huifang was all smiles. "Xiao-hee, I'll start working on the tractor issue when I get back. I expect good news tonight." Soo-hee thanked her, and they parted ways. Instead of going back to Su Yongsher's place, Soo-hee headed to Old He's house. Burning bridges wasn't her style, and she couldn't afford to lose this connection with Engineer He. She carefully helped Old Granny He and Old Grandpa He downstairs to bask in the sun for a while before bringing them back up. Then she made dinner for the elderly couple. "Grandpa He, Granny He, I'll probably return to the countryside tomorrow. I'll come back to see you in a few days." The elderly couple felt a bit reluctant, and Granny He handed Soo-hee 2 industrial tickets. Soo-hee didn't really need the tickets since she could buy them directly from the trading platform, but seeing Granny He's sincerity, she accepted them. Just as Soo-hee reached her doorstep and hadn't even entered the yard, Qian Huifang came bouncing over. "Xiao-hee, it worked. There's a tractor coming back for repairs, and our factory leaders have a lot of influence. They promised to go to your village first thing tomorrow morning." Soo-hee's eyes lit up. Although she thought things would work out, she didn't expect it to happen so quickly. "Aunt Qian, can I ride back to the village on the tractor?" Qian Huifang hesitated. "There's only room for 2 in the cab. We need 2 drivers this time, so there might not be enough space. This type of tractor has a plow attached at the back, and only the cab can hold people. Tractors are scarce, and people take turns driving them." Soo-hee was hoping to ride the tractor back to show off, so she wouldn't give up easily. She thought for a moment and said, "Aunt Qian, I'll figure something out. Just take me to the Agricultural Machinery Bureau tomorrow." Qian Huifang felt this might be difficult, but seeing Soo-hee's confident expression, she didn't ask more. They would know by tomorrow if it would work. Soo-hee thanked Qian Huifang profusely before entering the yard. Su Yongsher and Chao Hongmei were home. When they saw Soo-hee, they didn't say a word. Soo-hee found it amusing. Were they planning to give her the silent treatment? Did they want her to take a hint and leave? Early the next morning, Soo-hee got up. "Uncle, and I'm going back to the countryside today. I'll come again another day." Chao Hongmei ignored the last part and said pretentiously, "It's a pity Aunt still has to take Jinbao to school, and your uncle has to go to work early. Otherwise, we would have taken you to the bus station. Just make sure to lock the door when you leave." Soo-hee smiled. "Okay, I understand." Su Yongsher couldn't even be bothered to say anything polite. He thought Soo-hee was feeling down after hitting a wall and wanted to go back. As Soo-hee was leaving, she noticed old Ji's chimney smoking. Realizing he was up, she called out from the wall, "Old man, I'm leaving. I'll come to see you in a few days." When she thought there would be no reply, old Ji's voice came from inside. "If you're leaving, then leave." Yelling so early, Where's your manners? Suhi smiled and turned to leave the yard. Just then, Qian Huifang came out, and they headed to the Agricultural Machinery Bureau. When they arrived, 2 drivers were cleaning the tractor. To be honest, the tractor was a bit old, which explained why it needed repairs so often. Qian Huifang explained their purpose, and the 2 drivers were fairly friendly. Usually, they acted proud while plowing in the countryside, but since Qian Huifang was from the machinery factory, they showed her some respect. Seeing Suhi signaling her, Qian Huifang said, "I'll go check on our colleagues from the machinery factory. You two chat." After Qian Huifang left, the 2 drivers paid less attention to Suhi. Noticing no one was around, Suhi slipped each of them 2 packs of cigarettes. The drivers were surprised at first, then smiles appeared on their faces. This girl was quite clever and had good connections. Buying cigarettes required coupons, especially for this brand, which was hard to find. Seeing Suhi look like she wanted to say something but was shy, they encouraged her, "Little girl, just say what you want."
Don't be shy.
Finally, Suhi spoke up, "Master Sun, Master Zhang, I'd like to discuss something with you. I'm a bit showy and want to ride the tractor back to the village. But since the cab only fits 2, I'd like to ask one of you to take the bus to Huaihua town. I'll send someone to pick you up and I'll pay for the bus ticket. Is that okay?" The 2 drivers exchanged glances and the younger one, Master Zhang, said, "I'll take the bus. After all, it's better to sit comfortably on a bus than in a bumpy tractor." Suhi immediately thanked him and gave Master Zhang $1 for the ticket. Master Zhang had no objections now. The ticket cost 20 cents, so he made a good profit. When Qian Huifang returned, Suhi was already calling them Uncle Sun and Brother Zhang. If Qian Huifang didn't know it was their first meeting, she would have thought he had known them for years. "Aunt Qian, I've worked it out with Brother Zhang. He'll take the bus to our commune, and I'll ride back with Uncle Sun on the tractor." Qian Huifang. Okay. This girl really made it happen? After confirming everything was fine, Master Zhang went to the bus station and Master Sun and Suhi got into the cab. The tractor roared to life and set off. Meanwhile, the Su family was in deep trouble. The day before, Chen Yud, the village head of Huangxi, went to Zhangjia village to borrow a plow ox but was met with harsh ridicule. The accountant from Zhangjia village, who was Zhang Lianxiang's father, mocked him. "My daughter was beaten by the Su family and you not only didn't stop it but also joined in the fun. Now you want to borrow our ox. You Huangxi village folks are so proud, right? If you're capable, don't come to borrow our ox. If you want to borrow an ox, no way." Although the village head of Zhangjia tried to mediate, he wouldn't budge, clearly playing good cop, bad cop to extort benefits. Chen Yud pleaded, and Zhangjia village proposed a condition. The old man Su and his family must personally apologize to Zhang Lianxiang and pay 30 yuan to settle the matter. When old Su heard this, he was furious and cursed, wishing he could dig up Zhang Lianxiang's ancestors to scold them. But what good would that do? The news had spread in Huangxi village, and many people were getting anxious. If they couldn't borrow an ox and miss the planting season, it would definitely affect this year's harvest. Yesterday, several people came to the Su family to persuade them to back down. Last night, old Su smoked his pipe all night, while old Su's wife cried and scolded. Zhao Tsue's eyes were swollen from crying, and Su Yonghua sighed heavily. Even Su Xiaoman's little face was scrunched up, wondering if her bad sister could bring back the tractor. Today, many people gathered at the Su family's house again. "Old Su, don't hold out any longer. Just go apologize to the Zhang family. That's your son and daughter-in-law. They won't make it hard for you. If you can't bring yourself to say it, let Yonghua apologize for the family. As the elder brother, a few kind words wouldn't be shameful. Yeah, it's not a big deal to soften up. If this drags on, it'll ruin the farming season." These were the more polite suggestions. Those who usually had issues with the Su family were much harsher. "You Su family want to be heroes, fine, but don't drag others down with you. Your own son even married into another family, yet you still have the face to act tough. The biggest thing in the world is food. Anyone who delays planting becomes everyone's enemy." Old Su kept puffing on his pipe, having anticipated this scene. His hard-earned reputation was being trampled again. But what could he do? If they didn't go to Zhang's to apologize, the Su family would become pariahs in Huangshi village, with everyone against them. He tapped his pipe on his shoe and thought, enough.
I'll go.
Suddenly, a loud noise interrupted him, followed by shouts from outside. Tainyo! It's Tainyo! Why is Tainyo here in our village?
Look.
It's the Su family's big girl. The Su family's big girl is back with the tractor. Old Su almost dropped his pipe in shock.
What?
Did Daya really bring back the tractor? Is this a dream? At that moment, everyone in the room rushed outside. Old Su steadied himself, took a shaky puff from his pipe, and then stepped out. He opened the driver's door and jumped down. Is everyone here? Did you all come to wait for me because Grandpa said I went to borrow the tractor? The crowd looked a bit awkward, especially since they had just pressured Old Su to apologize and pay money to the Zhang family. Just then, Old Su arrived at the entrance, and everyone made way for him. He had never experienced such treatment in his life. It felt like walking on clouds. He smiled brightly. Grandpa, your granddaughter has fulfilled her mission and brought back the tractor. In that moment, Old Su felt like an emperor sitting on a golden throne, with his granddaughter as the victorious general returning home. The frustration he had been holding in was instantly replaced by pride. He didn't know what to say, just kept repeating good, good, good. He then introduced Master Sun to Old Su and Captain Chinyud. Usually, Master Sun didn't pay much attention to the villagers, but his attitude was quite friendly this time. The reason was simple. On the way, he had charmed Master Sun with her social skills. If Master Sun's son hadn't already married, he might have wanted to take He as a daughter-in-law. Old Mrs. Su pinched her thigh hard, wincing in pain, to confirm she wasn't dreaming. Oh my goodness! This girl really brought back the tractor. Thinking of the mockery and pressure she had faced earlier, the old lady put her hands on her hips and shouted, "That Zhang Lianxiang thinks I should apologize and pay her? What a joke! So, what if they raised a few cows?
What's so impressive about that?
We have a tractor. One tractor is worth 100 of their cows. What's wrong with this Su family showing off? We have the means." My husband predicted this and sent Daya to borrow the tractor from the county early. Our Daya is not only beautiful but also very capable. She borrowed the tractor without much effort. No one in 10 miles can match my talented granddaughter. As she spoke, old Mrs. Su held onto He's hand tightly. My precious granddaughter. I always knew you would succeed. I missed you so much while you were away.
Shui.
Grandma's love is like a whirlwind. It comes out of nowhere. Su Yonghua and Zhao Tsuea also smiled proudly. Even the tractor that the commune leaders couldn't borrow, their daughter managed to get. She truly is amazing. He said to Su Yonghua, "Dad, Master Zhang is coming over in a small car. He should be in town by now. I asked him to wait at the supply and marketing cooperative. Please ride your bike to pick him up." Su Yonghua agreed and rode off to get him. Before he left, he gave him a meat coupon to buy some meat. He didn't ask where the coupon came from, guessing it was something he brought back from the Shin family. He let Master Sun into the house to rest, while old Mrs. Su and Zhao Tsuea busied themselves with cooking. The villagers hadn't left. They gathered around the tractor, chatting and laughing. Every year, Huangshi village was the last to start spring plowing, but this time they were finally going to show off. Master Sun was generous and didn't wait for Master Zhang to arrive. After lunch, he started plowing the fields. Many people gathered to watch, making the village feel like a festival. Even the local elementary school gave a half-day off so the kids could come watch the tractor, and they heard they had to write essays about it. Surrounded by a group of elementary school kids, Su Xiaoman felt incredibly cool. Even her little hair tuft seemed to radiate confidence. "See? This is the tractor my sister borrowed. My sister, Su Xiaoman." Huangshi village felt festive, while Zhangjiakan felt deflated. They had expected to see old Su humbled, but instead, they were stunned by the news. Huangshi village borrowed a tractor and was already plowing the fields. How could this be possible? The Huaihua commune couldn't get a tractor, but Su He, a young girl, did. Some people began to feel dissatisfied with Zhang Lianxiang and her daughter. In previous years, Huangshi village didn't borrow plowing cows for free. They always gave a little money, which benefited every family. Now, with a tractor borrowed, they wouldn't need to borrow cows anymore. It was all Zhang Lianxiang's fault. Why stir up trouble at the Su family? Su Yongjin regretted it. Su He must have connections, and impressive ones at that. If they hadn't caused a scene, they might have gained something. Now, how could they show their faces? Not only him, but Su Yongshi and his wife in the county were also regretting their actions. They had just heard that yesterday, engineer, he treated Su He to a meal, and even had the cafeteria cook 4 dishes. When they left, he personally delivered them to the textile factory gate. If Su He could help them speak well to engineer, getting promoted would be a piece of cake. The couple began to blame each other. Su Yongshi blamed Xiao Hongmei for being petty and not cooking well for Su He. Xiao Hongmei blamed Su Yongshi for not handling things properly and driving Su He away. In a fit of anger, Su Yongshi accidentally revealed the bike incident, and Xiao Hongmei scratched his face in frustration. At that moment, Su He was at home entertaining the leaders from the commune. It turned out that Zhang Lianxiang's father, Zhang Zhanfa, had gone to the commune to report, implying that Su He's actions were embarrassing the leaders. The leaders had not applied for a tractor, yet Su He managed to get one, implying they were outdone by a young girl. This was a slap in the face. So when the leaders arrived, they looked displeased. Old Su felt anxious, while old Mrs. Su shrank into a corner like a frightened quail. Zhang Zhanfa looked at Su He, sneering inwardly, thinking it was all her fault. The nail that sticks out gets hammered down. Let's see how you enjoy this. However, he was surprised to see that Su He showed no signs of panic and even had a hint of joy in her eyes. Zhang Zhanfa was confused. Why was this girl so happy? Su He was indeed very happy. She was worried about how to get close to the commune leaders, and then Zhang Zhanfa brought them right to her. Even if she thought about it, she knew what Zhang Zhanfa had said to the leaders. He must have mentioned how she embarrassed them, making them look incompetent. Su He warmly served sugar water to the leaders and asked Su Yonghua to light their cigarettes. There were also milk candies and sunflower seeds on the tray. The leaders exchanged glances, impressed by the Su family. Most families would be lucky to offer sugar, but the Su family had cigarettes and milk candies? And considering Su He could borrow a tractor, she must have connections. Their expressions softened a bit. Sister Wu, the women's director, said, "Little Su, you've become a celebrity in our commune. I didn't expect you to be so capable at such a young age. Please tell us more about borrowing the tractor so we can learn from your experience." Su He felt a prick in her words. Her face turned red. "Please don't tease me. I was able to borrow the tractor thanks to our leaders in Huaihua commune." Sister Wu was taken aback. "What do you mean by that?" "I had to rely on connections at the machinery factory to talk to the Agricultural Machinery Bureau. At first, they were unwilling to lend it, especially since Qiping Commune and Xiangyang Commune were pushing hard. But later, considering that we in Huaihua Commune had applied for several years, they decided to give us a break." The leaders at the Agricultural Machinery Bureau also said that if our Huaihua Commune's economy improves, they would definitely allocate a tractor for us next year. Sister Wu was delighted. "Really? Did the Agricultural Machinery Bureau really say that?" Su He, without any guilt, lied with wide eyes. "Absolutely, it's true." The expressions of the commune leaders instantly brightened. However, they quickly sobered up. Improving the economy? That's easier said than done. Among the more than 20 communes in the county, Huaihua Commune was the poorest. It was inevitable. Huaihua Commune had the least arable land per person and no profitable collective industries. Where would the money come from? Su He showed a conflicted expression, then boldly said, "Leaders, I have an immature idea. I'm not sure if I should share it." Director Luo looked at Su He. "Go ahead. Our commune has limited arable land, which is a disadvantage, but it can also be turned into an advantage." Director Luo and the others were stunned. "An advantage? In this day and age, land is fundamental. How could having less land be an advantage? Suhi continued, because we have less arable land and more idle people, we can start some collective income-generating projects. Director Luo frowned. Income-generating projects? Are you suggesting we start a factory? Our commune has no funds, no technology, and no projects. How can we start a factory? Suhi smiled. We may not have the ability to start a factory, but the big factories in the county do. We can have the county's machinery and textile factories set up branches in our commune. Once a branch is established, it can not only generate income for our commune but also turn many members into workers, allowing them to receive grain. It's a win-win situation. By then, we won't even need to borrow tractors from the Agricultural Machinery Bureau. Our commune will be able to buy them ourselves. Director Luo, who had been sitting on the edge of the bed, suddenly stood up, excitedly pacing the room. The other leaders were equally energized, as if they had been given a boost. Just one of those big factories agreeing to set up a branch in Huaihua Commune would change everything. At that point, they wouldn't care about borrowing tractors from the Agricultural Machinery Bureau. They could buy their own. However, they quickly calmed down. While the idea was good, why would a big factory want to set up a branch in Huaihua Commune? Moreover, they had no intention of establishing branches at all. Wasn't he just daydreaming? Director Luo cleared his throat. Little Su, while your idea is very good, we also need to consider practical issues. As far as I know, the big factories in the county don't seem to have any plans to set up branches, let alone in our Huaihua commune. Suhi nodded. You're right. Those big factories currently have no plans to establish branches. But things are always changing. Perhaps I can persuade one or two of them to set up branches in our Huaihua commune. Before Director Luo could respond, Zhang Zhanfa burst out laughing. Su Diya, what kind of nonsense are you talking about in broad daylight? We admit you have some skills in borrowing tractors, but getting a big factory to set up a branch in Huaihua commune is just too far-fetched. Even the county leaders wouldn't dare to make such big promises. What Zhang Zhanfa said echoed the thoughts of Director Luo and the others. Big factories like textile and machinery plants hold significant power. Even county leaders need to consult multiple parties before establishing branches, let alone a small village girl like Suhi. Suhi stood tall. Yes, I admit I might be overreaching, but how will we know if we don't try? When I first said I would borrow a tractor, my family thought I was dreaming, but I still managed to borrow one. Director Luo, I'm not like other girls who are shy. I was born with thick skin. If I get mocked, I don't care. As long as I can contribute to our Huaihua commune, I'm willing to face any challenge. When Suhi said this, her tone was very sincere, and Director Luo and the others were quite moved. They heard that Suhi grew up in the provincial capital, but they didn't expect her to have such deep feelings for Huaihua commune. She truly was a good comrade. Suhi continued. Director Luo, if you trust me, please give me a letter of introduction so I can go to the county to discuss this matter. Of course, establishing a branch is a significant issue, and it won't be settled quickly, but I can help our commune find some profitable opportunities. Director Luo thought this was reasonable, it wouldn't cost much, and if Suhi could indeed find profitable opportunities, it would be a pleasant surprise. The others thought the same, so when Director Luo asked for their opinions, they all agreed. Little Su, it's settled then. Come to the commune in the next few days, and I'll have someone prepare the letter of introduction for you. Suhi rubbed her hands together. Director Luo, the people from the big factories look down on us. If I go as a nobody, no one will pay attention to me. Can you give me a title? It doesn't have to be an official one or come with a salary, just something that makes it look like I'm representing our commune in discussions. How about Huaihua Commune Liaison? Director Luo. The others. Everyone's attention turned to Suhi. Is she really going to become an official? To demand an official position so boldly, she must have a thick skin. Old Man Su wished he could find a hole to hide in. In the corner, Old Lady Su's eyes lit up. Wow, if her granddaughter really became a liaison, she would be the most impressive lady in Huangshi village. Director Luo's expression was a bit stiff, and he suggested they discuss it with others first. He then took Old Man Su and the others outside, leaving the East Room for Director Luo and the others. Sister Wu spoke first. I think this girl, Su, has talent, and if she can speak at the machinery factory, it shows she has connections. Even if setting up a branch factory seems unrealistic, it might really bring us a way to make money. Section Chief Liao agreed. I think Sister Wu is right. This young lady is confident and composed. She clearly has what it takes to do big things. Besides, the community liaison is not an official position. Even if she does something out of line, it won't reflect on our community. Others shared similar views. After all, there was nothing to lose, so why not let Su-hee give it a try? If it works out, it would be their achievement. Director Luo made up his mind. Since no one has objections, let's appoint her as the Huanghua Community Liaison. He called Old Man Su and the others back in, then took Su-hee's hand and said, Little Su, I officially appoint you as the Huanghua Community Liaison. I hope you serve our community wholeheartedly. Su-hee had tears in her eyes. Rest assured, I will do my best to contribute to the development of our Huanghua community and not let you down. I believe that soon, our Huanghua community will surpass others and become a leader in the county. Her words lifted the mood, and the leaders, filled with ambition, came over to shake her hand, encouraging her to bring back good news soon. The leaders who arrived with gloomy faces left with smiles. Before leaving, Director Luo said to Zhang Zhanfa, You are not trustworthy. When the neighboring village had difficulties, you didn't help. Now that they have solved their problems, you still try to smear them. You are not suitable to continue as the accountant for Zhangjia village. The community will appoint a new accountant in the next few days. Go reflect on your actions. Zhang Zhanfa nearly collapsed. He couldn't understand why everyone believed that Su-hee, who was just talking nonsense, had any credibility. Seeing people from Huangshi village pointing at him, he hurriedly left, fearing he might get beaten. Old Lady Su was overjoyed, clapping her hands in excitement. My precious granddaughter. I never dreamed you would become an official. If this were the past, you could have helped me get a title. Old Man Su shot her a glare. What nonsense are you talking about? Be careful not to attract trouble. Old Lady Su realized her mistake. In these times, one shouldn't mention titles. Old Man Su was actually very happy. Borrowing a tractor had already made him proud, and now his granddaughter had given him another big surprise. From now on, even the team leader would have to give him some respect. Su Yonghua and his wife were also beaming with joy. If they weren't a bit rational, they might have laughed out loud. Su-hee decided to cool their excitement a bit so they wouldn't get carried away. Grandpa, Grandma, Dad, Mom, this is just a nominal position, it doesn't mean much. Besides, if I don't achieve anything, this position will be taken away. Hearing this, the Su family calmed down a bit from their excitement. Su-hee actually had many ways to make money. From what she knew, by 1975, many places were already secretly bending the rules to do business.
But she didn't want to take that risk.
She wanted to find legal and reasonable ways to earn money and improve her image and status. She had no desire to enter politics. She just wanted to build good relationships locally, so that when the economy opened up, it would be easier to do business. Su Yonghua scratched his head. Then I'll go to the fields and check on the progress. Su-hee felt a spark of inspiration. Dad, do you want to drive a tractor? Su Yonghua was taken aback, then smiled wryly. Big girl, who in the village wouldn't want to drive a tractor? The problem is, wanting it doesn't help.
Shwishmail.
Dad, who says wanting it doesn't help. As long as you learn to drive a tractor, I'll handle the rest. To be honest, if Su-hee had said this a few days ago, Su Yonghua would have thought his daughter was talking nonsense. But after Su-hee accomplished two big things, he was more open-minded. Big girl, really?
Shwenadi.
Su Yonghua hesitated. I heard from Master Sun that they all learned in the tractor class at the Agricultural Machinery Bureau. That class is closed now, so even if I want to learn, I can't. Su-hee smiled. Dad, why go far when we have a teacher right here? Just get close to Master Sun and Master Zhang and give them a little gift, and they'll gladly teach you. Besides, if you learn, it'll make things easier for them too. Why wouldn't they want to help? Old Lady Su slapped her thigh. My granddaughter, you're so clever. Your head is full of ideas. Old man, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and do what she says. I have some steamed cakes and milk powder at home. Take them as gifts. Soo-hee thought to herself that her grandma was really good at seizing opportunities. Now that she saw her granddaughter doing well, she was even willing to part with the cakes and milk powder. Grandma, no need for those. I brought back some cigarettes from the county. Just let my dad deliver those. Those two are smart. Now that she has become the community liaison, they would be more than happy to do her a favor. Soo-hee then turned to Old Man Soo. Grandpa, I also bought you some cigarettes, but smoking is bad for your health, so you should cut back. Old Man Soo nodded eagerly. Right now, Soo-hee was the most important person to him. Even his grandson, Soo Jinbao, had to take a back seat. Soo Yonghwa followed Soo-hee's advice and found an opportunity to give cigarettes to Master Sun and Master Zhang. Sure enough, just as Soo-hee predicted, they happily agreed. Soo Yonghwa indeed had some talent. In less than a day, he was able to drive the tractor quite well. The villagers saw this and couldn't help but make some sarcastic comments. TSK, even if he can drive, what good is it? No matter how capable Soo Daya is, can she really get her dad a job as a driver? I think the Soo family is getting carried away. They don't know their limits. Besides, driving a tractor isn't that hard. It's just like driving a bullock cart. Soo Yonghwa felt a bit uneasy. His daughter was capable, but could she really help him drive a tractor? Soo-hee was drawing and writing on paper with a pencil. Shun Rui's plan had failed, and she would likely have a backup plan. According to the story, the Soo family's fate would be very tragic. Soo Yongshur had his leg broken. Grandma Soo suffered a stroke and passed away. Soo Xiaoman was sentenced to death. Zhao Chuiyi went insane, and Soo Yonghwa contracted a serious lung disease while working in the mines. The entire Soo family could only rely on Old Man Soo to hold things together. When she abandoned her writing, the original owner was still alive, but after enduring various hardships, life had become unbearable. After thinking for a moment, Soo-hee circled Soo Yongshur's name. Soo Yongshur and his wife seemed clever, but were actually not very smart. Shun Rui would likely encourage them to do something. So, she needed to completely win over these two during her trip to the county, to prevent them from dragging her down. Additionally, the college entrance examination would resume in November 1977, and she would definitely need to study in another city, so she couldn't always protect the Soo family. They needed to broaden their horizons and gain skills, so they would have the courage and confidence to resist Shinrui's schemes. That's why Soo-hee had sent Soo Yonghwa to learn how to drive a tractor. But that alone wasn't enough. They needed to learn cultural knowledge, too. Old Man Soo, Soo Yonghwa, and Zhao Chuiyi only recognized a few simple characters, and Grandma Soo was completely illiterate. After planning, Soo-hee tore the paper into pieces and threw it into the stove. After dinner, Soo-hee said, Grandpa, Grandma, Dad, Mom, and Arya, while we're all here, let's have a meeting. Grandma Soo replied, What? A meeting? What kind of meeting? The others looked confused. What kind of meeting could they have? This was a family, not a factory. Besides, if there was a meeting, it should be led by Old Man Soo. Soo-hee looked at Soo Xiaoman. Go get a pen and paper to record the meeting's content. Soo Xiaoman was about to refuse when Soo-hee added, If you do a good job recording, I'll bring you chocolate when I come back from the county. Soo Xiaoman dashed back to her room to get her notebook and pencil. She had only eaten chocolate once in her life, which was when Shinrui brought it back last time. The taste lingered in her memory. When Soo Xiaoman sat back down, Soo-hee said, Seriously, do you know why I jumped into the river before? The Soo family shook their heads. They wanted to know but were afraid to ask, worried it might upset Soo-hee again. That day, Shinrui told me two things. One was that Chi Yuansheng, who was verbally engaged to me, is now with her. The other was that she believes our Soo family has wronged her, so she vowed to take revenge on us and ruin our family. Before Soo-hee could finish, Grandma Soo started cursing. We wronged her? When she was born, she was as weak as a kitten. The old couple had to beg for help to raise her. If it were another family, they would have let her fend for herself. We treated her like a young lady all these years. Which family would let their daughter earn just 2 work points? Only our Su family would treat a girl so precious. And now, we raised a white-eyed wolf. Ruin our family?
Bah.
If I get angry, I'll beat her to death. Soo-hee had seen through Grandma Sue's true nature. She was only brave at home. Despite her fierce words, if Shinrui really came, she would be the first to back down. However, Grandma Sue's words made Soo-hee suspicious. Shinrui was very weak at birth. Could it be that Song Xian had someone switch the babies? After all, the infant mortality rate was very high in this era. Soo-hee set her doubts aside for now and continued. I found out during my trip to the county that my second uncle and aunt introduced Xiaobin to me because someone was pushing them. The mastermind behind this is definitely Shinrui. She's already starting her revenge. When Soo-hee said this, Old Man Sue's expression changed completely. He could dismiss Soo-hee's earlier words as Shinrui trying to scare her, but now he realized the seriousness of the situation. Old Man Su started nervously smoking his pipe, his brow furrowed deeply. Zhao Cui couldn't believe it. Big girl, did Rui really say that to you? Was Xiaobin really her idea? Although Shinrui wasn't her biological child, she had raised her for 18 years and couldn't believe she would do something like this. Su Xiaoman said, I also think Sister Rui wouldn't do that. She brought me chocolate last time. Su-hee tugged at her little hair. Haven't you learned about sugar-coated bullets? Remember, if you want something in the future, tell me. Don't accept anything from others. Su Xiaoman seemed unconvinced, but was smart enough to know she shouldn't offend Su-hee now, so she stayed silent. Su-hee turned to Zhao Cui. Mom, I know you might find this hard to accept, but this is the truth. You feel no guilt toward her, but she believes we stole the life that was meant for her as a city girl. How about this? When I come back from the county, I'll call my second uncle and aunt back, so they can tell the truth themselves. Old Man Su tapped his pipe on the sole of his shoe. Big girl, what do you think we should do? Unknowingly, Su-hee had become the backbone of the Su family. This was why she waited to bring up Shinrui's matter. If she had mentioned it earlier, the Su family wouldn't have believed her and would have thought she was talking nonsense. Shinrui is backed by the Shin family, with money and people. Our Su family must unite and work together to deal with her schemes. I'm holding this meeting to remind everyone not to fall into her traps. Also, starting tomorrow, everyone must learn cultural knowledge. Grandma Su scoffed. Big girl, I can't even recognize a big character. Don't make me struggle at my age. The others also looked resistant. Su-hee smiled. Grandma, our Su family can't stay in this small village forever. I will take you to the county, the provincial city, or even the capital. Grandma, just think about it. When you sit with those city ladies, they are all educated, and you'll be the only one who can't read. Don't you feel embarrassed? Grandma Su swallowed hard. You little girl, don't fool me. You can really take me to the capital? Is that a place for an old woman like me? Su-hee pointed to the swallow's nest on the beam. Grandma, our family is like swallows migrating south. Only those who keep up with the group can reach their destination. If we fall behind, we might freeze to death in the winter. A fat swallow peeked out of the nest, glanced at Su-hee, and then withdrew.
Grandma fell silent.
Whether they would freeze to death was one thing, but she wanted to go to the capital to be a noble woman. She couldn't fall behind. Old Man Su and the others secretly made up their minds not to fall behind. Su-hee looked at Su Xiaoman. From now on, you will teach the family to read and do math. If you teach well, there will be rewards. If not, you won't get any sweets in the future. Su Xiaoman pouted and nodded. She seriously wrote in her notebook, April 25th, 1975, the first family meeting of the Su family. Attendees, Grandpa, Grandma, Dad, Mom, Sister me. Sister said that Rui is a bad person. Don't accept things from others. Everyone must study hard. No one can fall behind. The next morning, Su-hee rode her bicycle to the commune. After registering with the guard and waiting for a while, she finally met Director Luo. Director Luo was very nice. Xiao Su, you're here? I'll arrange for someone to give you a letter of introduction. Soon, the letter was ready. In addition to the letter, there was also a work ID, with the position listed as liaison officer of Huaihua Commune. Su He was very satisfied. It seemed Director Luo was a capable person. After expressing her determination and gaining some goodwill, she went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy 20 pounds of flour and 5 pounds of pork before returning to Huangshi village. Although it was much cheaper to buy at the trading post, Su He occasionally had to put on a show to avoid raising suspicion. Considering she might stay in the county for a while, she needed to arrange things for her family. "Grandma, let's make dumplings tonight and invite the team leader and those 2 masters over for dinner." Su He thought she would have to explain the benefits to Grandma Su for her to agree, but Grandma Su quickly went to chop the filling. Though Grandma Su was uneducated, she understood the situation well. Inviting people who were useful was necessary, and one had to be generous. During dinner, team leader Chinyad pounded his chest and said loudly, "Old Su, just let me know if you need anything. If that Zhang Zhanfa dares to cause trouble again, just watch how I deal with him." Old Su straightened his back, feeling emotional. Not long ago, this team leader had pressured him to apologize to Zhang Zhanfa. People's hearts are the hardest to understand. The 2 drivers were also all smiles, praising Su Yonghua as a great driver. The meal was enjoyable for everyone. After arranging everything for her family, Su He took a minibus to the county the next day. She didn't go directly to Su Yongsher's house, but instead visited Old He's family. She carried a net bag containing 2 cans of milk powder, 2 bottles of hawthorn jam, and 2 packs of steamed cakes. At first, Grandma He refused to accept them, as these items were quite luxurious for a rural family. After some persuasion, Su He managed to get the old lady to accept the gifts. Su He then helped the elderly couple tidy up the house and cook, staying busy until evening before leaving. As she approached the courtyard, she heard Su Yongsher and Chao Hongmei arguing, mixed with the cries of Su Jinbao. "Uncle, Aunt, are you home?" The noise inside stopped abruptly, and Su Yongsher came out. His face still bore scratches from Chao Hongmei, making him look quite disheveled. Seeing Su He, his first reaction was anger. It was her fault that he had lost his bicycle, causing chaos with Chao Hongmei. However, he quickly felt happy. This girl seemed to be close with Engineer He. If he could win her over, perhaps she could help them secure their positions. So, he forced a smile. "Xiao He, you're here?"
Come in.
Inside, Su He saw Chao Hongmei sitting disheveled on the Kong, while Su Jinbao was rolling around, covered in snot and tears. Chao Hongmei glanced at Su He. "Xiao He, I underestimated you. You even managed to trick your own uncle. You're quite capable." Su He smiled. "Aunt, you're right. I have many skills. Do you know how the textile factory's machines got repaired? I connected the textile factory with the machinery factory, selling the textile factory's defective cloth to the machinery factory, which in return processed parts for the textile factory. To thank me, the machinery factory arranged for a tractor to plow the fields in Huangshi village. I rode that tractor back last time." Su Yongsher and his wife were left speechless. Is that even possible? Isn't that just pulling off a big trick? Su He then took out her work ID and tossed it onto the Kong, raising her chin to signal them to take a look. Chao Hongmei picked it up and opened it, her mouth agape in shock. Su Yongsher was equally stunned. Just a few days ago, this girl was a nobody, and now she had become the liaison officer of Huaihua Commune? How did she manage that? Chao Hongmei hurriedly got off the Kong. "Xiao He, why are you still standing? Sit down and rest. Haven't you eaten? I'll make you some noodles and add an egg." Su Jinbao, who had been rolling around, suddenly sat up. "Mom, I want some too." He then glared at Su He. "Grandma said girls shouldn't eat fried eggs. You have to give me yours later." Su Yongsher glared at him. "How can you talk to your sister like that? Apologize to her." Hearing this, Su Jinbao continued to roll around on the Kong, whining about how he couldn't live anymore.
Shui.
Did he really inherit Grandma Su's ways? She smiled and said, "Uncle, I heard someone say in the family compound that Jinbao is not doing well at the elementary school. They say you're not teaching him properly." Su Yongsher immediately started to worry. Maybe they were delaying their positions because of his poor parenting. Thus, Su Jinbao experienced what true paternal love felt like for the first time. He got a good beating, with handprints all over his backside. After watching the scene for a while, Soo-hee said, "Uncle, you can't be so harsh when educating children. You need to reason with him." Jinbao, good kids shouldn't be rude. Do you understand your mistake now? Su Jinbao nodded through his tears. Woo-woo, I understand. From then on, a seed was planted in Jinbao's young heart. Never offend his cousin Soo-hee. Later, he would realize that her actions were a clever way to get back at him, without direct confrontation. Chao Hongmei usually spoiled Jinbao, but didn't stop this time. In the face of securing their positions, everything else was minor. After finishing her noodles, Soo-hee slowly said, "Uncle, and I know you really want to secure your positions. I do have a way to help you, but first, you need to listen to me." Su Yongshi and his wife were not shy people and immediately pledged their loyalty. Soo-hee, of course, didn't believe their empty promises. For such people, she needed to use both sweet words and strict measures. "Aunt, tell me how your workshop director encouraged you to introduce Xiaobin to me?" Chao Hongmei smiled awkwardly. Well, during a few casual chats, she mentioned that Deputy Factory Director Zhao's son is still single and has high standards, preferring pretty girls. So I got the idea. Xiao-hee, I think Director Meng meant well. She didn't intend to push me.
Shu Ismail.
Aunt, let me ask you, how many times did Director Meng speak to you before this? How many times did she chat with you? Well, none really. She's a workshop director, and I'm just a temporary worker. Why would she get close to me? As she said this, Chao Hongmei's expression changed. Could it be that Director Meng really meant to say that to her? Su Yongshi snorted. It must be Xiaobin who told her to do this. That woman is clearly not a good person. She's probably already in cahoots with the Zhao family. Su-hee was a bit speechless. Uncle, didn't you think about how the Zhao family would know about me? Although I'm indeed quite pretty and loved by everyone, it shouldn't have reached the county, right? Su Yongshi. Chao Hongmei. Is it really okay to brag about oneself like this? Chao Hongmei was a bit more clever than Su Yongshi. She frowned and said, Xiao-hee, are you suggesting that someone else is behind Director Meng's actions? That can't be true. We have no enemies. Who would do such a thing? Maybe Director Meng is just trying to please Deputy Factory Director Zhao, which is why he has hinted at me several times. Su-hee sighed. At this point, I won't hide anything from you. Do you know why I jumped into the river? Su-hee repeated what she had told her family and then said, have you thought about what would have happened if Xiaobin had succeeded that day? Would you really have been promoted? Don't dream. Shenrui won't let any of the Su family live well. I can guarantee that Shenrui won't stop here and will definitely come after you next. You too might get fired just for stepping into the factory with your left foot. Su-hee knew that Shenrui wouldn't act against Su Yongshi and his wife for now, as she still needed them to deal with her. She said this because she understood their selfish nature. They only cared when their own interests were at stake. Sure enough, they panicked. Xiao-hee, what should we do? You need to come up with a plan. Yes, Xiao-hee, we are family. You can't just stand by and do nothing. After letting them stew for a moment, Su-hee said, Shenrui won't do anything too obvious, so you don't need to worry too much. Remember, report any unusual happenings to me, and I will protect you. As for your promotion, it's just a matter of time. Leave it to me. Su Yongshi and his wife immediately shifted from worry to joy, being overly attentive. The next day, after breakfast, Su-hee offered to take Su Jinbao to school, which Su Yongshi and his wife eagerly accepted. However, Su Jinbao was a bit unhappy, but didn't dare to speak up. On the way, Su-hee took out 2 pieces of chocolate from her small bag and gave them to him. Su Jinbao instantly cheered up, calling her sister over and over again in a sweet way. Su-hee thought to herself, now I understand. Everyone in the Su family is the same. They only care when there's something in it for them. Jinbao, I have a task for you. When I'm not around, keep an eye on your mom and dad and report their movements to me. I'm worried they might get hurt by bad people, understand? Su Jinbao blinked and didn't say anything. If you do a good job, I'll not only reward you with chocolate, but also with other tasty treats. Su Jinbao patted his chest, sister. Don't worry. I'm great at keeping watch. My mom often asks me to keep an eye on my dad to see where he hides the money. Su-hee replied, then I can relax. After dropping Su Jinbao off at school, she headed to the textile factory. The guard remembered her and said, little girl, you came at a bad time. Engineer, he is in a meeting and will be gone all day. Su-hee thanked the guard and strolled home. She was in a good mood, knowing that good things take time. As she approached her house, she saw a crowd gathered. Jinbao, don't scare your mom. What happened to you? He must have choked on something. Hurry, take him to the hospital. It might be too late. Look at that child's face. It's turning purple. Su-hee felt a jolt of panic and rushed over. A woman was holding a 3- or 4-year-old child, looking frantic. The child's face was purple, and he was trying to choke himself. Without thinking, Su-hee grabbed the child, laid him on her lap, held his head and neck steady with her left hand, and used her right hand to firmly pat his back between the shoulder blades.
Wow.
The child coughed up a juju pit and cried out loudly. The woman took the child and began to sob, kneeling down to thank Su-hee. Su-hee was startled. Ma'am, please don't. It was just a small effort. Hurry and take your child to the hospital for a checkup to see if his throat is injured. The woman left, expressing her gratitude. The people around Su-hee praised her, but she was thick-skinned. Any ordinary girl would have felt shy. Finally escaping the crowd, Su-hee smiled. The saying giving someone a rose leaves a lingering fragrance in your hand was indeed true. Doing a good deed brought her joy. She had learned the Heimlich maneuver from short videos and never expected it would come in handy. Feeling inspired, she touched the red mole at the corner of her eye and opened the ancient trading post. Please check which year the Heimlich maneuver was invented. A mechanical voice responded, query service is not yet available. The host can pay 10,000 yuan for an early query service. Would you like to pay 10,000 yuan? Su-hee thought. Scammer. She clicked no firmly. Trying to trick her out of money? No way. She quickly searched for Heimlich maneuver in the book section, and many titles appeared. She opened one and found the information she wanted on the cover. Dr. Heimlich first applied this method in 1974 to save a... Suddenly, the mechanical voice emitted static. Su-hee didn't care if it was malfunctioning. She happily closed the trading post. Hey, you there, wait a moment. Su-hee turned around to see old Go rushing over. How did you save that child just now? Su-hee blinked. First, get my name right before asking me. With that, she turned and entered the yard. Old Go was left speechless. What was her name again?
Shufian, Shue, Shu, or Shuai?
Old Go arrived a little later than Su-hee, so he missed the scene and only heard the bystanders talk about what happened. He knew that choking on food could be very dangerous, and a moment's carelessness could be fatal. This little girl managed to make the child spit out the foreign object just by patting him? Was it a coincidence, or did she know some method? Old Go entered the yard and called over the wall, little girl, don't be unreasonable. Tell me your name again, and I promise I won't forget it this time. Su-hee wanted to spread the Heimlich maneuver because it could save many lives in critical moments. So she huffed, I said it's the last time. My name is Su-hee, with he as in seedling. Old Go nodded quickly. Got it. Now tell me how you did it? Did you really just pat him to make him spit out the juju pit? Su-hee climbed over the wall into Old G's yard, saw a broom in the corner, and used it to demonstrate the Heimlich maneuver. She explained it in detail for different age groups and patient conditions. After listening, Old Go started mumbling to himself. Su-hee couldn't quite understand, but she guessed he was checking the method's feasibility. After a while, Old Go exclaimed, anyone who can come up with such a first aid method is truly a genius. Where did you learn it? Su-hee raised an eyebrow. Don't you think I figured it out myself? Old Go scoffed. You had several gaps in your explanation. If I didn't have some knowledge of medicine, I might have been misled by you. Do you really think you invented this method?
Shue.
All right, she did learn the first aid method, but she only had a vague understanding of some medical terms. I learned it by chance in the provincial city. I heard it was developed by a foreign doctor last year. It's called the Heimlich maneuver. I heard it hasn't spread in the country yet, and many people don't know about it. Olga pondered. Such a good method must be shared with more people. He could think of a way to promote this first aid technique. After a while, he asked Soo-hee, you said you learned it in the provincial city? Didn't you grow up in the countryside? Soo-hee sighed and recounted her background, then said, it was originally a nurse's oversight, but Shinrui blamed our Su family and vowed to ruin us. Old Go was taken aback. More than 10 years ago, he had lived in a village for 2 years, where a young couple brought a little girl to him for treatment. The child was born with health issues, and he worked hard to help her recover. Could that little girl be Shunrui, the one Soo-hee mentioned? If it was her, then she was truly ungrateful. He had many concerns and didn't want to treat her, but the couple begged him, even kneeling, so he took the risk to help the little girl. Back then, the village he lived in was several dozen miles from Huangshi village, and that couple took turns carrying their daughter to see him. After sharing his guess, Soo-hee felt even closer to him. Shunrui's condition was so serious, and Old Go managed to help her, showing his exceptional medical skills. She had stumbled upon a treasure. Soo-hee tried to get closer, and although Old Go was a bit reclusive, his impression of her improved because of her life-saving actions, and they chatted comfortably. Old Go asked, didn't you just go back a few days ago? Why are you here again so soon? Soo-hee took out her work ID and proudly said, I'm not the same as before. I have a status now. Old Go took a look and scoffed, I've never heard of such a position. Are you trying to fool me? Soo-hee, you really are knowledgeable. Old Go rolled his eyes, cut it out. What do you want to do with this title? I plan to talk to the textile and machinery factories about setting up a branch in our Huaihua commune. Old Go laughed in disbelief. Little girl, you're not afraid of making big claims. You think you can get those 2 factories to build a branch in your commune? Soo-hee confidently replied, I won't say I'm completely sure, but I'm at least 99% confident. Old Go couldn't take it anymore. Come on, stop bragging here. I can't stand young people who don't know their limits. Soo-hee flashed a bright smile. What if I succeed? Old Go scoffed, if you succeed, I'll call you Auntie. As if. Not even the factory directors would dare to make such bold claims. Building a branch involves many considerations. It's not something just 1 or 2 people can decide. Soo-hee gestured for Old Go to high-five as a promise. Old Go huffed, childish. Do you think you're 3 years old? Then he extended his hand.
Clap, clap, clap.
They high-fived 3 times. After Soo-hee left, Old Go realized they only agreed on what would happen if she succeeded, but not what would happen if she failed. He felt both amused and exasperated. This little girl was quite clever. Oh well, she probably wouldn't succeed anyway, so it didn't matter whether they made an agreement or not. Soo-hee left Old G's yard and wandered over to the machinery factory. With an introduction letter and work ID, she quickly met Qian Huifang. Qian Huifang grabbed Soo-hee's hand. They said the Huaihua commune liaison was looking for me. I was wondering who it was, and it turned out to be you, little he. What's that saying? A person should be treated differently after 3 days. Little he, you've really opened my eyes. Qian Huifang was speaking the truth. The things Soo-hee was doing were beyond her wildest dreams. Soo-hee smiled. Aunt Qian, please don't flatter me. I'm just in a nominal position to make work easier. I heard you got promoted to deputy director. Congratulations. Qian Huifang quickly replied, it's all thanks to your help. Otherwise, this position might not have been mine. After exchanging pleasantries, Qian Huifang finally asked little he, do you need something from me? She hadn't thought Soo-hee was there to discuss cooperation since the machinery factory and Huaihua commune were unrelated. Soo-hee smiled brightly, it's nothing much. Our Huaihua commune is planning to build a farm machinery factory, and I came to learn from you. Qian Huifang, who was drinking tea, spat it out upon hearing this. Cough, cough. Xiaohe, I'm sorry, I drank too quickly. It's no wonder Qian Huifang reacted so strongly. Soo-hee's words were quite amusing. Who doesn't know that Huaihua commune is very poor and still wants to build a machinery factory? To put it bluntly, Even starting a chicken farm would be a struggle. Su He understood this well and smiled. Aunt Qian, we're close, right? I know you think this is a joke. Honestly, I feel a bit like I'm playing around too, but my leader sent me to learn, so I can't just not come. Besides, I can get closer to you, which is a great thing. Qian Huifeng's eyes lit up. That was true. Aunt Qian, no matter if it works out or not, we have to follow the proper procedures. You see, my introduction letter has a time limit. Can you help me get a visitor's pass for the machinery factory? This small task was easy for Qian Huifeng, and soon it was done. Xiao He, it's time for lunch. Let's go to the cafeteria. Su He followed Qian Huifeng to the cafeteria without hesitation. The cafeteria was bustling with noise. Qian Huifeng signed the guest book and asked the chef to prepare 2 special meat dishes just for them. As they ate and chatted, Su He made an effort to engage Qian Huifeng, who was all smiles. Aunt Qian, this afternoon I want to visit the workshops. If you're busy, just let the workshop know, and I can go by myself. Qian Huifeng indeed had things to do in the afternoon. She noticed a few workshop directors eating together and took Su He over to introduce her. The workshop directors reacted just like Qian Huifeng when they heard about the Huaihua commune wanting to set up a machinery factory. They almost burst out laughing. They could only describe the Huaihua commune's actions with one phrase: overestimating themselves. However, facing a young girl, especially a pretty one, they couldn't say anything rude and gave vague agreements. In the afternoon, Su He arrived at the casting workshop. The workers there were all tough men, and they were energized to see a young girl. Su He quickly fit in, and by the end of the workday, she was already well-liked in the casting workshop. Even Director Pang of the casting workshop wanted to recruit her. Xiao Su, this liaison position is just a formality. It doesn't mean much. My casting workshop needs a statistician. If you can find someone to hire, the position is yours. In those days, being a statistician was a good job. It didn't involve heavy labor, just some paperwork. Su He expressed her gratitude and then said, I understand the saying that people aim high and water flows low, but I want my hometown folks to live better lives. So, I really want to stay in Huaihua Commune and contribute. Director Peng nodded repeatedly. Although this girl was young, her awareness was impressive. Compared to her, he felt a bit ashamed. So, Director Peng looked at her with even more respect. When Su He left the compared to her, he felt a bit ashamed. So, Director Peng looked at her with even more respect. When Su He left the casting workshop to find Qian Huifeng, she walked in to see Qian Huifeng looking troubled. Seeing Su He, Qian Huifeng perked up. Xiao He, you're back? Was it smooth? Su He nodded, pretty smooth. Everyone has been very kind to me. Qian Huifeng was just asking casually, thinking Su He was just going through the motions. Su He asked with concern, Aunt Qian, you don't look well. What happened? Qian Huifeng sighed and explained this was a coveted job every year because it usually had some perks. But this year, it became a hot potato because the factory wouldn't allocate industrial tickets, leaving the union to figure it out. Though there were union funds, in those days having money wasn't enough. You needed tickets to buy anything. Many people had their eyes on the deputy director position, but since Qian Huifeng got it, many were envious. So, during the leadership meeting today, they sabotaged her, making her take on this hot potato. Qian Huifeng complained and sighed. Isn't this pushing me to my limit? Without tickets, no matter how capable I am, I can't get anything. Su He thought for a moment and said, Aunt Qian, I have an idea, but I'm not sure if it's suitable. Qian Huifeng grabbed Su He's hand. At this point, don't keep me in suspense. Just say it. Farmers usually have some eggs saved up, and this season there are plenty of wild vegetables. Could we collect these and distribute them to the workers? Qian Huifeng was initially pleased, but then frowned. If we directly buy from the farmers, that's not proper. If someone catches us, it could cause trouble. Su He blinked. Of course, doing it directly isn't proper, but what if the commune collects them and then sells them to the machinery factory? Qian Huifeng's eyes brightened. If that's the case, then it's fine. But will the Huaihua commune agree to help? Su He patted her chest. Leave it to me. Qian Huifang was so excited she stumbled over her words, but after calming down, she said, "Farmers probably won't have many eggs, and even with wild vegetables, it would be too little. How about I talk to engineer, he to see if we can buy some defective fabric from them?" Su He shook her head. First, the defective fabric from the textile factory is almost gone. Second, Aunt Qian, I don't mean to sound harsh, but the last favor is already settled. Engineer, he might not sell you any favors. Qian Huifang looked deflated and turned to Su He for help. Su He had already thought of a plan but pretended to be deep in thought. After a while, she said, "I heard the textile factory has a lot of fabric scraps, but just giving out scraps isn't ideal. How about this? I'll talk to engineer he and propose a collaboration with the Huaihua commune. They provide the scraps, and villagers can sew them into chair cushions, and they can pay some labor fees. Then you can buy these cushions from the textile factory, which helps them earn money and solves your welfare issue." What Su He didn't mention was that this would also help the villagers earn money, and the leaders of Huaihua commune would be thrilled. Most importantly, this would allow the textile factory to see the benefits, making her next plan much smoother. Qian Huifang, of course, didn't think about all that. She felt like hugging Su He in gratitude. She was truly her timely helper. It was clear that this time, she wouldn't just avoid criticism, but would also receive praise. She immediately asked Su He to start working on this matter, but Su He said, "Aunt Qian, it's not that I don't trust you, but this involves too many parties. Please report to the leaders first. If the plan is feasible, I'll bring the commune leaders over, and we can sign a purchase agreement. This way, it benefits both sides, ensuring credibility and preventing future interference. The same goes for the textile factory. We need to handle this officially." Qian Huifang nodded repeatedly and was about to report to the leaders when Su He stopped her. "Aunt Qian, no rush. I'll first get a sample of the chair cushion from the textile factory for you to show the leaders. It will strengthen our case. As for the design of the chair cushion, that was easy. Just search for products at the trading center. Just looking, not buying, is enjoyable." Trading center? Are you polite? Qian Huifang grabbed Su He's hand and insisted on inviting her to dinner at her home. Su He couldn't refuse and had to agree. To show her gratitude and encourage Su He to work harder, Qian Huifang bought 2.5 pounds of pork belly on her way home. Once home, she started chopping filling for dumplings. In these times, making dumplings was the highest form of hospitality. Chao Hongmei heard Su He talking next door and said to Su Yongshi, "Qian Huifang is inviting Su He for dinner again. I can hear her chopping filling. They must be making dumplings. Do you think Su He is helping her with something?" Su Yongshi thought for a moment. "I won't be home for my night shift today. When she comes back, you can ask her. Maybe we can benefit from it." Chao Hongmei nodded, puzzled. Why has Su He changed so much? She used to seem clueless, but now she seems so clever. Su Yongshi replied, "She probably had a realization after jumping into the river. After all, she grew up in the provincial capital, so she must have more experience than us. But we shouldn't just follow her blindly. Let's wait and see." "I think the same." Su Jinbao, playing on the "maybe we can benefit from it." Chao Hongmei nodded, puzzled. Why has Su He changed so much? She used to seem clueless, but now she seems so clever. Su Yongshi. After a while, Su He climbed back over the wall. Chao Hongmei smiled widely. "Su He is back. Did you eat next door?" Su He vaguely replied, "Auntie, I remember there are many scraps of cloth at home. You should bring them out." Chao Hongmei felt uneasy, wondering if she wanted them to give to someone. After hesitating for a while, she finally brought out the bag of scraps. She was just a temporary worker, and the scraps she got were the worst, small and mixed in color. Su He thought they were fine and immediately used Su Jinbao's notebook and pencil to draw a few designs. Chao Hongmei's eyes lit up. "Su He, these designs are beautiful. Do you want to sew them with the scraps?" Su He nodded. "Annie, if you sew by hand, how long do you think it will take to make a cushion?" Chao Hongmei thought for a moment. The simplest one might take just over an hour, but the more complicated ones could take a day or two. "Auntie, please make a simple one first, so I can see." Chow Hongmei wasn't very willing to do it, but didn't dare to say so. She picked up the needle and thread and started sewing the cushion following Su He's design. After more than an hour, the cushion was finished. "Auntie, your hands are really skillful." Su He meant it. Chow Hongmei's stitches were fine and dense, and the finished product looked even better than the design. Chow Hongmei felt a sense of achievement and tucked her hair behind her ear. "I'm not bragging. My sewing skills are definitely good. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been chosen as a temporary worker at the textile factory." After praising her a few more times, Chow Hongmei felt a bit proud. "Since I have some free time, let me sew another one." But she regretted it immediately. She wished she could slap herself. "Auntie, staying up late is bad for your eyes. Don't you have a shift tomorrow? Let's sew in the morning." Now that the city had power restrictions, they were using oil lamps, which were hard on the eyes. Suhi took out a grain coupon worth 10 jin. "Annie, I can't just eat and drink at home for free. You can use this coupon." Chow Hongmei almost thought she misheard. It wasn't until she held the coupon that she confirmed it was real. She suddenly felt that Suhi could be quite nice sometimes. Well, after a slap, getting a sweet date feels especially sweet. The next morning, Chow Hongmei sewed another cushion, which was more complex and looked even better than the previous one. The more she looked at it, the more she liked it. She asked cautiously, "Suhi, are you giving this cushion to someone? I'll tell you more in a few days." Chow Hongmei was very curious, but didn't dare to pry further. After lunch, Suhi left the courtyard and went to the textile factory. Not long after she left, Gu Qian entered Old Man Ji's yard. Gu Qian was in a hurry. "Old Go, what do you need me for?" "I have a train ticket for this afternoon, and I still need to." Old Man Ge glared at him, interrupting, "Of course, I have something important to discuss with you. Look at this." Old Man Ge handed him a few sheets of paper with diagrams and text, which detailed the Heimlich maneuver. Although Gu Qian didn't know much about medicine, he could see the value of this first aid method. Before he could ask any questions, Old Man Ge said, "This was taught to me by that girl next door. She said it was developed by a foreign doctor called the Heimlich maneuver.
You need to verify it.
If it's true, spread this first aid method as it is. If not, come up with a reliable name before sharing it. Remember, don't mention me or that girl to avoid trouble." Even though this era was closed off, some industries still had contact with the outside world. Gu Qian's work often involved interactions with outsiders. He paused, surprised. "Are you talking about that girl named Suhi?" Old Man Ge nodded and explained the situation, then added, "That girl is good in many ways, but she loves to brag. She got herself a title as a commune liaison, claiming she could persuade the textile and machinery factories to set up branches in their Huaihua commune. Can you believe that nonsense? I scolded her a bit, and she even bet with me." After hearing this, Gu Qian smiled slightly. He actually thought that He might be able to pull it off. From what happened with Zhao Bin, it was clear she was resourceful and not just someone who talks big. However, he didn't say this out loud. He understood Old Man Ji's stubbornness. It wouldn't matter if he spoke up. Moreover, subconsciously, he didn't want to ruin Suhi's plans. Old Man Ge continued for a while. "All right, don't you need to catch your train? Hurry up." Gu Qian hesitated for a moment and then slapped his forehead. "Old Ge, I just remembered I need to stop by Teacher Yuan's place. I won't have enough time. I'll change my train ticket to tomorrow. By the way, I haven't been sleeping well lately. I'll come back tonight, and you can help me with that." After saying this, Gu Qian hurriedly left. Old Man Ge couldn't help but mutter, "I used to think this kid was steady, but today he's so restless." Gu Qian quickly arrived at the train station and paused just as he entered the ticket office. He usually followed his plans strictly, so changing his train ticket felt unsettling, as if things were slipping out of his control. It seemed like he was momentarily bewitched, with only one thought in his mind. Staying might allow him to see that girl named Suhi again. They had only met twice, and she didn't even know he existed. His actions now felt somewhat ridiculous. After a moment, he approached the window. "Excuse me, I'd like to change my ticket." Rather than feeling anxious, he preferred to make a formal introduction. Perhaps getting to know her would calm his restless heart and lessen her impact on him. Soo-hee was unaware that she had become someone's obsession. She went to the textile factory to find Engineer He. Engineer He was surprised to see Soo-hee's work ID and praised her. Engineer He, I'm here on behalf of the commune to discuss a collaboration. Could you introduce me to the responsible leader? Soo-hee sought Engineer He's help to bridge the connection for professional matters. Engineer He readily agreed. He wasn't foolish. He knew Soo-hee was trying to gain something by looking after Grandma He and Grandpa He. However, so far, Soo-hee had been very considerate and she had helped him a lot before, so he didn't mind her intentions. As long as she didn't cross his boundaries, he was willing to assist her. Engineer He introduced Soo-hee to Director Gao of the Supply and Marketing Department at the textile factory. Director Gao was polite to Soo-hee, thanks to Engineer He's recommendation. After some small talk, Soo-hee said, Director Gao, the machinery factory wants to purchase some Dragon Boat Festival gifts, and I thought of our textile factory since we have many leftover fabric scraps. Director Gao's expression stiffened. Surely, this girl didn't want the machinery factory to use scraps as gifts? Although fabric was precious these days, using scraps for the Dragon Boat Festival seemed too shabby. The machinery factory had always considered itself the leader among the local factories. They wouldn't do something so degrading, would they? However, out of politeness, he didn't interrupt Soo-hee. Soo-hee continued, the scraps may seem cheap, but once made into cushions, they look upscale. Look, I have 2 finished products here. Soo-hee took the fabric cushions out of her bag. Director Gao's eyes lit up. These are made from scraps? Soo-hee nodded. I have other designs too, take a look. Director Gao examined them. Although the designs weren't colored, they were quite unique. However, he quickly regained his composure. Sue, while these cushions are indeed nice and utilize scraps, they are too labor-intensive. We have limited manpower and can't delay other production tasks for a few cushions. So, we can't take this order. Soo-hee smiled. Director Gao, could you assign this production task to our Huaihua commune? You provide the materials, and we can have our members sew the cushions. The textile factory would only need to pay a small labor fee. Director Gao, who was in sales, was much quicker on his feet than Engineer He or Qian Huifang. He immediately considered the benefits for all parties involved. After some thought, he saw no downsides and realized it could boost his performance, so why not? He smiled and said, Sue, you're quite clever. But how will we price the labor fee? If it's too high, it won't be worth it. After some back-and-forth negotiation, they settled on 8 cents per cushion. All right, Sue, it's a deal. But one thing, you must ensure the quality of these cushions. If they're not good, I won't accept them. Soo-hee nodded. Of course. Since you're on board, I'll inform the machinery factory and have them draft an agreement. Although Director Gao felt an agreement wasn't necessary, seeing Soo-hee's serious demeanor, he nodded in agreement. Soo-hee also asked him to help her get a visitor pass to save time on future visits. After receiving the pass, Soo-hee hurried to the machinery factory to find Qian Huifang. Qian Huifang was anxious and asked as soon as she saw Soo-hee, how did it go? Everything okay with the textile factory? Soo-hee nodded and showed her the cushion samples. Qian Huifang's eyes brightened. She hadn't expected the cushions made from scraps to look so good. She immediately took the samples to report to the leaders. Before long, she returned with a beaming smile. Sue, the leaders have agreed. When can you bring your commune leaders to sign the agreement? I'll return to the commune tomorrow and bring them over the day after. After leaving the machinery factory, he went to the textile factory's staff quarters. She helped Grandma He and Grandpa He clean up and prepare dinner before heading back. As soon as Soo-hee entered the courtyard, the door next door creaked open, and a young man stepped out. Soo-hee's eyes lit up. Where did this charming young man come from? Although Gu Qian had been at the fire scene before, Soo-hee had been too focused on acting to notice him, and he had later stepped back into the crowd, so she had no impression of him. When Soo-hee read novels, she had scoffed at descriptions of male leads with chiseled features, thinking, chiseled? That's just a noodle shape. Yet at this moment, that very phrase came to her mind. She finally understood why authors used that term. Ordinary people were like clay thrown together by Manhwa, while this handsome young man seemed like a masterpiece crafted with a knife. His features were sharp and striking, and even his hair matched her taste. As for his height, he was at least 6 feet tall. Though he looked a bit slender, it added to his ethereal charm. There's a saying that there's no such thing as love at first sight. It's merely attraction. Soo-hee was experiencing this now. Seeing someone so good-looking made her heart flutter. If a shy girl might feel a crush but wouldn't dare to act, for the outgoing Soo-hee, there was no such thing as being shy. She confidently called out from across the wall, "Hello, I'm Soo-hee. I'm an old friend of Grandpa Ge. He must have mentioned me, right?" Inside, Grandpa Ge thought, "Old friend? I had no idea. What a thick skin." Gu Qian smiled slightly. "Hello, I'm Gu Qian. Old Ge often mentions you, and says you've helped him a lot." Old Ge. How shameless. At that moment, Old Ge realized that Gu Qian must have changed his train ticket because of this girl. Soo-hee pretended to be polite and then started asking questions. "I'm the liaison for the Huaihua commune. What do you do for work?" "I work in research. I heard from Old Ge that you saved a child yesterday." Soo-hee was very clever. Seeing Gu Qian trying to change the subject, she understood he didn't want to discuss his specific job. She wisely dropped the topic and talked about the Heimlich maneuver instead. Gu Qian listened attentively, and after she finished, he said, "When I return to the capital, I will look for relevant information from abroad and promote this first aid method so more people can benefit. To be safe, I won't involve Old Ge or you in this." Soo-hee felt a spark of interest. In this era, being able to access foreign information usually meant having a powerful background or a privileged job. Gu Qian suddenly transformed in her eyes from a mere decorative vase into a valuable antique. Her smile grew brighter. The two young people chatted over a low wall, the setting sun casting a golden glow on their shadows. A moment of peaceful time. Then, Chao Hongmei's voice broke the silence. "Is Xiaohe back?" "Oh, this young man looks quite spirited. Are you related to Old Ge?" Gu Qian's tone suddenly became distant, and he spoke sparingly. "An old acquaintance." Chao Hongmei felt displeased with his coldness and said to Soo-hee, "Xiaohe, it's time to eat." Soo-hee smiled at Gu Qian. "I'm going in to eat. See you later." She liked good-looking boys, but looks alone wouldn't fill her stomach. She was tired and hungry, so eating was a priority. Seeing Soo-hee leave decisively, Gu Qian felt a vague sense of loss. Old Ge stood at the door and snorted. "Enough standing around. Come in and eat." At the dinner table, Old Ge snorted. "You're going back to the capital soon, so behave. That girl Soo-hee is nice, don't mess with her." Gu Qian smiled lightly. "Old Ge, you're overthinking. We just happened to meet and chatted for a bit." Old Ge snorted. "You think that will fool anyone? Why would you change your train ticket for no reason? From what I know about you, you're usually precise to the second. How could you make such a big mistake? Just don't get involved with that girl. You're not from the same world. Besides, your old fossil at home would never agree to you dating a country girl." Gu Qian's voice became slightly lower. "Old Ge, I make my own decisions. Besides, I hardly spoke to Soo-hee. You're reading too much into it." Old Ge slammed his chopsticks down. "I'm just being cautious. If it weren't for my friendship with your old fossil, I wouldn't care about your mess." Gu Qian smiled. "Old Ge, I didn't say anything, so why are you getting angry? I'm going back to the capital tomorrow. I won't have a chance to bother Soo-hee." Old Ge glared at him before continuing to eat. After dinner, Old Ge grabbed Gu Qian's arm to check his pulse. He rolled his eyes. Everything was fine. Complaints about not eating well or sleeping poorly were nonsense. Thinking about Gu's stubborn old man, he advised, "When you get back, make that old fossil take his medicine. Even if it can't cure him, it can help maintain his condition." Gu Qian nodded in agreement. Old Ge sighed. "It's a pity that Hua Tuo's Qing Nong Shu is lost. Otherwise, we might find a cure for him. I dream of seeing those lost medical texts, but it's impossible." Gu Qian knew Old Ge would go on, so he vaguely agreed. not really paying attention. Just then, Soo-hee's cheerful voice came from outside. Old Go, Old Go. Old Go opened the door and said irritably, "What are you shouting about? Summoning souls?" Soo-hee laughed. "I'm going back to the countryside tomorrow morning. Do you like wild vegetables? If you do, I'll bring some next time." Old Go actually missed that taste. "Then bring some." Soo-hee smiled and nodded to Gu Chien before heading back inside. Chow Hongmei grabbed Soo-hee's hand. "Xiao-hee, you're going back to the countryside tomorrow? Did your second aunt not treat you well?" Soo-hee found it amusing. Last time she left, Chow Hongmei almost celebrated with firecrackers, and now she seemed reluctant to see her go. "Second aunt, I'm going back to take care of some things. If all goes well, I'll be back the day after tomorrow." Chow Hongmei finally relaxed. The couple was counting on Soo-hee to help them secure their positions. The next day, after breakfast, Soo-hee left the yard with her small bag. She glanced at the neighbor's house to the east and then strolled toward the bus station. She was indeed interested in Gu Chien, but maintaining a balance was the key to fishing. As she neared the bus station, she heard a voice behind her. "Soo-hee, wait." It was Gu Chien. Soo-hee smiled. The fish was on the hook. She turned around, feigning surprise. "Comrade Gu, is there something? I might need your help promoting the Heimlich maneuver. Would it be convenient for us to correspond by letter?" Gu Chien appeared calm, but his hand tightened slightly. Soo-hee smiled. "Of course. Just know that if you send it to my village address, it might take a while. How about this? Send the letter to Qian Huifang at the Machinery Factory Union, and she will pass it to me. Besides the first aid method, feel free to write about anything else too." Gu Chien nodded. "Okay, I'll remember that. Are you heading to the bus station?" "I'm going that way too. Let's go together." Soo-hee smiled even more sweetly.
Great.
"You can tell me about the good food and fun in the capital. I've never been there." The bus station was at the very north of the county, with nothing around it. Was he going to clear land on the way? Gu Chien had no idea what Soo-hee was thinking. His previously anxious heart finally felt at ease. He hadn't slept much the night before, his mind filled with thoughts of Soo-hee. After analyzing everything, he realized he had developed feelings for her. Though he knew rationally that he shouldn't indulge in these feelings, given their different backgrounds and the distance between them, he felt there would be many obstacles to overcome. However, emotionally, it felt like a caged tiger that would go wild at the first chance of escape. In the end, his feelings won over his reason, and he chased after her. No matter what, he wanted to try. Perhaps this attraction was just a fleeting connection between two people, destined to fade with distance, leaving no trace behind. They chatted and laughed, quickly reaching the bus station. "Comrade Gu, I've arrived."
Then.
"I'm leaving. Safe travels." "Wish you a safe journey too, goodbye." Gu Chien stepped away, feeling empty inside. He hoped Soo-hee would say something, but when he turned around, he only saw her back, decisive and unhesitant. Although Soo-hee had little romantic experience, she was skilled at understanding people's feelings. The harder something is to obtain, the more it is cherished. Gu Chien clearly had feelings for her, but if she acted too eager, that affection might lose its charm. Only by keeping a little distance could she make him remember her. Soo-hee quickly pushed Gu Chien out of her mind. Right now, making money was the priority. Having money would allow her to buy big at the trading market and give her the means to stand up to Shinrui. Seeing that the bus would take a while to leave, Soo-hee took out paper and pencil to sketch the cushion designs from the trading market. By the time she got on the bus, she had drawn several designs.
Sister.
When Soo-hee saw it was ticket seller Gao Hong, she smiled and said, "Sister Gao, I was worried I wouldn't see you before getting on. Looks like we really are fated." She felt a bit guilty saying this, as there were only 2 ticket sellers, so it was quite normal to meet. Gao Hong, however, appreciated it and started chatting with Soo-hee. "Sister, why have you been going to the county so often lately?" She was genuinely puzzled. Visiting relatives shouldn't be that frequent, right? Soo-hee smiled and showed her work ID. "I'm here for work." Gao Hong took a look and gasped, startling a few passengers nearby. "Sister, you're really impressive. You got into the commune in just a few days? Suhi felt a bit shy and replied, I just got lucky. Gao Hong glanced at her small bag. What are those 2 certificates? They're visitor passes from the machinery and textile factories. The colleagues there helped me get them for easier access. When Suhi showed her work ID, she intentionally revealed the 2 certificates. Gao Hong's expression towards Su He completely changed. She had initially thought Su He was just pretty and capable, but now she realized how talented she was. Not only did she get a job at the commune, but she also had connections at the textile and machinery factories. Gao Hong's attitude became more friendly. Sister, if you need any help in the future, just let me know. Don't hesitate. Suhi smiled. Sister Gao, I'm someone who likes to take advantage of opportunities, so I'll definitely bother you later. Gao Hong teased. I'd be happy to help. Are you heading back to the village soon? I'll first report to Director Luo at the commune, then head back to Huangshi village. Speaking of which, I miscalculated this time. I should have left my bike at the commune. Now I have to walk back after my report. Gao Hong's eyes lit up, and she leaned in to whisper, when we get off, don't leave right away. I'll ask Uncle Yu to give you a ride back. Suhi felt a bit flustered. Is that okay? What if the transportation company finds out? Gao Hong waved her hand dismissively. Everyone has their private matters. We all understand each other. It's fine. Suhi hesitated a bit more, but seeing Gao Hong's insistence, she reluctantly agreed. Sure enough, when they arrived at Huaihua Commune, Gao Hong whispered to the driver, Yu Dajiang, and then smiled at Suhi. Sister, you go to your business at the commune. We'll wait for you at the station. Suhi expressed her gratitude and happily walked towards the commune. She really didn't want to walk back to Huangshi village. It would be exhausting. Plus, taking a ride back would help establish her reputation and make it easier for her to work in the future. Soon, they arrived at Huaihua Commune. With her work ID, she had no trouble getting in. Director Luo was surprised to see Suhi. Hadn't she just gone to the county 2 days ago? Why was she back so soon? Then he thought she might have hit a wall and realized her earlier ambitions were a bit unrealistic, so she came back to report. Young people really can be unreliable. So, Director Luo wasn't as warm as last time, not even offering her a glass of water. Xiao Su, you're back from the county? How did it go? Suhi sighed. The plan to set up a branch factory is indeed more difficult than I thought. I was a bit too optimistic before. Director Luo thought to himself, see, I knew it. Then he heard Suhi say, although the branch factory plan doesn't have any progress for now, I managed to bring in 2 business deals for Huaihua Commune. The machinery factory wants to buy eggs and wild vegetables from farmers as a benefit for the Dragon Boat Festival, and the textile factory has given us a contract for 5,000 pieces of scrap fabric cushions. It's a small scale, but I'll work harder to bring in bigger deals next time. Director Luo jumped up. What did you say? He doubted he had heard correctly. Hadn't Suhi just been to the county for 2 days? It couldn't be 2 months, right? And she brought in business already? And from 2 major factories? These 2 deals combined were worth nearly 3,000 yuan. And she called them small deals? Director Luo personally poured Suhi a cup of tea. Xiao Su, drink some water first, then tell me the details. After Suhi explained everything, Director Luo was left in shock. Is this really possible? Isn't this just pulling a fast one? Wait, she even lied. When did our Huaihua commune say it wanted to set up a machinery factory? Suhi guessed his thoughts and said, Director Luo, I admit I was a bit reckless about the machinery factory, but I'm laying the groundwork for the branch factory. You won't blame me, will you? Thinking of the business Suhi brought in and the future branch factory, Director Luo waved his hand. In extraordinary times, we must take extraordinary actions, it's fine. The main leaders of the commune are all here. I'll gather them to discuss this. Director Luo acted swiftly and called everyone over. After hearing the news, they all looked astonished. This Suhi is truly talented. No wonder she could borrow a tractor. Her mind is sharp. Sister Wu suddenly said, Xiao Su, the eggs are easy, but wild vegetables don't last long. And they're seasonal. By the Dragon Boat Festival, they'll be overgrown and inedible. Director Luo and the others realized she was right. Wild vegetables can only stay fresh for 2 days. By the third day, they wilt. Soo-hee smiled. Sister Wu is correct. If we supply fresh wild vegetables, it will indeed be inconvenient. So, I negotiated with the machinery factory for dried vegetables. It's a pity that salt is expensive. Otherwise, pickled vegetables would work too. Hearing this, Director Luo and the others gave her a thumbs up. Although Soo-hee was young, she thought things through thoroughly. Director Luo smiled. Since there are no issues, let's discuss which teams to assign the tasks to. Soo-hee playfully said, I'll be a bit biased and take care of our Huangshi village. We're near the mountains, so gathering wild vegetables is easy. Director Luo chuckled. No problem. Soo-hee and Director Luo agreed to go to the county the next day, and then she left the commune. When she got to the station, she apologized. Uncle Yu, Sister Gao, sorry to keep you waiting. Director Luo insisted on holding a meeting, which took some time. Gao Hong and Yu Chongjiang exchanged glances. A special meeting? That shows how much Director Luo values Soo-hee. Both of them became even more attentive. Gao Hong took Soo-hee's hand and helped her onto the bus. Thinking about the villagers' reactions, Soo-hee couldn't help but smile widely. She couldn't help it. A person like her, who craved attention, loved impressive scenes. As soon as Soo-hee's small car entered Huangshi village, the village was in an uproar. Isn't that the car from the commune going to the county? Why is it here, in our Huangshi village? Look, isn't that Su family's eldest daughter sitting in it? It really is her. Wow, last time she came back on a tractor, and this time she came back in a car. The roads in the village were bumpy, so Soo-hee had the car stop at the village entrance. In those days, tractors were rare, let alone small cars. Many people rushed to the entrance to see what was happening. Uncle Yu, Sister Gao, come to my house for a visit. Both of them politely declined. Soo-hee didn't insist. There would be plenty of time in the future. Once the car left, the villagers surrounded Soo-hee. Soo-dia, why did you come back in a small car? Soo-hee smiled. I wanted to walk back, but Sister Gao and Uncle Yu were kind enough to give me a ride. The villagers thought. A ride? Beyond here is the mountain. It was clear they came specifically to drop her off. Su family's eldest daughter is getting more impressive. Last time it was a tractor, this time a small car. Who knows, maybe next time it will be a car. Outside the crowd, Grandma Su was shouting, Dia, Grandma is here to pick you up. Finally getting out of the crowd, Soo-hee felt Grandma Su grab her hand. My precious granddaughter. Why do you look thinner? Come on, let's go home. Grandma will make you dumplings.
Shui.
Is this really her grandmother who prefers boys over girls? It seems that the preference for boys has been overshadowed by the shine of money. Grandma Su was feeling very pleased. She hadn't felt this proud in years. Not to brag, but among the old ladies in Huangshi village, she was definitely the top dog now. Even the usually proud Grandma Lu was now being polite to her. All thanks to her precious granddaughter. Once home, Grandma Su was extremely attentive. She prepared wash water, handed over towels, mixed milk powder, and peeled candy wrappers, busy as a bee. Soo-hee felt tired just watching her. Grandma, you don't need to fuss, sit down and rest. Did Grandpa and the others go out to work? Did Master Sun and the others go back? Yes, they left yesterday afternoon. The remaining fields should be done in another couple of days. That's why I say my granddaughter is amazing. In previous years, it would have taken at least half a month to finish planting. Dia, quickly tell Grandma why the small car brought you back. Soo-hee smiled and said, because they think I'm useful. People are like that. When rich, they have distant relatives. When poor, no one cares. Grandma Su nodded. That's true. Some people are just so superficial. That old Lu next door used to act all high and mighty, but now she's so humble with me. I feel embarrassed for her. Grandma Su bragged for a while, and then noticed Soo-hee had fallen asleep. Grandma Su, she can sleep while sitting. My granddaughter is really something. She tiptoed to the west room to make the bed, and then gently woke Soo-hee to let her sleep inside. Soo-hee was indeed tired. Although it seemed like just talking, every step required careful planning, leaving her mentally and physically exhausted. When Su-hee woke up, Su Xiaoman had already come back from school. Seeing Su-hee awake, the little girl leaned over the bed excitedly. "Sister, I heard you came back in a small car? Why didn't you have it drive around our school a couple of times? That would have made me so proud."
Shui.
"How did you do with the task I gave you?" Su Xiaoman pulled out a crumpled notebook from her backpack, proudly saying, "Look, this is the homework for Grandpa and Grandma." Su-hee took a look. The old man had written ancient poems, and Grandma Su had written some characters from the Chinese currency. Su Xiaoman shook her head and said, "Grandma gets sleepy when writing, but when I had her copy the characters from the money, she was wide awake."
Shui. Good job.
Su Xiaoman reached out. "Sister, since I did well, where's my reward?" Although her small bag was on the shelf, Su Xiaoman clearly hadn't touched it. Su-hee thought, this child isn't bad at heart. With proper guidance, she wouldn't go down the wrong path like in the stories. She had Su Xiaoman bring the bag over, and Su-hee pulled out a big handful of chocolates, saying, "These chocolates are all for you to share. You decide how to divide them." Su Xiaoman's eyes lit up. "Really? Can I keep them all for myself?" Su-hee nodded. "As long as you think it through." Su Xiaoman unwrapped a piece of chocolate and popped it into her mouth, looking blissful. "This is so delicious. It must be the best thing in the world." Then, hesitantly, she picked up another piece. "Sister, you eat too." Su-hee took it and ate it.
Su Xiaoman looked pan.
"You really ate it?" She immediately stuffed the remaining chocolates into her backpack, clearly planning to keep them all for herself. Su-hee watched silently, not saying a word. Grandma Su kept her promise and really made dumplings for dinner. Although there was no meat, just some lard, being able to eat a meal of white flour dumplings was already quite nice. Su Laohan and the others had heard about the small car and were feeling proud. Especially Su Laohan, who had been walking with his hands behind his back lately, looking more important than the team leader. Just as the dumplings were served, they heard Grandma Lu's voice from next door. "Yufin? Why are you back?" "Oh, what happened to your face?" The Su family's expressions immediately changed. Grandma Su put down her chopsticks and hurried outside. Su-hee followed and saw a woman in her 20s at the door, her face bruised, holding a 2- or 3-year-old child. It was Su Laohan's youngest daughter, Su Yufin, holding her son, Taidan. Su Yufin had married into Lu Shugo village in the Xiangyang commune, and her husband was named Lu Xingwang. The Lu family had 6 brothers, and Lu Xingwang was the youngest, spoiled since childhood. He liked Su Yufin's beauty and asked someone to arrange the marriage. At first, Su Laohan didn't agree to the marriage, but both Grandma Su and Su Yufin were willing, as the Xiangyang commune was much wealthier than the Huaihua commune and Lu Xingwang was decent-looking. Who would have thought that after marrying, Su Yufin would have such bad luck? Her in-laws were harsh, her sister's-in-law difficult, and Lu Xingwang would hit her at the slightest displeasure. Su Yonghua and Su Yongshi had gone to confront them, but the Lu family had 6 brothers, and they returned feeling defeated. Su Laohan and Grandma Su had been worried sick about their daughter. In the past 2 months, Su Yufin hadn't come home, and the old couple thought her husband had improved, only to find her in this state again. Grandma Su took the child and started scolding the Lu family, cursing them from top to bottom. Su-hee thought to herself, if you have the ability, go to the Lu family and scold them. Her grandmother was just tough at home. Su-hee saw Grandma Lu next door looking pleased and said, "Grandma, let's talk inside." Once inside, Su Yonghua gritted his teeth and asked, "Yufin, did that jerk LV Xingwang hit you again?" Su Yufin cried as she replied, "He has been quiet for the last 2 months. Although he yelled, he didn't hit me. I thought he had changed, but then I found out he was involved with Li Xinghua from the village. I caught him yesterday, and when I confronted him, he hit me." Zhao Tsuea wiped Su Yufin's tears with a towel and asked, "Yufin, how did you get back? Did you take the bullock cart?"
I walked back, Su Yufin replied.
Grandma Lu poked her forehead and said, "Walked back? How didn't you collapse from exhaustion? What a shame. How did I end up with such a useless child?" Although Xiangyang Commune and Huaihua Commune are close, it's still 50 to 60 miles apart, so it's no wonder she got home so late. Su-hee said, Grandma, stop criticizing my aunt. She's tired and hungry. Let her eat something first. Only then did Grandma Lu stop nagging. Su Yufin was indeed hungry. Despite her bad mood, she managed to eat a plate of dumplings. Zhao Tsuea prepared a bowl of milk powder for Taidan, and the little guy quickly fell asleep. After dinner, Grandma Lu said through gritted teeth, "This time, we can't let it go. Eldest, tomorrow you go to the county and bring the second one back. We need to confront the LV family." Su Yongwo agreed, but felt uneasy. The last time they went, they were surrounded by the LV family and couldn't even speak firmly, let alone show any strength. Su Yufin cried and said, "Eldest brother, as long as he agrees to end things with Li Xinghua, I will go back. If I have bad luck, that's my fault." Su He raised an eyebrow and asked, "Aunt, are you saying you still plan to stay with LV Xinguang?" Su Yufin sobbed. "What else can I do? Taidan is already 3 years old. I can't just leave him, can I?" "Why can't you leave? Taidan won't be happy growing up in such a family. Besides, he hits you. What if one day he accidentally kills you?" In the story, Su Yufin was indeed killed by that abusive man. Grandma Lu sighed, "Daughter, I know you mean well, but it's not that serious. LV Xinguang is a jerk, but he wouldn't dare to cause a death. If your aunt really divorces him, how will she face others later? Not just her, but even your grandfather, and I would be talked about." Su He's expression suddenly turned cold. "Grandma, this is a new society. Divorce is a right granted to women by law. And so what if people talk? Should we just watch my aunt get beaten?" She looked at Su Yufin and asked, "Aunt, don't worry about the family. I just want to know, do you want a divorce? If you do, I will help you." Su Yufin forced a smile and said, "Daughter, I know you care, but I can't leave this marriage. It's not just about what I want. The LV family won't agree. If Taidan were a girl, maybe they would let me go, but he's a boy. The truth is, most of the household chores fall on Su Yufin, so the LV family would never let her leave." Su He looked at her and said, "Aunt, I'll say it again. If you want to leave, I can make the LV family agree. Think about it." After saying this, Su He stood up and went to the west room. She felt a bit frustrated. For Su Yufin, she felt both pity for her misfortune and anger at her lack of fight. But this was also due to the limitations of the times and environment, which left women like Su Yufin without the courage or means to resist. Maybe once she has the ability, she can find ways to help those suffering from domestic violence. Su Yufin felt lost and looked at Zhao Tsuea. "Sister-in-law, is Daya angry with me?" Zhao Tsuea comforted her. "That girl is just impulsive. She cares about you." Hearing this, Su Yufin's tears fell again. Only her family cared for her. In that household, she was treated worse than an animal. Suddenly, Su Laohan, who had been silent and smoking, said, "If you really don't want to be with him, then leave." Grandma Lu complained, "Head of the family, why are you adding to the chaos? A divorced woman will be talked about wherever she goes. Plus, she is a boy. Who would dare to marry her?" Su Laohan slammed the table and said, "If she can't get married, I'll support her. Daya is right. What if that beast accidentally hurts her badly?" Hearing Su Laohan's words, Su Yufin burst into tears, and Zhao Tsuea hugged her, her eyes also red. "Father, mother, if Yufin wants to leave, let her. It's just a matter of extra chopsticks." Grandma Lu glared at her. "You make it sound easy. Even if we are willing to support her, will the LV family let her go? That family is full of troublemakers. They might come to our village and cause a scene." Su Xiaoman put her hands on her hips and said, "What are you afraid of? My sister is here. She will definitely find a way to deal with that troublesome family." Grandma Lu glared at her. "Look at you. Even if your sister is capable, can she just go to their Xiangyang commune and act freely? As long as my sister agrees to do something, she can accomplish it. My sister is the best." Su Xiaoman was now a complete sister fan, completely forgetting that not long ago, she didn't even want to call Su He sister. Grandma Lu's heart softened a bit. She also felt sorry for her daughter, but she had too many worries. If Dia could really solve the LV family issue, then a divorce wouldn't be impossible. Su Laohan knocked his pipe against his shoe. All right, this matter needs to be decided by Yufin herself. Let's wait and see. He actually felt uncertain. Dia is capable, but the LV family is from Xiangyang Commune. Can Dia really reach them? At home, Su-hee said to Su Yonghua, Dad, please take me to the commune tomorrow morning. I need to go to the county town. Zhao Chui expressed concern. Dia, why do you need to go so soon after coming back? It's tiring to travel back and forth. Su-hee smiled. This trip is for something good. Wait for my good news. Su Xiaoman leaned in, Sister. What's the good news? Su-hee glanced at her. It's none of your business if you're just going to keep it to yourself. Su Xiaoman immediately looked dejected. Even her little hair tuft drooped. After a fierce internal struggle, she took out the chocolate hidden in her backpack and pouted. Who said I was keeping it all to myself? I just forgot. I'll share now. She handed 2 pieces of chocolate to Su Yonghua and Zhao Chui. Seeing her daughter looking so wronged, Zhao Chui quickly said, Mom doesn't like this. You keep it for yourself. Su Yonghua added, Dad doesn't like it either. Su-hee disagreed. If you keep doing this, she'll get used to it and won't share anything with you in the future. Only then did Su Yonghua and Zhao Chui take the chocolate and, under Su-hee's pressure, ate it. Su Xiaoman reluctantly shared the chocolate with Su Laohan and the others, leaving herself with just 1 piece. Su-hee tugged at her little hair tuft. Make sure to teach the family to read. When I come back from the county town, I'll bring you cookies. Su Xiaoman instantly beamed with joy. From now on, whatever her sister said would be the rule. Zhao Chui lowered her voice and asked Su-hee, Dia, do you really have a way to solve the situation with the old Lu family? It's a small matter, as long as my aunt understands the situation. The most frustrating thing about domestic violence is that when outsiders intervene, the victim often claims it's a family matter and even blames others for interfering. So, Su-hee decided to wait until Su Yufin clearly stated her position before getting involved, to avoid unnecessary trouble. The next morning, Su Yonghua took Su-hee to the commune. After meeting with Director Luo and others, they boarded a small bus to the county town. Even though it wasn't a busy day, the ticket seller was very attentive when she saw Director Luo and the others. Upon arriving in the county town, they headed straight to the machinery factory. Director Luo and the others felt a bit nervous. Although they were commune leaders, they had never dealt with large factories like the machinery and textile factories. At the entrance of the machinery factory, Su-hee took out her visitor's pass. After the guard let Director Luo and the others register, they were allowed in. The way Director Luo and the others looked at Su-hee changed a bit. Qian Huifang was already waiting in the office, and when they met, she was very warm. Xiao-hee helped me a lot before, which is why I chose to collaborate with your Huaihua commune. Qian Huifang's words elevated Su-hee's status significantly. After signing the agreement with the machinery factory, Su-hee took Director Luo and the others to the textile factory. Director Gao was also very welcoming. After signing the agreement, he said, I'll have someone deliver the scraps to your commune tomorrow. Once you finish processing them, I'll send a truck to pick up the cushions. Su-hee immediately showed admiration. I was worried that tomorrow is Labor Day and we wouldn't be able to deliver until the day after. It seems I underestimated your factory's enthusiasm. If our country were like your factory, we would surely achieve modernization sooner. Director Gao was almost overwhelmed by her flattery. If he weren't trying to be modest, he would have been grinning from ear to ear. Not at all. It's our duty. You haven't had lunch yet, right? Come, let's try the chef's dishes at our textile factory. Director Luo and the others exchanged glances, and they seemed to understand why Su-hee could accomplish big things. She really knew how to flatter. While Director Gao went to order food, Su-hee said to Director Luo, there's a trick to these scraps. I'll come by tomorrow morning to pick out the best ones for loading. Then I'll ride back with the truck instead of taking the bus with you. Director Luo felt a bit guilty, but they really couldn't handle this, so he said, that would be a lot of trouble for you. Su-hee smiled. It's all for our Huaihua commune. A little hard work is nothing. Director Luo thought to himself that he was truly a good comrade. During lunch, after confirming the loading time with Director Gao, he said, "Director Gao, I'll go with the truck tomorrow. That way, we can communicate anytime if needed." Director Gao thought it was no big deal and agreed. After leaving the textile factory, Director Luo said, "Xiao Su, we're staying at the guest house. Are you going back to your second uncle's house, or should we get you a room too?" "I'm going back to my second uncle's house, but it's not urgent." "Director Luo, since you all are in the county town, why not discuss the wild vegetable issue with the grocery store? If they agree to buy some, it could increase the members' income." Director Luo and the others were taken aback. "Can we do that?" He was full of confidence. "A few days ago, when I went to the grocery store to buy vegetables, I noticed they only had cabbage, radishes, and potatoes, and not in large quantities. While the vegetable prices are still low, we can take advantage of the timing. Especially since we have the agreement with the machinery factory, they will definitely agree. Moreover, this isn't just a one-time deal. If the cooperation goes well, we can sell them dried eggplants, gourd strips, dried beans, and mushrooms in the winter." Director Luo and the others were excited, and Director Luo grabbed He's hand. "Xiao Su, if this works out, I will give you a big credit." He shyly smiled. "No need for credits. It's all for serving the people." Director Luo thought that he couldn't let such a good comrade like he suffer, and he must find a way to reward her. The others felt the same way. He was truly a role model for young people. When they arrived at the entrance of the grocery store, Director Luo and the others felt a bit lost. "Xiao Su, where should we start? Should we just go in and talk?" Even though they were leaders of the commune, the grocery store might not take them seriously. He immediately said, "I know a saleswoman inside. Let me go in and ask if their manager is available." Director Luo and the others all thought the same thing. How does he know so many people? He entered the grocery store and waved to a short-haired saleswoman. "Sister Yen, I need to talk to you about something." The short-haired saleswoman cheerfully came out from behind the counter. "Sister, are you here to help old he buy groceries again?" He had helped Grandma he buy groceries a few times before, which made people think she was related to He Gong from the textile factory, so she built a connection with Sister Yen. "Sister Yen, Director Luo from Huaihua Commune wants to discuss some business with your manager. Could you help introduce us?"
"There's no need to ask.
I'll take you to find Director Sun in the back." Director Luo and the others followed Sister Yen out the back door of the grocery store to the backyard. The storage room and office were located there. Sister Yen had a loud voice and shouted as soon as they entered the backyard. "Director Sun, some comrades from Huaihua Commune are looking for you." Director Sun, a slightly balding middle-aged man, was puzzled about why people from Huaihua Commune were looking for him. However, he still came out to greet them. Sister Yen had to return to selling goods, so she introduced both parties, and then left. Director Luo glanced at He, signaling her to take over.
He said.
She could only smile and say, "Director Sun, we came to ask if your grocery store is interested in purchasing wild dried vegetables?" Director Sun frowned and replied vaguely, "We haven't sold wild dried vegetables before. Let me think about it for a few days." This was essentially a refusal, and Director Luo and the others felt disheartened. This was normal. Although the grocery store was short on vegetables, vegetables were not like rice or flour. People wouldn't starve if they ate a little less. Just as Director Luo was about to take his leave, he heard He say, "That's fine, but please give us a response quickly. The machinery factory has ordered a batch of wild dried vegetables for the Dragon Boat Festival, and the textile factory is also interested in collaborating. We need to coordinate to avoid delivery conflicts." Director Sun was taken aback. "Have you already signed an agreement with the machinery and textile factories?" He nodded. "Yes, we were supposed to come over this morning, but we got delayed signing agreements with those two factories, and Director Gao from the textile factory insisted on treating us to dinner, which is why we're here now." Director Sun's attitude suddenly became warm and friendly. "Now that you mention it, the Dragon Boat Festival is approaching, and we must ensure a supply of groceries. It's necessary to purchase a batch of wild dried vegetables." Director Luo and the others. The following negotiations went much more smoothly, and soon both parties signed a procurement agreement. As they left the grocery store, Director Luo asked Soo-hee, "The textile factory's cafeteria also wants to buy wild dried vegetables? Why didn't you mention this before?"
Soo-hee smiled. "I just said that casually."
"If I hadn't, Director Sun wouldn't have been interested." Director Luo. After chatting for a bit, Director Luo and the others went to find the guest house, while Soo-hee headed to Grandma and Grandpa Hee's home. She pushed Grandma and Grandpa Hee downstairs to enjoy some sun, chatted with them for a while, and helped prepare dinner before returning to Soo Yongsher's house. Soo Yongsher and Chow Hongmei were home, having dinner. Seeing Soo-hee arrive, Chow Hongmei quickly got another set of chopsticks. After dinner, Soo-hee shared the news about the machinery and textile factories. Soo Yongsher and his wife were stunned, and it took them a while to recover. "Xiao-hee, are you talking about the cushions made from scraps of fabric?" Seeing Soo-hee nod, Chow Hongmei's mind started racing. "Xiao-hee, since I'm free, why don't I sew some to help with household expenses?" Soo-hee immediately refused. "Auntie, you can't get involved. Otherwise, it will be easy for someone to catch you on a small mistake. Besides, it won't earn much money. Instead of doing this, you should go to night school with Uncle to improve your education. Once you get a permanent position, you can work in an office without having to do shifts." Chow Hongmei and Soo Yongsher both laughed. "Xiao-hee, don't joke about me and your uncle. Do you really think we could work in an office? And we're not young anymore. Why would we go to night school?" Soo-hee's expression turned serious. "Everyone, be serious. I'm talking about something important. If you want to advance, you need to learn. Not just you two, even my grandma and grandpa are studying with Arya now." Soo Yongsher's eyes nearly popped out. "What did you say? Your grandma is studying too?" Soo-hee nodded. "She's already learned over 10 characters. I mentioned it during a meeting back home that our Soo family is like swallows migrating south. Those who can keep up will stay, and those who can't will be left behind. Whether or not you go to night school is up to you." After saying that, Soo-hee ignored them and went directly to Old Man Ji's house next door. "Old man, are you home?" Old Man Go came out looking annoyed. "Didn't you just go back yesterday? Why are you here again? By the way, didn't you say you would bring me wild vegetables? Where are they?" Soo-hee smiled. "I came with the commune leaders to discuss business today, so I couldn't bring them. I'll bring them next time." Old Man Go is puzzled. "Discuss business? What kind of business?" After Soo-hee explained the situation, Old Man Go was stunned. Could this girl really pull off something with the sub-factory?
He didn't want another aunt.
Thinking this, he said, "I thought you were discussing something big, but it turns out to be just a few small matters. This is still a long way from establishing a sub-factory." Soo-hee laughed. "You're right. I still need to keep working hard. Otherwise, why would I want to get close to you? I can learn a lot from you." Old Man Go glared at her. "You just know how to talk." But he smiled as he brought out a basket of herbs for Soo-hee to help sort. Soo-hee chatted with Old Man Go while sorting. As they talked, Old Man Go brought up the lost Qing Nong shoe, lamenting its disappearance, and recited a poem from Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Hua Tuo's skills surpass Chong Sang, his spirit peers beyond the wall. Regretful that the man is gone, the book is lost, and no one sees the Qing Nong again. Soo-hee was taken aback. "Qing Nong shoe? I think I've seen it at the trading post." Soo-hee touched the red mole at the corner of her eye and opened the shopping interface of the trading platform. Sure enough, she found the Qing Nong shoe in the ancient texts, but the price was shocking, 1 million. Soo-hee was suspicious.
Didn't they say it was lost?
Could this be a fake? Trading platform. Our platform values credibility above all, and we guarantee no counterfeit products. Soo-hee blinked and said, "Can you provide me with a few convincing pages? I'll have Old Go verify its authenticity. If it's real, I'll work hard to earn money to buy this book and help you boost your KPIs." Trading platform, hee.
Shui.
This platform is quite clever. However, Soo-hee felt that the Qing Nong shoe was likely real. She just couldn't afford it. Looks like she needed to work harder to make money. Soo-hee glanced at the herbs in the basket and asked Old Go, "Is there a place in our county that buys medicinal materials?" Old Go shook his head. No, these herbs were all picked by Gu Xiaozai for me. There is a medicinal material purchasing station in the provincial city. Why do you ask?
Suhi was surprised.
These herbs were picked by Gu Qiyan? Old Gu stared at her. Why do you get so excited when I mention him? I warn you, don't be fooled by his looks. He's not the right person for you. Don't have any inappropriate thoughts. Suhi lied with wide eyes. I was just asking casually. You're overreacting. I've only met him once and exchanged a few words. How could I have any strange thoughts? Seeing that Suhi didn't seem to be lying, old Go relaxed a bit. I'm just looking out for you. But you still haven't told me why you're asking about the purchasing station.
Shueshai.
I was thinking that if there was a purchasing station, we could have the villagers gather herbs and hand them over to the commune, then the commune could trade with the station. But it seems that's not possible for now. Old Gus scoffed. Your idea sounds nice, but it's not very feasible. There are all kinds of herbs on the mountain, and the villagers don't recognize them. Plus, there are many ways to pick them. If done incorrectly, the medicinal properties could be lost. So you might as well give up on that idea. Suhi thought he made a good point and decided to put that plan on hold. After chatting a bit longer, Suhi finally climbed back over the wall to go home. As soon as she entered the house, Chao Hongmei said, Xiaohe, your second uncle and I have decided to attend night school. We won't let the Su family down.
Shuenadid.
Okay, I'll help you both get registered as soon as possible. Chao Hongmei and Su Yongshi immediately beamed with joy, showering her with gratitude. Chao Hongmei even prepared foot bath water for Suhi. Even Su Jinbao was assigned by his mother to give Su-He a shoulder massage.
Shui.
The next morning, Su-He arrived at the textile factory warehouse early. Seeing that the truck driver hadn't arrived yet, she started chatting with the warehouse manager. To her surprise, the warehouse manager was Zhou Daiyong's aunt. Zhou Daiyong was the kind-hearted bearded man from the factory's residential area. Su-He quickly charmed the manager, named Fu Li, making her smile brightly. You're such a smooth talker. I've never met a clever girl like you in my life. You're making me blush. I'm just speaking from the heart. Besides, Brother Daiyong is my lifesaver. And since you're his elder, you're my elder too. By the time the truck driver, Zhang Quansheng, arrived, Su-He was already calling Fu Li aunt. Fu Li called the workers to start loading the truck. The fabric scraps were of various qualities, and Su-He's flattering made Fu Li choose the best for her. After loading the truck, Su-He sat in the passenger seat and waved to Fu Li. Aunt, I'll come to visit you again in a few days. Zhang Quansheng laughed and asked, Are you related to Sister Fu? Su-He quickly replied, We're like family. Uncle Zhang, I'm sorry to trouble you on Labor Day. Don't worry about it. It's just how the leaders arranged it. Su-He smiled and took out 2 boxes of cigarettes from her small bag, handing them to him. Uncle Zhang, keep these to stay awake on the road. Zhang Quansheng hesitated, but accepted them. This young girl may be small, but she understood how to navigate social situations. Su-He asked with a smile, Uncle Zhang, truck drivers must earn a decent income, right? Zhang Quansheng sighed. Well, compared to regular folks, it's okay. But our transport team has both long-distance and short-distance routes, and I only do short ones. Those who drive long distances get subsidies and can rest for days after a trip, which is much better than my short routes. Su-He replied, There are pros and cons. You get to go home every day, so your family doesn't have to worry too much. That's true. By the time they reached Huaihua Commune, Su-He and Zhang Quansheng were already on friendly terms. Xiao Su, if you need anything in the future, just let me know. I may not have many skills, but I can help you with a private vehicle. Director Luo and the others had just arrived at the commune. After unloading the truck, they treated Zhang Quansheng to lunch at the commune cafeteria. Before leaving, Director Luo handed him 10 pounds of grain tickets and exchanged a few polite words. Zhang Quansheng had a great impression of Huaihua Commune and praised it when he returned, calling it a place of talented people. Director Luo called Su-He into his office. Xiao Su, you've been working hard lately. We leaders have discussed it, and although the liaison role isn't an official position, we can't let you work for free. We'll pay you as an apprentice for a year, which is 17. 84 yuan a month, and we'll reimburse your travel and social expenses. Soo-hee's eyes turned red, and she choked up, Director Luo, I won't say much. Just watch my actions. Even if I'm exhausted, I'll complete the task of establishing the branch factory. Director Luo was very touched and felt that the treatment he offered didn't match such a good comrade like Soo-hee. He secretly resolved that if Soo-hee brought in more business, he would definitely raise her pay. Director Luo encouraged Soo-hee and then said, Xiao Su, you can ride my bicycle back to the village later. Also, please tell your team leader to come for a meeting tomorrow, and you should attend as well. By the way, ask him to bring the ox cart tomorrow to take the scraps back. Soo-hee wanted to borrow a bicycle to go home, so she was pleased with Director Luo's suggestion. As she turned onto the road to Huangshi village, she saw another bicycle coming from a side road. It was Su Yonghua and Old Man Su. Su Yonghua had a bruised face, and his eyes were swollen like walnuts.
Dad, what happened?
Who hit you? Su Yonghua tried to smile to ease Soo-hee's worry, but the pain made him wince. Old Man Su explained what happened. Yesterday afternoon, the Lu family came with their ox cart. Both Old Man Su and Su Yonghua were working in the fields, leaving only Su Old Lady and Su Yufan at home. Lu Old Lady brought her 6 sons and was very aggressive. As soon as she entered the house, she started scolding Su Yufan. Mother-in-law, it's not that I'm unreasonable, but how can you let your daughter throw a dung pot at her husband? Your precious daughter is trying to ruin our Lu family's reputation. When Xingwang argued with her, she ran back to her mother's house crying. I came today for no other reason than to take her and my grandson back. Su Old Lady, being timid, stammered a few words, but was quickly shut down by Lu Old Lady. Lu Old Lady looked at Su Yufan. Yufan, what do you say? I'm not trying to scare you, but you must go back today, whether you like it or not. You are our Lu family's daughter-in-law. You can't stay at your mother's house. Seeing her mother clearly afraid to speak up, and with her father and brothers not around, Su Yufan had no choice but to comply and go back with the Lu family. Once they left, Su Old Lady hurried to the fields to inform Old Man Su. Old Man Su wanted to chase after them, but it was clear he couldn't catch up. So this morning, Su Yonghua rode his bicycle with Old Man Su to the Lu family to demand an explanation. When they arrived, they saw that Su Yufan's injuries were worse, and she was walking unsteadily, clearly having been beaten. Old Man Su and Su Yonghua were furious. However, being outnumbered, they couldn't teach Lu Xingwang a lesson and ended up getting beaten by Lu's sons instead. If not for worrying about Old Man Su's age and health, they might have even beaten him too. Su-hee was both angry and anxious. Grandpa, didn't you think of bringing more people with you? Old Man Su hung his head. This is our family's matter. It's not right to trouble others. Su-hee laughed in frustration. Grandpa, why do you think I invited the team leader to dinner? It was to get support for our family. To put it bluntly, you're just being stubborn and suffering for it. You all go back first. I have something to do before returning to the village. Su Yonghua was worried. Big sister, what are you planning to do? Don't act impulsively. Su-hee replied irritably. Do you think I'm like you and Grandpa? I never do foolish things. Su Yonghua and Old Man Su felt defeated. Even though they were elders, they were somewhat afraid of Su-hee and returned to the village quietly. Su-hee took a deep breath and rode back to the commune. She first returned the bicycle to Director Luo, saying her dad came to pick her up. Then she went to Gao Hong's house. Gao Hong had previously told her where she lived, and the commune was small, so it was easy to find. Gao Hong was surprised to see Su-hee. Sister, what brings you here? Su-hee's eyes were red. Sister Gao, my dad was beaten, and I can't let this go. Can you talk to Uncle Yu and help me get a car? Don't worry, I won't let you do this for free. I'll give you extra for your trouble besides gas money. Gao Hong scolded playfully. What are you saying? We sisters don't need to be so formal. It's just a ride, no problem. Come on, I'll take you to find Uncle Yu. Uncle Yu was straightforward and drove the car directly to Huangshi village. Su-hee asked him and Gao Hong to wait in the car, while she went straight to the field where the villagers were working. Team leader Chen Yud felt a bit guilty seeing Su-hee. He had heard about the Su family's troubles, but since old man Su didn't speak up, he felt it wasn't his place to get involved. He calmed herself and said, "Team leader, I've brought 3 business deals to our commune. After my strong request, Director Luo decided to allocate more resources to our village, which will help increase the villagers' income." Chunyud was overjoyed. "Really? Big sister, you've done a great job for our village. Team leader, I'm here not only to tell you this but also to ask for your help. The Lu family not only took my aunt back but also beat my dad. I can't let this go. Can you lend me some strong men from our village? I want to go to the Lu family and demand an explanation." Chunyud didn't even blink. "Even if you didn't ask, I wanted to take people to deal with them. They are really bullying our Huangshi village. I'll get the ox cart right away." "No need. I borrowed a car. We'll go directly." Chunyud. Taking a car to fight? The Su family really has some clout. He added. "Oh, and let everyone bring something. No need for knives, just wooden sticks, hose, and the like." Once the villagers heard they were going to fight and that they would be taking a car, they quickly filled up the vehicle without Chunyud needing to rally them. He had a cold expression. Today, she would make the Lu family remember this and see if they dared to touch her Su family again. These days, there's no concept of overcrowding. The car was packed with over 30 people. Many villagers who couldn't get on were disappointed. What a great opportunity to ride and fight. Who knows if there will be such good chances in the future. Old Su and Su Yongwo were also in the car. Old Su felt like he had wasted his life at such an old age. Just for the sake of his pride, his eldest son had to take a beating. Maybe after they left, that beast, LV Xinguang, would hit Yufin again. From now on, he might as well not care about his old face. Unlike his father's self-reflection, Su Yongguo was filled with passion. That gang from the LV family was bullying him because they were many. He would make them pay. The other people in the car were chattering excitedly. Many were riding in a small car for the first time. "Bigya, when we get there, you just stand aside and watch the fun. Leave those donkeys from the LV family to us. The people from Xiangyang commune usually act tough. This time, let them see that our Huaihua commune and Huangshi village are not to be messed with." "Exactly, Bigya. Stand back so you don't get splattered with blood." Living in a remote area and influenced by the environment, these villagers had a weak sense of law, which is why He chose to gather people to deal with the LV family. She had many formal ways to handle the LV family, like pressuring them through the Huaihua commune or directly approaching the women's director of Xiangyang commune, but nothing was more effective than beating them up. Moreover, this incident would help her establish authority in Huangshi village, so no one would dare to provoke the Su family again. He said to the villagers, "When we arrive, follow my lead. If I raise my left hand, you all attack. If I don't raise my left hand, no matter how fierce I sound, don't act yet. Also, be careful when you hit. Don't hurt anyone badly." "Okay, understood. Bigya, don't worry, we'll all listen to you." When the small car drove into Lu Shugo village, it was just dinner time for the families. As soon as someone spotted the small car, the village erupted in excitement. Where did this small car come from? Could it be a big leader visiting? Why are there so many people inside? Look, it stopped right in front of old LV's house. Su Yufin was cooking when LV Xinguang impatiently shouted, "Why is the food still not ready?" Always with that long face, I must have been cursed for 8 generations to marry such a wooden block. Look at Xinghua. That's what a woman should be like. LV old lady squinted and said, "That Li Xinghua isn't a good person either. You need to calm down these days and don't let anyone catch you doing something wrong." LV Xinguang had a murky relationship with Li Xinghua, and there were some rumors in the village. LV old lady was worried about causing trouble, so she hurriedly brought Su Yufin back. LV Xinguang didn't dare to argue with LV old lady and took out his anger on Su Yufin, slapping her hard. "It's all your fault for making a fuss. Let's see if I don't beat you to death today." LV old lady glared at him. "If you're going to hit her, wait until she finishes cooking. The whole family is waiting for dinner." Only then did LV Xinguang stop cursing.
Su Yufin felt hopeless.
What's the point of living this way? She once had a glimmer of hope to divorce LV Xinguang and escape the LV family, but now her heart was dead. The LV family was too many, and her own family couldn't fight them. Thinking of her brother being beaten black and blue and her father nearly fainting from anger, she felt like she was a burden. If it weren't for Taidan being so young, she would have wanted to end it all. Just then, she heard Taidan crying from inside the house. Su Yufin hurriedly stumbled into the room. As soon as she entered, she saw several LV children bullying Taidan. Taidan had a big bump on his forehead, and his little face was pinched red. At that moment, Su Yufin broke down. She picked up Taidan and ran outside like crazy. If living was suffering, she might as well take Taidan with her to die, ending it all. Just as she ran out the door, LV Xinguang grabbed her clothes and slammed her to the ground. Taidan was scared and cried loudly, waving his little hands to protect his mother, but LV Xinguang pushed him away, making him fall. LV old lady and the others from the LV family showed no intention of stopping. They just stood by watching the fun. LV old lady even spat, a woman who can't be beaten, a pepper that won't dry in the sun. This kind of worthless woman needs a beating to listen. When Su-hee got out of the car, this was the scene she saw. She grabbed a stick from a nearby villager and swung it at LV Xinguang. Beast. A man who hits women should be punished severely. Su-hee's rationality vanished in an instant. She raised her left hand. Hit them hard. Smash everything you can. The villagers of Huangshi had been holding back their anger, especially seeing Su Yufin being beaten so badly. Anyone with a bit of courage couldn't hold back. A group of people rushed forward with sticks and hoes. The LV family was completely stunned. LV old lady was so scared she collapsed to the ground. Who are you? At that moment, who had the time to talk to her? Those who were hitting did so, and those who were smashing did that. Su-hee helped Su Yufin, who was still in shock. Aunt, don't be afraid. I'm here. Su Yufin was stunned for a moment, and then hugged Su-hee, crying loudly. Su Yufin felt like she was dreaming. Why else would she see Dia and so many villagers from Huangshi village standing up for her? Su-hee's eyes were also red. Maybe it was because of their blood connection, or maybe it was sympathy for the poor woman in front of her. Aunt, don't cry yet. Do you want to vent your anger? Su Yufin was a bit confused. Vent anger? Yes, vent anger. Su-hee had Su Yonghua and two villagers hold Lu Xinguang down on the ground, then said to Su Yufin, Aunt, hit him. Hit him the way he hit you. Lu Xinguang gritted his teeth. You dare, you filthy woman? Su Yufin was scared and instinctively stepped back. At that moment, Xiao Taidan, who had stopped crying, started wailing again. Mom, don't hit Mom. Su Yufin's emotions exploded at that moment. After marrying this beast, she had not lived a human life. Her son had to live in fear at such a young age. She crazily kicked Lu Xinguang and even bit him. At this point, Lu Laotai finally regained her senses. Relying on her age, she threw a tantrum on the ground. You'll kill someone. You want to take the life of our Lu family. The Su family wants us dead. Su-hee looked at Su Laohan. Grandpa, deal with her. In the past, Su Laohan would have hesitated to act out of concern for his reputation. But now he was no longer the same Su Laohan. He didn't care about reputation anymore. He stepped forward and slapped Lu Laodai. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you stirring things up, my daughter wouldn't have suffered so much. Lu Laotai had a loose tooth, and now it was knocked out, saving her the cost of a dental visit. She never expected Su Laohan would hit her. She clutched her chest. Oh, my heart. She wanted to say her heart hurt, pretending to be sick to extort money, but then she was shocked to see Su Laohan lying on the ground, twitching. Su-hee was startled, thinking Su Laohan had fallen ill. But looking closely, Su Laohan's eyes were clear. He was clearly pretending.
Shui.
Grandpa, it seems you've gone from one extreme to another. Su Yufin didn't know and truly thought her father was sick from anger, so she crazily lunged at Lu Laotai. She grabbed and scratched, pulling out a large handful of Lu Laotai's already sparse hair. At this moment, the Liu family was in chaos. The so-called 6 tigers of the Liu family were all knocked down, and the few shrews were trembling in fear. Inside the house, things were smashed to pieces, and some villagers, feeling they had no outlet for their strength, simply broke the windows of the Liu family. Many villagers from Liashuagu watched the commotion, but no one stepped forward to help. The Liu family had been bullying others in the village because they had many sons, and the villagers were eager for their downfall. Suhi felt it was enough and had the Liu family members gathered together. She wrote a divorce agreement, forcing Liu Xingwang to sign and stamp it. Then she waved a stick in front of the Liu family, making them tremble in fear. My aunt has worked like a slave for your Liu family for so many years. She can't leave empty-handed, right? Liu Laotai, how much are you willing to give her? Liu Laotai was furious and resentful, especially since her act of pretending to be sick was interrupted by Su Laohan. She gritted her teeth and said, "Our Liu family has no money, at most $10. Suhi sneered. $10? Then we won't take it. I'll just break one of your son's legs, and we'll be even." After Suhi said this, a villager from Huangshi stood up. "Dia, I'm the one who usually kills pigs in our village. I'm good at breaking legs."
Shui.
What a talent! Huangshi village truly has hidden talents. Liu Xingwang was so scared, he wet himself. "Mom, give her more. Give her 200. Hurry." Liu Laotai was also frightened. 200, I'll give 200. Suhi nodded. Okay, then it's 200. Also, since we came from so far, shouldn't you give us some travel expenses and compensation for lost work? I won't ask for much. Just 100. Liu Laotai was about to refuse when the pig-killing villager grabbed Liu Xingwang's leg.
Give it, I'll give it.
Suhi took the money and divorce agreement, had the others get in the car, and then said to the Liu family, "My aunt and Titan have nothing to do with your Liu family from now on. If you dare to bother them, I'll have your whole family locked up. Let's see if you want to try." After Suhi finished speaking, she looked at the villagers from Liashuagu watching the show and loudly said, "Dear villagers, if you find anything unusual about the Liu family, please let me know anytime. As long as it's true, I, Suhi, will reward you generously. At least 20 pounds of grain tickets. Don't worry, I'll keep it a secret and won't let anyone know who told me." The villagers from Liashuaga's eyes lit up. They really hoped the Liu family would cause trouble. That way, they could find a way to get rich. After He made her strong statement, she got in the car and drove away. Old Lady Liu wanted to scold Suhi, but seeing everyone around her staring, she had to swallow her words. She glared at her daughters-in-law and said, "What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and clean up." The daughters-in-law felt regretful. With Su Yufan gone, their lives would be harder. If they had known this would happen, they should have helped when Su Yufan was being beaten. In the car, Su Yufan was still in disbelief. She held Suhi's hand and asked, "Big girl, did I really get divorced? Is Tai Dan mine now? They won't come to take Tai Dan away, will they?" Suhi nodded. "Aunt, I didn't ask for your opinion before I let you get divorced. You won't blame me, will you?" Upon hearing this, Su Yufan started to cry again. "Big girl, you pulled me out of the sea of suffering. I can't thank you enough. How could I blame you? You are a benefactor to us, and we will repay you in any way we can." Suhi smiled. "Aunt, we are family.
No need to say that.
As long as you and Tai Dan are happy, that's what matters." Su Yufan nodded repeatedly, silently deciding to repay her niece's kindness in the future. After comforting Su Yufan, Suhi addressed the villagers. "Thank you all for your hard work today. I can't let your efforts go unrewarded. Here's 2 yuan for each of you as a token of my appreciation, like treating you to dinner." Even though everyone tried to refuse, Suhi insisted and gave the money to Lin Yud to distribute when he returned to the village. When they arrived at Huangshi village and everyone got out of the car, Suhi took out 30 yuan. "Sister Gao, Uncle Yu, take this money for gas." Actually, the gas money didn't need to be that much. It was clearly a reward for their hard work. They hesitated but finally accepted it, happily driving back. When Suhi got home, Old Lady Su was hugging Su Yufin and crying. Upon seeing Su He, she hugged her too. My precious granddaughter, you've saved your aunt's life. I will take good care of you from now on. Even Jean Bao has to stand behind you. Su He said, Grandma, we haven't eaten yet. Can you make something for us? Only then did Old Lady Su let go and go to cook. That night, as they were going to bed, Zhao Chui quietly asked Su He, Big girl, do you think the Liu family will retaliate against us? Especially since you're just a young girl. What if they have bad intentions? Su He reassured her, Mom, it's fine. The Liu family is the type to bully the weak and fear the strong. They've been scared after being beaten and won't dare to provoke us again. Zhao Chui still wasn't completely at ease. Even if the Liu family doesn't cause trouble, you made such a big scene. Do you think the commune will punish you? It's okay, I've already thought about how to handle it. Zhao Chui finally felt relieved and sighed. Your aunt has finally come out of her struggles. You didn't see her. She was covered in injuries and has many scars. Liu Xingwang is truly a beast. Compared to her, I'm lucky to have married your dad. Your grandma may have a sharp tongue, but she has a good heart and treats me well. Su He thought, you should be content and happy. Su He fell asleep while listening to Zhao Chui's murmurs. The next morning, Su He went to Huaihua Commune for a meeting. She took her bicycle to give Su Yufin a ride and asked her to wait in Sister Wu's office. Then Su He went to find Director Luo. Director Luo, may I borrow the phone? At that time, phones were rare, and only the commune had a landline. Director Luo smiled. Go ahead. I'm just stepping out for a smoke. Director Luo knew how to handle things and stepped out so Su He could speak freely. Su He dialed the mechanical factory's union number. Hello, comrade. I'm looking for Qian Huifang. After Su He finished the call, the meeting attendees had arrived. Director Luo explained the 3 orders and distributed them according to their prior discussions. Everyone looked at Lin Yud, the captain of Huangshi Village, with envy. The reason was simple. Huangshi Village received the most orders. But there was nothing they could do. After all, Su He was from Huangshi Village. Lin Yud was grinning from ear to ear. After the meeting, Su He approached Director Luo. Director Luo, I made a mistake. Director Luo was taken aback. Made a mistake? What did you do? Su He hung her head. I took a bus full of people to fight at Xiangyang Commune yesterday. Director Luo was speechless. Su He continued, I was too impulsive yesterday and didn't think about the consequences. If I were just an ordinary person, it would be one thing, but I'm part of our commune, and my actions reflect poorly on us. Please criticize me. It would be best if the whole commune publicly reprimanded me to prevent Xiangyang Commune from causing us trouble. Director Luo was at a loss for words. Should he praise Su He for having influence or scold her for being impulsive? Just then, Sister Wu knocked and entered, followed by Su Yufin. Sister Wu was furious. Director Luo, you should have seen the injuries on Su Yufin. That Liu Xingwang is a beast. Su He did the right thing. If it were me, I would have taken people to beat him up. Director Luo was speechless. However, the fact that Sister Wu, who usually had the best temper, was so angry showed how serious Su Yufin's injuries were. While he was thinking about this, the phone on the desk rang. After answering, Director Luo's expression turned serious. After a while, he hung up. Director Shen from Xiangyang Commune called. He said Su He's actions yesterday were inciting a riot and disturbing the peace, and they want us to give them an explanation. Sister Wu gritted her teeth in anger. Where were they when Su Yufin was being beaten? Now they show up. Give an explanation? Let them go to hell. I don't believe they can reach our Huaihua commune. Director Shen said if we don't provide an explanation, they will report this at the county meeting the day after tomorrow and let the county handle it. Su Yufin was suddenly scared and cried, This isn't Su He's fault. It's all my fault. I'll go to Xiangyang Commune and clarify things. If worst comes to worst, I won't get divorced. I'll go back to the Liu family. Su He patted her hand. Aunt, don't worry. This isn't a big deal. I'll handle it. She smiled at Director Luo. Don't worry. They won't escalate this to the county. Director Luo looked puzzled. Why not? Su He smiled slyly. I'll have my second uncle write a thank you letter to the County Women's Federation, but not just any letter, one on bright red paper. The letter will say that the Xiangyang Commune and our Huaihua Commune worked together to rescue women who were bullied by feudal families. The villagers of Huangshi voluntarily participated in the rescue, and the villagers of Liashuagu also provided great support. This rescue operation fully showcases the achievements of our county's women's federation. Su Yufan was confused. Dia, you were the one who led the rescue. How is this related to the Xiangyang Commune? But Director Luo and Sister Wu understood Su He's intention. Sister Wu pointed at Su He and laughed. Little Su, this move is too clever. The County Women's Federation will feel proud to receive a thank you letter on bright red paper, and they will definitely showcase it in meetings, praising the women's work of both our Huaihua Commune and the Xiangyang Commune. Only someone foolish would undermine themselves. Director Luo also laughed. Little Su, this plan is good. It avoids a conflict with the Xiangyang Commune while solving the issue. Su He smiled. I was forced into this. I was too impulsive yesterday. I originally wanted to take my aunt to the Xiangyang Commune today to handle the divorce, but now I think it's better to wait until after the county meeting. Director Luo nodded. Let Sister Wu go with you then, so they won't make it difficult for you. Su He exchanged a few polite words before taking Su Yufan out. Dia, it's all my fault I caused. Su He frowned. Aunt, if you say that again, I won't help you anymore. Su Yufan choked up. All right, I won't say that anymore. Let's look forward. Su He went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy 5 pounds of meat and took Su Yufan back to Huangshi village. Team leader Lin Yud's ox cart had just arrived, and he quickly called out to Su He. Dia, how should we carry out our tasks in the village? Lin Yud was very shrewd. If Su He could bring in 3 orders, she could bring in 30. Flattering her was definitely the right move. Su He thought for a moment and said, let's gather everyone for a meeting and select some skilled people for the cushion-making task. As for foraging for wild vegetables, there's no limit. Everyone can gather as much as they can. If we exceed the task amount, that's fine. I'll handle it. But one thing is important. The quality of both the cushions and the wild vegetables must be guaranteed. Let's choose 2 quality supervisors to oversee this, and they should record work points daily. Lin Yud quickly asked, who would be suitable for these quality supervisors? The cushion supervisor should be younger, skilled, and trustworthy, preferably someone with relatives in the textile industry. The wild vegetable supervisor should be older and experienced to avoid anyone mistakenly picking toxic plants. It's best if they enjoy wandering in the mountains. Do you have anyone in mind, team leader Lin? Lin Yud thought, you might as well just name your mom and grandpa. The people who fit those criteria are Zhao Tsueya and Su Laohan, right? Lin Yud pretended to think for a while before saying, after considering, I believe the best candidates are Zhao Tsueya and Su Daifu. What do you think? Su He smiled. I need to avoid any suspicion, you decide. Lin Yud. He immediately gathered everyone in the village for a meeting, explaining the situation and emphasizing that Su He was the one who brought in the business, and it was because of her that Huangshi village received the most. After hearing this, the villagers praised Su He endlessly. Even when they heard that Zhao Tsueya and Su Laohan were the quality supervisors, no one raised any objections. Zhao Tsueya and Su Laohan were both stunned. When they got home, they were still in shock. Su Laotai, feeling a bit sour, said, Dia, why didn't you arrange a position for me too? Su He laughed. Grandma, what kind of position is that? Besides, being a quality supervisor isn't easy. It involves hard work and complaints. I wouldn't want you to suffer that. Only then did Su Laotai stop nagging. Su He chose Su Laohan and Zhao Tsueya as quality supervisors because she trusted her family more and wanted to help them grow. The situation with the Lu family served as a wake-up call. She couldn't always protect them and needed them to stand on their own. Su He didn't rush to the county town. She planned to handle Su Yufan's divorce first to avoid complications. After 2 days, Su He rode her bicycle with Su Yufan to the commune. As soon as they met, Director Luo smiled. Little Su, your thank you letter strategy worked well. Director Shin accepted the credit with a pinch of his nose. Su He sighed in relief. Now I can relax. I was worried it would affect you and our Huaihua commune. I'll be more cautious in the future. Director Luo smiled. You're already quite steady compared to your peers. This time was understandable due to your anger. After a few polite exchanges, Suhi said, Director Luo, I want to take my aunt to handle the divorce today. Is Sister Wu available? Director Luo readily agreed, but specifically reminded her and Sister Wu before they left. They are quite proud, especially after our Huaihua commune was praised for the orders yesterday. They might be in a bad mood. If they say anything unpleasant, just bear with it and avoid conflict. Suhi quickly replied, Don't worry, I'm not the type to cause trouble. Sister Wu also laughed. With me here, even if little Su loses her cool, I can calm her down. Director Luo nodded. That's good. Once they left, Director Luo felt uneasy, sensing something might happen. He reassured himself that he was probably overthinking. Suhi took Su Yufin, while Sister Wu rode her own bicycle. They chatted and laughed along the way, arriving at the Xiangyang commune after more than an hour. Suhi noticed that the courtyard of the Xiangyang commune was much more impressive than that of the Huaihua commune. Having money makes a difference. The guard checked their work permits and introduction letters before letting the three of them in. Now, most of the marriage registration work is handled by the women's director, and the Xiangyang commune is no exception. So, Sister Wu brought Su He to see Bai Lily, the women's director of the Xiangyang commune. Upon meeting, Bai Lily had a sarcastic tone. Oh, isn't this Sister Wu? I received praise from the county this time. Thanks to you. Sister Wu, you usually seem so honest, but I didn't expect you to be quite clever. You even got someone to write a thank you letter. I should learn from you. Although Sister Wu felt uncomfortable, she smiled and said, Director Bai, please don't tease me. We are both here to help the women who are being bullied. Our goals are the same. This is Comrade Su Yufin, who has been rescued from long-term domestic violence by her husband, LV Xingwang. She has many injuries. Before Sister Wu could finish, Bai Lily scoffed if she suffered domestic violence. Why didn't she report it to me? I think she just doesn't want to live with him anymore and is using it as an excuse to get a divorce. I've seen many like her. Most have climbed onto a higher branch. During the morning meeting, Director Shin criticized her, emphasizing that if such things happen under her watch, why didn't she resolve them sooner? This made the Huaihua commune involved, embarrassing him. So Bai Lily was upset and spoke harshly. Su Yufin's face turned red, her lips bleeding from biting them. Humiliation, grievance, unwillingness, and anger pushed her to the brink of collapse. Why was Bai Lily judging her so maliciously when she was the victim? Her vision blurred, and she couldn't say a word.
Crash.
Su He smashed the teacup on Bai Lily's desk. Tea spilled everywhere. Su He glared at Bai Lily. You apologize to my aunt right now. Bai Lily was startled, then furious. Who do you think you are? How dare you? Aunt? Are you that Su He who brings trouble? I know you. You only brought a little business to the Huaihua commune. Do you think you're something special? Coming here to act tough? Apologize? For what? What did I say wrong? Others aren't beaten by their husbands. Why is she? A fly doesn't land on a seamless egg. She must have a problem. Su He slapped her. If you can't speak properly, shut your mouth. Everyone was stunned, including Bai Lily, Sister Wu, and Su Yufin. Sister Wu was shocked. Usually Su He seemed quiet, but she just hit someone. Well, Bai Lily deserved it for speaking like that. But how would this end? This was the Xiangyang commune's territory. They wouldn't gain anything. Su He felt she had acted impulsively, but her emotions were high, and she had done it. Sister Wu, take me to Director Shen's office. Sister Wu didn't know what Su He wanted to do but nodded, okay. After they left, Bai Lily regained her composure and angrily followed them. Sister Wu had already brought Su He to see Director Shen. After Su He explained what happened, she was filled with righteous anger. Director Shen, everyone praises the Xiangyang commune because of your hard work. But Bai Lily, as the women's director, actually suggested that the victim is to blame, speaking ill and unworthy of her position. I could have just walked away and spread this incident, but that would ruin the Xiangyang commune's reputation. I can't do that. It wouldn't be fair to you or the others at the Xiangyang commune. We can't let Bai Lily ruin everything. Our director Luo says you handle matters fairly. What do you think we should do? Director Shin frowned, knowing He was trying to manipulate him. But Bai Lily had indeed acted poorly. He had criticized her this morning over Su Yufin's case, and she was probably upset, causing this mess. At that moment, Bai Lily entered, covering her face, furious. Director Shin, this He is outrageous. She slapped me. She should be arrested and sent for labor reform. He looked at Director Shin. Director Shin, I heard the county praised our 2 communes yesterday. If this incident reaches the county today, won't it be bad? Director Shin, who had been hesitant, now looked displeased at Bai Lily. Your words and actions are inappropriate. Apologize to comrades Su Yufin and He immediately. Bai Lily couldn't believe her ears. Not only did she get slapped, but now she had to apologize? But she dared not refuse, squeezing out 3 words. I'm sorry. He stared at her, smirking. Is this how you apologize? You need to bow to my aunt and admit you spoke nonsense. Bai Lily gritted her teeth. He, don't push your luck. He looked at Director Shin. Director Shin slammed the table. Bai Lily, sincerely apologized to comrade Su Yufin. Your attitude must be sincere. Bai Lily was on the verge of tears. Gritting her teeth, she bowed to Su Yufin. I spoke too harshly. I'm sorry. In that moment, Su Yufin felt something growing inside her. It took her a long time to realize that this feeling was called dignity. From that moment on, she finally had the courage to face all the rumors and stand tall and proud. Bai Lily was both ashamed and angry, secretly resenting Su Yufin for wanting to file for divorce. Not a chance. Since LV Xingwang wasn't there, she could easily refuse on that basis. Just then, He said to Director Shin, Director Shin, I'm worried Bai Lily will take revenge and not help my aunt with a divorce. So, please remind her to avoid making mistakes again. Bai Lily. Director Shin frowned at Bai Lily. Follow the procedures. Don't let personal feelings interfere. Bai Lily clenched her fists. Director, a divorce requires both parties to be present. Right now, only the woman is here. This doesn't follow the rules. He sneered. Now you care about the rules? Why didn't you think of that earlier? If this isn't revenge, who would believe it? I have a divorce agreement written by LV Xingwang, and he has a history of domestic violence. Even if I go to court, I would win. So, will you process it or not? If not, I'll just walk away. Director Shin took a deep breath. Process it. He looked at him. And please transfer my aunt and her son's household registration too. Director Shin took another deep breath. Okay. He had never encountered such a stubborn person, especially a young girl. He thought to himself, Luo Ming from the Huaihua commune considers He a treasure, but to him, she was just trouble. Anyone who got involved with her would regret it. In the end, he not only helped Su Yufin complete the divorce agreement, but also transferred her and her son's household registration, which would directly go onto the Su family's records. Moreover, she took Su Yufin and Sister Wu to the Xiangyang commune cafeteria for lunch. Sister Wu realized why he could bring in business. This girl had an extraordinary thick skin. He believed that having a thick skin was not a bad thing. As the saying goes, those with thick skin get enough to eat, while those with thin skin go hungry. Especially in this era, when everyone is generally reserved, her boldness worked to her advantage. After eating and drinking enough, he took Su Yufin and Sister Wu back to the Huaihua commune. Director Luo had been anxious until he saw them return, and then he felt relieved. Was it smooth? Sister Wu replied, smooth. I guess. Director Luo thought if it was smooth, then it was smooth. If not, then it wasn't. Why say I guess? Knowing that Sister Wu couldn't speak freely with him around, he took Su Yufin away. As soon as He left, Sister Wu slumped into a chair. Director Luo, today was so exciting. Director Luo was speechless. After Sister Wu finished recounting the events, Director Luo was stunned for a moment before asking, how was the food at Xiangyang commune? Sister Wu was taken aback. Is that really what you're concerned about? Director Luo just didn't know what to say. Should he praise Soo Hee for her cleverness or criticize her for being reckless? But he had to admit, that girl was indeed bold. Whether it was driving to confront someone or slapping someone, young people really are full of energy. Although he thought Soo Hee was a bit reckless, he didn't dislike her like Director Shin did. Instead, he felt that it was this kind of drive that allowed her to achieve extraordinary results. After Soo Hee resolved Soo Yufin's issues, she went to the county town the next day. She had no choice. Even though she secured 3 business deals, she hadn't gained anything except her salary. Building a branch factory was a long-term goal, and she needed to think of other ways to make money. Moreover, although Soo Yong-shur and his wife seemed okay, they were easily influenced and needed to be reminded from time to time. This time, Soo Hee brought a lot of wild vegetables for Old Man Ge to avoid being accused of not keeping her word. Just as she reached the intersection, someone bumped into her. The wild vegetables Soo Hee was carrying fell to the ground. The man quickly helped her pick them up, apologizing profusely. He was a man in his 20s, and although he looked decent for some reason, Soo Hee felt a bit annoyed. So, she said it was fine and prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, the man said, "Comrade, wait a moment. I'm Lin Bo from the county theater. I think you'd be a great fit for our troupe. Are you interested?" Soo Hee was taken aback. Lin Bo? She remembered. There was indeed such a character in the book, and the original owner's tragic life was related to him. In the story, the original owner's good friend, Luo Xiaoling, encouraged her to apply to the county theater. After being upset by Xiaobin's incident, the suggestion from Luo Xiaoling was like a lifeline. The original owner immediately applied to the county theater and, with Lin Bo's help, was successfully accepted. But what awaited her next was a nightmare. Because Lin Bo had helped her and showed concern, they soon started dating. After a night of drinking, the original owner lost her innocence. Although she was heartbroken, she thought they were going to get married anyway, so it didn't seem like a big deal. Little did she know, Lin Bo was suddenly transferred to the provincial theater, abandoning her. And all of this was part of Shinrui's scheme. Lin Bo was transferred because of this incident. It was unclear whether Lin Bo had received instructions at this point, or if it was just a coincidence. Soo Hee's expression turned cold. Not interested. If it was just a coincidence, that would be one thing, as her current focus was on making money. But if there was a hidden agenda, she wouldn't mind showing him what true suffering felt like. Lin Bo looked regretful. "All right, I hope we meet again someday." Soo Hee ignored him and took the wild vegetables to Soo Yong-shur's home. Seeing the door locked, she knocked on Old Man Ge's gate. Old Man Ge impatiently opened the door and, upon seeing Soo Hee, said grumpily, "Why are you here again?" Even though he said that, he quickly opened the door. Soo Hee waved the wild vegetables in her hand and smiled. "Of course, I'm here to get closer to you." Old Man Ge snorted and took the wild vegetables from her. After sitting with Old Man Ge for a while, Soo Hee went to help Grandma Hee. Guessing that elementary school was about to let out, she went to pick up Soo Jinbao. In this era, very few parents picked up their children, unlike in later years, when school gates would be crowded with parents. When Soo Jinbao saw Soo Hee, his eyes lit up, and he ran over excitedly. "Sis, I have important news to report to you."
Reply.
All right, as long as he can gather information, he can say whatever he wants. Soo Jinbao was eager to share what Soo Hee had said about chocolate, so he recounted everything he had heard from Soo Yong-shur and his wife about Soo Hee. Being a child, he spoke in bits and pieces, and Soo Hee had to piece together much of the information herself. After analyzing, Soo Hee realized that although Soo Yong-shur and his wife were still somewhat cautious, they were generally obedient, which relieved her. Keeping her promise, Soo Hee immediately rewarded Soo Jinbao with some chocolate. Soo Jinbao was so happy that he nearly burst into tears, and from then on, he devoted himself to spying on his parents for Soo Hee. When Soo Hee got home, Chao Hongmei had already finished work. "Xiao Hee, you're back just in time. You have a letter." Soo Hee took it and saw it was a reply from Luo Xiaoling. When she sent the letter, she had used Soo Yong-shur's address. Soo-hee tore open the envelope, and inside, besides the letter, there were 10 pounds of food stamps and 10 yuan. Wow, how generous. Skipping the usual pleasantries, Luo Xiaoling's letter mentioned two things. One was that Shinrui and Shi Yuanxing had gotten together, and she should try to accept it. The other was to encourage her to apply to the county theater, saying there would be a chance to transfer to the provincial theater, allowing her to return to the provincial capital. Soo-hee sneered. It seemed Lin Bo had already received instructions from Shinrui. Today was not a coincidence. He had been waiting for the right moment. Soo-hee always believed that the best defense is offense. Since Lin Bo had set his sights on her, she would make sure he regretted it. Soo-hee started writing a reply to Luo Xiaoling, using very sweet words, calling her a lifelong sister and saying she was her only hope. She also mentioned that she would apply to the county theater troupe. In the end, she asked Luo Xiaoling to send more tickets and huaxia coins next time. Since she and Shinrui were willing to be generous, Soo-hee naturally wouldn't hold back. After finishing the letter, she heard some noise in Qian Huifang's yard and hurried out to greet her. Qian Huifang smiled brightly upon seeing Soo-hee. Xiaohee, you're here. I dreamed about you last night.
Come, sit for a bit.
Soo-hee agreed and climbed over the wall to enter the house with Qian Huifang. Qian Huifang lowered her voice and said, I have a letter for you, from the capital. I'm worried that those two might have bad intentions, so I called you in to tell you. Soo-hee quickly thanked her. Qian Huifang was indeed a trustworthy person. She thought, the capital? Could it be from Gu Qian? If that's the case, calculating the time, didn't he write to her as soon as he arrived in the capital? Soo-hee didn't rush to open the letter, but instead said to Qian Huifang, a young man bumped into me at the intersection today. He said he was from the county theater troupe, named Lin Bo. Do you know him?
Lin Bo?
I know him. He's a key performer in the county theater troupe and often visits our factories for performances. We have fewer female workers, but I heard that every time he performs at the textile factory, some of the female workers express their admiration and give him gifts. Qian Huifang teased, what? Are you interested in him? Soo-hee shook her head. I don't like his type. He just suggested I apply to the county theater troupe, saying I would definitely get in. I want your advice on this. Qian Huifang laughed. No wonder he said that. Who wouldn't think you're beautiful? However, I think since you don't have formal training, it might not lead to much. It's better to focus on getting into our mechanical factory. Director Peng mentioned that if you get in, he'll make you a statistician in their workshop. Qian Huifang was very impressed with Soo-hee. She had only been in the casting workshop for half a day, and now Director Peng wanted to recruit her. Soo-hee nodded. Aunt Qian, you're right. I'll listen to you. After chatting a bit more, Soo-hee returned home. Instead of going inside, she opened Gu Qian's letter in the yard. Comrade Soo-hee, I hope this letter finds you well. I have arrived in the capital and have already reviewed the Heimlich maneuver materials. I will promote it soon so that more people can benefit. It's spring now, and the scenery in the capital is beautiful, with birds singing and grass growing. Old Ge is a bit reclusive, and I couldn't find anyone suitable to entrust, so I'm asking you to help keep an eye on him and inform me of his situation in your letters. I would be very grateful. Please don't mention this to Old Ge to avoid upsetting him. Also, I've enclosed several stamps for your convenience in replying. Looking forward to your response. Soo-hee looked at the thick stack of stamps inside the envelope. This must last for several years, right? A faint smile appeared on her face. Did he want to keep in touch with her? Old Ge was just a tool. She didn't rush to reply. A bit of restraint was necessary. The next day, Soo-hee went to the mechanical factory with Qian Huifang, this time visiting the forging workshop. By the end of the day, several older workers with young sons were subtly asking if Soo-hee had a boyfriend. Soo-hee shyly replied, my parents are strict. They won't allow me to date until I'm 20. The older workers gave up. Otherwise, they would have dragged her home for a matchmaking dinner. In the evening, as Soo-hee and Qian Huifang were walking home, they ran into Lin Bo. Lin Bo was riding a brand new bicycle, his hair slicked back as if a cow had licked it. Comrade, I accidentally bumped into you yesterday, so I bought 2 movie tickets to apologize. Let me take you. When Lin Bo said this, He acted as if inviting Soo-hee to the movies was a great favor, expecting her to be grateful. Soo-hee glanced at him. "I'm busy, and please don't bother me again." After saying that, she linked arms with Qian Huifang and walked away. Lin Bo's face immediately showed anger. This Soo-hee really didn't know how to appreciate kindness. He thought winning her over would be easy, but she was putting on airs. He had seen many like her. Wasn't she just playing hard to get? As long as he put in a little more effort, she would eventually give in. Not to mention this girl was quite pretty. Meanwhile, Qian Huifang teased, "Xiaohe, it seems Lin Bo is interested in you. Otherwise, he wouldn't invite you to the movies." Soo-hee showed a troubled expression and hesitated before saying, "Aunt Qian, I didn't mention it yesterday, but Lin Bo spoke very frivolously. I don't want to have anything to do with him." Qian Huifang was furious. "Really? He usually plays positive roles and has a good reputation. I didn't expect his character to be so poor. If he bothers you again, let me know, and I'll handle it." This was also because Qian Huifang had a good relationship with Soo-hee. Otherwise, no one would believe her if she spoke up. Soo-hee felt it was necessary to create some momentum. Otherwise, if she fell out with Lin Bo in the future, no one would believe her. So that evening, Soo-hee said to Chao Hongmei, "Second aunt, I heard that Lin Bo from the county theater troupe has some issues with his conduct. You should mention it casually when chatting with your colleagues in the workshop. But when you spread the rumor, make sure to keep yourself out of it to avoid trouble. Don't worry, spreading gossip is my specialty. I guarantee no one will trace it back to us." Chao Hongmei was curious. The girls in their textile factory would blush and shy away whenever Lin Bo was mentioned. Why was this young lady trying to deal with him? She suddenly remembered old Ji's relative, that impressive young man. Indeed, while Lin Bo looked good, he couldn't compare to that one. "By the way, Xiaohe, I bought you 2 hair ties. I forgot to give them to you yesterday when I was busy," Chao Hongmei said as she took out 2 red hair ties from her bag and handed them to Soo-hee. These were simple red silk hair ties. Even such hair ties were not something everyone would buy. Many people used yarn or thin cloth strips to tie their hair. Soo-hee took the red hair ties. Her eyes instantly brightened. She had been worried about how to make money, and now this opportunity had come knocking. Seeing Soo-hee's eyes sparkle, Chao Hongmei thought, this girl is just a girl. 2 hair ties made her so happy. "Second aunt, take out some scraps of cloth and find a few buttons and hairpins. I'll teach you to make something." Chao Hongmei didn't understand, but complied. Soo-hee's crafting skills were average, so she mostly directed while Chao Hongmei did the work. In no time, they made 5 fabric flowers. Chao Hongmei held the flowers in her hands, unable to put them down. "These are so beautiful. They look much better than the ones sold at the supply and marketing cooperative." Soo-hee asked about the price of the flowers at the cooperative and sighed in disappointment. If only individual business was allowed in this era, she could easily achieve her goal of making a fortune. It seemed she would have to give the Huaihua commune a good deal. Director Luo would probably be dreaming of laughing. "Second aunt, don't tell anyone about this. Whether you and uncle can get regular positions depends on this." Chao Hongmei immediately vowed. "Don't worry, even if I'm dreaming, I won't mention this." She was both excited and anxious. Could Soo-hee really help them secure regular positions with just these flowers? Early the next morning, Soo-hee went to find Director Gao of the textile factory's supply and marketing department. Director Gao thought he was there to discuss the cushion issue. "Little Sue, is there a problem with the scrap fabric cushions?" Soo-hee smiled. "The scrap fabric cushions are progressing well. I'm here to talk about another collaboration." Director Gao raised an eyebrow. Another collaboration? He couldn't imagine what else the Huaihua commune could work on with their textile factory. To be honest, he only agreed to the cushions because the mechanical factory was offering benefits. Otherwise, he might not have. There wasn't much profit and it was quite a hassle, not worth it. Could it be that they were planning to make scrap fabric table mats or door curtains? Soo-hee could guess what Director Gao was thinking. She was clever enough not to show the hairpin right away and instead said, "I'm here to discuss the scrap fabric business." Director Gao's expression confirmed his thoughts. After sipping some tea, he said, "Little Sue, the profit from reprocessing scrap fabric is limited. It's better to give benefits to the workers, so our textile factory isn't planning to continue the scrap fabric business." Suhi showed a regretful expression and took out the hairpin from her small bag. What a pity. I thought making hairpins from scrap fabric could be a win-win situation. Since that's the case, I'll take my leave. Wait a minute. Director Gao stood up and snatched the hairpin from Suhi's hand. If it were someone else from the textile factory, they might not have reacted so strongly because they wouldn't see the business opportunity. But Director Gao was different. He often traveled around the country and had never seen such a unique hairpin, even in the capital. If Suhi hadn't mentioned it was made from scrap fabric, he would never have thought that scrap fabric could be turned into such a beautiful hairpin. Director Gao examined it for a while before smiling broadly and saying, "Little Sue, my earlier comments were for others. You're different. We've collaborated once, so we're old friends now. How do you plan to work together?" Suhi didn't call him out and smiled. "Director Gao, although this hairpin doesn't require much technical skill, it does take time to make. Why not do it like the cushions and have our Huaihua commune members make them, with your factory paying for the labor? What do you think? And how do we set the labor cost? I've done market research. The hairpins sold at the supply and marketing cooperative range from 50 cents to 1 yuan. Selling our hairpins for 50 cents should be fine. For such accessories, labor costs are about 30%, which is 15 cents. Considering transportation and other losses, a labor fee of 10 cents is reasonable. But if we go this route, it might be hard for you to report to your superiors since there's not much profit. Since we're old friends, I won't make it difficult for you. I'll give you a 50% discount, making each hairpin 5 cents. How does that sound?" If Suhi had said the labor fee was 5 cents directly, Director Gao would definitely think it was expensive. After all, the labor fee for the complicated cushions was only 8 cents, and the time to make one cushion could make several hairpins. But with Suhi's analysis, he felt that 5 cents was not only reasonable, but also a very good price. Sure enough, Director Gao immediately agreed. "All right, then it's 5 cents. After I report to my superiors, we'll sign a contract." Suhi smiled. "Great. I love working with someone as straightforward as you." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Suhi said, "I came up with the designs for these hairpins, but I'm not very skilled. Thanks to my second aunt's help, I was able to make the samples. Speaking of which, my second uncle and aunt have had a tough time. They've been working in the factory for almost 3 years and are still temporary workers." Director Gao was sharp. He immediately understood what Suhi meant. She wanted him to help her second uncle and aunt get permanent positions. After weighing it, he felt it was a small matter and smiled. "Little Sue, I happen to have 2 permanent positions available. Your second uncle and aunt meet the requirements, so let's give them the jobs." Suhi's eyes lit up. "Thank you so much, Director Gao. I won't say more polite words. We'll see each other in business from now on." Director Gao thought to himself that this young Sue, he was very mature for her age and would be great in sales. He suddenly had the idea of recruiting her and asked, "Little Sue, what are your plans for the future? Do you intend to stay as a liaison at the Huaihua commune? Have you thought about developing in the county?" Suhi replied seriously, "Director Gao, to be honest, the mechanical factory has offered me a position as a workshop statistician, and I'm indeed tempted. But when I think about how poor the Huaihua commune still is, and how my fellow villagers are struggling, I feel uneasy. So, I want to stay in the Huaihua commune and help everyone live better lives." Director Gao nodded repeatedly, impressed by little Sue's high awareness. This showed her good character, and working with someone like her was reliable. With this understanding, Director Gao's attitude towards Suhi became even friendlier. After leaving Director Gao's office, Suhi didn't rush to leave, but went to the warehouse to find the manager, Fu Li. From a distance, Suhi sweetly called out, "Auntie." If someone didn't know better, they might think Fu Li was her real aunt. Fu Li smiled when she saw Suhi. "Little He, are you here for business?" "Yes, I'm discussing some business with Director Gao." Seeing that no one was around, Suhi took out 10 jin of grain tickets and 5 jin of meat tickets. "Last time, De Yong helped me and I didn't have a chance to thank him. Please give these to him." After saying this, Soo-hee winked. Fu Li, being experienced, knew that these tickets weren't really for Zhou Daong, but were Soo-hee's way of thanking her for helping the Huaihua commune find good scrap fabric. Fu Li felt a bit shy and wanted to decline, but Soo-hee simply stuffed the tickets into her pocket and changed the subject. When Soo-hee left, Fu Li felt a bit reluctant to see her go. If the warehouse didn't need her, she would have probably walked Soo-hee to the factory gate. Soo-hee strolled to the textile factory's residential area, planning to go to Grandma Hee's house to show her love. As soon as she entered the yard, she saw an old man reading a book bump into a tree. Soo-hee couldn't help but laugh out loud. The old man, probably hurt from the bump, immediately took out his anger on her. "You young people have no manners. What are you laughing at? Don't you know about respecting your elders and caring for the young?" Soo-hee felt a bit guilty for laughing and quickly apologized. "Sorry, sir. Did you hurt yourself? Are you okay?" The old man snorted and ignored her, instead sitting on a stone bench to continue reading his book. Soo-hee was about to leave when she suddenly caught sight of the book in his hands. Although the cover had quotes, it was actually in English. Even though English classes had resumed in schools over the past 2 years, English books were still mostly banned, and only a few scientific texts could be obtained through internal channels. This old man not only had knowledge but also connections. As Soo-hee leaned in closer, she was even more surprised by the content. It was a book about supercomputers. Suddenly, Soo-hee realized this old man was quite remarkable. In this era, many people hadn't even heard of supercomputers, let alone read English books. The old man looked up, annoyed. "What are you staring at? As if you can understand it. Dressed up all fancy. Clearly just a show-off."
Shui.
Honestly, her clothes were dull and looked like those of a country bumpkin. How did he see her as fancy? Soo-hee felt a bit angry. She walked up to the old man, snatched the book, and read fluently. The comparable dates for the computer are harder to tie down. The old man's face changed like a chameleon. "You can speak English?" Soo-hee rolled her eyes. "Who do you look down on? I even speak English in my sleep." The old man. A few years ago, Soo-hee wouldn't have dared to speak English in public, but after the resumption of English classes in junior and senior high schools, she felt more confident. The old man's attitude immediately softened. "Young lady, it seems I underestimated you. My apologies." Soo-hee became cautious. Kindness without reason often hides ulterior motives. What did this old man want? She initially thought he was just a rigid scholar, but it turned out he was quite clever. Seeing her wariness, the old man quickly said, "Young lady, don't think so badly of people. I'm a good person. My surname is Yuan, and I live right here." Just then, someone passed by and greeted the old man. "Mr. Yuan. Reading again?" Mr. Yuan nodded. "Yes. Are you out shopping for groceries?" Soo-hee relaxed a bit, but she was sure that Mr. Yuan had some agenda. "Young lady, I'm currently translating some English books and need an assistant who knows English. I think you would be perfect. Would you help me?" Soo-hee thought for a moment. "Aren't you afraid of being reported for translating books from capitalist countries?" Mr. Yuan smiled. "Young lady, I wouldn't say this if I didn't have the proper paperwork. Otherwise, how could I get these books? The reason I covered it is just to avoid unnecessary trouble." Soo-hee looked skeptical. "Even if it sounds true, I still don't believe it unless you show me the paperwork." "All right, just wait." As Mr. Yuan walked home, he cursed himself for even bothering with this impolite and cunning girl, especially since there were so few people who knew English. Soo-hee squinted at Mr. Yuan's back. He was definitely a big catch. Now that it was 1975, the turbulent times would soon be over, and people like Mr. Yuan would surely be valued again. If she could connect with him, it would give her an advantage against Shinrui in the future. Moreover, he was involved in supercomputer research, which, while different from the later popular microcomputers, shared many similarities. If she wanted to enter the microcomputer industry later, having this connection would save her some trouble. Beyond these practical benefits, Soo-hee also felt a sense of patriotism. She had once read an article about how, in the late 1970s, China faced a humiliating situation regarding glass houses. At that time, China needed high-performance supercomputers for an important project, and only a certain Western country had them. Although they agreed to export 2 supercomputers, they imposed several humiliating conditions. One of the most humiliating was that the 2 supercomputers had to be placed in a transparent glass room. The keys to the room were held by the foreign country, and every time they needed to use it, they had to get approval from them, and only after their consent could they use it. Moreover, someone from that country had to supervise during usage. Although China later caught up and was already among the world's top ranks by the time she entered the story, many technologies were still lagging behind. For example, the chips that others had a monopoly on. The ancient trading exchange had many books, and if she could bring out some at the right time, it might help China leapfrog in technology. Additionally, she admired people like Mr. Yuan, who diligently pursued research and academics even in tough times. It was because of many pillars like Mr. Yuan that China would stand tall in the world again. While Su He was lost in her patriotic thoughts, Mr. Yuan returned. He handed her a few sheets of paper. Take a look. Do you really think an old man like me could trick a young girl like you? Su He looked and saw it was indeed various approvals and paperwork, all stamped with bright red seals. Though she was thrilled inside, she pretended to hesitate. Mr. Yuan, I have other things to do, so I might not have the time. Mr. Yuan immediately became displeased. You don't have time? What do you want me to do with the paperwork then? Are you playing with me? You have to take this job, whether you want to or not. Otherwise, I'll say you bumped into me and demand compensation.
Shui.
The culture of scamming has a long history. Mr. Yuan, I can take the job, but you can't expect me to work for free. How much will you pay? Young people these days only think about money. If everyone worked as hard as I did, we might have already achieved modernization. How about this? I'll give you 1 yuan an hour. Is that acceptable? Su He thought that was great. She earned only 17.84 yuan working hard at the Huaihua commune, and she could make that much in just a few days with Mr. Yuan. Seeing Su He's delighted expression, Mr. Yuan scoffed. Look at you, so money-minded. Since we've agreed, let's go to work. Su He didn't even bother going to Old He's house, and happily followed Mr. Yuan to his place. Then she was stunned. She thought Mr. Yuan would live in a small room, leading a very frugal life. Instead, he occupied 3 rooms and had everything from radios to record players and sofas. The coffee table was filled with various snacks and candies, and there was even a half-eaten apple. Is this what he calls hard work? At this moment, Su He realized that charging 1 yuan per hour meant that Teacher Yuan must be quite wealthy. But she wondered where this old man got his money and why he had privileges at the textile factory. Teacher Yuan guessed what Su He was thinking and scoffed. I don't care about these material things. It's just that one of my students insisted on getting these for me, so I reluctantly accepted.
Su He thought.
I could use a dozen students like that. Although Su He was curious about who this student was, she felt it was too soon to ask. After a brief moment of showing off, Teacher Yuan took Su He to his study. As soon as Su He entered, she almost had no place to stand. Books were scattered everywhere on the shelves, the desk, and the floor. There were also some manuscripts lying around in disarray. It's 1:38 in the afternoon. Let's get started. Su He spent the entire afternoon organizing the messy study, categorizing the books and materials, and labeling everything. Teacher Yuan was very pleased, thinking that this temporary assistant was quite capable and the 1 yuan spent was worth it. However, Su He was exhausted, with a sore back and a headache. Teacher Yuan, I have a lot to do in the next few days, so my schedule might be irregular.
Please understand.
Teacher Yuan's eyes twinkled. Understand, of course. But I don't have cash on hand right now. I can pay you once a month.
Shui.
She didn't bother arguing, knowing he wasn't trying to avoid paying her, but was worried that if he settled up, she might not come back. After leaving Teacher Yuan's house, Su He was too tired to go to the He family to offer help, so she went straight home. Chao Hongmei and Su Yongshi were anxiously waiting at home. Both were a bit uncertain. Could Su He really help them get permanent positions with just those few headbands? As soon as Su He walked in, Chao Hongmei eagerly brought her a basin of water. Xiao He, you must be tired. Go wash your face. By the time Soo-hee finished washing her face, Soo-young-sure was already there holding a towel. For a moment, Soo-hee felt like a queen, with one being a maid and the other a eunuch. She couldn't help but laugh. All right, you just want to know about the permanent positions, right? I've already spoken to Director Gao from the Supply and Marketing Department. He said he would process your permanent status in the next few days. Finally, the weight lifted off Chao Hongmei and Soo-young-sure's hearts. Chao Hongmei even shed a few tears of joy. Xiao-hee, aunt and uncle will do whatever you say. If you tell us to go east, we won't go west. If you tell us to chase dogs, we won't chase chickens. Soo-hee chuckled. This is just the beginning. Who knows, I might ask you to manage 10 textile factories in the future, so study hard at night school, and don't let me down. Chao Hongmei and Soo-young-sure exchanged glances. Although this girl was indeed impressive, her ambitions seemed too grand. Managing 10 textile factories? They wouldn't even dare to dream of that. After a while, Soo-young-sure happily left for his evening shift. Before going to bed, Soo-hee asked Chao Hongmei, Aunt, how did it go with spreading rumors about Lin Bo? Chao Hongmei looked quite pleased. I mentioned it to Lu Dazue in the workshop today. I just hinted at it, and she filled in the rest. With her loose lips, it should spread quickly. Soo-hee was very satisfied and fell asleep. The next day, Soo-hee thought the headband situation wouldn't be settled so soon, so she went to the textile factory's residential area. She first went to Grandma Hee's house, helping out while chatting. She intentionally steered the conversation toward Teacher Yuan. Have you heard about that Teacher Yuan? I heard he used to be a teacher at a prestigious university, but was later sent here. When the factory got a batch of foreign equipment, he helped translate, and they gave him a room in the residential area. I've heard he's made some contributions, so the factory gave him 2 more rooms next door. He's a really nice person. Kids come to him for help with their homework, and if anyone makes something good to eat, they send some over. After hearing this, Soo-hee felt relieved and went to find Teacher Yuan. When Teacher Yuan opened the door for Soo-hee, he hurried back to his study. Seeing him busy with calculations, Soo-hee didn't want to disturb him, so she picked a book from the shelf to read. As an assistant, she needed to understand supercomputers a bit. Time flew, and by the time the sun was setting, Teacher Yuan was still engrossed in his calculations. Soo-hee had no choice but to go to the kitchen and prepare dinner for him. After placing it on the table, she left. Soo-hee sighed, realizing that academic work was not easy. Once you get into it, you forget to eat and sleep. She figured Teacher Yuan wouldn't need her for a while, so she spent the next 2 days at the machinery factory. On her way home after work that day, she planned to leave with Qian Huifeng, but since there was a union meeting, she had to walk home alone. Just as she reached the corner, she saw Lin Bo comrade Soo-hee. I bought you a blodgy. Soo-hee glared at him coldly. How do you know my name? Lin Bo pretended to be casual and smiled. Of course, I asked around. It's not hard for me, Lin Bo, to find out about someone. Take a look at this blodgy. It's the latest trend from the Magic City. Soo-hee felt nauseated by his eager demeanor and coldly replied, I already told you not to bother me again. Can't you understand human language? If you come to annoy me again, I won't be polite. Lin Bo was momentarily flustered but, remembering someone's instructions, forced a smile. Comrade Soo-hee, a gentleman should pursue a graceful lady. Why push me away so far? If you have any complaints or requests, just tell me and I'll comply. Here, take this blodgy. As he spoke, he tried to force the bag into Soo-hee's hands. Soo-hee felt like punching his hypocritical face. Just then, she saw Soo-young-sure returning from work and immediately shouted, Uncle, he's harassing me. Soo-young-sure was no longer the same Soo-young-sure. He was now Soo-hee's good second uncle. Hearing Soo-hee shout, he rushed over faster than a sprinter, delivering a powerful kick to Lin Bo. Lin Bo, facing away from Soo-young-sure, was kicked back over 2 meters, landing hard. Soo-young-sure asked with concern, Xiao-hee, did he do anything to you? Soo-hee's voice trembled. Uncle, he's been bothering me for the past few days. Thank goodness you came in time. Otherwise, who knows what he might have done. Hearing this, Su Yongsher was furious and glared at Lin Bo, who was just getting up. You little beast. How dare you harass women in broad daylight? You must be tired of living. Lin Bo, in pain and anger, forgot about his pretentious demeanor and snarled, What nonsense. When did I harass her? I just wanted to give her a blowjy. Do you know who I am? Do you know how precious my face is? I'll sue you. I don't care who you are. I'll hit you.
Wait.
Are you that Lin Bo from the county drama troupe?
Shudon Shishadeli Feltanin.
Lin Bo was a star at the county drama troupe and knew many powerful people. If he got beaten up, it would be a big problem. Seeing Su Yongsher hesitate, Lin Bo smirked. Now you're scared? Too late. Unless your niece agrees to date me, I'll make you regret it. Su Yongsher instinctively looked at Su He, who was staring at him with clear eyes. He shivered, recalling the incident with Xiao Bin. This young lady had only just forgiven him. If he messed up again, she wouldn't let him off the hook. Moreover, they were counting on Su He to help them get permanent positions. Thinking of this, Su Yongsher stepped forward and delivered another punch to Lin Bo. My niece is a celestial being. Do you think you're worthy? You're just a toad dreaming of eating swan meat. Shameless. What's wrong with hitting you? I'm hitting scoundrels like you, filthy perverts. At this moment, many people gathered around after hearing the commotion. Su He instantly transformed into a pitiful little rabbit, playing the role of a victim. Someone recognized Lin Bo and began to point and whisper. Lin Bo usually plays the hero, but who would have thought he would do something so shameful? I really thought I knew him well. My daughter even admired him. Turns out he has a heart of a beast. To act like a rogue in broad daylight, he really has some nerve. If it weren't for this girl's uncle showing up, who knows what could have happened? Lin Bo was almost faint with anger. Su, he was truly shameless. He only wanted to give her a gift to win her over, but she not only had him beaten up but also accused him of being a rogue. If he had known it would turn out like this, he should have just taken her to bed directly to avoid her complaints. At this point, a kind-hearted person had already gone to call the police. Soon Lin Bo, Su He, and Su Yongsher were all taken to the station. After some questioning and taking notes, it was concluded that it was a misunderstanding. Lin Bo sneered, Since it's a misunderstanding, what about my injuries? You must apologize to me and cover my medical expenses. Su Yongsher instinctively looked at Su He, thinking, little lady, he was just pursuing you. Why did you scream rogue? Aren't you just asking for trouble? Now that the truth was out, how would this end? Su He looked ashamed and said to the officers, It seems I misunderstood. As long as there is a hospital bill, I will fully compensate him. Also, I will publicly apologize to Comrade Lin Bo tomorrow to restore his reputation. Seeing Su He's sincere attitude and Lin Bo agreeing to settle privately, all three were released. Lin Bo felt smug, thinking this girl must have some skills, but she backed down, right? When tomorrow comes at the county theater, he would slap her and then sweeten the deal. He wasn't worried she wouldn't comply. On the way back, Su He ran into Qian Huifang. Xiao He, I heard something happened? What happened? Su He instantly teared up, and Qian, I told you before that Lin Bo spoke to me inappropriately. Today he cornered me, said some harsh words, and even tried to get physical. Luckily, my uncle passed by, so I had him teach Lin Bo a lesson. When the matter reached the station, I had no choice but to agree to pay for his medical bills and apologize publicly. Qian Huifang was furious. This is outrageous. He clearly harassed you first. Why should you apologize? I'll go to the station and ask about this. Su He grabbed Qian Huifang, and Qian, even though I'm in the right, hitting someone is still wrong. The station's handling of this is fine. I'll apologize. I'll learn from this and avoid him in the future. I just worry about bad rumors spreading about me, so you must help me prove my side. Don't worry, if anyone dares to slander you, Qian Huifang, will be the first to stand up for you. Qian Huifang comforted Su He and even offered to accompany her to the county theater to apologize to Lin Bo, but Su He politely declined. When she got home, Chao Hongmei was anxiously pacing. After listening to Su Yongsher explain what happened, Chao Hongmei finally understood why Su He had her spread rumors. She was quicker to think than Su Yongshi and asked Su He, could it be that Lin Bo is being manipulated by Shinrui? Su He was indeed good-looking, but Lin Bo was a notable figure in the county. He wouldn't need to cling to her like this. Seeing Su He nod, Chao Hongmei felt both angry and scared. Angry that Shinrui was such a backstabber, scared that she had too many tricks up her sleeve and was too malicious. Su He reassured her, it's fine. We'll face whatever comes our way. We just need to deal with it as it comes. Chao Hongmei sighed. That's all we can do. Xiao He, are you really going to the county theater to apologize to Lin Bo tomorrow? Su He smiled slyly. Why go to the county theater? Since it's a public apology, I should go to the county's broadcasting station, so everyone can hear it. Su Yongshi and his wife were stunned. Not going to the county theater, but to the broadcasting station? You don't hide a humiliating apology, but instead broadcast it? Are you trying to make sure everyone knows? Besides, the broadcasting station isn't your family's. Why should you use it for an apology? Not to mention her. Even the factory director didn't have a chance to speak on the broadcast. Su He didn't explain, took out paper and pen to write something, then went to sleep. Su Yongshi and Chao Hongmei were anxious, wanting to see what she had written, but they were too timid to ask. The next morning, Su He arrived at the County Women's Federation. With her Huaihua Commune work ID, she was allowed in after registering. Upon meeting Sister Zheng from the Women's Federation, Su He was immediately moved to tears. I am Su He, the niece of Su Yufan. If it weren't for our Women's Federation, my aunt would still be in deep trouble. Although my uncle and aunt have already sent a thank you letter, I feel that's not enough to express our gratitude or reflect the achievements of our women's work. So, I stayed up several nights writing this press release. I intended to send it directly to the provincial newspaper, but I thought it would be better to let you review it first, so I took the liberty to bother you. Sister Zheng took it and nodded repeatedly. The press release was heartfelt and closely aligned with the current situation in the country. Aside from a few typos, there was nothing inappropriate. Sister Zheng circled the typos with her pen and encouraged, Comrade Xiao Su, if you continue to study hard, there will be even more room for improvement. Su He felt a bit shy and blushed. Yes, I will definitely work hard in the future. Sister Zheng, since the provincial newspaper has a long review period, how about I promote it on our county's broadcast today? Everyone has a sense of vanity, and Sister Zheng was no exception. After hesitating for a moment, she agreed. She called the broadcasting station and told Su He, originally, we had a music appreciation scheduled for noon, but now it will be replaced by your press release. Hurry over. Su He nodded eagerly and asked, can I share my thoughts after reading the press release? Sister Zheng thought it was trivial and nodded, sure. But be mindful of your words and don't say anything too extreme. She felt confident in Su He, as the press release showed. She was a highly aware comrade. Su He expressed her determination and then left. As for the typos, she had intentionally written them that way to give the leaders a chance to point them out. Su He first went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some candy and seeds before arriving at the broadcasting station. Although it was her first time there, it was no big deal for someone with social skills. Su He quickly chatted and laughed with several people at the broadcasting station. After getting familiar with the process, she patiently waited for the broadcast time. At the county theater, Lin Bo was boasting with two swollen eyes. Yesterday, that Su He tried to charm me. When I refused, she had her uncle threaten me. When someone found out, she shamelessly accused me of being a rogue. This is outrageous. Later, when we got to the station, the truth came out, and she backed down, saying she would come to the county theater to apologize today. Last time with Zhao Bin, she might have been involved too, but when things went wrong, she managed to clear herself. However, I'm not the type to hold grudges. If she is sincere, I will let it go. After all, she is a girl. I should give her some face. At that moment, the broadcasting station's loudspeaker announced, now, please welcome Comrade Su He from Huaihua Commune to read her press release titled, Thought Work Blossoms, Women's Federation Work Bears Fruit. Soo-hee sat in front of the microphone and began her broadcast. Although her pronunciation wasn't as perfect as a professional announcer's, she spoke Mandarin clearly, impressing the people at the radio station. After finishing the news report, Soo-hee continued, "As a member of the women's community, I want to share my thoughts on this report. Gender equality is not just talk. It requires a change in mindset. For example, recently, Comrade Lin Bo from the county theater ignored my refusals and kept bothering me. Yesterday, when he acted inappropriately again, I had my uncle teach him a lesson. I realized my actions were a bit extreme, and I sincerely apologize to Comrade Lin Bo, and I will cover his medical expenses. However, this incident proves that we women have stood up for ourselves. In the old society, women would just endure such behavior and compromise. But as women in the new society, we must have the spirit to resist and the courage to say no." The county theater erupted in chaos. Everyone looked at Lin Bo, thinking, "This is completely different from what you said." Those who usually didn't get along with Lin Bo started to jeer. "Lin Bo, didn't you say Soo-hee was angry because you rejected her? How come she says you acted inappropriately? You even said Soo-hee would apologize to you? Haha, she went straight to the radio station to apologize instead. You really have some nerve. You were the one flirting, and now you're slandering that girl. You're not handling this well." No one doubted that Soo-hee was lying. It was the radio station. Who would dare to speak nonsense there? Moreover, since Lin Bo said the matter was reported to the authorities, Soo-hee wouldn't dare to lie. Unexpectedly, Lin Bo, who usually seemed charming, turned out to be a bad person. Lin Bo was furious. "Oh, Soo-hee, is this what you call a public apology? You're practically putting me on public trial." The county theater and the radio station were separated by an alley, and Lin Bo immediately wanted to confront Soo-hee, but he held back. Everyone was watching him. If he did something irrational, it would surely cause trouble. Better to endure for a few days and deal with that girl later, when things calm down. In this era, many factories and citizens regularly listened to the radio, and the machinery and textile factories were no exception. At the machinery factory, the workshop was filled with curses. These men already had a low opinion of Lin Bo, and now they were cursing him fiercely. That girl Sue, he was too kind. Why should she apologize to him? And pay for his medical expenses?
Bah!
He deserved to be hit for harassing that girl. Why wasn't he beaten to death? At the textile factory, two opinions emerged. One group condemned Lin Bo for his bad character, while the other doubted Soo-hee's words, thinking she either misunderstood Lin Bo or was slandering him. The latter group consisted of girls who secretly liked Lin Bo. They saw him through rose-colored glasses, and Soo-hee's words couldn't change their view of him. Tian Xiaodao, a female announcer at the radio station, belonged to the latter group. She had previously gotten along well with Soo-hee, but now her face was clouded with frost. After Soo-hee turned off the microphone, she immediately stepped forward to question, "Comrade Soo-hee, why did you share your thoughts after reading the news report?" Soo-hee calmly replied, "I checked with Sister Zheng and she allowed it." Tian Xiaodao was taken aback. "Even if you share your thoughts, you should be truthful. Brother Lin is definitely not the kind of person you say he is." Soo-hee looked at her with a half-smile. "From what you're saying, you know him well?" It seemed she knew him not just well, but had feelings for him. Tian Xiaodao's expression became awkward. "While we're not very close, we've had some work interactions. He would never harass female comrades." Soo-hee nodded. "In that case, why don't you ask him how much his medical expenses were and bring me the bill?" Tian Xiaodao agreed, without thinking. She was already concerned about Lin Bo's injury, so it was a good excuse to check on him. Just as she was about to leave, Soo-hee called out to her, "Do you believe I can guess what Lin Bo will say to you? He'll confess his feelings, say he was blind before, and ask you." Tian Xiaodao naturally didn't believe her, thinking he was just talking nonsense. She angrily left the radio station to find Lin Bo. At the county theater, Lin Bo was desperately trying to clear his name when someone shouted, "Lin Bo, Tian Xiaodao from the radio station is looking for you." Lin Bo's eyes lit up. Tian Xiaodao had always shown interest in him, and her family was well off, but she was still a bit below his ideal target. so he had kept his distance. She must be coming to defend him. Perfect timing. If Tian Xiaodao spoke a few good words for him on the radio, wouldn't this incident be smoothed over? And if she could say a few bad things about Su He, that girl would have to come to him and apologize. With that thought, Lin Bo hurried to the entrance of the county theater. As he approached, he brushed his hair back and put on a self-satisfied smile. Xiaodao, are you looking for me? Unfortunately, he forgot one thing. He had been punched in the eyes by Su Yongshi yesterday, and they were swollen like a goldfish, making his actions look particularly greasy and ridiculous. Even with all the filters Tian Xiaodao had, Lin Bo's appearance was not appealing at all. People tend to be more forgiving towards attractive individuals, and less so towards the unattractive. Tian Xiaodao's filter for Lin Bo cracked a little. However, she still angrily said, "Brother Lin, are you okay? That Su He is too much, spreading lies on the radio. I believe you didn't do anything to her. She must be slandering you." Lin Bo immediately looked touched. "Xiaodao, you're right. I only had a bit of a crush on her and wanted to pursue her. If she didn't agree, that's fine, but she slandered me as a pervert. Sigh, I misjudged her, thinking she was a good person, but she turned out to be cruel-hearted." At this point, he looked deeply at Tian Xiaodao. "Xiaodao, I'm sorry. I didn't see your worth before, but now I realize you're the one who truly suits me." If it weren't for Su He's words, Tian Xiaodao would have felt sweet at this moment, but instead, she felt an indescribable disappointment. Seeing Tian Xiaodao silent, Lin Bo thought she was just shy. After all, to him, a girl like her who was so devoted to him would find him charming no matter what. He sweet-talked her some more and then asked, "Xiaodao, how did Su He end up broadcasting at your station? What connections does she have?" Tian Xiaodao's heart sank because Lin Bo's every word and action mirrored what Su He had said. She replied dismissively, she was recommended by the Women's Federation. Lin Bo suddenly understood. No wonder Su He had read a report about rescuing women. It turned out like this. "Xiaodao, I suspect the Women's Federation only asked her to read the report and didn't agree to her speaking nonsense on the radio. You should report this to the Women's Federation. We must not tolerate such misuse of public resources." Tian Xiaodao vaguely agreed. Lin Bo then showed a worried expression. "Su He's nonsense on the radio will surely convince many people. My reputation is ruined because of her. Xiaodao, can you help me?" Tian Xiaodao clenched her fists tightly. "What do you want me to do?" Lin Bo didn't notice her unease and said, "During your broadcasts, just say a few fair words for me, and I'm sure it will quickly turn the situation in my favor." Tian Xiaodao looked at Lin Bo and said, "But if I do that, I will break the rules of the broadcasting station and definitely be punished." Lin Bo tossed his hair and put on a charming expression. "Xiaodao, we will be a family in the future. My matters are your matters too. The punishment is just a fine. I will compensate you double. Right now, I can only rely on you. You won't let me down, will you?" Tian Xiaodao smiled, but her smile was more painful than tears. It was exactly what Su He had said. Lin Bo only saw her as a tool and had no real feelings for her. The filter she had for Lin Bo shattered into sharp pieces, piercing her heart and causing her pain. Thinking she had agreed, Lin Bo immediately showered her with sweet words and promised to take her to the movies the next day. As he reached for her hand, she recoiled as if stung by a bee, stepping back several paces. She finally believed Su He's words. Lin Bo was a hypocrite, charming on the outside but disrespectful towards women. Now, looking at Lin Bo's face, she found it extremely ugly. Lin Bo noticed her strange expression and asked, "Xiaodao, what's wrong?" Tian Xiaodao didn't want to say a word to him and didn't even want to see him again. She turned and ran, forgetting about the medical bill. Lin Bo frowned, feeling confused by her reaction. Then he thought maybe she was just shocked by his confession and needed time to process it. A dinner and a movie tomorrow would surely win her over. With red eyes, Tian Xiaodao rushed back to the broadcasting station. Su He immediately knew she was right. Lin Bo was too self-serving and eager for success. Tian Xiaodao had walked right into his trap. She patted Tian Xiaodao on the shoulder. "Xiaodao, it seems I was right. Don't be sad. It's not that you can't read people, but Lin Bo was just too good at pretending. Tian Xiaodao felt embarrassed and was about to snap at Su He when she heard Su He continue, I actually admire you. Many people see the truth, but don't have your decisiveness to cut their losses. For example, I once jumped into a river after my fiancé broke off our engagement. The best way to comfort someone sad is to let them know someone else has it worse. Sure enough, after hearing Su He's story, Tian Xiaodao felt her own troubles were nothing. She shyly said, Su He, I misunderstood you before.
I'm sorry.
Su He waved it off. We don't need to say that. I just worry about other girls getting tricked by Lin Bo. I've heard many like him. Tian Xiaodao gritted her teeth. Yes, many of my friends like him and have been fooled by his disgusting charm. Su He blinked. How about we warn everyone? Moments later, Tian Xiaodao's voice came through the loudspeaker. Comrades, Su He has spoken the truth for many of our female comrades. Now, let's hear her thoughts again.
Lin Bo.
He was almost furious. I asked you to help me, not to make things worse. You're torturing me repeatedly. And what do you mean by speaking for the female comrades? Doesn't that mean Su He's words are all true? Has Tian Xiaodao lost her mind? What he didn't know was that this was just the beginning. Over the next few days, Su He's comments would be repeated during every broadcast, morning, noon, and night. The theme was grand, and it was a piece submitted by the Women's Federation, so no one could find fault with it. When Su He left the broadcasting station, she and Tian Xiaodao had become close friends. Indeed, Su He had her own motives, but she genuinely liked Tian Xiaodao. This girl knew how to cut her losses, showing she was sharp. Feeling pleased, Su He left the broadcasting station and headed straight to the machinery factory. Before entering, she was lively, but once inside, she turned into a sad little thing. The men in the factory were filled with righteous anger, and many even threatened to put Lin Bo in a sack. Qian Huifeng, who had been worried, thought. She had always felt Su He was special, but now she realized she had underestimated her. Look at how she handled this. I won't fight you or cause a scene. I'll apologize openly and ruin your reputation. It was a silent kill. Lin Bo deserved it. Why pick a fight with anyone but Su He? He was just asking for trouble. However, Qian Huifeng still warned Su He. Xiao He, Lin Bo might get desperate and act rashly. You should come home early these nights. Su He nodded. Aunt Qian, I understand. She actually hoped Lin Bo would do something extreme so she could deal with him once and for all, preventing him from bothering her again. As for her safety, she wasn't worried because the trading post had electric batons, pepper spray, and chili powder. But just in case, she decided to buy a high-coverage personal insurance policy. Looking at the large sum of compensation, she felt reassured. If the trading post didn't want to go bankrupt, they would ensure her safety. The trading post screen flashed with a bunch of garbled text, %yuan, %yuan, and amp. %and amp. After work in the evening, Su He and Qian Huifeng walked home together. When they got home, Su He was surprised to find that old Ge's house was locked. She wondered, although old Ge went out to buy groceries from time to time, he usually did it in the morning and had never been seen going out in the evening. Where could he be? As soon as Su He entered the yard, Chao Hongmei came out to greet her. She was now completely in awe of Su He. She had worried that Su He would be at the mercy of Lin Bo, but instead, it was Lin Bo who was being criticized by everyone. Xiao He, tell me why the broadcasting station asked you to read the news script. Chao Hongmei was extremely curious. Su He didn't hide anything and briefly explained. Chao Hongmei looked confused. Is that really allowed? At that moment, Su He heard a door opening next door and hurried outside. Peeking over the wall, she asked, Old man, where are you going? I'm just taking a walk. Su He was puzzled. I've never seen you take a walk in the evening before. Old Ge snorted. That was then, this is now. Why do I need your permission for what I do? You little girl, mind your own business. After saying that, Old Ge went back inside. Chao Hongmei rolled her eyes and whispered, Shall he see? I told you this old man has a strange temper. Your kindness was taken for granted. You should ignore him in the future. Sue, he didn't take it to heart. Capable people often have tempers. Besides, old Go is old, so a few harsh words didn't matter. The next morning, Sue, he went to the textile factory to ask Director Gao about the progress on the hairpin project. Director Gao poured her a cup of tea and said, "The leadership has generally agreed to the project, but since we are a textile factory, we can't spend too much energy on it, so we can only do a small-scale trial for now. If it proves successful, we can consider expanding." Sue, he wasn't surprised. Many people's thinking was still conservative in that era, so it was already quite progressive for the textile factory to agree to a small-scale trial. Sue, he flattered him a bit before saying, "Director Gao, since there are no issues on your end, can I invite our Director Luo over tomorrow to sign the agreement?" "Sure." Sue, he rubbed her hands together. "Can I borrow your phone?" The supply and marketing department had a phone. Otherwise, they couldn't contact clients. Director Gao smiled. "Go ahead." At that moment, Director Luo was meeting with guests. Director Shen from Xiangyang Commune took a sip of tea and said, "Old Luo, that girl Sue, he is quite the troublemaker. I heard she went to the county broadcasting station yesterday to read a script and even pulled a fast one on Lin Bo from the county drama troupe. She's just bluffing. The Women's Federation might have objections." Director Luo chuckled. "You're overthinking it. The girl is just expressing herself." Director Shen scoffed. "You keep defending her. I'll say this. That girl has a reckless personality and will eventually cause big trouble. Anyway, let's not talk about her. We need to discuss serious matters." The inspection team found damage to the dam at Liuhe, likely caused by settling after the thaw in spring. "Since the dam is at the border of our two communes, I came to discuss repairs. I have a good relationship with a transportation company and can borrow a small truck, so Xiangyang Commune will handle transporting the sand and gravel, and you guys at Huaihua Commune will provide the labor. How does that sound?" Director Luo was quite angry. Wasn't this just bullying? Xiangyang Commune only provides a small truck, and they expect Huaihua Commune to do all the hard work? Were they treating them like fools? Director Shen laughed. "Old Luo, don't be mad. If you can borrow a small truck, we at Xiangyang Commune can also provide labor." Director Luo was at a loss for words. He really couldn't borrow one. Just then, the phone on the desk rang. Director Luo answered, and Sue He's clear voice came through. "Director Luo, this is Sue He. I've negotiated a new business deal with the textile factory. If it's convenient for you, please come over tomorrow to sign the agreement." Director Luo replied, "Okay." The phone wasn't very soundproof, so Director Shen heard Sue He's words and felt a pang of jealousy. That girl managed to secure another deal? He wondered why, with so many workers at the textile factory, they couldn't handle it themselves. Why did they have to collaborate with Huaihua Commune? Moreover, why did all the good opportunities always fall to Huaihua Commune? Seeing Director Luo smiling broadly, he set down his teacup and said lightly, "Director Luo, I'll head back now. Once I borrow the small truck, you can arrange for your people to start working." Seeing Director Luo's smile fade, he felt much better. Suhi might be able to stir things up, but so what? Could she really turn Huaihua Commune's fortunes around all by herself? At most, she could help them move from last place to second to last. With that thought, Director Shin felt even happier and hummed a tune as he left. Director Luo's good mood quickly diminished. It was clearly a matter for both communes, yet only Huaihua Commune was being assigned the hard labor. Once the work assignment was sent out, complaints would surely arise from all the teams. Meanwhile, Suhi left the textile factory and went to Teacher Yuan's house. When Teacher Yuan saw Suhi, he complained, "You're really enjoying your role as an assistant, only showing up every now and then. It's hard for me to even see you." Suhi laughed, "I told you in advance that I can only come during my free time. If you think I'm not qualified, you can settle my pay and find someone else." Teacher Yuan replied that I was just joking. "Let's get to work." Saying that, he handed Suhi a pile of translation materials for her to organize. When Teacher Yuan translated, he often pondered related topics, so the materials were quite messy, and Suhi had to compare them with the original English versions to sort them out slowly. While organizing, Soo-hee noticed Teacher Yuan frowning and asked, "Teacher Yuan, are you facing a tough problem?" Teacher Yuan sighed. "I'm having a bit of trouble with the array quadrant." The Nyack 4 developed by Country M in 1972 is very valuable for reference, but unfortunately, the data is blocked for us in Huaxia. Otherwise, our research progress would be much faster. Soo-hee understood only partially but picked up on a key piece of information, the data related to Nyack 4. She gently touched the red mole at the corner of her eye and opened the trading platform's shopping interface. Soon, she found relevant materials all in English, but only one book was published before 1975. Now, the key issue was how to get this book into the light. She found a previously criticized flashy English book on the shelf, swapped its inner pages with the trading platform's book, and then pretended to accidentally drop it on the floor. Teacher Yuan was focused on his calculations when he was startled. He shot a displeased glare at Soo-hee and said, "You're so careless." Soo-hee chuckled awkwardly, picked up the book, and exclaimed, "Wow, the quality of this book's binding isn't great. The pages are falling out." Teacher Yuan scoffed. "Just by looking at the cover, it's clear that book is all show and no substance. Those fools at the Research Institute must have been tricked. I can't even be bothered to look at it." Soo-hee casually flipped through a few pages and then said in surprise, "Teacher Yuan, this mentions Nyack 4 that you just talked about. Can you check if it's useful?" Teacher Yuan dismissed it, saying, "Even if it mentions it, it's just vague talk, not worth referencing." That said, he took the book from Soo-hee and glanced through it. His eyes widened in shock, and he looked as if he had been struck by lightning. He even slapped himself in disbelief, grimacing in pain, and stared at Soo-hee. "You, read it to me." After Soo-hee read a couple of sections, Teacher Yuan snatched the book away and burst into laughter. "Little girl, do you know what this says? Ha ha ha, it actually has the basic data and related analysis for Nyack 4. This is the information I've dreamed of seeing." Soo-hee felt a pang of bitterness, but mostly admiration. Feigning surprise, "Really? Didn't you say the information on Nyack 4 was blocked by Country M?" Teacher Yuan suddenly realized this issue too. Yes, such confidential information must be within the blockade. How did it get out? Soo-hee thought for a moment and said, "Teacher Yuan, could it be that a patriotic person managed to swap the books, deliberately putting on this flashy cover to mislead Country M?" Teacher Yuan felt that Soo-hee had guessed the truth. Yes, it must be that way. Not only did it fool Country M, but it almost fooled me too. A look of respect appeared on Teacher Yuan's face. This patriotic person took great risks to make a significant contribution to our country. If given the chance, we must find this person and ensure they are remembered in history, admired by all. Soo-hee, the patriotic person, thought. No need for that. Teacher Yuan looked at Soo-hee with gratitude. "Little Sue, I owe you this time. If you hadn't dropped the book, I probably would never have opened it in my life. You are truly my lucky star. If you have any requests, just ask, and I will do my best to fulfill them." Soo-hee rubbed her hands together. "How about a raise?" Teacher Yuan replied, "Just keep organizing the materials."
Shui.
Teacher Yuan cherished the book like a treasure and quickly immersed himself in it. After Soo-hee organized the materials and helped prepare dinner, she finally left. As soon as she turned into the alley, Soo-hee sensed someone was following her. Her heart raced. Could it be Lin Bo? Had he lost his patience so soon? Feigning to tie her shoelaces, she took out a small mirror and saw the person following her. It was old Ge. Now Soo-hee understood. He wasn't just out for a stroll, he was quietly protecting her from danger. A warm feeling surged in Soo-hee's heart. Old Ge was a classic tough exterior with a soft heart. He was sharp-tongued but kind-hearted. After thinking for a moment, she decided not to confront him. Lin Bo would likely lose patience soon, and once she dealt with him, Old Ge wouldn't need to follow her anymore. When Soo-hee got home, Old Ge entered the yard a while later. He probably delayed on purpose to avoid raising her suspicions. Feeling warm inside, Soo-hee leaned against the wall and smiled. "Old man, out for another stroll?" Old Ge glanced at her. "You sure have a lot to say." Suhee flashed a bright smile. You're right. I do have a lot to say. From now on, I'll take care of your later years. Old Gus snorted and went inside. Chow Hongmei came out. Is Lil He back? Come in for dinner. She didn't quite understand why Suhee was getting close to old Go. What could a grumpy old man offer? After dinner, Chow Hongmei cautiously said, Little He, why hasn't there been any news about your formal position? Aunt Air's been urging you, and it makes me a bit uneasy. Suhee shrugged it off. I guess the head flower project hasn't been finalized yet, so Director Gao can't say anything. Tomorrow, Director Luo and the others are coming to sign the agreement. If there's still no news in a few days, I'll nudge Director Gao. Chow Hongmei finally relaxed, thinking that Suhee had helped the Huaihua commune secure a deal, and the girl was likely to be very popular with Director Luo. Maybe soon she would have a formal position. The next morning, as soon as Director Luo and his team got out of the car, they spotted Suhee. Director Luo thought to himself that Suhee was quite capable. Even if she hadn't come to greet them, they wouldn't have minded. But her presence warmed their hearts. Little Sue, I didn't ask much over the phone yesterday. What business are you discussing this time? Suhee briefly explained the head flower project. Director Luo looked incredulous. 5 cents for a head flower? Did I hear that right? Previously, they had only received 8 cents for a complicated cushion project, and now a simple head flower could fetch 5 cents? After confirming several times, he was practically beaming with joy. With this income, the Huaihua commune's ranking could rise by 2 or 3 places by the end of the year. The only downside was that the textile factory wanted a smaller quantity. Suhee sensed his thoughts and said, let's produce a batch to test the market. If sales are good, I'll negotiate further with the textile factory. Director Luo nodded eagerly. Little Sue, you've done it again. You've made a huge contribution to our Huaihua commune. Director Luo praised Suhee profusely, and others chimed in enthusiastically. At the textile factory, since they had collaborated before, both sides quickly signed the agreement. As usual, Director Gao treated Director Luo and the others to lunch at the textile factory canteen. After parting ways, Director Luo and his team chatted as they walked to the guest house. Staff Lu said, Director Luo, why didn't you mention the dam project to Suhee? Maybe she could help us borrow a small truck. Director Luo smiled wryly. The connection to borrow a truck from Xiangyang Commune is through by Lily. Her brother works at the transportation company. Suhee is indeed capable, but she's not omnipotent. Mentioning it would only frustrate her, so it's better not to bring it up. Staff Lu disagreed. How do you know it won't work if you don't try? Suhee might have a solution. If you're too shy to ask, I can talk to her tomorrow. Director Luo remained silent, tacitly agreeing. He secretly hoped that maybe Suhee could actually pull it off. In the afternoon, Suhee visited Grandma He and then went to cook dinner for Teacher Yuan before dragging her tired body home. That night, just before falling asleep, she vaguely felt like she had forgotten something. As sleepiness washed over her, she yawned and thought, I'll remember it later. In the capital, Gu Qian circled a date on the calendar. According to the mailing cycle, he should receive Suhee's reply within 3 days at most. The next morning, Suhee went to the bus station to see off Director Luo and the others. Director Luo, the textile factory still needs to purchase some accessories for hairpins, like rubber bands and black hair clips. It will probably take a few days before we can start working on it. Once the timing is confirmed, I will call you to report. Director Luo nodded. Thank you for your hard work. Staff Lu smiled at Suhee and said, Little Sue, this order is truly a timely blessing. With this order, we can finally give an explanation to the members. Otherwise, it would be difficult to arrange the dam work. Suhee was sharp and realized that Staff Lu intentionally brought up the dam work, likely needing something from her. So, she feigned curiosity and asked, Dam work? Are we repairing the dam? Yes, there are damaged areas in the Liuhe Dam, and we need to repair it before the rainy season arrives. The Xiangyang commune only provides one small truck because they have connections with the transportation company, so we have to supply the labor. There's no choice. After all, Bai Lily's brother works at the transportation company. Suhee immediately understood Lu's implication. She raised an eyebrow. So, if we can borrow a small truck, the Xiangyang commune will handle the labor? Lu nodded. Exactly. Director Shin means that. Little Sue, you're resourceful. Can you see if you can borrow a small truck? How many days do we need it for? Lu thought for a moment. At least 2 days. What if it's 2 small trucks? Lu's eyes widened. 0.2 trucks? Then we could finish in 1 day. He looked at Sue He in disbelief, wondering what she meant by that. Did she really think she could borrow 2 small trucks? Sue He then asked Director Luo, how much subsidy can our commune provide for 1 small truck? Director Luo, being a leader, was much calmer than Lu. He took out a cigarette from his pack, but accidentally dropped it. He struggled to light it with a match, but it wouldn't catch fire. Sue He felt a bit embarrassed to laugh, and it was Lu who helped Director Luo fix the cigarette. Director Luo cleared his throat. Little Sue, how much subsidy do you think is appropriate? How about this? Giving money can lead to issues, so let's say 10 gene of eggs, 20 gene of grain tickets, and a basket of wild vegetables. If that works, I can get 2 small trucks. Without a second thought, Director Luo agreed. All right, it's settled. This deal was incredibly beneficial. The commune also needs to provide subsidies for labor, and what Sue He suggested was much cheaper. Plus, pulling this off would be quite satisfying. Director Luo was usually easygoing, but he was really upset with Director Shin yesterday. She wanted to see him angry, but unable to do anything about it. After the bus left, Sue He went to find Qian Huifang at the machinery factory. After exchanging pleasantries, Sue He said, Aunt Qian, our Huaihua commune needs a small truck for dam repairs, and the textile factory has offered to support one. Do you know why? Qian Huifang looked puzzled. Is it because you previously collaborated on the cushion project, so they're offering support out of friendship? Sue He shook her head and said mysteriously, the broadcasting station thinks my article was good, and they will occasionally broadcast similar articles in the future. It's quite difficult for factory articles to be selected, but if submitted under the commune's name, the chances are much higher, especially for themes that focus on the people and support national water conservancy projects. So, the textile factory's condition for providing the truck is that we write an article for them. I thought about it, and since you're with the Machinery Factories Union, if the textile factory gets ahead, it wouldn't look good for you. So, I came to let you know. We need 1 truck for the dam, and 2 trucks would be even better. Why not have your machinery factory provide 1 too? That way, we can include both of you in the article. Qian Huifang nodded repeatedly, finally looking touched. Little He, thank you for thinking of me. If the textile factory gets ahead, our union would definitely face criticism. When will the dam work start? I'll coordinate and send a small truck over. Sue He then went to find Director Gao at the textile factory. Director Gao, our Huaihua commune is preparing to repair the dam, and the machinery factory is supporting 1 small truck. I thought it was necessary to let you know, as the textile factory has more projects with our commune, and such good things shouldn't be missed by the textile factory. Among the factories in the county, the machinery factory has always held the top position, and the textile factory felt a bit competitive. So, when Director Gao heard this, he immediately said, they're providing 1 truck? We'll provide 2. Sue He replied, all right then. She accidentally exceeded the task. After telling Qian Huifang about the situation, it turned out the machinery factory also wanted to provide 2 small trucks, and Sue He couldn't stop it. After securing the support from both the machinery and textile factories, she went to find Tian Xiaodao. When Tian Xiaodao saw Sue He, she warmly grabbed her hand. Sue He, I was going to look for you after work. Our broadcasting station has 2 movie tickets, and I want to invite you to a movie. Tian Xiaodao felt that she and Sue He had both suffered from bad relationships, and since Sue He was pretty and articulate, she naturally wanted to get close to her. Girls' friendships can sometimes develop unexpectedly. Sue He smiled. Looks like we're on the same wavelength. But I'm here for work-related matters. How did my previous article perform? Were the leaders at the broadcasting station satisfied? Of course they were. Previously, we only broadcasted national affairs, which didn't spark much discussion among the public. Now, everyone is talking about your article. In fact, the discussions were more about Sue He's thoughts, But Tian Xiaodao didn't want to say that. Soo-hee grinned. How about I write another article for you? It will be about the textile and machinery factories supporting our Huaihua Commune's water conservancy project. Tian Xiaotao looked a bit troubled. I can't decide that. It depends on whether our station chief agrees. No worries, just tell him that we can submit my 2 articles to the provincial radio station as selections from the county broadcasting station. Also, once we establish this column for articles, all the institutions and factories in the county, as well as the communes, will be eager to submit their articles. Tian Xiaotao wasn't foolish and quickly understood Soo-hee's implication. This was a great opportunity for connections, and as long as their station chief wasn't foolish, he would definitely agree. I'll go talk to our station chief right away. Wait for my good news. Before long, Tian Xiaodao returned excitedly. It's done. Our station chief even wants to hire you as a special correspondent for our broadcasting station. Do you agree? Soo-hee certainly agreed. With this title, she could use it to visit any unit in the future under the guise of an interview. The broadcasting station also got Soo-hee a special correspondent work ID. Now, Soo-hee has 4 IDs in her small bag: the Huaihua Commune Liaison Officer ID, the visiting IDs for the machinery factory and the textile factory, and this newly issued special correspondent ID. Soo-hee made plans with Tian Xiaodao to watch a movie, and then went to Grandma He's house. She helped Grandma He and Grandpa He downstairs to bask in the sun for a while, tidied up a bit, and then ran to Teacher Yuan's house. As soon as she entered, she was shocked to see the room in disarray, filled with books. Teacher Yuan, what happened here? Teacher Yuan said with some disappointment, I thought that patriotic person might have swapped the pages of other books, so I went through all of them. Unfortunately, I didn't find anything new.
Shui.
She had no choice but to help put the books back on the shelf. By the time she finished tidying up, it was time for the movie to start, so she hurried to the cinema. When Tian Xiaodao saw her, she waved, Xiaohee, why are you so late? It's about to start. After the movie began, Tian Xiaotao was moved to tears, while Soo-hee was fast asleep. She was very tired from the day, and for her, these old films were just not interesting. After the show, Tian Xiaodao complained, Xiaohee, did you come to watch a movie or to sleep? Soo-hee chuckled, I came to keep you company. Tian Xiaodao laughed. Good thing you're a girl. If you were a boy, many girls would have fallen for you. The two chatted and laughed. After Soo-hee dropped Tian Xiaodao off at home, she strolled back home. By then, it was completely dark. As she passed an intersection, someone jumped out.
Soo-hee, stop.
Soo-hee looked and saw it was Lin Bo. She wasn't surprised at all. It was already impressive that he had managed to hold back this long. What do you want? Lin Bo glared at Soo-hee, having had a tough few days. Every day, the county broadcasting station played Soo-hee's reports and thoughts 3 times a day. Rumors spread quickly. Even the girls who used to have a crush on him now looked at him differently. Many in the county theater were jealous of his position and took the chance to undermine him. The theater leaders had canceled his performances, saying it was to let him heal his facial injuries, but it was really to push him aside. He absolutely hated Soo-hee. He had been keeping an eye on her for days, but hadn't found an opportunity until today when he saw her and Tian Xiaodao go to the cinema. He knew this was his chance. He had carefully chosen this location. On the left was a factory warehouse, and on the right was an empty lot. Even if Soo-hee screamed, no one would come to help her right away. He coldly stared at Soo-hee. I wanted to date you properly, but since you don't appreciate it, I'll just have to force it. He thought to himself that if he could sleep with Soo-hee, she would be devoted to him and help restore his reputation. Then, when he got transferred to the provincial theater, he would kick her to the curb. As he lunged at Soo-hee, he thought it would be easy since there was a physical difference between them, and Soo-hee looked weak. But then, he was hit in the face with a paper bag.
Pow.
Chili powder splattered all over him. Achoo. My eyes, my eyes. Soo-hee quickly followed up with a few electric shocks, knocking him out and kicking him a few times. Then she shouted, catch the thug. Help. Although there weren't many people around, sounds carry far at night, and the factory guards heard the commotion and rushed over. Seeing Soo-hee standing there unharmed, they asked, Miss, where's the thug? Did he run away? Soo-hee pointed to the ground. There he is. The guards were speechless. It was the first time they had seen a thug in such a sorry state. With chili powder all over his face, he lay on the ground like a dead pig. They dragged Lin Bo to the station like a dead dog, and Soo-hee, as the victim, naturally went along. The officers at the station were clearly surprised to find a thug in worse shape than the victim. Out of humanitarian concern, they splashed cold water on Lin Bo to wake him up.
Ashu, ashu.
Lin Bo was a mess of snot and tears. When he saw the officers, he collapsed on the ground. It was over, all over. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have listened to that person's plan and ruined his bright future. He didn't mention the electric shock. At the time, he was blinded by the chili powder and didn't see what Soo-hee had used, thinking it was a wooden stick or something. He immediately knelt before Soo-hee. Soo-hee, I was momentarily confused and did something wrong. Please forgive me. I'll repay you like a servant. Even though he wanted to do something illegal, he hadn't succeeded. If Soo-hee could just say a few good words, maybe this could be smoothed over. Soo-hee looked at him coldly, momentarily confused. If you had succeeded, my life would have been ruined. Since you did something wrong, you should pay the price. Lin Bo, in a fit of rage, shouted, Soo-hee, don't get too pleased with yourself. Someone has been eyeing you for a while. Just wait for your bad luck. I won't be sentenced for long, and when I get out, I won't let you off. Soo-hee smiled. Well, you have to have the chance to get out first. She hadn't planned to make things absolute, but since you're digging your own grave, then so be it. But there was no rush. She needed to find the right opportunity. After finishing her statement at the station, it was already midnight when Soo-hee came out. The station sent someone to escort her to Soo Young-shir's house. At that moment, Soo Young-shir and his wife were extremely worried. Old Ge and Qian Huifang were also out looking for her. After a bit of chaos, Soo-hee explained what had happened. Chow Hongmei cursed loudly. That beast should be cut into 1,000 pieces to prevent him from harming girls. Qian Huifang was also furious and felt a wave of fear. Old Ge, with a serious face, said to Soo-hee, a gentleman doesn't stand under a dangerous wall. You shouldn't have come home so late. Didn't that give him the chance to attack you? Soo-hee kept her head down and didn't respond. If she hadn't given him the chance, how could he have acted? If he wasn't dealt with, wouldn't you have to sneak around to protect me? In the end, it was Qian Huifang's husband, Qi Weimin, who said, Shao he was scared too. Let her rest first. We can talk about everything tomorrow. Soo-hee was indeed tired, so she didn't notice that Chow Hongmei and Soo Young-shir both looked unwell and troubled. The next day, when Soo-hee woke up, both Soo Young-shir and his wife were not home. Only Soo Jinbao was in the yard playing with a stick. Soo-hee then remembered it was Sunday. She took out the breakfast that Chow Hongmei had left for her and ate a little. After finishing, she took out a pen and paper to write a letter to her good friend Luo Xiaoling. Xiaoling, you suggested I apply to the county theater, and I think it's a great idea. I didn't expect to encounter a troublemaker named Lin Bo before I could apply. Yesterday at the office, he said someone has been keeping an eye on me. Does that mean he is being directed by someone? Can you help me find out more about this? Xiaoling, I've been struggling lately. If you have some extra money, could you send me some Huaxiao coins? Soo-hee smiled slightly, believing that once Luo Xiaoling received the letter, she would make Lin Bo stop bothering her and send him off to do hard labor. Suddenly, Soo-hee realized she had forgotten something important. She forgot to reply to Gu Qiyan. Although she intended to keep him hanging, if she waited too long, he might lose interest. She quickly took out Gu Qiyan's letter, reviewed it, and began to write her reply. Comrade Gu Qiyan, I hope this letter finds you well. I received your letter and was delighted to hear that the Heimlich maneuver will soon be promoted. I hope many people will benefit from it. I am also drawn to the beautiful sights of the capital you described in your letter. If I have the chance, I will definitely go see them. Grandpa Ge has been very kind to me, and I will take good care of him, keeping you updated on his condition. I have one more request. Our Huaihua commune is collaborating with a textile factory on hair accessories. If you have time, Could you help me find out about the market for hair accessories in the capital? I would greatly appreciate any information you can provide. Best wishes and take care. After finishing, Soo-hee read through the letter again and found no mistakes. She then signed it with her name and date. Relying solely on Grandpa Go wasn't enough for them to correspond frequently, and the capital was bustling with distractions. She needed to deepen Gu Chi-yan's impression of her. If he investigated the hair accessory market, it would take time, naturally strengthening his impression of her. Soo-hee put both letters in her small bag and took Su Jinbao to the post office. Su Jinbao blinked and asked Sister, "Who are you sending a letter to?" Soo-hee handed him 2 pieces of chocolate, and he immediately stopped asking questions. Soo-hee bought 2 envelopes, put the letters inside, and filled in the addresses. She checked carefully to avoid mixing up the letters. Once she confirmed everything was correct, she dropped them into the mailbox. Next, Soo-hee took Su Jinbao to Grandma Hee's house to entertain her and Grandpa Hee. Older people have a soft spot for children. Although Su Jinbao wasn't particularly well-behaved, the 2 elders were still delighted to see him. They brought out all the good food for Su Jinbao to eat. He was like a little mouse in a honey jar, so happy that he was drooling. Unfortunately, he didn't get to enjoy it for long before Soo-hee started directing him to do chores. Poor Su Jinbao, who couldn't even hold a bottle at home, was now running around sweeping, mopping, and wiping tables under Soo-hee's orders. Grandma Hee felt sorry for him, and Grandpa Hee couldn't bear to watch, but they couldn't go against Soo-hee, so they just watched as Su Jinbao worked hard. He thought his cousin Soo-hee was scarier than a wolf. Wolves only eat children, but she made them work. When Soo-hee saw that the cleaning was almost done, she asked Grandma Hee to look after Su Jinbao and went to Teacher Yuan's house. She returned to pick up Su Jinbao in the evening. Su Jinbao's pockets were bulging, clearly filled with treats. "Sister, I'll come back next Sunday to help Grandma Hee again." Soo-hee thought to herself that helping was just an excuse. He really came for the food. She didn't call him out on it and took him to buy a piece of pork belly to carry home. As soon as they entered the yard, they heard Chao Hongmei crying and shouting. It was Lu Xiaohua and the others who started it. "I was just defending myself. Why is Meng Yanjiao firing me? First, she wrote an objection on my promotion application, and now she wants to fire me. It's clear she's targeting me. Does she think I'm easy to bully? Fine. If I go down, I'll take her with me." Inside, another voice was trying to comfort Chao Hongmei, suggesting she calm down. There might still be a way to resolve the situation. Soo-hee nudged Su Jinbao, and he quickly shouted, "Mom, I'm back." The shouting and crying inside stopped abruptly. When Soo-hee entered the house, she saw that besides Chao Hongmei, there was a slightly plump woman. Chao Hongmei's eyes were red, and there were scratch marks on her face, clearly from nails. "Xiaohee is back. This is your Aunt Lu." Lu Xiang had heard about Soo-hee, but had never met her. Seeing her now, she thought, no wonder people gossip. Soo-hee is indeed very attractive. After a brief exchange, she found an excuse to leave. As soon as she left, Chao Hongmei started crying again. "Xiaohee, that Meng Yanjiao is simply inhumane. I wanted to tell you yesterday, but I held back because of what happened to you. You don't know, when the promotion application came out yesterday, I was so happy. But I never expected that after I filled out the form, Meng Yanjiao directly wrote disagree on it. If she disagrees, my promotion is ruined. Not just me. Your second uncle's promotion application was also suppressed by the workshop director, Shen Gang. It must be that Meng Yanjiao and Shen Gang are in cahoots, but Shen Gang hasn't decided what to do yet. That Meng Yanjiao is clearly targeting me and your second uncle." Meng Yanjiao was Chao Hongmei's workshop director, the same person who had previously urged her to introduce Soo-hee to Xiaobin. Soo-hee frowned. "What happened with the fight?" "After work, I overheard some women gossiping, saying you were bullied by Xiaobin last time, and now Lin Bo is after you. Flies don't buzz around an egg without cracks. It's because you're not proper and attract trouble." I couldn't take it anymore and argued with them. When they couldn't win the argument, they hit me. And then that Meng Yanjiao said I violated factory rules and wanted to fire me. Can you believe that? It was clearly Liu Xiaohua and the others who started it. I was just defending myself, and they want to fire me while facing no consequences. A cold light flashed in Suhi's eyes as she said to Chao Hongmei, "Aunt, stop crying. Give me the names of the people who hit you. You should go to work tomorrow as if nothing happened. If the factory really issues a termination notice, just stay home, and I will handle it." Chao Hongmei mentioned a few names and then asked, "Xiao He, what do you plan to do?" Even if you know Engineer He and Director Gao, they aren't in charge of production, so they probably can't help much. Also, Meng Yanjiao has been around for a long time. If you can't take her down, you might end up in trouble. Chao Hongmei felt that Su He had no chance at all, and sadness overwhelmed her. She feared that she and Su Yongshi would have to go back to farming. It seemed that Su He was right. Meng Yanjiao had deliberately encouraged her to introduce Xiaobin to Su He last time. She was indeed Shunrui's person. Now that she saw Su He and Meng Yanjiao getting along, she took action against her directly. Shunrui, that ungrateful person. It's a shame that her brother and sister-in-law had begged everywhere for her treatment. If they had known this would happen, it would have been better to let her die from her illness. At that moment, someone shouted from outside, "Does Suhi live here?" Upon hearing Tian Xiaotao's voice, Suhi hurried out.
It really was Tian Xiaotao.
She looked guilty and said, "I should have had my dad take you home yesterday. Then this wouldn't have happened. Thankfully, you're okay. Otherwise, how would I face you in the future?" Suhi smiled. "What does this have to do with you? Lin Bo has been plotting against me. Even if he hadn't found an opportunity yesterday, he would have tried to do something another time. Something happened at home, so I can't keep you here. I'll treat you to a movie another day." Tian Xiaotao quickly asked, "What happened?" Suhi didn't hide anything and explained Chao Hongmei's situation, but she didn't mention Shinrui, only that Meng Yanjiao was deliberately targeting Chao Hongmei. Tian Xiaotao was furious that Meng Yanjiao is too much. She's abusing her power for personal gain and seeking revenge. What are you planning to do? Just let it go? Suhi sneered. Of course, I can't just let it go. If we allow this kind of behavior to continue, the textile factory will be in chaos. What do you want to do? I haven't figured out a plan yet. Tian Xiaotao. You haven't thought of a plan, but you look so confident? Suhi chatted with Tian Xiaotao for a bit, and Tian Xiaotao left, worried. Suhi really hadn't thought of a solution. Meng Yanjiao was the workshop director and had seniority. Even He Gong and Director Gao might not be able to deal with her. Suhi was usually carefree. Although she hadn't come up with a strategy, she still comforted Chao Hongmei. "Auntie, don't get too upset. Even if I can't resolve this, I can arrange for you and Uncle to work at Huaihua Commune. I won't let you go back to farming." Hearing this, Chao Hongmei finally showed a bit of a smile. Suhi was currently favored by Director Luo, so arranging for the couple to work at the commune was not a problem. Of course, it wouldn't be a government job, just a position in the logistics department, like in the cafeteria or as a security guard. Suhi also inquired in detail about Meng Yanjiao and Shen Gang, even asking about their family situation. With little entertainment, everyone spent their time chatting, so Chao Hongmei knew quite a bit about their family. The next morning, Suhi went to the textile factory to find Director Gao. As soon as they met, Director Gao made his stance clear. "Xiao Su, although we have a good relationship, I'm in the supply and marketing department, and I can't interfere with production matters." He clearly already knew about Chao Hongmei's situation and didn't intend to get involved. Suhi smiled. "I wouldn't want to put you in a difficult position. I'm here to ask you to introduce me to someone." "Who?" "The unloading workshop director, Shingang." Director Gao's eyes flickered. Suhi wanted to see Shingang? Did she know that Chao Hongmei couldn't hold on, so she wanted Shingang to approve Su Yongshi's regularization application first? That made sense. At least one of them had to be saved. He smiled. "Okay, I'll have someone call him, but I have to step out for a bit." Suhi understood he didn't want to get involved and quickly said, "You go ahead. I'll just borrow your office." Director Gao immediately had someone call Shingang over. After introducing the two, he found an excuse to leave. Shengang's eyes flickered. "Xiao Su, do you need something from me? Is it about your uncle's regularization?" "I need to clarify. It's not that I'm deliberately holding off on signing. I have to consider the overall situation in the workshop. Su Yongsher's performance is average, and if I approve his regularization, I worry other temporary workers might have objections, so I need to be cautious. Suhi smiled. You misunderstood. I just wanted to chat with you. I heard your daughter is planning to join our textile factory? Shungang was puzzled as to why He suddenly brought up his daughter. After thinking for a moment, he said, yes, there is such a plan, but the factory doesn't have any hiring plans right now, so we have to wait. Suhi nodded. That is a bit tricky. The factory is currently at full capacity, and we don't know when there will be hiring plans. However, I have a way for her to come in sooner. Would you like to hear it? Shungang looked at He suspiciously. He was an experienced person in the factory. If he couldn't find a way, how could she? But he still said, go ahead. Wei Qin was an accountant in the factory. After she left, the accounting position has been vacant, and I heard the cashier is temporarily filling in. This is a big mistake. An accountant and a cashier cannot be the same person. Before He could finish, Shungang shook his head. You want my daughter to be an accountant? That's not possible. She can't handle it. Let alone being an accountant. She can't even be a cashier. Director Shen, your daughter may not be able to be an accountant or a cashier, but she can be a workshop statistician, right? I heard that Zhou Xiangsao, the statistician in the spinning workshop, has some connections. Why not guide her to try for the cashier position? That way, the current cashier can take the accountant's position. Then, the position of the spinning workshop statistician will be vacant, right? With your ability, it should be easy for your daughter to get that position? Shungang's eyes lit up. This plan was indeed feasible. He had only thought of having his daughter come in as an ordinary worker and gradually help her switch to a better job. If what Suhi said worked out, wouldn't it be a big leap? However, he quickly calmed down. Suhi wouldn't offer advice for no reason. She must have a request. What do you want me to do? Suhi smiled. It's not a big deal. Meng Yanjiao encouraged my aunt to introduce me to Zhao Bin, and now she's targeting my aunt everywhere, so I'm not happy about it. Given Meng Yanjiao's character, she must have gained a lot from this. Zhou Xiangsao, as the spinning workshop statistician, knows everything. I want to team up with you to take her down. Shungang was shocked and looked at Suhi. This girl had some guts. She, an outsider, actually wanted to bring down Meng Yanjiao, the workshop director? He thought for a moment. Since you've already given me advice, I know how to proceed. Why should I still cooperate with you? Suhi smiled. First, you know very well what kind of person Meng Yanjiao is. Can you really trust your daughter under her watch? Second, for this whole plan to succeed, every step must go perfectly. I may not have much skill, but I can certainly cause some trouble. Lastly, Director Shen, you want to climb the ranks too, right? I have a good relationship with He Gong and Director Gao, and I might be able to help you in the future. Director Shen, it's better for us to cooperate for mutual benefit, don't you think? Shungang's expression changed several times before he smiled and said, Xiao Su, I was just joking. I can't handle such a big matter alone. We need to work together. Not to mention, the cashier position is not easy to secure. Even if Zhou Xiangsao has connections, it still requires careful maneuvering. Suhi blinked. You could start with Wang Bailing. Although she is also the accountant, the factory hasn't officially appointed her, which means something is missing. She and Zhou Xiangsao could work together for mutual benefit, and this matter would be almost guaranteed. Also, if Meng Yanjiao is taken down, the position of the spinning workshop director will be vacant, and you could make some moves there. Shungang nodded repeatedly, feeling impressed. Although Suhi was young, she was very shrewd, and he felt inferior. Meng Yanjiao was really unfortunate. Why did she have to offend her for no reason? Director Gao wandered outside for a while. Seeing Shungang hadn't come out yet, he wondered what was taking so long. Of course, Shungang was a seasoned player, and it wasn't easy for Suhi to convince him to make Su Yongsher a permanent employee. Finally, Shungang came out. They exchanged pleasantries, and Director Gao returned to the office. He cautiously asked, Xiao Su, did the discussion go smoothly? Suhi nodded. Pretty smoothly, thanks to your help. By the way, Director Gao, tomorrow is the day the dam construction starts. Can I ride along in a small truck? Director Gao thought it was no big deal and agreed. As Soo-hee left Director Gao's office, she noticed a crowd ahead. Chow Hongmei, your dismissal is a done deal, so stop embarrassing yourself here. Hurry up and buy a hoe to go back to farming. And your niece, always attracting trouble, today she gets taken advantage of by this one, tomorrow by that one. Take her back to the countryside, or she'll be flirting with others again. LV Xiaohua, don't get too proud. Even if I'm fired, I'll still live better than you. Someone like you, who talks behind others' backs, will get what's coming to you. On rainy days, you better stay indoors or you might get struck by lightning. Soo-hee pushed through the crowd and saw Chow Hongmei arguing with a woman with slanted eyes. The woman had many supporters, while Chow Hongmei only had Lu Xiang, who was trying to persuade her. Second aunt, why bother biting back when a dog bites you? Seeing Soo-hee, Chow Hongmei felt relieved, and her eyes turned red. Just moments ago, Meng Yanjiao had told her that there was no schedule for her, and she should wait for further notice. Wait for what notice? Obviously, it was the notice of her dismissal. Chow Hongmei's pleas were in vain. As she left, LV Xiaohua and her friends mocked her, which led to the argument. LV Xiaohua, hands on her hips, yelled at Soo-hee. Who are you calling a dog? You shameless little girl, always flirting around. You should have rolled back to the countryside with Chow Hongmei long ago. The people beside her joined in with nasty comments, making Chow Hongmei so angry that she wanted to fight back. Soo-hee coldly watched them and said, if I remember correctly, it's working hours, right? You all are absent without leave, and if Director Meng sees you, you might end up like my second aunt, suspended from work. LV Xiaohua scoffed. Director Meng treats us well. Even if we leave our posts, she will protect us. Exactly. You think we're all like your second aunt? So unpopular? We can fight without consequences, while Chow Hongmei is just waiting to be fired. You country bumpkins should hurry back to the countryside and stop being an eyesore here. Soo-hee didn't interrupt, letting them rant. She found it amusing. Shingang was probably worried about not having an excuse to deal with Meng Yanjiao, and these fools were delivering it right to him. So, the more they argued, the better. Chow Hongmei didn't understand Soo-hee's thoughts and felt frustrated. Usually this girl was sharp-tongued, but today she seemed quiet. After all, she was young and likely intimidated by these loud women. At that moment, a woman in her 40s approached. It was Meng Yanjiao, the spinning workshop director. With a stern face, she said to LV Xiaohua and the others, what are you making such a fuss about? Hurry back to work. Then she looked at Soo-hee with a slight cold smile. Little girl, you sure know how to stir things up with your rag cushions and hair accessories. I advise you to behave. Otherwise, you'll end up harming yourself while trying to harm others. Soo-hee looked at her and replied meaningfully, I have a saying for you too. Those who harm others end up hurting themselves. Be careful not to drop a stone on your own foot. After saying that, Soo-hee turned to Chow Hongmei. Second aunt, let's go home. On the way, Chow Hongmei kept sighing and crying. Soo-hee, who usually preferred gentle approaches, felt the need to comfort her. Don't worry, second aunt. Meng Yanjiao won't last much longer, and your situation will be resolved soon. Chow Hongmei looked at Soo-hee in disbelief. Xiao-hee, what do you mean? Are you saying Meng Yanjiao is going to have bad luck? Shui blinked, guess. Chow Hongmei was first overjoyed, then suspicious. Xiao-hee, you're not joking, are you? Did you ask He Gong and Director Gao for help? But wait, they usually don't get involved in production matters. How could they help you? Even if they were willing to intervene, they would only make Meng Yanjiao give me a break, not do anything to her. Soo-hee smiled. Second aunt, nothing is impossible in this world. You can take a break at home for the next few days, since you won't be working. I need to go back to Huaihua Commune tomorrow. Chow Hongmei casually asked, missing home? Soo-hee shook her head. Not really. I borrowed 4 small trucks from Huaihua Commune to repair the dam, and I need to go check on them. Chow Hongmei gasped. What did you say? Soo-hee repeated herself, sighing. 2 trucks would have been enough, but the textile and machinery factories were too eager and insisted on adding another one. Isn't that putting me in a tough spot? Chow Hongmei. Chao Hongmei now believes that He has a way to deal with Meng Yanjiao. While everyone else is straightforward, her niece is full of tricks. Thinking about how Meng Yanjiao is about to face misfortune, her gloomy mood lifted instantly, and she started planning to make dumplings for dinner. He, on the other hand, arrived at Teacher Yuan's house. As soon as they met, Teacher Yuan smiled and said, "Little Sue, in a few days, someone will send me a batch of books. Come help me unpack them." He was puzzled. "Why?" "Your luck is good. Maybe you'll find some valuable books with swapped pages." He replied, "Teacher Yuan, we are materialists and shouldn't believe in such things." Teacher Yuan glared at her. "What do you know? This is a matter of probability. Anyway, you come to unpack, and if we find good books, I won't treat you poorly." He was speechless, but it wouldn't be bad to help him get some valuable books. So, she started asking Teacher Yuan what kind of books he needed, so she could prepare for the swap later. She didn't leave until evening. Teacher Yuan looked at the materials he organized and nodded in satisfaction. This girl not only has good English skills but is also meticulous and organized. She's a promising talent. He thought about introducing her to his disciple, who is still single, but his old-fashioned grandfather might complicate things. The next morning, He arrived at the textile factory. By coincidence, one of the 2 small trucks sent by the factory was the same one that delivered scraps last time. The driver, Zhang Quanxing, saw He and poked his head out of the window. "Little Sue." He happily ran over. "Master Zhang, we really are fated to meet." After some small talk, Zhang Quanxing introduced another driver to He. She gave each of them a pack of cigarettes and then left the textile factory. On the way, she encountered 2 small trucks from the machinery factory. Although she had never met them before, for He, it was just a matter of a few words. At the dam construction site, Director Shin of Xiangyang Commune was making sarcastic remarks. "Old Luo, I'm not trying to dampen your spirits, but that girl Sue, he can stir things up, but do you really think she can borrow 2 small trucks? That's a bit far-fetched, isn't it? Let's be clear. I brought the people here, and if your trucks don't show up, you'll have to reimburse me for their meals." Director Luo chuckled. "I trust little Sue to get things done. If she says she can borrow them, she definitely can." By Lily from Xiangyang Commune scoffed. "Director Luo, I asked my brother, and he has never been to their transportation company. Where would she get small trucks? I had already made arrangements with my brother, and now that she's backing out, it won't be so easy to borrow them again." She absolutely hated He. Because of the last incident, Director Shin was very unhappy with her. If it weren't for her connections at the transportation company, he would have punished her. Finally, she had a chance to show her abilities, but it was snatched away by He. That girl must be boasting. How could she possibly borrow 2 small trucks? She must be dreaming. Director Luo laughed a couple of times, but he felt a bit anxious. As it approached 9 o'clock and he still hadn't seen the trucks, he started to feel uncertain. What if He didn't come through this time? It wasn't just about face. It was mainly about not being able to explain to the members of Xiangyang Commune. Many members of Xiangyang Commune began to jeer, saying things like putting on a brave face and if you don't have the skills, don't take on the job. Just then, the sound of a car horn echoed from a distance. To Director Luo, that sound was like music to his ears. Director Shin and Bai Lily looked less pleased. Could He really have borrowed the small trucks? Bai Lily snorted. "From the sound of the horn, there's only 1 truck. Didn't she say she'd borrow 2? I think she's just bragging." After she spoke, she noticed no one responded. Everyone was looking into the distance. She looked up and was stunned. 1, 2, 3, 4 trucks? How could there be 4? Director Luo was also confused. Why were there so many small trucks? Everyone gathered around, forming layers of people. He jumped down from the truck, smiling as she said, "Director Luo, Director Shin, the textile factory and machinery factory each sent 2 small trucks to support our water conservancy project. Let's have the members thank them for their arrival." Although Director Shen was shocked and envious, he quickly reacted and led the applause. Thunderous applause erupted on site. Zhang Quansheng and the others initially thought this job was just like any other, something they were paid to do. But now, they felt differently. Their hearts were warm, and they were stunned. Their blood was boiling. So this is what glory feels like. As drivers, they usually just sat in the trucks, but now, filled with passion, they grabbed shovels to help load sand and gravel. Director Luo called Su-hee aside to ask what was going on, but unexpectedly, Director Shin came over first and asked, "Little Su, tell us what happened?" Director Luo rolled his eyes internally, but didn't want to chase anyone away. Su-hee smiled and said, "It's nothing much. I'm now a special correspondent for the county radio station and want to write an article about our 2 communes' water conservancy projects. After I mentioned this to the textile and machinery factories, they volunteered to support our construction. I said 1 truck from each was enough, but they insisted on sending more. If I hadn't stopped them, they would have sent us large trucks too. The people in the county are so enthusiastic, it really moved me." Director Luo. Director Shin. What enthusiasm. Those 2 factories just wanted to mention in the article. To put it bluntly, they were just trying to buy a good reputation. Wait, when did she become a special correspondent for the county radio station? Su-hee had only been in the county for a few days, and she not only secured business with the textile and machinery factories, but also got involved with the radio station.
How did she manage that?
Su-hee even took out her special correspondent badge from her bag to show off. Director Luo was grinning from ear to ear, praising her repeatedly. In contrast, Director Shin felt bitter and frustrated. Not long ago, he had called Su-hee a troublemaker, and now he was being proven wrong. As he simmered in jealousy, Su-hee said, "Director Shin, although the textile and machinery factories are helping us out of goodwill, we can't let the 4 drivers go back empty-handed. We should give them some material compensation. Our Huaihua commune is poor, and you in Xiangyang commune are better off, so let you handle this good deed." Director Shin. Are you sure this is a good deed? Su-hee was just joking, and in the end, Director Luo and Director Shin discussed it and decided that each would contribute half of the subsidy. Director Luo felt very pleased. Su-hee really brought honor to the Huaihua commune. It was difficult to raise salaries, but giving a little subsidy was still possible. Bai Lily watched Su-hee chatting happily with the 2 directors, gritting her teeth in anger. Clearly, it should have been her time to shine, but now she could only watch Su-hee bask in glory. When she saw Su-hee walking towards her, she sneered inwardly, thinking that this girl must want to show off in front of her. Last time, she had lost because she wasn't prepared, but this time, she would make Su-hee understand her strength. Bai Lily immediately became defensive, organizing a long speech in her mind about how young people get carried away when they achieve something and how they fail to unite with other comrades. However, Su-hee didn't even glance at her and walked straight past. Bai Lily. Her face turned pale with anger, feeling greatly insulted. She considered Su-hee a rival, but Su-hee didn't see her as a threat at all. Su-hee saw some familiar faces from Liashuiga village, so she went over to inquire about Lu Xingwang. Although the Lu family had been quiet lately, she couldn't let her guard down. The villagers from Liashuigu were very warm towards Su-hee. They still remembered the scene of her driving a small car to confront someone last time, and today she had borrowed 4 small trucks, showing her impressive capabilities. So, Su-hee didn't have to ask much. They eagerly shared everything they knew. The Lu family was a mess now. Previously, all the household chores were done by Su Yufan, but once she left, the tasks fell on the other 5 daughters-in-law. Every day, they argued about who would do the work, leading to small fights every couple of days and big fights every few days, creating chaos. Lu Xingwang's partner, Li Xinghua, also frequently came to cause trouble, wanting Lu Xingwang to marry her, which made Lu's wife faint several times. Su-hee felt relieved. The Lu family was too busy with their own issues to bother Su Yufan. Everyone was full of energy, and just after noon, the work with the small trucks was finished. Su-hee also returned to the county town instead of going back to Huangshi village. She could return next time when transporting scraps and headflower materials. Meng Yanjiao's issue still needed resolution, and she had to keep an eye on it. Moreover, Both the machinery factory and the textile factory were eagerly waiting for her report. She needed to write it quickly. When Soo-hee got back to her flat, Chow Hong-mei was reading a book. This was her study material from night school. To be honest, she couldn't focus at all, but thinking of the big dreams Soo-hee had painted for her, she forced herself to read. Besides, she was currently out of work, and if she didn't find something to do, her mind would wander. After chatting with Chow Hong-mei for a bit, Soo-hee took out paper and pen to start writing the report. Huaihua blossoms in spring, workers and farmers as one family, in these warm spring days. Soo-hee wrote this kind of article easily and quickly finished it. She told Chow Hong-mei and then headed to the county broadcasting station. Now, she had a special correspondence work permit, allowing her to pass through smoothly. After chatting with Tian Xiaodao for a while, she took out her completed article. This is the report about the machinery factory and textile factory supporting water conservancy construction. Please have the station master review it when you have time. Tian Xiaodao smiled. Your business is my business. Sit here for a bit. I'll take it to the station master right now. After saying that, Tian Xiaodao hurried out. Before long, Tian Xiaodao returned, beaming. Xiaohe, the station master corrected a few typos for you, and it will be broadcast tomorrow at noon. By the way, the station master said your writing is good and encouraged you to write more reports in the future. Soo-hee felt secretly pleased. Of course, the station master liked her reports, as they only needed minor corrections to show off the leadership skills. How great. Soo-hee chatted with Tian Xiaodao for a bit longer before leaving the broadcasting station. Just in time for Su Jinbao's school dismissal, he went to pick him up. From a distance, she saw a woman talking to Su Jinbao, and her heart sank. She suddenly remembered that in the book, Su Jinbao was abducted and went missing. Although this happened a few months later, many things had changed due to her arrival, and perhaps Shinrui had already taken action. Despite being a mischievous kid, Su Jinbao was fundamentally good, and he had been behaving well lately. She didn't want anything bad to happen to him, both morally and personally. Soo-hee hurried over. Jinbao. Su Jinbao's eyes lit up when he saw Soo-hee. Although his cousin often teased him, she also treated him well. The woman felt awkward seeing Soo-hee and nodded before leaving. Soo-hee frowned and asked Su Jinbao, "Who is that?" "That's my desk mate Zhang Xiaoli's mom. But she divorced Zhang Xiaoli's dad, and she was asking me how Zhang Xiaoli has been lately." Soo-hee finally relaxed. It seemed she had overreacted. However, she still needed to warn Su Jinbao. So, Soo-hee began to explain various tactics of child abduction to Su Jinbao, emphasizing how terrible the circumstances for abducted children could be, mentioning things like tongue cutting and leg amputations. Su Jinbao was so scared that he started crying. "Sis, Zhang Xiaoli's mom might be a human trafficker. Let's report her to the police."
Shui.
It seemed she had gone too far, but it was better than being sold and then helping count the money. Once home, Su Jinbao clung to Chow Hong-mei, crying and snotting all over. "Mom, I will never go out to play alone again. Human traffickers are too scary." Chow Hong-mei was confused, but after hearing Soo-hee mention that Shinrui might send someone to abduct Su Jinbao, she immediately became alarmed and reinforced safety education for him again. At that moment, Soo-hee remembered something else. In the book, Su Yongshi had his leg broken, but she had been skimming through and didn't know the reason. This was a bit tricky. She couldn't follow Su Yongshi around all the time, nor could she turn him into a master fighter in a short period. When Su Yongshi returned, Soo-hee reminded him, "Second uncle, Shinrui definitely has more tricks up her sleeve, so stay alert. If someone tries to hit you, don't fight back, just run." Su Yongshi wasn't much braver than Su Jinbao. Since then, he viewed everyone as a potential threat and was always on guard. Not only that, but he also kept a big iron nail in his pocket, thinking, if no one messes with him, fine, but if someone dares to, he would poke their eyes out. 3 days passed in a flash. There was still no news from the textile factory, and Chow Hong-mei was getting anxious. If the work stoppage reached 7 days, they would issue a termination notice. Would Xiaohe drop the ball this time? With worries on her mind, she walked absent-mindedly and unknowingly arrived at the textile factory gate. Hey, you haven't gone back to the countryside yet? Of course, you have to wait for the termination notice before leaving. You probably don't know, right? The permanent position has been given to Xiaohua, just waiting for approval from above. The speaker was Wu Yanyan, who usually had a good relationship with Liu Xiaohua. Chao Hongmei looked at Wu Yanyan in disbelief and said, "What did you say? The permanent position was given to LV Xiaohua? She has only been in the factory for a year. Why does she deserve it?" Wu Yanyan covered her mouth and laughed. Of course, it's because our Xiaohua has a good relationship with Director Meng. But this is also thanks to you. If it weren't for you, our spinning workshop wouldn't have this permanent position. Xiaohua even said she wants to thank you in person someday. Chao Hongmei's eyes turned red with anger. Is Meng Yanjiao not afraid of being punished by the factory for doing this? Wu Yanyan laughed so hard she almost fell over. Chao Hongmei, do you even think before you speak? Director Meng is the workshop director. She can give the permanent position to whoever she wants. Our spinning workshop has exceeded its targets for the past few months. The factory is rewarding her, not punishing her. At that moment, several colleagues from the station walked over. The guard at the textile factory quickly approached them. "Comrades, who are you looking for?" "We received a report that Meng Yanjiao from your factory is suspected of damaging state-owned assets, so we are here to take her for an investigation." Wu Yanyan's proud expression instantly froze. "Comrade, who did you say?" "The workshop director of the spinning workshop, Meng Yanjiao." "Do you know her?" Wu Yanyan hurriedly shook her head. No, I don't know her." Chao Hongmei, however, was overjoyed. Xiaohua was right. Meng Yanjiao would be in trouble. If this accusation was confirmed, she wouldn't just lose her position. She could end up in jail. Seeing the colleagues enter the station, Chao Hongmei said to Wu Yanyan, "What do you think? I told you that doing bad things would lead to retribution, and now it's here. Meng Yanjiao is in trouble, and you few followers won't be fine either." Wu Yanyan didn't respond and hurriedly ran into the factory. Chao Hongmei wanted to go in and watch the excitement, but she was worried it might ruin Su-hee's situation, so she had to hide nearby to observe. After a while, the colleagues came out, and besides Meng Yanjiao, LV Xiaohua was also among them. Chao Hongmei was puzzled. Why did they take LV Xiaohua too? She was extremely curious, but couldn't find anyone to ask, so she absent-mindedly went home. In the evening, Chao Hongmei finally learned the details from her good friend Lu Xiang. "Hongmei, I was wondering why our spinning workshop used to fail to meet targets every month, but has been exceeding them recently. It turns out Meng Yanjiao tampered with the machines. When the machines broke down, the assessment criteria naturally lowered, so our workshop could exceed the targets. Do you remember the last time the machines were severely damaged? I heard that when LV Xiaohua and her group were vandalizing, they accidentally broke other parts, which made the situation escalate. No wonder Meng Yanjiao looked at LV Xiaohua and her group differently. They were all accomplices. This was done secretly and wouldn't have been discovered. But the statistician Zhou Xiangsao was meticulous and found clues in the data. Plus, the workshop supervisor Sun Yujie provided some information, which led to the case being uncovered. I also heard that Meng Yanjiao's case is related to Deputy Factory Director Zhao. She's definitely going to jail now."
Cao Hongmei stand in shock.
On one hand, she felt relieved and happy. On the other hand, she was confused. This seemed unrelated to Su-hee. Neither Zhou Xiangsao nor Sun Yujie knew Su-hee, let alone report Meng Yanjiao. But if it was unrelated, the timing of Meng Yanjiao's trouble was too coincidental. Regardless, Meng Yanjiao's downfall meant a turning point for her situation. Sure enough, the next day, workshop supervisor Sun Yujie sent a message to Chao Hongmei, telling her to come back to work as usual. Chao Hongmei felt ecstatic. If it weren't for Su-hee's warning last night, she would probably be grinning from ear to ear today. In the following days, the textile factory underwent a series of personnel changes. Cashier Wang Bailing was transferred to an accounting position, spinning workshop statistician Zhou Xiangsao became the new cashier, and workshop supervisor Sun Yujie became the new workshop director. New recruit Shin Xiuxiu was appointed as the spinning workshop statistician, and Shin Xiuxiu was the beloved daughter of Shin Gang, the loading and unloading workshop director. Everyone in the chain got what they wanted, and everyone was happy. One day, as Su He entered the courtyard, Su Yongshi rushed out of the house. Yes, he really rushed out. For a moment, Su He thought they had added a monkey to the family. Xiaohua, my second uncle finally got promoted. Xiaohua, you are truly my second uncle's lucky star. I asked your second aunt to buy some pork belly. We're having a meat stew tonight. Chao Hongmei grabbed Su He's hand and wouldn't let go. Xiaohua, your second aunt got promoted too. We've been waiting for this day like waiting for a star. It feels like a dream. Your second uncle and I have treated you so poorly before, and you've helped us so much. We'll repay you in any way we can. Su He was quite uncomfortable with this kind of scene and quickly said, Second aunt, if you want to repay me, hurry up and cook.
I'm starving.
Okay, I'll go stew the meat right away. In the capital, at a certain research institute, Gu Qian was sternly reprimanding several researchers. Although these researchers were older than him, they were all silent at the moment. The reason was simple. Gu Qian's skills were far superior to theirs, and he was the project leader, so they had to listen to him. Engineer Gu, your letter. Gu Qian took the letter, and upon seeing the signature, his expression softened considerably. You all retest the data and submit it to me as soon as possible. After saying that, he strode out of the lab. As soon as he left, the researchers instantly switched to gossip mode. That cold-faced guy must have been eager to open the letter, which is why he stopped scolding us. I bet it's from a girl. Really? Who doesn't know that Engineer Gu is focused on research and not on personal matters? Otherwise, he would have been pursued by that Shin Monli from Capital University long ago. That's not necessarily true. Relationships depend on fate. Maybe he has his eye on some girl. Gu Qian returned to his office, washed his hands, and then carefully opened the envelope. He read the letter several times before cautiously putting it back in the envelope and slipping it into a book he often read. The next morning, a young man with paper and pen appeared at a supply and marketing cooperative in the capital. Not only did he inquire about the price of hair accessories in detail, but he also asked about the supply channels and even carefully drew the styles of the hair accessories in his notebook. 3 days later, the materials for the head flowers were ready and delivered to the Huaihua commune by a small truck. Su He also took a ride back to the Huaihua commune. After unloading the goods, Director Luo called Su He to his office. Xiao Su, you have made a huge contribution to our Huaihua commune. We have decided to give you some subsidies. Su He pretended to decline modestly, but in the end, she accepted a stack of cash and Huaxia coins. It wasn't that she was greedy. She really needed the money. Recently, she had been spending more than earning, and her balance at the trading post was running low. She still needed to provide for her family and buy books for Teacher Yuan, not to mention her plans to buy the Book of Healing for Old Ge. In short, she needed to find ways to make money faster. She placed her hopes on the head flowers, so she told Director Luo, the first batch of goods is crucial. It not only affects future orders, but also the feasibility of building a branch factory. Therefore, we must ensure quality and avoid mistakes. Director Luo replied seriously, Don't worry, I will personally supervise to ensure this order is completed with quality and quantity. Director Luo then asked, How are you getting back to Huangshi village? Why not ride my bike? Su He sighed, No need. Master Zhang, who delivered the goods, offered to take me back. He is very enthusiastic and wouldn't take no for an answer, so I reluctantly agreed. Director Luo. Although he didn't know how to describe Su He's behavior, it made him feel a bit annoyed. He decided to ignore it and waved his hand, then hurry back. Su He wasn't exaggerating. When she mentioned that she would walk back to the village, Zhang Quanqing immediately said, Xiao Su, I'll take you back. It's just a quick drive. Su He couldn't refuse and had to reluctantly agree. At the entrance of Huangshi village, a group of elderly women gathered, all busy sewing patchwork cushions. Old Su was the center of attention, praised by the other women. She gently pinched the needle in her hair and said, My precious granddaughter hasn't been back for several days. I can't eat or sleep well thinking about her. If it weren't for needing someone at home, I would have gone to the county to see her." Next to her, old Lu said sourly, "You look like you've gained weight." Old Sue had indeed gained weight because Soo-hee had been buying a lot of food for the family, and old Sue, being a foodie, often sneaked some milk powder for herself. In just a few days, she had put on some extra pounds. Old Sue was aware of her weight gain. Her belt had been feeling a bit tight lately. Just as she was feeling embarrassed, another elderly woman exclaimed, "What kind of vehicle is that? It's much bigger than an ox cart. And it has a dump." Old Sue suddenly had a feeling that her precious granddaughter had returned. Because in all of Huangshi village, only her granddaughter could make such an entrance. At that moment, many villagers heard the commotion and rushed over. "Look, it's a truck. It can carry much more than an ox cart. Of course. It's powered by fuel, definitely better than a grass-eating ox. Isn't that Soo-dea sitting next to the driver? Isn't it her? First a bicycle, then a small car, and now a truck. Next time, will she come back in a jeep?" Soo-hee jumped down from the driver's seat. She initially wanted Zhang Quanqing to come in for a visit, but he politely declined. As soon as the truck drove away, she was surrounded by the villagers, all asking, "Soo-dea, how did you come back in a truck?" Soo-hee smiled. "I brought an order for our commune, and this truck delivered the materials. The driver is very kind and gave me a ride back." The villagers thought to themselves, whether he was kind or not, the part about it being on the way was clearly nonsense. The mountains were right ahead. How could it be on the way? Old Sue's smile stretched wide as she grabbed Soo-hee's hand. "Dea, you finally came back. Grandma has missed you so much." Soo-hee knew this was just talk. Her family was typical in that they only cared about food, especially old Sue. After finally escaping the crowd, Soo-hee returned home. Old Sue was extremely attentive, serving her better than a palace maid. "Dea, go lie down in the west room for a bit. Grandma will prepare the dumpling filling for dinner." When Soo-hee returned, she bought 2 pieces of pork belly from the supply and marketing cooperative, giving one to Zhang Quanqing and bringing one home. Soo-hee was indeed tired and agreed to lie down in the west room. When she woke up, Su Xiaoman had already come home from school. The village elementary school often let out early for various reasons, unlike the more formal county schools. Su Xiaoman leaned close to Soo-hee's sister. "You're back. I missed you so much. I even dreamed about you yesterday." Soo-hee knew her sister well and had prepared some cookies in her small bag beforehand. Seeing the cookies, Su Xiaoman became even more affectionate. "Sister, I've been watching Grandma and Grandpa learn to read. Even Grandma knows over 20 characters now." Soo-hee ruffled her sister's hair. "Good job. Keep it up and share some cookies with Xiao Taidan." When Soo-hee returned, Su Yufin was not home. When she was younger, she had a good relationship with old Tian's daughter-in-law, so she often took Taidan to old Tian's house to chat and make patchwork cushions. When she heard Soo-hee was back, she hurried back with Taidan, but didn't wake Soo-hee since she was sleeping. At dinner, Soo-hee mentioned the Headflower project. Old Sue was all smiles, happy that his granddaughter had contributed to the Huaihua commune. His status in the village became even more solid. He picked up his pipe, ready to enjoy a smoke, but when he saw Soo-hee's disapproving look, he awkwardly put it down. His granddaughter was looking out for him. Smoking wasn't good, so he should cut back. Soo-hee stayed home for 3 days before returning to the county. First, she needed to maintain her connections. If she stayed away too long, relationships would fade. Second, she still had to work for Teacher Yuan. As soon as Teacher Yuan saw her, he hurriedly said, "You're back. Quick, the books have been here for days, and I haven't opened them." "I've been waiting for you," Soo-hee replied. "Let me wash my hands first and light some incense to pay my respects." When Soo-hee opened the package, Teacher Yuan was staring at her with wide eyes. Soo-hee thought, if you keep watching, how can I fake anything? So she said, "Teacher Yuan, we need to recreate the last situation. You should do your own thing and let me open it by myself, or it won't work." Teacher Yuan scoffed, "Nonsense." Then he turned and sat at his desk.
"Shui,
She took the chance to swap a few books and then said, "Teacher Yuan, I'm done opening it. Come over and see if there are any of those books from last time." Teacher Yuan rushed over eagerly and started flipping through the books. After a while, he burst out laughing. "What do you think? I told you this little girl is clever. There really is one. Wow, just what I needed." After a bit, he quacked like a duck again. "Ha ha ha, I found another one. What a treasure." It took over an hour for Teacher Yuan's excitement to calm down. He said seriously, "In the future, I must find this patriotic person and give him the honor he deserves, or I won't rest in peace." Suhi thought that you'll probably have to keep your eyes open for that. In the following days, Suhi was extremely busy. That night, when she arrived at the flat, Qian Huifeng handed her a package. "Xiao Su, your package came from the capital." Suhi was puzzled. She only knew Gu Qian from the capital. Could it be from him? Did he want her to pass it to Old Man Ge? That shouldn't be the case. Didn't he say not to let Old Man Ge know they were in contact? With confusion, Suhi opened the package inside and was stunned. There was a letter, a stack of drawing paper, and a small package wrapped in newspaper. Instead of opening the small package right away, she read the letter. "Comrade Suhi, I hope this letter finds you well. I have received your letter. Thank you for updating me on Old Man Ge's situation. You mentioned the hairpin styles from the capital, so I visited the supply and marketing cooperatives there. I drew the designs for the hairpins and clips, and I'm sending you the best-selling ones for your reference. With the Dragon Boat Festival approaching, I'm sending 2 sets of coupons with this letter. One set is for seasonal food for Old Man Ge, and the other is for Uncle Su and Aunt Chow, thanking them for taking care of Old Man Ge. As the temperature rises, the scenery in the capital is changing. If you need anything else, feel free to write to me. Also, since mail takes a while, if it's urgent, you can call times. Looking forward to your reply." Suhi picked up the stack of drawing paper and saw various designs for hairpins and clips, complete with prices and supply channels. She then opened the small package wrapped in newspaper and found 4 hairpins, 4 clips, a stack of coupons, and a stack of Huaxia currency. It was supposedly for Su Yongshi and his wife, but it was obvious it was for her. Suhi, feeling a bit silly, counted the Huaxia currency, which totaled exactly 100 yuan. The coupons included 20 jin of oil, 50 jin of grain, 6 jin of sugar. Suhi, is this an attempt to hit me with money? But honestly, being hit with money feels great. Not only was he generous, but he also got things done efficiently. She had only mentioned it, and he went all over the capital's supply and marketing cooperatives, conducting such thorough market research, not to mention sending samples. Gu Qian is someone worth knowing. Thinking of Gu Qian's incredibly handsome face, Suhi felt even luckier. As usual, she didn't write back immediately, but started studying the hairpins and clips he sent. To be fair, the capital really does have better-looking accessories than what the county's cooperatives sell. However, with some creativity, hairpins made from scrap cloth could compete. If the materials were even better, they would be superior. Suhi immediately wrote a plan, but it wasn't time to negotiate with the textile factory yet. She needed to wait for the first batch of hairpins to be made. Just as she finished putting everything away in the trading post, Chao Hongmei came back, looking delighted. Chao Hongmei was in high spirits, practically floating as she walked. "Xiao, I managed to grab a fish at the grocery store today. We'll make braised fish for dinner." "Really? I've been craving fish." Suhi and Chao Hongmei chatted while preparing the meal, quickly getting everything ready. Then they realized Su Jinbao hadn't come back yet. Chao Hongmei's expression changed instantly. Her voice trembled. "Xiao, do you think Jinbao is in trouble?" "Auntie, don't worry just yet. Jinbao might have been kept at school by a teacher or gone to play with classmates. I'll check the school, and you can look for him at the homes of his friends." Though Suhi said this, her heart sank. Ever since she scared Su Jinbao last time, he had been coming home right after school, even telling her if he was going out to play. Suhi ran next door to ask Qian Huifeng and Qi Weimin to help look for him. Old Man Ge heard the commotion and came to help as well. But despite a group of people searching for a long time, They couldn't find Su Jinbao. Chow Hongmei was crying, nearly fainting. Su Yongshir was also called back, panicking. Su He forced herself to stay calm and said, "Uncle Chi, you know many people. Can you ask someone to watch the train station and bus station? You and my uncle can each keep an eye on one place. Aunt Qian, please take my aunt to report to the police. I'll go to the county broadcasting station and ask them to help broadcast a missing person notice." At that moment, little Su Jinbao was locked in a room with several sleeping children, who looked to be 2 or 3 years younger than him. Although checks were strict in this era, and taking a train required an introduction letter, there were still loopholes. For instance, some people would use fake introduction letters and disguise children as sick or asleep to take them on trains for trafficking. Su Jinbao opened his eyes a crack and, seeing no one in the room, fully opened them and spat out a piece of candy. His nose tinged with sadness, and tears almost fell. His cousin really didn't lie to him. Traffickers loved to kidnap clever and cute kids like him. Su Jinbao was quite alert. He had been going straight home after school lately. Today was no different. He was happily bouncing home. But when he passed an alley, he was suddenly pulled into a courtyard. He wanted to shout for help, but seeing several people with weapons, he didn't dare to. What if no one came to help and he got hurt? That would hurt so much. He pretended to be very scared, trembling all over. "Swallow this piece of candy." They shoved a piece of candy into Su Jinbao's mouth. He pretended to swallow but actually kept the candy under his tongue. This was a skill he had honed from being greedy, always managing to get an extra piece from Chow Hongmei. He put the candy he had spat out into his pocket and began to recall the self-rescue methods Su He had taught him, focusing on the back window. He cautiously approached the door and peeked through the crack. The men were sitting at a table in the yard, eating and drinking. They were confident. The kids had all eaten drugged candy and would be asleep for at least 2 days and nights. Even if they woke up, they wouldn't be able to escape. As for the back window, it was too high for a child to climb. Su Jinbao realized this problem too. The room was empty. There was nothing he could use to help him escape. Then he remembered the story Su He told him about the monkey reaching for the moon. If the little monkeys could hold hands to reach the moon, so could he. He carefully dragged the sleeping children to the window, stacking them up with all his might and climbing on top of them to reach the window. He thought he was quite polite, stepping on their backs instead of their faces. Su Jinbao climbed up to the window and jumped down. Although it was quite a height, the ground was covered in weeds, so he didn't get hurt. Fearing that people outside would hear him, he ran away quickly. His cousin had told him that in such situations, he should find the uncle at the police station. So little Su Jinbao ran all the way to the nearest police station. He puffed out his chest and saluted. "Report. I found a human trafficker." Chow Hongmei, who was crying and reporting a case at the station, was momentarily stunned, then rushed over to hug Su Jinbao. "Jinbao, where have you been? Your mom was so worried." The officers at the station were alert and asked, "Little friend, what did you just say? You found a human trafficker?" "Yes, they captured several kids, and I was the only smart one who escaped." Su Jinbao was very proud. He felt like the smartest kid in the county. The officers quickly asked a few questions and had Su Jinbao lead them to the yard where he had seen the traffickers. Qian Huifeng, being attentive, used the station's phone to call the county broadcasting station to inform them that the children had been found. Although Su He had connections with the broadcasting station, she believed that using favors too often was not wise, so it was better to avoid it. When Su He arrived at the station, the traffickers had already been brought in. The unconscious children were sent to the clinic. Seeing Su He, Su Jinbao rushed over, looking for praise. Su He patted his little head and glanced at the traffickers. If they were ordinary criminals, they would be trembling with fear, but these men still had fierce looks, especially when they stared at Su Jinbao with venomous eyes. Su He frowned. These people were different from Lin Bo. Although Lin Bo talked big, he didn't have the guts to do anything, but these desperate men were different. If they got out in the future, they might seek revenge on Su Jinbao and his family. When the traffickers were taken to the interrogation room, He found Officer Zhou at the station. She first expressed her gratitude as a victim's family member, then took out her special correspondent ID. This case involves the future of our country and has a serious impact. Those men clearly have committed many crimes. I believe that with the officer's questioning, we can uncover many criminal facts. So, I would like to write a report on this case to raise awareness about children's safety education and to highlight our station's achievements. What do you think? Officer Zhou waved his hand. We don't need to publicize our work. We serve the people. He replied seriously. I disagree. Serving the people should be publicized so that the public knows to turn to you when they need help. Officer Zhou chuckled. You think quite comprehensively for a young one. All right, let's do it your way. After leaving Officer Zhou's office, Suhi sighed in relief. She believed that with her words, the officers would thoroughly investigate those desperate men. She felt there was at least a 90% chance that those men had committed serious crimes. If it turned out to be true, they wouldn't have the opportunity to trouble Su Jinbao and his family again. Back at home, Su Jinbao excitedly recounted what had happened, then boasted. Sis, if it were any other kid, they wouldn't think of stacking the people together. I'm just so clever. Suhi said sternly. Su Jinbao, do you know you almost made a big mistake? Su Jinbao was taken aback. What? The other kids were already unconscious. If you stacked them together and they suffocated, what would you do? Su Jinbao looked confused. What does suffocate mean?
Shui.
Just block your mouth and nose, and you'll know what suffocation feels like. Su Jinbao immediately did as she said, turning red in the face, and quickly let go. He looked like a defeated little rooster, dejected. Sis, I didn't know it would be like this. They won't be in danger, will they? Suhi thought they would be fine. Otherwise, the officers would have said something. Besides, Su Jinbao was still young, and even if he stacked the kids together, it wouldn't be too neatly done. Their heads were probably all turned in different directions, so they wouldn't suffocate. But it was good to teach him some safety knowledge to keep him grounded. Suhi felt it was time to explain. The kids are fine, but in the future, you need to think more comprehensively when doing things, okay?
Su Jinbao nodded, looking downcast.
Chao Hongmei thought Suhi was exaggerating. It wasn't that easy to suffocate, but she didn't dare to argue with Suhi. Moreover, if it weren't for Suhi, Su Jinbao wouldn't have been so clever this time and might have been taken by the traffickers. Thinking of this, she felt furious at Shenrui. Those traffickers were clearly being directed by someone, as they preferred to abduct younger children and rarely targeted kids as old as Su Jinbao. After Su Jinbao fell asleep, Chao Hongmei gritted her teeth and said, Xiaohe, this must be related to Shenrui. Are we just going to let it go? Suhi replied calmly, until we have the power, we can only endure. Although the officers might pry information from those desperate men, Shenrui wasn't foolish and wouldn't directly instruct them, so they couldn't catch her this time. But Shenrui wouldn't have it easy either. With the middleman caught, they would not only extort her but also keep her on edge. There would be a time for reckoning in the future. Moreover, she suspected that Song Xian had intentionally swapped her and Shenrui. If that were true, neither of them would escape. Actually, after building a good relationship with Director Luo, Suhi wanted to go to the clinic to check the old medical records, but she held back. Right now, she was not strong enough to confront the Shin family, and making a move could be dangerous. Her guiding principle was, lay low and develop. Don't act recklessly. There was no need to share this with Chao Hongmei. Auntie, please try to pick up Jinbao after school, or let him walk home with classmates. Though Shenrui probably wouldn't use the same trick again, it's always better to be cautious. Chao Hongmei agreed, and then started ranting about Shenrui, calling her a white-eyed wolf, heartless, and wishing her ill. Suhi fell asleep amidst her curses. The next morning there was a knock at the door. Chao Hongmei went out to see several people of all ages standing outside. Who are you looking for? One woman excitedly said, You must be the mother of the little hero Su Jinbao. I'm Ji Xiaoming's mother. Thanks to the little hero Su Jinbao, otherwise my son would. At this point, her voice choked with emotion. We came to specially thank Su Jinbao and to thank you for raising such an excellent child. Chao Hongmei's mood, which had not been great, instantly brightened. It was like a sunny day. The Ji family brought many gifts, and after some hesitation, Chao Hongmei finally accepted them. As soon as the Ji family left, another group arrived. Chao Hongmei was smiling widely. The gifts were nice, but what made her happiest was the pride of being the mother of a little hero, which left her feeling a bit dizzy. Little Su Jinbao was so happy that he was almost in tears. The school held a special ceremony to award him a certificate. Even his usually indifferent classmate, Zhang Xiaoli, eagerly told others that Su Jinbao was her good friend. Su Jinbao believed it was all thanks to his cousin, and from that moment on, he decided he would always listen to her. In the following days, Su He visited the police station daily, claiming it was for interviews, but really she was trying to find out about the case's progress. Although the criminals were tight-lipped, they eventually confessed under questioning from the officers. Just as Su He had expected, these men had committed murder and were connected to a small thug in the provincial capital. Officer Zhou told Su He. They confessed that Lu Erzwang offered them a reward to kidnap children, including Su Jinbao. We can't interfere with matters in the provincial capital, but we've sent a request for cooperation. According to their feedback, Lu Erzwang is related to Zhao Shuguang, the former deputy director of the textile factory, which is why they targeted your family. Su He had anticipated this. Shen Rui would surely find a way to silence Lu Erzwang and keep the matter from reaching her. Su He thanked Officer Zhou and, upon returning, wrote a letter to Gu Qian to express her gratitude. Comrade Gu Qian, I hope this letter finds you well. I have received your letter. The hairpin design and research results you sent are very detailed, and the hairpin and hair clip you included have inspired me greatly. You have helped me immensely, and I cannot express my gratitude enough. If it weren't for the distance, I would thank you in person. I have also received the tickets and Huaxia currency you sent. Although my uncle and aunt feel uneasy about accepting gifts, they appreciate your kindness and ask me to convey their thanks. Mr. Ge is doing well and practices Tai Chi every morning. With the Dragon Boat Festival approaching, what customs are celebrated in the capital? Do they also eat sweet rice dumplings there? I've heard that in many southern regions, they eat savory dumplings, and I must try them someday. Our country is vast, with diverse customs, and I hope to travel around more in the future. I know you are busy with work, but please remember to take care of yourself. If there's an urgent matter, you can call the Mechanical Factory Union at ×. Best wishes, and take care. Su He reviewed her letter, then signed it with her name and the date. She felt no guilt about accepting Gu Qian's tickets and currency. As the saying goes, the more a man invests, the more he cares about the recipient. Things that come easily are often not cherished. She mentioned the Dragon Boat Festival and various customs to give Gu Qian more writing material. She couldn't write about Mr. Ge in every letter. With so many places and different customs across the country, he could write hundreds of letters and still have more to say. After sending the letter, he went to teacher Yuan's house. When she left, it was almost dark. She quickened her pace. Halfway there, she saw a crowd gathered and heard a woman shouting angrily, I provide for you, and you still steal my money. Just wait, I'll make you pay. You can steal from me now, but who knows what else you'll do in the future. You should be sent for reform. I should have sent you to an orphanage to spare us from your trouble. There were too many people for Su He to squeeze in, so she asked an elderly woman nearby, Ma'am, what's going on? The woman's eyes lit up. As a seasoned gossip, she loved sharing what she knew. Young lady, you've come to the right person. I know all about this. The child being beaten is named Taiju, and the one hitting him is his aunt, Lu Qiujuan. Taiju is an orphan, and Lu Qiujuan and her husband, being kind-hearted, took him in as their son. But Taiju has been nothing but trouble for them. Today, he was caught stealing Lu Qiujuan's money, which is why she lost her temper. Honestly, children like this are ungrateful. It's better to send them to an orphanage. As the woman got excited, she pulled Su He further into the crowd. The elderly woman was much stronger than Su He and quickly pushed to the front. Su He saw Lu Qiujuan and Taiju as the woman had described. Lu Qiujuan was a harsh-looking woman, and Taiju was a thin boy, around 11 or 12 years old. Lu Qiujuan was hitting Taiju with a stick, while Taiju kept his head down and said nothing. If Taiju was truly ungrateful, how could he just stand there and take the beating? Lu Qiujuan showed no mercy. There was no sign of affection in her actions. He wasn't particularly warm-hearted, but sometimes she felt compelled to act, like now. Stop. Don't hit him anymore. Lu Qiujuan looked He up and down and sighed. Young lady, you don't understand. This child has always been trouble. Today, he stole money from home again. I don't want to hit him, but he needs to learn. The onlookers chimed in. Yes, young lady, discipline makes good children. If they don't listen, they must be punished. You can tell a child's future by their behavior at 3. If we don't teach him now, he might make bigger mistakes later. Taiju has always caused trouble. He deserves this beating. He turned to Lu Qiujuan, but this child hasn't admitted to stealing the money. You might be wronging him. The quiet boy suddenly looked up at He. He was taken aback. He was quite good-looking, but his eyes lacked the energy of a typical child. Lu Qiujuan sighed again. Young lady, you don't know. This child is stubborn and never admits his mistakes. Otherwise, I wouldn't be this upset. He loved to put on a show, and Lu Qiujuan's act seemed amateurish to her. Ignoring her, she asked the boy named Taiju, Did you steal the money? The boy hesitated for a moment and shook his head, no. Lu Qiujuan shouted sharply, See? I told you. This child never changes. He needs to be punished. With that, she raised the stick again. He grabbed her wrist. This is close to the police station. Why not let the officers ask? If he did steal, he'll learn a lesson. If not, he deserves to be cleared. Lu Qiujuan's face turned sour, and she shook off He's hand with a sneer. You're quite something. This is our family matter. Why are you interfering? Leave now, or I'll hit you too. He looked at Lu Qiujuan with a cold gaze and said, You assaulted a young person in public and even mentioned theft. This is more than just a family matter. As a reporter from the broadcasting station, I have the right and the duty to inquire about this. I heard that the police are currently investigating child abuse cases. We should go to the station. He's words were somewhat intimidating, and most people feared the police, especially those with guilty consciences. Lu Qiujuan's face showed a hint of panic as she impatiently replied, Enough. What bad luck to run into a busybody like you. Am I not allowed to hit him anymore? She pushed the boy, saying, Hurry home. Don't embarrass yourself here. He blocked her path. You haven't found the money yet. How can we let this go? We should go to the station. Lu Qiujuan gritted her teeth. I suddenly remembered I was mistaken about where I put the money. It wasn't Taiju who took it. He smiled mockingly. Oh, how convenient that you remember now. You didn't think of it before when you hit Taiju, but now that I mentioned calling the police, you suddenly remember. You weren't trying to frame him on purpose, were you? Lu Qiujuan's face turned pale with anger. Are you done? Even if I wronged him, what's the big deal? I provide for him, and wronging him once is a crime? He looked at the onlookers and said, This time you wronged Taiju. What about the past incidents? Could it be that you intentionally framed him before? I don't understand why, as his aunt, you would tarnish your own nephew's name. Do you have some ulterior motive? Is this house actually Taiju's? To her surprise, Lu Qiujuan's face went white, and cold sweat appeared on her forehead. He was sharp enough to sense she might have hit the truth. She admired her own cleverness. Her words seemed to have struck a chord. Taiju suddenly looked at Lu Qiujuan with a fierce gaze. This house belongs to my parents? He had been enduring the abuse mainly because Lu Qiujuan and her husband adopted him. Even though he grew up in an abusive environment, they provided him with a place to stay. But if this house belonged to his parents, the situation would be entirely different. They didn't raise him out of affection. They just wanted to claim this property for themselves in the future. In truth, he didn't care about the house. If Lu Qiujuan and her husband had treated him better, he would have willingly given it to them. However, they had continuously abused him and tarnished his reputation. Luke Hyuj was startled by Taiju's gaze and stammered, "What nonsense are you talking about? This is my and your uncle's house." Soo-hee chuckled lightly. "Is it yours? Why don't you show everyone the property deed?" Luke Hyuj hated Soo-hee so much that she didn't care if Soo-hee was a reporter anymore and reached out to scratch her face. Before Soo-hee could react, Taiju tripped Luke Hyuj, causing her to fall. At that moment, a kind-hearted person, who loved to watch the drama unfold, called the police, and the officers arrived. They took Luke Hyuj, Taiju, and Soo-hee back to the station. Soo-hee really wanted to say, "I'm just a bystander. Why am I involved?" Little did she know, the officers recognized her as a reporter, especially one who wrote great articles, so they had to bring her along. Perhaps she would write another article and give them some glory. Luke Hyuj, the type to bully the weak and fear the strong, quickly confessed once they were at the station. The house indeed belonged to Taiju's parents, who had lent it to Luke Hyuj and her husband while they went to work out of town. The most ridiculous part was that Luke Hyuj's husband, Tian Wan-chun, was not Taiju's real uncle, but a distant cousin. They adopted Taiju to avoid sending him to an orphanage, fearing the truth about the house would come out. They were afraid that as Taiju grew older, he would contest their claim to the property, so they constantly slandered him and eventually kicked him out. At that moment, Tian Wan-chun arrived after hearing the news. He was much smarter than Luke Hyuj and falsely claimed they were keeping the property for Taiju since he was still a minor, promising to return it when he turned 18. As for the abuse, it was just tough love. The officers felt conflicted. They knew Tian Wan-chun was lying, but they could only condemn the couple morally, as there was no legal basis to charge them. Soo-hee understood this too. There was no juvenile protection law at the time, and in society's eyes, parents hitting their children was not a big deal. In the end, the officers told Tian Wan-chun and his wife, "As long as Taiju is a minor, you can stay in the house, but you must fulfill your responsibilities as guardians and cannot abuse him anymore. Once he turns 18, you must return the house to him." Tian Wan-chun immediately vowed, "I will treat Taiju like my own son from now on and won't let him suffer any more grievances." Taiju suddenly interrupted him, looking at the officers. "Does that mean only my guardian can live in my house? If I choose someone else as my guardian, do they have to move out?" The officers were taken aback and nodded. "That's correct, but can you find someone else to be your guardian?" Taiju pointed at Soo-hee. "I want her to be my guardian."
Shui.
"I'm just a bystander. Besides, I'm only 18. Is it appropriate for me to be your guardian?" Just as Soo-hee was about to refuse, Taiju said to her, "If you become my guardian, I'll give you that house when I turn 18. I can write you a note."
Shui.
"Well, in that case, it's not impossible." Soo-hee wasn't entirely motivated by greed. She mainly knew that Tian Wan-chun and his wife wouldn't treat Taiju well. After a while, they would surely think of other ways to deal with him. After all, Taiju was just a child and couldn't stand up to them. After weighing her options, she nodded. "All right, I'll be his guardian." Lu Qiujuan immediately protested. "You, a girl who hasn't even grown up yet, want to be a guardian? That's ridiculous. Besides, you aren't even related to Taiju. Why should you be his guardian? I see her just after her house. You little brat have been eyeing our family for a while. This isn't over." Tian Wan-chun played the role of the stern one, saying to the people at the office, "Taiju is upset with us, which is why he's saying such things. This girl is too young to be his guardian." Soo-hee had some doubts about being a guardian, but their words made her determined to take on the role. She smiled and said, "You two are only distant relatives, not direct family. Also, while I may be too young, my uncle and aunt are perfect for the job. They both work at the textile factory and have only one little boy, so they would be ideal guardians for Taiju." The people at the office clearly favored Soo-hee, especially since the decision mainly depended on Taiju's opinion. So it was decided, "Comrade Soo-hee, please invite your uncle and aunt over, so we can change the guardianship right here." When Soo-hee told her mother, Chao Hongmei was reluctant. "Xiao-hee, our own lives are already tight. Taking care of another boy might be too much for us." Soo-hee glanced at her and replied calmly, "If we raise him until he's 18, We get 3 brick houses. Chao Hongmei immediately rushed outside. Hurry. I can't wait to see my future eldest son.
Shui.
During the paperwork, Taizhu insisted that only Su Yongshi and his wife be his guardians and refused to be adopted. Su Yongshi and his wife didn't mind. They just wanted the house and they already had a son. However, Su He felt uneasy. It was during the paperwork that she learned Taizhu's real name, Tianbeima.
Who was Tianbeima?
In a few years, he would become the biggest troublemaker in the county. In the book, Su Xiaoman started stealing after getting involved with Tianbeima, leading her down a path of crime. Su He had no doubt they were the same person since Tianbeima wasn't a common name like Zhang Wei or Wang Li. Plus, their ages matched. Another crucial point was that the book mentioned Tianbeima was handsome. Otherwise, Su Xiaoman wouldn't have liked him. Su He wished she could turn back time. She didn't want to get involved in this mess. Wasn't she inviting trouble into her home? With these thoughts weighing on her, Su He appeared distracted on the way home. Chao Hongmei thought, Xiao He is still a young girl. She must be overwhelmed by this huge opportunity. 3 brick houses. Chao Hongmei felt giddy at the thought of moving into a spacious brick house without paying rent. She wasn't worried about Tian Wanchun and his wife refusing to leave. The office would back them up, and she wasn't someone to be easily pushed around. Otherwise, she wouldn't dare confront several people alone. By the time they got home, Su He had come to a conclusion. Since it was already a done deal, there was no point in dwelling on it. She needed to find a solution. From what she had seen, Tianbeima seemed to have a good character. He likely became twisted after being mistreated by Lu Qiujuan and was led astray by bad influences. As long as she guided him correctly, she believed he wouldn't go down the wrong path again. Plus, having this wolf cub nearby would be good. At least she could keep an eye on him and prevent Su Xiaoman from getting involved with him again. She truly didn't want Su Xiaoman to have anything to do with Tianbeima. It was better to end their connection. Suddenly, she remembered a character she had overlooked. There seemed to be no mention of Gu Qiyan in the book. But then she thought the book only included characters related to the plot, so it made sense that he wasn't mentioned. For example, characters like Old Man Go, Engineer He, and Teacher Yuan were also not mentioned. The next day, Su He went with Su Yongshi and his wife to collect the house. Upon arrival, Lu Qiujuan started yelling and tried to refuse to leave. Chao Hongmei unleashed her fury, scolding Lu Qiujuan fiercely and even lifting Taizhu's shirt to show his wounds. Look, Taizhu's back is covered in injuries, all from this wicked woman. She occupies someone else's house and abuses Taizhu. She's worse than a pig or a dog. How can you still have the face to stay here? If I were you, I'd find a block of tofu to smash my head against. The neighbors watching felt insulted. After all these years, they had all been fooled by Lu Qiujuan and her husband. So, they joined in, especially the old lady who had previously gossiped with Su He, who was now shouting loudly. Su He coldly addressed Lu Qiujuan and her husband. You two have been pretending to be guardians, so the office couldn't hold you accountable. But if you don't leave now, you'll be trespassing on our property. Be careful, or you might end up in jail. Only then did Lu Qiujuan and her husband leave in defeat. After checking the house, Chao Hongmei felt a bit troubled. The layout was the same as their old house in Huangshi Village, with 2 bedrooms on either side and a kitchen in the middle. Now the question was, how to divide the space. Should the 3 of them share one room while Su He and Taizhu shared another? That wouldn't work. Even though Taizhu was still a boy, he was still male. It wouldn't be right for her and Su He to share a room while the 3 men had their own. Su He had already thought about this and smiled. Aunt Yu and Uncle can take the east room, and Jin Bao and Taizhu can have the west room. Chao Hongmei was taken aback. What about you? I don't stay in the county often, so I'll go back to the flat. I'll cover the rent myself. That's not good. It's not safe. Su He laughed. It's fine. Old Man Go and Aunt Qian will look out for me. I'll try living there for a while, and if it doesn't work, I can move back. Chao Hongmei was still worried but had no other solutions, so she agreed. Before leaving, Su He called Su Jinbao aside. In addition to keeping an eye on your parents, you need to watch over your brother Taiju. Report anything unusual to me immediately.
Shujimbao Shelutit, understood.
Whatever you say, sister. I'll follow you for life.
Shue.
When Soo-hee returned to the flat, she felt delighted. Finally, she could have her own space. Heaven knows how much she wanted to sneakily eat a fried chicken leg and drink a soda. But with others around, she had to hold back. Soo-hee immediately bought a portion of fried chicken and cola, happily digging in. This was what life was about. As for safety, she didn't need to worry. She bought 2 battery-operated alarms from the trading company and placed them by the door and window at night. They would alert her if anything happened. Plus, she had a substantial insurance policy, so the trading company would ensure her safety. While Soo-hee was enjoying herself, far away in the capital, Gu Qian circled a date on his calendar. Soo-hee should have received his letter by now, right? Was it a bit reckless to send tickets and huaxia coins directly? Would Soo-hee be angry when she saw the tickets and coins? Would she misunderstand and think he was trying to insult her with sweet words? If Soo-hee knew Gu Qian's thoughts, she would definitely tell him loudly, "Go ahead, insult me. Please insult me." At this moment, she was happily asleep, enjoying the feeling of having a whole bed to herself. She could roll around as much as she wanted. The next day, when she got up, she bought a Cantonese breakfast set at the market, enjoying the most lavish breakfast since she entered the story. She actually wanted to play some music but worried about being overheard, so she gave up on that idea. After breakfast, she went outside to digest her food. Next door, Old Man Go was practicing Tai Chi, and Soo-hee joined in, only to end up burping. Indeed, it wasn't suitable to exercise after a big meal. It was better to just lie down. Old Man Go stopped and asked, "Aren't you going to move in with them?" Soo-hee smiled and replied, "Old man, I can't bear to leave you. In the past, Mengmu moved 3 times for her son. Now, Soo-hee, choose my neighbors wisely." Old Man Go said, "You're talking nonsense so early in the morning." Despite his words, he smiled. Soo-hee remembered the huaxia coins and tickets Gu Qian had given her. It wouldn't be right to just give them to Old Man Go, so she decided to buy him something instead. She quickly went back inside and grabbed 2 bags. One contained 2 cans of milk powder and 2 packs of snacks. The other had a pair of cloth shoes and a set of blue clothes. "Old man, this is for you." These little items could be bought at the market, but rice, flour, and oil were better bought openly. Old Man Go refused to accept them, saying things like they weren't related and he wouldn't take gifts without merit. Soo-hee pleaded with him, but he still wouldn't accept. Frustrated, she had never seen such a stubborn old man, even more stubborn than a donkey. No wonder Gu Qian kept hinting that she shouldn't mention their connection. If this old man found out, he would definitely try to break them apart. Seeing that her persuasion was in vain, Soo-hee huffed and said, "If you won't take it, fine. I'll take it back to give to my grandpa." Humph, he's not as picky as some old men. Hearing this, Old Man Go felt a pang of sadness and a hint of melancholy. He had no children or grandchildren. If he had a granddaughter like her to cherish, he would have no regrets in this life. The more he thought about it, the more irritated he became. With a stern face, he said, "I am indeed picky. Stop bothering me and go home to find your real grandpa." With that, he went inside and slammed the door.
Shue.
This gift-giving turned into a problem. Am I wronged? She comforted herself, reminding herself that respecting the elderly and loving the young. He had no children or grandchildren. If he had a granddaughter like her to cherish, he would have no regrets in this life. The more after her self-therapy, Soo-hee perked up. She strolled over to the machinery factory, having not been there for a few days due to being busy. As soon as she arrived, Qian Huifeng smiled and said, "Xiaohe, you came at the right time. Director Luo from the commune just called, asking you to return his call when you have time. I was going to tell you tonight, but since you're here, hurry back." After thanking her, Soo-hee dialed Director Luo's office number. After some small talk, Director Luo said, "Xiao Su, the scrap cloth cushions are ready. You can contact the textile factory to pick them up." Soo-hee raised an eyebrow. That was quick. But she soon understood. Director Luo was eager to focus on the headbands now that the cushions were done, so he sped up the process. She immediately went to the textile factory, where Director Gao was even more enthusiastic than before. The recent personnel changes at the textile factory were just a spectacle for others, but Director Gao was sharp enough to realize the significance. He figured out that all these changes were due to Su He. Wow! An outsider managed to create such a stir at the textile factory. It showed how capable she was. So, he began to pay more attention to her and became a bit wary. After stating her purpose, Su He watched as Director Gao directly called the transport team, and after hanging up, he smiled and said, "You came at the perfect time. We have a small truck available to pick up the scrap cloth cushions." After exchanging a few polite words, she followed the small truck back to Huaihua Commune. Director Luo had initially thought the textile factory would send a truck tomorrow at the earliest, but he was surprised it arrived today. He thought to himself that Su He was quite capable. Su He didn't let them load the truck right away. Instead, she inspected some of the scrap cloth cushions and felt relieved when she saw the quality was good. She was worried that Director Luo might rush the work and compromise quality. This was their first business with the textile factory, and it couldn't afford any mistakes. Once she confirmed everything was fine, she allowed them to load the truck. Director Luo smiled and said, "Xiao Su, the wild vegetables still need to be dried for a while, but they will definitely be ready before the Dragon Boat Festival. I've already sent the materials and designs for the headbands. We'll try to finish this batch quickly." Su He mentioned a few more points to pay attention to before following the small truck back to the county. Upon arriving at the textile factory, Director Gao was very satisfied after inspecting the goods. Although he had seen the samples Su He provided, he was still impressed by the finished products and looked forward to the scrap cloth headbands. After all the hustle and bustle, it was already evening. Su He returned home, bought a bathtub from the market, filled it with hot water, added a few drops of essential oil, and began to enjoy a relaxing bath. She swirled a glass of red wine in her hand, ate steak, and watched a drama on her tablet with headphones on. When it comes to enjoying life, Su He ranked second. No one dares to rank first. But she was quite contradictory. Although she loved to enjoy, she could endure hardship too. In her defense, she firmly believed that enduring hardship was for better enjoyment. In the following days, Su He remained busy. Every time she met Old Man Go, he would puff up his cheeks and glare, speaking in a way that could choke anyone. Su He didn't take it to heart. He was just an old child, and being a bit childish was normal. Early Sunday morning, Su Jinbao rushed over. "Sis, there's trouble." Su He, what happened? "Recently, someone has been inviting Dad to restaurants every day. He comes home drunk, and Mom even had a fight with him about his drinking." Su Jinbao had debated for 2 days about whether to tell Su He this, as Su Yongshi always brought him delicious food when he returned. In the end, Su Jinbao decided to be a responsible informant. After hearing Su Jinbao's words, Su He frowned slightly. It wasn't that she looked down on Su Yongshi. He really didn't have the means to be treated to meals every day. This situation seemed suspicious. It was likely that Shinrui was up to something again. Su He took a pack of beef jerky from the drawer and rewarded Su Jinbao, who was so happy he nearly cried. He knew that following his sister was the way to go. Su He followed Su Jinbao to Su Yongshi's house. Chao Hongmei had gone to work, and Su Yongshi was sleeping soundly on the bed. The smell of alcohol lingered in the air. At that moment, Taizhu came over from the west room, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Sister, you're here?" Su He nodded and asked, "How are you getting along with my second uncle's family?" Taizhu replied, "Pretty good." He was telling the truth. Lu Qiujuan used to hit and scold him, but now Chao Hongmei treated him like a treasure, afraid to even raise her voice. Su He nodded and said, "Go get a basin of cold water." Taizhu didn't understand, but did as he was told. Su He added, "You and Jinbao drag my second uncle off the bed." Before Taizhu could move, Su Jinbao jumped onto the bed, eager to help. Su He thought to herself, when it comes to causing trouble, Su Jinbao was a pro. Taizhu and Su Jinbao pulled the sleeping Su Yongshi off the bed, and Su He poured the cold water over him. Su Yongshi jolted awake. He immediately started cursing. Who? Who the heck? Seeing Su He's clear and cold gaze, he instantly backed down. Xiao He, what do you mean? Did I offend you? Su He sneered. Second uncle, didn't I remind you to keep a low profile? To stay alert? What did you promise me? Su Yongshi felt wronged. Xiao He, I haven't been showing off. Are you misunderstanding me? Su He's gaze grew colder. Second uncle, you are one of the few smart people in our Su family. Don't you understand what I mean? Do I need to wake you up again? Hearing Su He's words, Su Jinbao picked up the empty basin. Sister, I'll go get cold water. With that, he ran out excitedly.
Shui.
Su Yongshi cursed Su Jinbao in his heart, but began to reflect on what had happened recently. He had indeed gotten carried away. What did those people say? They called him a person of great potential, saying he could become a team leader or workshop director in the future, flattering him and calling him Big Brother. Over the past 2 years, Su Yongshi had faced a lot of disdain as a temporary worker, so he enjoyed the flattery and quickly became friendly with them. He was also greedy. When they first offered to treat him, he hesitated, but later accepted happily. Now, after Su He's wake-up call, he realized he didn't deserve to be treated to meals every day. As the saying goes, no good deed goes unpunished. They must have some hidden agenda. As he thought about it, cold sweat started to form. Su He was not surprised by Su Yongshi's behavior. It was easy for poor people to lose themselves when they suddenly had money. Su Yongshi not only got a permanent position but also moved into a brick house. With others flattering him, he naturally lost his sense of direction. In this regard, he was not as clear-headed as Chao Hongmei. Su He looked at Su Yongshi, her voice cold. Second uncle, I said that if anyone in our Su family falls behind, they will be abandoned. I don't want to deal with your affairs anymore. Let's go our separate ways from now on. As Su He turned to leave, Su Jinbao grabbed her leg. Sister, my dad is my dad, but I am me. You can't just ignore me. Taizhu didn't say anything but moved closer to Su He. He had chosen Su He as his guardian. He had no ties to Su Yongshi and his wife. Su Yongshi gritted his teeth and slapped himself several times. Xiao He, I messed up this time. Please give me another chance. I promise it's the last time. The alcohol had completely sobered him up. Everything he had today was because of Su He. If Su He stopped caring for him, he would be schemed against by Shinrui until there was nothing left. Seeing Su Yongshi's swollen face, Su He's anger finally eased a little. Last chance. If there's a next time, I'll have your wife divorce you and take Jinbao with her. Su Jinbao's eyes lit up. Sister, can you find me a rich and powerful stepdad? Su Yongshi could no longer hold back and slapped Su Jinbao on the bottom. You little brat. Su Jinbao cried out loud. Sister, Dad hit me. I won't live with him anymore. I want to live with you.
Shui.
Now she understood why Su Jinbao was acting out. He was trying to get this result. She glared at Su Jinbao. Stop messing around. Su Jinbao finally quieted down. Second uncle, who are those people? What did they say to you?
Tell me.
Su Yongshi quickly replied, They're all from our loading dock. They didn't say much, just flattered me and chatted, without making any requests. Su He pondered for a moment. If they invite you to dinner again, you can go, but don't drink. Let me know if anything seems off. Su Yongshi nodded eagerly. Yes, I understand. After giving him another warning, Su He took Su Jinbao and Taizhu to visit Grandma He. Su Jinbao started calculating in his mind. He used to go alone, but now with Taizhu, would Grandma He still love him? Would she give all the good food to Taizhu? So, as soon as they arrived at Grandma He's house, Su Jinbao was super eager, wanting to clean everything. Grandma He and Grandpa He were all smiles, not only bringing out the best food but also preparing to make dumplings. Su He entrusted Su Jinbao and Taizhu to the elderly couple and went to find Teacher Yuan. As soon as Teacher Yuan saw her, he excitedly said, The books that those patriotic people risked their lives to swap have inspired me greatly. I've sent the written test plan to the research institute in the capital. I believe we'll hear good news soon. By the way, this is all thanks to your good luck. If this were in the past, you'd be a national treasure. If they encounter any difficulties in the capital, I'll take you along to change your luck.
Shui.
Teacher Yuan continued, I have some guesses about the identity of that patriotic person. They're probably around my age. Because our generation has loyalty to our country ingrained in our blood, and we are meticulous in our work, unlike you young people who are becoming more and more restless. Suhi silently rolled her eyes. If you're not restless, why are you using me as your lucky charm? That evening, Gu Qian in the capital finally received Suhi's reply. He felt relieved. He couldn't help but chuckle. He was also worried because he cared. If she could trick her own second uncle out of a bicycle, how could she not appreciate his generous support? Gu Qian was not only not bothered by Suhi's greed but felt a thrill, as if he knew there was a baited hook ahead, and he willingly wanted to be caught. When it comes to love, those willing to take the bait are sweet as candy. As for Suhi, the one doing the fishing, she was at home pondering why her good friend Luo Xiaoling hadn't replied yet. Could it be that they had drifted apart? The next day, Suhi received a letter from Luo Xiaoling. The first line of the letter questioned if Suhi really considered her a friend. If they were friends, why lie? Clearly doing well. Why pretend to be poor? Then, she started to rub salt in Suhi's wounds, talking about how sweet Shenrui and Qi Yuansheng were together, flying high together. She also mentioned that Shenrui and Qi Yuansheng had received recommendations from the Imperial Capital University, and she herself had received a recommendation from Peking University. Finally, she sarcastically said that Suhi's struggles were pointless and she would eventually fall. In the end, she pulled back her words, saying she was generous enough not to hold it against Suhi, but Suhi must tell her everything in detail from now on and listen to her. Inside the envelope were 10 Chinese yuan and 10 food coupons. Suhi curled her lips and began to write a reply. Xiaoling, I have received your letter, and every word feels like a sharp blade in my heart. How could I not consider you a friend? You are the only one who truly wants to be my friend, the only light in my dark days. I have hidden many things before, but it was not intentional. You are about to become a person of great importance, while I am still struggling to fill my stomach. I feel inferior and wouldn't dare to bother you with these trivial matters. I didn't expect you to misunderstand me because of this. I feel really wronged. If you don't believe me, think back. Have I not told you about all the major events? Xiaoling, please don't ever mention cutting ties again, or I really won't have the courage to go on. From now on, I will do whatever you say. By the way, please don't send me coupons and yuan anymore. I won't mention my difficulties to you in the future. I'm afraid you'll misunderstand my motives for being friends with you. After signing off, Suhi felt the letter was a bit too sweet, but to deal with someone like Luo Xiaoling, she had to fight fire with fire. She intentionally told Luo Xiaoling not to send her coupons and yuan anymore. Luo Xiaoling would surely continue to send them to control her better. She didn't mention Shenrui and Qi Yuansheng in her letter, knowing Luo Xiaoling and Shenrui would think that was her sore spot, and they would bring it up in every letter, providing Suhi with information. As for the university recommendations mentioned in the letter, Suhi really didn't care. After the resumption of college entrance exams, the value of students would be much higher than those who got recommended. It was just a matter of waiting 2 more years. She could afford to wait, using this time to earn money and fish. Suhi put the letter in her small bag and prepared to go to the post office. Just as she stepped outside, she heard someone calling. Is this the home of Comrade Suhi? Suhi opened the door and saw a woman in her 30s standing outside. The woman looked excited when she saw Suhi. Girl, it's really you. I finally found you. Last time, my little Bao got choked on a juju pit, and thanks to your help, nothing serious happened. I was in a hurry to get to the hospital, and then I had to go on a business trip. I only found out your address yesterday. Suhi recognized her as the mother of the boy she had saved using the Heimlich maneuver. Suhi opened the gate and smiled. Sister, you're too polite. Anyone would help in that situation. I just happened to be there. Come in, sister. After some pleasantries, The woman followed Soo-hee inside. She placed 2 bags on the table. "Comrade Soo-hee, this is a small token from our family. You must accept it." One bag contained canned pastries, and the other had a piece of fabric. After some back and forth, Soo-hee finally accepted them. After chatting for a while, Soo-hee learned quite a bit about the woman. Her name was Chin Yen, and she worked at the county's agricultural materials office, focusing on soybean breeding. She had just returned from a trip to the countryside for planting and recording work. Soo-hee's mind sparked. Before she entered the story, she had read a report stating that while China had a sufficient grain supply, there was a significant shortage of soybeans. Traditional soybeans had much lower yields compared to those abroad, mainly due to outdated breeding techniques. If the seeds were poor, the yield would be low, and farmers wouldn't make money, leading them to switch to other crops. Even around 2020, the average yield of traditional soybeans was only about 150 kilograms per acre, with only some high-yield areas reaching around 300 kilograms. Sister Chin, what's the highest yield we can achieve in our test fields? Chin Yen proudly replied, "Our agricultural materials office's gene phone number 1 is the best variety in the north in the last 2 years, with a yield of 66.7 kilograms per acre."
Shui.
Well, in the early 1980s, the yield of soybeans in China was only 80 kilograms per acre, so getting 66.7 kilograms now isn't bad. Unfortunately, the planting for this year is already done, and it's too late for her to do anything. She would have to wait for next year. After a while, Chin Yen said her goodbyes. "Xiaohe, come over to my house sometime, or just find me at the agricultural materials office." Soo-hee smiled and agreed. After seeing Chin Yen off, Soo-hee finally went to the post office to send the letter to Luo Xiaoling. Soo-hee stayed with teacher Yuan until around 4 in the afternoon, then went to the county broadcasting station to find Tian Xiaodao. "Xiaodao, I'll treat you to dinner and a movie tonight." Tian Xiaodao, straightforward in nature, got along well with Soo-hee. Seeing Soo-hee, she quickly pulled her aside. "Xiaohe, you should come to the broadcasting station less often if you don't have anything to do." Soo-hee was taken aback. "Why?" Tian Xiaodao lowered her voice. "You don't know, but several reporters at the county broadcasting station have been scolded by the station chief lately. Whenever they get scolded, they use you as an example. They say your articles, despite having a few typos, are still much better in logic and writing than theirs. It's fine once or twice, but over time, they're bound to have opinions about you. I've heard them gossiping about you several times."
Shui.
"Isn't this just an unwarranted disaster?" Tian Xiaotao continued. "If you come less often, the station chief will eventually forget about you, and those reporters will have no issues with you." Soo-hee chuckled. "Xiaodao, avoiding isn't my style. Do you know the best way to dispel others' jealousy?" Tian Xiaodao shook her head. "What way?" "Reach a height they can't attain, so they have to look up to you. Anyway, I'm just sitting idle lately, so I'll write a few articles to submit. Once my work gets published in national media like Huaxia Daily or Chowan News, they won't just stop being jealous. They'll start flattering me." Tian Xiaodao. "That Xiaohe, it's still daytime. Dreaming in broad daylight? Even the station chief wouldn't dare to think of such things." Soo-hee didn't make this decision on a whim. Even without this situation, she wanted to do it. With a bit of fame, her plans to make money would be much easier. However, in this era, the selection process for newspapers takes a long time, and it would probably take 2 or 3 months to see results. Soo-hee didn't say much to Tian Xiaodao. After work, they strolled to the state-run restaurant. Inside the restaurant, there were only a few scattered tables. Not many people could afford to eat out these days. One table was ordering food. "Excuse me, I'll have a bowl of braised pork, a plate of stir-fried radish, and 4 steamed buns." The waitress, a woman in her 40s, didn't even look up. "We're out of braised pork. Are there any other meat dishes?" "We're out of everything. Do you have fish? We need to eat some meat." The waitress impatiently replied, "If you wanted meat, you should have come earlier. At this hour, it's lucky to have anything to eat. Are you ordering or not? Hurry up. Others are waiting." State-run restaurants were quite arrogant back then, with both chefs and waitstaff acting superior. In the end, The table had to settle for a plate of stir-fried potatoes, a plate of stir-fried radish, and 4 steamed buns. Tian Xiaodao gave Su He a look, suggesting that it would be better to buy something at the supply and marketing cooperative instead of eating these dishes. She didn't want Su He to spend money, but she was worried Su He would be unhappy, so she thought about treating her to a meal and a movie. After all, she felt her family was much better off than Su He's. The waitress, still impatient, took orders from another table before coming to Su He's. Su He's eyes lit up as she stood up. "Sister Lu, it's really you. I almost didn't recognize you until I got closer." The waitress was taken aback, examining Su He closely, but she didn't recognize her. "Sister Lu, do you remember me?"
Em Xiao Su.
We chatted for almost half an hour while waiting at the supply and marketing cooperative. You told me you worked here and invited me to visit. I've been busy running between the textile factory and the machinery factory. Oh, and this is Tian Xiaodao from the county broadcasting station. She turned to Tian Xiaodao. "Xiaotao, this is Sister Lu, the one I often mentioned." Tian Xiaotao looked confused. When did she ever mention anyone named Sister Lu? Still, she stood up to shake hands with the waitress. The waitress was also puzzled. She didn't remember this at all. But upon hearing Su He mention the textile factory and machinery factory, and knowing Tian Xiaodao was a broadcaster, she smiled a bit more. "Ah, I remember now. You're Xiao Su. I was wondering why you hadn't come by. I thought you were too busy. What do you want to eat? I'll have the kitchen prepare something fresh for you." Su He smiled. "Sister Lu, you know I wouldn't let you shortchange me, right?" The waitress chuckled and went to the kitchen to place the order. Once she left, Tian Xiaodao lowered her voice and asked, "Why didn't you mention her before?" Su He blinked. "Because I just met her." Tian Xiaodao replied, "Then how do you know her last name is Lu?" Su He pointed to the wall where a hygiene responsibility statement was posted, listing several names. Tian Xiaodao was still confused, but there are several names there. How can you be sure her last name is Lu? Su He laughed. "If I guessed wrong, I'd just say I made a mistake. It's that simple." Tian Xiaodao. Out of words. Before long, the waitress brought a bowl of braised pork, a braised fish, a plate of radish, and 2 bowls of rice. Tian Xiaodao's eyes nearly popped out. Didn't she just say there were no meat dishes? How did they suddenly appear? Also, since rice wasn't locally produced, it was a rare item, and most restaurants only serve noodles. The waitress smiled. "Xiao Su, that's why it's better to come early than late. This was ordered by a leader, but they just called to say they couldn't make it, so it's yours now." Su He didn't correct her and cheerfully said, "Thank you, Sister Lu. We should get together properly sometime. I travel a lot, so if you need anything, just ask Xiao Tao at the broadcasting station to let me know." The waitress had been waiting for this, and her smile grew brighter as she brought them a pot of tea. Tian Xiaodao silently gave her a thumbs up. Impressive, really impressive. Su He picked up her chopsticks and took a piece of braised pork. It was tender and flavorful, melting in her mouth. She didn't know if it was the quality of the ingredients or the chef's skill, but this was the best braised pork she had ever tasted. Both she and Tian Xiaodao finished every bit of the meal. After eating, Su He chatted with the waitress for a while, managing to learn not only about her but also quite a bit about the absent chef. Throughout the conversation, Tian Xiaodao wore a stiff smile. She thought if Su He had been born a decade earlier, she would have been the best candidate for intelligence work in Huaxia. As they left the state-run restaurant, Su He had a bag of fried peanuts that the waitress insisted on giving her for the movie. "Xiao Tao, the chef's skills are great. We should come here for a meal every now and then." Tian Xiaodao replied, "Aren't you afraid of being found out? You don't even know her." Su He popped a couple of peanuts into her mouth. "Now I know her, right? Once is a stranger, twice is an acquaintance. Next time we come, we'll be old friends." Tian Xiaodao. After the movie, Tian Xiaodao insisted on walking Su He home to avoid a repeat of last time. They first went to Tian Xiaodao's house, where she called her dad to come down and accompany Su He. Su He was charming, calling him Uncle Tian, which made him smile widely. For a moment, Tian Xiaodao felt like an outsider. As they approached the bungalow, Soo-hee spotted Old Man Ge. He was peering around, probably worried because she hadn't come home. Soo-hee felt warm inside and hurried over. "Old man, were you waiting for me?" Old Man Ge snorted. "Dream on. I was just out for a walk." Soo-hee chuckled, not calling him out. It seemed she would need to inform Old Man Ge in advance if she was going to be late or not come home, so he wouldn't worry. Once home, Soo-hee took a bath and felt a bit sore. She searched for SBA services on the trading platform. The screen displayed, "No related products found." Soo-hee pouted. "You useless thing. You don't even have this. What good are you? Trading platform. First, you exploit me, and now you're trying to PUA me?" In the end, Soo-hee rented a massage chair and a portable power bank. After a while of massage, she finally felt some relief. She rented instead of buying because, simply put, she was broke. The next morning, Soo-hee stayed home to write her article. While she was writing, someone knocked on the door. "Young-shir, sister-in-law, are you home?" Soo-hee paused, thinking that voice sounded like Soo-youngwa's. She hurried out and saw it was indeed Soo-youngwa. Seeing Soo-youngwa's worried expression, she quickly asked, "Dad, why are you here? Is something wrong?" Soo-hee asked while letting the sighing Soo-youngwa into the house. As soon as Soo-youngwa entered, he was stunned. He had been here before, and the small room was always filled with various items. Why did it look so empty now? "Big girl, is your second uncle and aunt at work?" "Should be," Soo-hee replied.
Soo-youngwa was confused.
What did should be mean? Then Soo-hee remembered that the people back home didn't know that Soo-young-shir had moved to a new house. "Dad, my second uncle's family has moved away. Now I live here alone." Soo-youngwa was even more confused. They moved away? Where did they go? Could it be that the second couple was assigned an apartment right after they got their jobs? Soo-hee explained the situation with Taiju. Soo-youngwa's mouth dropped open, and his eyes widened. Wow, not only did they get a big son for free, but they also got 3 brick houses? This was like winning the lottery. However, he was simple-hearted and only felt happy for Soo-young-shir and his wife, with no other thoughts. If it were Soo-young-shir and his wife, they would definitely feel unhappy since Taiju was there for Soo-hee. Soo-hee poured a cup of sweet water for Soo-youngwa and then asked, "Dad, did something happen at home?" If nothing had happened, Soo-youngwa wouldn't have rushed over. With a sigh, Soo-youngwa said, "Nothing happened at our house, but something happened at your grandmother's." At grandmother's house? The original owner had only returned to the Soo family for a short time, so she wasn't very familiar with Zhao Xiaoer's family situation. The original owner remembered that when she was just recognized, her grandfather Zhao Laohan and uncle Zhao Kaiwen had visited once. However, Su Laotai had often looked down on Zhao Cui, implying that the Zhao family was poor and had some issues. This was one reason Su Laotai had never thought highly of Zhao Cui. Soo-youngwa continued, "Your uncle was arrested. I heard he is being sent for labor reform, and he might be in for 10 or 8 years. Your grandmother has been in poor health and has already fainted from crying several times these past few days." Soo-hee frowned. He was arrested?
Why?
In the original owner's memory, Uncle Zhao Kaiwen was honest and kind. How could he do something illegal? Sometimes bad luck strikes unexpectedly. The head of the cattle team, Old Song, got sick, and your uncle took on the job of herding cattle to earn more work points. As a result, 2 bulls started fighting, and your uncle was focused on them, worried they would get hurt. Unexpectedly, a few other cows ran into the agricultural research station's experimental field and destroyed all the newly sprouted seedlings. The agricultural research station was furious about the damage, and since your uncle's background isn't great, this was a disaster for him. They charged him with destroying collective grain seeds and took him away. After finishing, Soo-youngwa sighed again, feeling helpless, which was why he came to the county to discuss with his daughter. In fact, he didn't have much hope. Big Girl was capable, but that was only in Huaihua Commune, while the Zhao family fell under the jurisdiction of Qiping Commune. Moreover, this involved the agricultural research station, and Big Girl couldn't do much about it. Dad, that experimental field isn't growing soybeans, is it? Su Yonghwa was taken aback. Ah, it is soybeans. How did you know? Suhi thought it was quite a coincidence and decided to ask Qin about it. Dad, you said my uncle has a bad background. Can you tell me more about it? Su Yonghwa then explained the Zhao family situation. Actually, Zhao Laohan himself had no issues, but before liberation, his brother went abroad for a living, which left a stain on their family. Zhao Laohan had a tough life. First, he was implicated because of his brother, and then his youngest son went missing. After finally raising his remaining children, his wife Zhao Laotai became disabled and bedridden. Now, with his eldest son in trouble, it was clear how much the old man was suffering. After hearing this, Suhi felt a bit emotional. The books didn't mention the Zhao family, likely because they were already in a dire situation, making it not worth mentioning. After thinking for a while, Suhi said, Dad, don't worry. I'll handle this. You rest at home while I go out for a bit. Su Yonghwa's eyes lit up. Big girl. Do you mean you have a way to get your uncle out? Seeing Suhi nod, Su Yonghwa finally felt relieved. Suhi wasn't entirely confident. Although she knew Qin Yan, she was just an ordinary researcher at the Agricultural Research Station and might not have much influence. However, she believed in the saying, everything is possible through effort. As she walked, she inquired and found the Agricultural Research Station. To resolve this fundamentally, they needed to get a statement of understanding from the Agricultural Research Station. Otherwise, they wouldn't release anyone. The Special Correspondent's work ID was quite useful, and she successfully met Qin Yan. Qin Yan was surprised and happy. Sister, what brings you here today? After some small talk, Suhi said, Sister Qin, can we talk privately? Though Qin Yan was puzzled, she took Suhi to an empty office. Sister, do you need something from me? Suhi explained the situation with Uncle Zhao in detail and then asked, Sister Qin, was that experimental field my uncle damaged part of your project? Qin Yan's smile faded as she listened. Xiao He, I heard about this too. Your uncle is in big trouble. If it were a regular experimental field, it might have been easier. But that field belongs to Professor Chu, who is notoriously difficult to deal with. Even our director is afraid of him. Moreover, the damaged field was his Jinfeng No. 1 improved variety, which he had high hopes for. It's not that I don't want to help you, but even if I wanted to, I wouldn't be able to. Qin Yan was speaking the truth. She was just an ordinary researcher, and Professor Chu didn't even respect the director, let alone her. Suhi understood this and said, Sister Qin, could you introduce me to Professor Chu? I want to talk to him directly. I can introduce you, but I must warn you, Professor Chu has a quirky personality. If things go wrong, it might backfire. Suhi nodded. Sister Qin, I understand. Please don't mention the experimental field. Just say I'm a reporter from the county broadcasting station here for an interview. Qin Yan didn't know Suhi's true intentions but agreed. Suhi quickly met Professor Chu, who looked like an old farmer at first glance. His pants were rolled up, and they were still muddy. Professor Chu, this is Suhi, a reporter from the county broadcasting station, here to interview you. Professor Chu looked Suhi up and down and impatiently said, I have a lot to do. I don't have time for interviews. Go back where you came from. Qin Yan looked at Suhi, as if to say, I didn't say anything wrong, right? This Professor Chu is quite something. However, Suhi said to Professor Chu, Professor Chu, I've heard that many communes would rather use their own saved soybean seeds than the Jinfeng No. 1 promoted by our Agricultural Materials Institute. Is there a problem with this seed? Qin Yan's face turned pale. She thought this girl seems smart, so why is she bringing this up? This was something she had casually mentioned to Suhi before. Although Jinfeng No. 1 has a higher yield, many communes still prefer to use their own saved seeds during the autumn harvest. This way, they can save some money and feel more secure about the seeds they choose themselves. Sure enough, Professor Chu exploded with anger. Nonsense. What problem could the seeds have? It's just those people with outdated thoughts and ideas, showing no respect for scientific principles. Suhi smiled. That's why I came to interview you. By promoting it, We can help more farmers understand the importance of scientific breeding, which will benefit our country's grain production. Professor Chu nodded. You have a point, so go ahead. Qin Yan. Is this really the same stubborn seed from the Agricultural Materials Institute that she knew? Su He winked at her, and Qin Yan quickly said, You two carry on, call me if you need anything. After Qin Yan left, Su He took out paper and pen and began the interview seriously. Although she didn't know much about soybean breeding, she was good at reading people. As long as she showed curiosity or confusion at the right moments, everything would go smoothly. The interview went very well. Professor Chu rarely smiled, but he did this time. You're a good young comrade. Su He laughed. You're too kind. I'll come back to find you after I write the report. Professor Chu nodded. Sure, I'll be here for the next few days, so feel free to drop by. Qin Yan had been lingering outside and rushed to ask Su He as soon as she came out. How did it go? Did Professor Chu agree to help? Su He shook her head. I didn't bring up the experimental field yet. It's not the right time. Qin Yan was confused but didn't ask further. Su He felt the issue was a bit tricky. During the interview, Professor Chu had mentioned the experimental field with a tone full of regret. She was indeed persuasive, but if she didn't take some concrete actions, this matter might not be resolved. So, she decided to visit old Zhao's family first to inquire about the situation, and then check the experimental field. As soon as Su He opened the courtyard door, Su Yonghua came out from the house. How did it go? Did you get it done? Su He smiled. Dad, it's not that easy. But don't worry, I have some leads. Tomorrow, let's visit my grandfather's house, and I'll ask more. Su Yonghua nodded. All right, let's take a car to Cheaping Commune tomorrow, then walk to your grandfather's house. Su He nodded. Dad, you haven't had lunch yet, right? Let's go out to eat. Su Yonghua refused. Restaurants are too expensive. Let's just cook something at home. Do we have any vegetables? I'll make it. Su He couldn't argue with him, so she said, Then let's go to my second uncle's house. I'll buy some ingredients to bring over. My second aunt cooks much better than us. Su Yonghua thought that made sense, so they first went to the grocery store to buy some meat and vegetables, then headed to Su Yongshi's house. By chance, both Su Yongshi and Chao Hongmei were home. Su Yongshi and Chao Hongmei were very warm, calling Su Yonghua big brother repeatedly, which startled him a bit. If it weren't for the fact that they couldn't talk about ghosts and spirits these days, he might have thought something strange had possessed them. They seemed like completely different people. After some small talk, Su Yonghua explained the situation regarding Uncle Zhao. Then he heard Su Yongshi say, Big brother, don't worry. Just leave this to Xiao He. She will definitely find a way to get him out. Even if a piece of experimental land was ruined, it's not a big deal. Chao Hongmei nodded. Yes, big brother, as long as Zhao's eldest son hasn't done anything like murder or arson, Xiao He will surely find a way to keep him safe. Just relax.
Shui.
Do you all have too much blind confidence in me? Su Yonghua also didn't expect Su Yongshi and Chao Hongmei to have so much faith in Su He. Although Su He had made quite an impression during her visits to the countryside, Su Yonghua only knew his daughter was capable. He didn't know the details. But Su Yongshi and Chao Hongmei were different. They knew Su He not only had the ability to outsmart others but also to handle things without bloodshed, as seen with Lin Bo and Meng Yanjiao. After showering Su He with compliments, Su Yongshi chatted with Su Yonghua while Chao Hongmei started cooking. When the meal was ready, Tai Zhu and Su Jinbao returned from school. Since Tai Zhu came along, Chao Hongmei and her husband no longer worried about Su Jinbao's safety as the two kids walked home together every day. Tai Zhu was very polite, and Su Yonghua liked him. Su Yongshi and Chao Hongmei were a bit worried that Su Yonghua might suggest taking in Tai Zhu, which would mean that these 3 brick houses would belong to Su Yonghua. However, after dinner, Su Yonghua and Su He left without mentioning anything about taking in Tai Zhu. Only then did they feel relieved. Su Yongshi, having a rare moment of conscience, said to Chao Hongmei, Xiao He has helped us a lot, and Big Brother has treated us well. We can't do anything to let them down in the future. Chao Hongmei rolled her eyes at him. I definitely won't. You can't say the same.
Shu Jiangxi. Who are you talking about?
He was no longer the old him. He was now Su Yonghwa's good brother and Su He's good second uncle. The next morning, Su He and Su Yonghwa boarded a minibus to Cheaping Commune. After getting off the bus, Su Yonghwa pointed. Dia, that road leads to Zajiakan. Let's go. Dad, how long will it take to walk? About 2 hours.
Shui.
Dad, wait for me a moment. I'm going to borrow a bicycle from Cheaping Commune. Let's ride there. Su Yonghwa was surprised. Do you know anyone in Cheaping Commune? Su He shook her head. No, but it won't take long to borrow a bike. Just wait for me here. Su Yonghwa thought his daughter was getting a bit too confident. If it were Huaihua Commune, that would be fine, but in Cheaping Commune, where she was unfamiliar, how could she borrow a bike? What a joke. After more than 10 minutes, Su He returned riding a bicycle.
Shu Yonghwa.
Dia, who did you borrow it from? How did you manage that? I directly asked Director Wu from Cheaping Commune, saying I wanted to borrow a bike for an interview, and he agreed right away. It was that simple.
Shu Yonghwa.
Su He then went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some things. She couldn't go empty-handed. Su Yonghwa felt like he had wasted his life compared to his daughter. He rode the bike with Su He to old Zhao's family in Zajiakan. As soon as they reached the gate, they heard a sharp voice from inside. Zhao Kaiwan has gone in. He might be locked up for 10 years or more. My daughter can't stay here and be a widow for you Zhao family. I must take my daughter away today. Su Yonghwa frowned. It sounds like your uncle's mother-in-law, Zhang Mabua. When you go in, don't provoke her. She's known to be a real tiger. Su He nodded. As long as she doesn't bother me, I won't bother her. Before Su Yonghwa could think more about her words, Su He called out, Grandma, Grandpa, are you home? The noise inside stopped abruptly, and an old man with a slight hunchback walked out. It was Su He's grandfather, Zhao Laohan. He had only seen Su He once and was a bit unsure, but when he saw Su Yonghwa behind her, he said, Dayo is here, come in. Su Yonghwa hurried over. Dad. Zhao Laohan nodded and let them into the house. The Zhao and Su families had the same house layout. The elderly couple lived in the east room, while the younger couple lived in the west room. As soon as Su He entered, she saw 2 elderly women sitting on the kong. One had a pale face and swollen eyes, which must be her grandmother, Zhao Laotai. The other woman looked much younger but had a lot of freckles and was smoking a pipe, eyeing Su He sideways. She was Zhang Mabua, as Su Yonghwa had mentioned. Standing on the floor was a woman in her 30s, with slightly red and swollen eyes. It was Zhao Deiji's wife, Li Jinping. She remained silent when she saw Su Yonghwa and Su He enter. Zhao Laotai forced a smile and said, Diyo is here? Come sit on the kong. My legs are giving me trouble, or I would have visited you last time. She continued, Xiao He, this is your aunt, and this is your aunt's mother. You should call her grandma. Su He politely greeted them. Zhang Mabua took a couple of puffs from her pipe and said, This girl is quite pretty. Does she have a suitor? My nephew has a son about your age. Should I help you two get together? Zhao Laotai's expression stiffened. In-laws, I've heard that Lu Shu's boy isn't very bright. Zhang Mabua scoffed. With a son like that, it's already a miracle anyone wants her, and she's still being picky. Enough of this nonsense. Let's talk business. Zhao Kaiwan has gone in, and my daughter definitely won't stay with him. My daughter married into your Zhao family and worked hard for you, giving you a big grandson, so she deserves at least half of the family assets. I won't ask for much, just 200 yuan, and we'll be even. Otherwise, I'll take my daughter and the boy with me. Zhao Laotai pleaded, In-laws, this matter with Kaiwan isn't settled yet. There might still be a chance. If he really goes in, our Zhao family isn't unreasonable. Whatever Jinping decides, we won't object. At this critical moment, can we not bring this up? We need to find a way to get Kaiwan out. Zhang Mabua spat at Zhao Laotai. Pa.
How can you say that?
What do you mean it's not settled? The fields are ruined, and people are in jail. What chance is there? I think you want Jinping to live as a widow. Your conscience must have been eaten by dogs. If you don't give us the money today, we'll go to the school and take the boy away, and he'll take his stepfather's surname. Zhao Laohan was so angry that the veins on his forehead bulged, but he said nothing. He could guess his thoughts. With their son inside, if Li Jinping returned to her family, their home would fall apart. But what use is keeping someone whose heart is no longer there? Zhao Laotai was still not giving up, but no matter how she tried to persuade, Zhang Mabo wouldn't budge, and Li Jinping remained silent. Finally, Zhao Laohan gritted his teeth and said, "You can go, but you can't take the boy." Zhang Mabo looked at Zhao Laohan sideways, "Then hurry up and give me 200 yuan and we won't take the boy." Zhao Laotai was in tears. In-laws, Jinping knows the family situation well, and she usually manages the money. Now you want us to find 200 yuan. Where can we get it? Are you trying to drive me to death? At that moment, the old woman felt like ending it all. Living was just a burden to her husband and children, and it seemed better to be gone. Zhang Mabo looked at her with disgust. "Don't threaten me with that. I'm not falling for it." "No money, huh? Your son-in-law rides a bicycle, right? Then just use the bike as payment." Zhao Laotai was so furious she nearly fainted, and Zhao Liahan's face turned dark with anger. Suddenly, He looked at Li Jinping and asked, "Aunt, do you want to leave or stay?" She already knew Li Jinping's decision from her behavior. Sure enough, Li Jinping lowered her head. "I'll listen to my mother." She was still young and didn't want to live as a widow forever. As for the so-called chance, she thought it was a joke. The Zhao family had no money or power, and with their background, Zhao Kaiwan would be in for a long time. In fact, she had regretted it long ago. Initially, she thought Zhao Kaiwan was good-looking, and the Zhao family was doing okay then. Plus, her family, being landlords, couldn't find a better match, so she agreed to the matchmaker. But then, Zhao Laotai suddenly fell ill, and life became much harder. Now that her husband was in trouble, she certainly wouldn't stay in the Zhao family to suffer. As for her son, Dogdan, she was reluctant to leave him, but how could she remarry with a child? "Aunt, have you made your decision?" Li Jinping sighed. "Dia, I have no choice." Zhang Mabwa shot a sideways glance at He. "What are you meddling for? Go somewhere cool, and stay there." He smiled. Standing next to her, Su Yonghua felt a surge of excitement. Because the last time he saw his daughter smile like that was when the Liu family had beaten him. He didn't want He to get involved with the Zhao family's issues, as family matters are hard to resolve, and it could end badly. But Zhang Mabwa had just tried to set He up with a fool, which really angered him, and he wished he would deal with Zhang Mabwa. Zhang Laotai, as the saying goes, couples are like birds in the same forest. When disaster strikes, they fly separately. You want my aunt to remarry, which is understandable, but you shouldn't bring it up now. You're stabbing a knife into my grandparents' hearts. And what did you just say? You wanted to introduce me to a fool? If it weren't for your age, I would have hit you. You want my bicycle? You must be dreaming. If you want to take Dogdan, go ahead. We'd be glad to see him go. My grandparents can't afford to raise him, let alone find him a wife in the future. Zhao Laohan and Zhao Laotai were both alarmed by He's words. Their grandson was their lifeline. How could they let Liu Mabo take him away? Su Yong would desperately signal to them, his eyes nearly bulging, and finally, they managed to hold their tongues. Zhang Mabo was taken aback by He's words, then sneered. "You little girl really don't know what you're talking about. Dogdan is the only heir of the Zhao family. Do you think they would let me take him?" He replied lightly, "Grandsons are like leeks. Once you cut one, another will grow back. When my uncle comes out, he can remarry and have as many children as he wants. Still, I'll say it again, if you want a divorce, no money, no deal." Zhang Meipo looked at Zhao Leoi. "What's going on? Are you really letting us take Dogdan away? If Jinping remarries, he'll have to take his stepfather's surname." Just as Zhao Leoi was about to speak, He jumped in. "No matter what surname he takes, he still has our Zhao family's blood. If his stepfather wants to help raise him, that's what we want. Aren't you leaving? Why are you still here? Are you having second thoughts?" Seeing her plans ruined by He, Zhang Meipo angrily got off the Kong and grabbed her smoking pipe, ready to hit He. "You little brat, why are you butting in when the elders are talking? I'll teach you a lesson." Su Yonghua had been watching closely and quickly grabbed Zhang Meipo's wrist. "Try touching my daughter. Usually, Su Yongwo looked like a simple, honest man, but now he glared with anger, looking quite intimidating. Zhang Meipo shivered in fear and started to throw a tantrum. Oh heavens, I can't live like this. The Zhao family is going to kill someone. No wonder Zhao Kaiwen is hiding away. This whole family is a bunch of robbers. Zhao Laolao and Zhao Leoi were at a loss. Zhang Meipo was known for being fierce and difficult. How would this end? Suhi looked at Li Jinping again. Aunt, aren't you going to say something? Li Jinping replied angrily. Su Daya, my mother is right. This is our Zhao family's business. Why are you interfering? I see you have bad intentions. Suhi sighed. Aunt, this is the last time I'll call you that. I gave you a chance, and you chose to give it up. Just now, Grandma said you manage the family's money. I doubt you'll give it to me now. So, let's consider that money your share of the inheritance. From now on, you and the Zhao family are done. Hurry up and take your mother away, or I'll send her to hide away. Li Jinping's eyes flickered. Suhi was right. She had always managed the Zhao family's money. Although the family wasn't wealthy, she had saved over 100 yuan. She needed to take that money with her. She sneered. It's true I manage the money, but everything costs money. There's not a single cent left. And do you think I'm a 3-year-old? What law has my mother broken? Why should she be sent away? Suhi turned to Zhang Meipo. Looks like your daughter doesn't know about your good deeds. This is your last chance. Get out now, or I'll expose all your dirty secrets. Zhang Meipo looked panicked, wondering if this girl knew about her fortune-telling and ghost driving, or if she knew about her stealing from the production team. She stood up, trying to act tough. Shut your mouth. What dirty deeds could I have? Jinping, let's go home now and settle accounts with the Zhao family another day. As she pulled Li Jinping to leave, she forgot about the threshold and tripped, falling and injuring her nose. Blood everywhere. Zhang Meipo wanted to take advantage of this, but Suhi said, Is your nose just for show? Can't you see such a big threshold? You're just trying to scam us. Hurry up and leave, or I'll make you pay for our threshold. Dizzy from the fall and now furious, Zhang Meipo almost fainted from anger. Suhi continued. Oh, and remember to pick up Dog Dan from school, otherwise, I'll send him to you. Zhang Meipo gritted her teeth. Send him to us? Why should we? He's your Zhao family's child. You want me to raise him for free?
Dream on.
Zhao Laolao. Zhao Leoi. Didn't they want to take Dog Dan away just now? Why don't they want him anymore? Suhi added. If my uncle gets out and becomes successful, don't regret it. Zhang Meipo laughed coldly. Let's not even talk about whether Zhao Kaiwen can get out. Even if he does, he's such a useless coward that he won't amount to anything. If he really becomes successful, I'll kneel at your Zhao family's door and apologize. After saying that, Zhang Meipo dragged Li Jinping away, cursing. Li Jinping didn't even look back, showing no sign of attachment. Once they were gone, Suhi cautiously said, Grandma, Grandpa, I was just so angry that I lashed out at them. You're not mad at me, are you? She had already thought it through. If Zhao Laolao and Zhao Leoi were confused, she would help with her uncle's situation but would stay out of their family matters in the future. If the two elders were sensible, she would get closer to them. Zhao Laolao wiped her tears and said, Silly child, Grandma isn't confused. I can tell right from wrong. If it weren't for you today, Zhang Meipo would have turned our home upside down. Zhao Leoi asked in confusion. Daya, you said Zhang Meipo did something illegal. What did she do? Suhi smiled. I just said that to scare her. She's the one who's guilty and scared. Zhao Leoi, you let them take Dog Dan on purpose, didn't you? How did you know they wouldn't take him? Suhi smiled. If they really wanted Dog Dan, they wouldn't be talking about money. Grandma, Grandpa, since Aunt is determined to divorce, let her go. We should focus on my uncle's situation first. Can you tell me what happened in detail? To be honest, Zhao Laolao and Zhao Leoi had little hope for Suhi. What could a little girl do? But now they were desperate, so they explained the situation. After hearing it, Suhi raised an eyebrow. Wasn't there anyone watching the experimental field? She had thought of this on the way back. since it was Professor Chu's important experimental field. How could it be left unguarded? If someone was watching, they would have noticed when the cows approached, and the later events wouldn't have happened. There is usually someone watching, but I heard that person had an upset stomach that day, and by the time he noticed, the experimental field was already ruined, Zhao Leoi said. Su-hee sneered inwardly. There aren't that many coincidences in the world. Most likely, that person was slacking off or distracted, which is why they left their post. If this could be confirmed, it could help reduce Zhao Dejie's responsibility. Grandpa, please take me to the experimental field. Zhao Leoi immediately took Su Yonghua and Su-hee to the agricultural resource experimental field. The experimental field was about 2 acres, with a prominent sign. Next to it was a small shed, probably for the guard to rest. The field was a mess, with cow hoof prints everywhere and only a few soybean seedlings left. It was indeed beyond saving. Zhao Leizhe sighed. Destroying crops, especially the agricultural resource experimental field, Kaiwan deserves what he gets. Forget the experts. I feel heartbroken just looking at it. We can only blame our Zhao family for being unlucky. The grazing meadow is several miles away, and usually, those cows are very docile, but they just happened to come here that day. Su-hee suddenly interrupted Zhao Leoi. Is the person guarding the experimental field a dog owner? Grandpa Zhao didn't understand why Su-hee suddenly asked, but he answered, yes, that person has a big wolf dog that he keeps for protection at night. After hearing this, Su-hee pointed at some paw prints and asked Grandpa, are these dog paw prints? Grandpa Zhao looked closely and said, yes, they're dog paw prints, and they are quite large. They must belong to that big wolf dog. Look, this dog is smarter than a cow. The paw prints are outside the experimental field, which means it never goes in to harm the beans. Su-hee's eyes flickered. It hasn't gone in, but whether it understands is another question. Grandpa, which direction did you say the meadow is? Grandpa Zhao was confused and pointed south. That way. Su-hee immediately walked south, observing the marks on the ground as she went. Although a few days had passed, few people came this way, so there were still some clues to see. Especially along the way, there was a small puddle with mixed cow hoof prints and dog paw prints in the muddy ground. Su-hee squinted and made a guess. The cowherd must have been startled by the dog, causing them to run chaotically toward the experimental field. Once they reached the field, the dog didn't dare to chase them further, which is why there were no dog paw prints inside. As for why the dog appeared near the meadow, that was something to ask the person guarding the experimental field. After sharing her guess, Grandpa Zhao slapped his thigh. I knew it. How could those cows just run into the experimental field? It must have been that dog chasing them. So, your uncle was wronged? Not exactly wronged, but his responsibility can be lessened. We can't just rely on our words. I need to go to the office and have the comrades come to re-examine the scene. Hearing this, Grandpa Zhao frowned. Our family has a bad reputation. Even if you go to speak, the office will likely side with the agricultural materials office and probably won't come to investigate again. Last time, the office staff only came to look at the scene and ask the person guarding the experimental field before taking Uncle Zhao away. Su-hee's eyes turned cold. The law must be based on facts at all times and places, not on favoritism. We will take responsibility for what is ours, and they can't pin anything on us that isn't ours. Grandpa Zhao secretly shook his head, thinking she was too young and naive. However, he didn't stop her. After all, a trip wouldn't cost much, and they could only try their best now. Su Yonghua was worried about Su-hee going alone, so he rode his bike with her to the commune. Once at the office, Su-hee took out her special correspondent badge. Comrade, I would like to interview your director. Su Yonghua swallowed hard, thinking, daughter, aren't we here to provide new evidence? Why are we suddenly interviewing? Soon, the father and daughter were taken to the director's office. Reporter Su, this is our director Tang. Director Tang was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He greeted them with a smile and then asked, Reporter Su, what would you like to know? Su-hee smiled. Director Tang, to be honest, I came here partly to make a connection. If I hadn't said interview, I wouldn't have been able to meet you. Director Tang was taken aback, surprised by her bluntness and impressed by her boldness. Making connections wasn't exactly a respectable thing, but she spoke about it as if it were nothing. Moreover, he was the director. Didn't she fear him? Soo-hee truly wasn't afraid. She hadn't done anything wrong, so what was there to fear? She continued, I'm here regarding the case of the damaged experimental field at the Agricultural Materials Office. Zhao Kaiwen is my uncle. Director Tang then understood and replied coldly, Reporter Sue, we handle matters fairly. Even if Zhao Kaiwen is your uncle, we cannot act unjustly. Soo-hee nodded. You misunderstood. I'm here because we found new evidence at the crime scene. Director Tang's brow immediately furrowed. He had handled the case and, after receiving the report, had concluded it based on solid evidence and the testimony of the guard, Fan Jin. Now, he feared he might have overlooked some details. Soo-hee continued, Director Tang, I heard it happen at night, and the guard from the Agricultural Materials Office fabricated evidence to shift blame, which led your comrades to an inaccurate conclusion. Even if I hadn't come today, your comrades would likely have gone to re-examine the scene in the next few days, right? Director Tang paused and then burst into laughter. Little girl, are you trying to give me a way out? You underestimate me, old Tang. If it's our fault, we'll take responsibility. We indeed overlooked this matter. I guess we've become too comfortable over the years and lost the sharpness we had when we were investigators. Soo-hee felt a mix of emotions. She was good at reading people, but sometimes she overthought things. For example, she thought Director Tang might make things difficult for her for the sake of face, or lean toward the guard. Clearly, she underestimated Director Tang and his commitment to justice. Soo-hee immediately stood up and bowed to Director Tang. Director Tang, I was narrow-minded. Not at all. You know how to handle things. No wonder you're a reporter, Director Tang said, patting Soo-hee on the shoulder, causing her to stumble a bit. Now Soo-hee was also amused. You have quite a strong grip. Of course. Old Tang used to be quite strong. Watching the two joke around, Su Yonghua, who had been a silent observer, thought, what just happened? His mind was a bit confused. This was not what he had imagined. He thought his daughter would have to work hard to convince the office to re-examine the scene, maybe even needing to ask Director Luo for help. But this? Director Tang acted quickly and immediately took people to Shujia village. Of course, they couldn't walk there, so Director Tang had someone bring out the only old jeep from the office. Even this old jeep was something Director Tang usually hesitated to use, as it still needed gas. But it was already past 3 in the afternoon, and if they rode bicycles, it would probably be dark by the time they arrived. Soo-hee said to Su Yonghua, Dad, you ride the bicycle back. I'll go with Director Tang in the car. It will save time. Su Yonghua replied, Okay. He wanted to ride too. He wondered if he would ever get to ride in a jeep in his lifetime. Soo-hee had no idea what Su Yonghua was thinking and arrived at the scene in the jeep. Director Tang carefully examined the site and reached the same conclusion as Soo-hee. He sighed, I've been chasing geese all day, but I let them peck my eyes. If it weren't for you, Xiao Su, I would have let myself down. Soo-hee smiled. Director Tang, even gods take naps. Besides, some people deliberately confuse the situation. Even if I hadn't said anything, you would have figured it out eventually. Director Tang smiled wryly and said nothing. This incident reminded him that he could never take things for granted. It might just be a mistake on their part, but for those involved, it was a disaster. After returning, Director Tang wrote a self-criticism and requested punishment, but that was another story. He dropped Soo-hee off at the village entrance and said, Xiao Su, although the Agricultural Materials Office has some responsibility, your uncle can't escape blame either. He'll likely get a sentence of about 3 years. If you can get a letter of understanding from the Agricultural Materials Office, he might avoid criminal charges and only face civil ones. Director Tang thought it would be hard for Soo-hee to get that letter. Although he had only dealt with Professor Chu once, he could tell that the man was stubborn and reclusive. Getting a letter from him would be as hard as climbing to the sky. Soo-hee thanked Director Tang and invited him to her home, but he politely declined. As soon as Director Tang left, Su Yonghua returned on his bicycle. He thought to himself that 2 wheels couldn't compare to 4. He was pedaling so hard he felt like he was sparking, and he hadn't even seen a glimpse of the Jeep. By the way, his daughter had said she would let him drive a tractor. Why hadn't that happened? Once the matter with his brother-in-law was settled, he needed to remind his daughter. Father and daughter returned to old Zhao's house, where Grandpa Zhao was cooking. He didn't really want to eat. He just thought about how Su-hee and her father were hungry, and his grandson, Dog Egg, needed to eat too, so he got to work. Fortunately, Su-hee brought some food, or there wouldn't have been anything good to serve. When Grandpa Zhao saw Su-hee come in, he quickly asked, "Big girl, how did it go? Did the office agree?" Su-hee nodded. They've examined the scene and confirmed that the cattle were startled by dogs. They still need to question Fanjun, who was watching the test field, to get the details. Grandpa Zhao was overjoyed. "Then your uncle is in the clear?" Su-hee shook her head. "Although Fanjun is responsible, my uncle can't escape blame either. Unless the Agricultural Materials Office issues a letter of understanding, he'll likely get a sentence of about 3 years. Grandpa Zhao had expected this outcome and sighed. 3 years is better than the 10 or 8 years they mentioned before. "Big girl, thank you so much. You must be hungry. Go rest in the room. Dinner will be ready soon." Su-hee wanted to help Grandpa Zhao, but he wouldn't hear of it and instead had Su Yonghua help with the fire. Su Yonghua thought. It seemed that a son-in-law could never compare to a granddaughter. Su-hee entered the east room and hadn't spoken much with Grandma Zhao when a little boy ran in crying. "Grandma, Ergo said my mom is going to divorce my dad and that my mom doesn't want me anymore. Is that true?" Grandma Zhao had tears in her eyes and comforted him. "Don't listen to his nonsense. Your grandma isn't well, and your mom went home to take care of her for a few days. She'll be back soon." The little boy, Zhao Qingkai, who was about the same age as Su Jinbao, was nicknamed Dog Egg. After hearing Grandma Zhao's words, Dog Egg cried even louder. "Grandma, you're lying. They all say my dad is going to jail, and my mom doesn't want me anymore. Woo woo woo." No matter how Grandma Zhao tried to soothe him, Dog Egg wouldn't listen and kept shouting for his dad and mom. Grandma Zhao was already sad and couldn't hold back her tears, crying loudly. Su-hee took out a bag of sunflower seeds from her small bag, sat on a bench, and started eating while watching the two of them cry. Trying to comfort them was useless. Once they cried enough, they would stop on their own. Seeing Su-hee like this, Grandma Zhao found it hard to continue crying. Dog Egg also stopped crying and stared at the sunflower seeds in Su-hee's hand. Su-hee then said to Dog Egg, "First, what others say isn't always true. Don't believe everything you hear. Second, even if your dad goes to jail and your mom doesn't want you, it's not your fault. Third, besides your dad and mom, you still have grandparents, uncles, and many people who love you. You are just as good as anyone else. Finally, crying won't solve any problems. If a little boy keeps crying, he won't be able to find a wife in the future." Grandma Zhao wiped her tears and said, "He's still small. He won't understand what you're saying." Su-hee smiled. "Grandma, how do you know he won't understand if you don't say anything? Adults often think children don't understand anything and try to hide things, but that's not always the best choice. Just because you don't say anything doesn't mean others won't. It's better to tell children the truth so they can have a correct understanding. Sometimes children are much stronger than adults think." While Su-hee was thinking, Dog Egg said, "I can find a wife. The big girl in the backyard said she'll marry me when she grows up."
Shui.
Regardless of whether Dog Egg understood or not, he had stopped crying. At that moment, Su Yonghua brought the dining table over, and Grandpa Zhao brought out the dishes. Corn cakes and pork stew with potatoes. Although there was only one dish, Grandpa Zhao had added the pork belly that Su-hee bought, making it look very appetizing. Dog Egg was eating with grease all over his mouth, completely forgetting about his dad and mom. After dinner, Dog Egg leaned against Grandma Zhao, eating sunflower seeds. Seeing Grandma Zhao rubbing her legs, Su-hee glared at Dog Egg. "Can't you see your grandma's legs hurt? Get up quickly." It's fine. I just have 2 useless legs. It's okay to press them." Su-hee thought that her grandma spoiled the child too much. Fortunately, Dog Egg was somewhat sensible. After hearing Su-hee, He quickly moved to the side. Su-hee sat on the edge of the Kong, helping Grandma Zhao rub her legs while asking, "Grandma, what's wrong with your legs? Haven't you been to the hospital?" "I've been, and I've taken a lot of medicine, but it didn't help. At first, it hurt, but I could still walk. Now I can barely move. I feel like I'm a burden. It would be better if I were dead." As she spoke, she started crying again.
Shui.
Her grandma must be made of water. Su Yonghua, as the son-in-law, wanted to comfort her but didn't know how, so he awkwardly said, "The old Chinese doctor who treated Rui was very skilled, but I don't know where he moved to. I haven't been able to find out. If we could find him, maybe he could help your mother's legs." Grandpa Zhao sighed. "I've also asked about that miracle doctor. I heard he's been dead for years." Su-hee thought of the lively old man Go next door. Of course, she still needed to confirm if the old man Go was the miraculous Dr. Su Yonghua mentioned. "Dad, which village did that doctor live in? What's his last name?" "The doctor lived in Jiangjiachuo of Mengniu commune. His last name is Zhuge, like Zhuge Liang." Su-hee was taken aback. Zhuge? Not Ge? But the village name and the past events matched perfectly. It had to be the old man Ge. As for why he changed his last name, it was probably to avoid being found, so he changed Zhuge to Ge. Otherwise, he wouldn't be living in the same county without anyone finding him. Of course, it was also because information was limited and communication was poor in this era. Su Yonghua added, "Dia, you know many people, see if you can find out about Dr. Zhuge." Old man Zhao said, "Asking is probably useless. After all, people say he hanged himself, and when he died, his tongue was sticking out long."
Shui.
"Grandpa, tomorrow I'll ask Dr. Zhuge to come and perform a resurrection for you." Su Yonghua shot Su-hee a glare. "How can you talk to your grandpa like that? Wait, do you mean Dr. Zhuge isn't dead? How do you know he's alive? Do you know where he is?" Su-hee nodded. "He lives next door to my second uncle, right next to the room we stayed in last night." Although the two families were close, the old man Go kept to himself, and Su Yonghua had never met him. Su Yonghua could hardly believe his ears. What? He lives next door? It really is dark under the lamp. Old man Zhao was overjoyed. Even Grandma Zhao, who had been crying, showed a glimmer of hope. However, after a moment, Old man Zhao sighed. "Dia, I heard that doctor has a very strange temper. He only treated Rui because your parents begged him, and also because Rui was very sick and could die at any moment. Your grandma's situation, while painful, isn't life-threatening, so he might not agree to see her." Su Yonghua immediately said, "Dad, the doctor is neighbors with my second brother and his wife. There's some connection. I'll go with Chui to plead with him. Maybe he'll agree." Grandma Zhao quickly said, "I know my own leg. Even if that old doctor is willing to see me, there's nothing he can do. Don't bother." Everyone understood that Grandma Zhao didn't want to see a doctor, but was afraid of causing trouble for Su Yonghua. A son-in-law is different from a son. Old man Zhao then said to Su Yonghua, "Once Kaiwan's matter is settled, I'll go with you to visit Dr. Zhuge." Having finally found the doctor's whereabouts, they had to give it a try. Mentioning Zhao Kaiwan made Grandma Zhao start crying again.
Shui.
If only her grandma were a mermaid, how many pearls would she cry out? She smiled. "I have a good relationship with Grandpa Ge. I'm sure he'll agree." Gooden, who had been munching seeds and listening to the conversation, made a face. "You're just bragging." Su-hee took a piece of milk candy from her small bag and popped it in her mouth, then glanced at Gooden. Gooden suddenly found the seeds in his mouth unappetizing. Old man Zhao and Grandma Zhao were skeptical, but Su Yonghua was overjoyed. After today's events, he finally understood why the second couple had so much faith in Su-hee. His daughter really had talent. "Dad, Mom, since Dia said so, it's almost certain. Once Kaiwan's matter is resolved, let Dia invite the doctor over. Maybe soon Mom will be able to get up." Old man Zhao and Grandma Zhao exchanged glances. Their son-in-law used to be quite steady. Why was he acting so foolish now? Dia was young and impulsive, but why was he also talking nonsense? Though they thought this, they didn't say it out loud. They would know if it would work out in the end. Old man Zhao said to Su-hee, "Dia, let's put the doctor's matter aside for now. You need to focus on your uncle's situation. The past 2.5 years and 3.5 years are about 3 years, and there's a lot to consider. Grandma Zhao looked at Su He with a pleading expression. Su He nodded. Grandma, Grandpa, even if you don't say it, I'll do my best. I'll try to get a letter of understanding from the Agricultural Materials Office, and then we can settle the matter with a little compensation. However, I can't guarantee it will work out. If it does, everyone will be happy, but if it doesn't, please don't blame me. Before Grandma Zhao and Old Man Zhao could respond, Gooden shouted, Sister, you can definitely do it. You're the best.
Shui.
Can you not keep staring at the candy wrapper in my hand while saying that?
Then.
Su He gave Gooden 2 pieces of milk candy. The little guy suddenly understood the truth of life. Whatever his cousin says is true. Obey and get candy. Old Man Zhao looked at his grandson's puppy-like demeanor and felt his nickname was inappropriate. He should have named him something like Wolf Cub instead of Gooden. He couldn't help but smile wryly. His son was still locked up, and he had the time to think about these things. He had met Professor Chu from the Agricultural Materials Office, and it was clear he was not easy to deal with. This matter probably wouldn't work out. Daya, just do your best. If it works out, that's great. If not, it's your uncle's own fault. If it weren't for you, he'd be in there for 10 or 8 years. Su He nodded, using being tired as an excuse to go to bed early. She wasn't actually sleeping. She was searching for and purchasing information on soybean breeding at the trading center. To get the Agricultural Materials Office to issue a letter of understanding, she needed to exchange benefits. The trading center could sell high-quality seeds, but they couldn't be exposed, and she had already missed the farming season, so she needed to think of a way. When Su He saw an article, she had an idea and flipped through related books before finally falling into a deep sleep. The next morning, Su Yonghua rode his bicycle with Su He to Chiping Commune. After returning the bicycle, Su He took a small bus back to the county. At the bus station, Su He told Su Yonghua to take a small bus back to Huaihua Commune. Su He then went to the Agricultural Materials Office. Qin Yan eagerly asked, Have you written the interview article? Su He vaguely replied and went to see Professor Chu. Qin Yan came out of the room, feeling uneasy, and waited in the hallway. Before long, they heard Professor Chu's furious voice from inside. Nonsense. What responsibility do I have for the destroyed experimental field? Get out of here right now. Qin Yan was startled and hesitated, ready to go in and rescue Su He, but she noticed the voices inside had quieted down. So she stopped and decided to wait and see. Inside the room, Professor Chu was glaring angrily at Su He. Su He calmly said, Professor Chu, only those with a guilty conscience raise their voices to cover up. You're not that kind of person, are you? Professor Chu was so angry his hair seemed to stand on end. He was the authority at the Agricultural Resources Institute, and even the director treated him with respect. Yet this girl implied he was guilty. It was outrageous. He had thought she was a good kid, but now he realized he had been blind. Su He continued, Professor Chu, don't be angry. Please listen to me calmly. After I finish, you can scold or hit me as you wish. Professor Chu sneered. All right, I want to hear how you justify yourself. Professor Chu, since you care so much about the improved gene foam #1 variety, you should consider all aspects. First, that experimental field is only a little over 2 miles from where villagers graze their livestock. You should have thought about the issues that grazing animals could cause and not chosen that location. Second, if you had to choose that spot, you should have made contingency plans. You should have set up a buffer zone, like building fences or stone walls, and warned the team to be extra careful while grazing. Third, and most importantly, you failed to recognize the right people. Although the investigation results from the Institute aren't out yet, Fanjin can't escape blame. If his dog hadn't startled the cattle, none of this would have happened. Also, if he hadn't abandoned his post, the experimental field wouldn't have been completely destroyed. At least part of it could have been saved. In summary, you have issues with your site selection, your contingency plans are inadequate, and you lack insight in choosing people. Don't you think you bear some responsibility? At the very least, you should take the blame for negligence. Professor Chu's face turned red, and he opened his mouth but couldn't say a word. He was stubborn, but the upside of that was if you could convince him with solid reasoning, he would listen. Finally, he managed to say, "Even if you're right, your uncle still has to take responsibility." Suhi nodded. "You're right, my uncle can't escape blame. But if I can come up with a remedy, can you give him a letter of understanding?" Professor Chu shot her a sideways glance. A remedy? You're not suggesting replanting, are you? It's too late in the season now. Planting wouldn't have any value. Suhi nodded. "You're correct. The gene foam, no. One variety has indeed missed the planting season, but we can try planting the Jingdo 18 from Jingbei province." Before she could finish, Professor Chu burst out laughing. "You little girl, aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Gene foam number 1 is a spring soybean, while Jingdo 18 is a summer soybean. The average temperature in Jingbei province is 10 degrees Celsius higher than in our Baliao province, which is why they can plant summer soybeans after harvesting winter wheat. If we plant here, the pods won't even mature before frost hits." Suhi nodded again. "You make a good point, but you're overlooking one issue. Baliao province has a long and narrow geography, and the temperature difference between the southern and northern regions is significant. The southern region's average temperature is only 3 to 5 degrees lower than that of Jingbei province. Coincidentally, our county is in the southern region, where frost only appears in early November. We can plant a short-growing spring wheat in the spring, which can usually be harvested by late June. After that, we can plant the Jingdo 18, known as the fast bean, which matures in about 90 days. Of course, Jingdo 18 might not be suitable for our soil conditions, but if you can improve it, it would have a profound impact on the grain layout in Baliao province." Suhi was able to think of all this because she had done her research, and she remembered how her grandmother used to plant this way when she was young. However, later on, when wheat and soybean yields and prices didn't improve, farmers switched to corn. Professor Chu listened to Suhi and was silent for a while before he began frantically searching for information on the bookshelf. Seeing this, Suhi poured herself a cup of tea and started drinking, feeling parched after talking for so long. After a while, Professor Chu asked Suhi with wide eyes, "How come I never thought of this before? Even if the temperature difference is 3 to 5 degrees, we can definitely breed more cold-resistant varieties." Suhi replied, "Maybe it's because you don't think outside the box?"
Professeur que.
"I just asked a question, and you really answered." He realized he had been trapped by his own thinking, believing that Baliao province's low temperature made it impossible to have 2 crops a year. But in reality, the southern part of Baliao province was fully capable of this. It just needed to use cold-resistant and short-growing varieties of wheat and soybeans. If it really works, it would greatly benefit crop yields in Baliao province. The more Professor Chu thought about it, the more excited he became, and he found Suhi more and more agreeable. He even thought to himself that the destruction of that experimental field was a blessing in disguise. If it hadn't been destroyed, he wouldn't have received such valuable information. He immediately agreed to issue a letter of understanding for Zhao Kaiwen and even waived any compensation. When Suhi left Professor Chu's office, he walked her to the door, beaming with a smile. Outside, Qin Yan was anxiously waiting. Seeing her, Professor Chu said, "It's almost noon. Take Sue to the cafeteria for lunch and add some meat dishes. Just say she's my guest." Qin Yan, okay, sure. Professor Chu then told Suhi, "I'll go find the director to get you the letter of understanding. Come by this afternoon to pick it up." Suhi nodded. "Thank you for your help." Professor Chu smiled. "It's no trouble at all. It's just a few words. You should go eat with Xiao Qin now." Qin Yan looked at Professor Chu, who was smiling like a flower, and thought to herself, "Is he possessed? Is this really the stubborn old man from the Agricultural Resources Institute that I know?" In the afternoon, while Suhi was chatting in Qin Yan's office, Professor Chu walked in. The room, which had been filled with laughter, suddenly fell silent. Professor Chu handed the letter of understanding to Suhi and said, "Xiao Su, you're a good seed. Are you interested in working at our Agricultural Resources Institute?" Suhi politely declined. "Professor Chu, I appreciate your kindness, but I don't have formal training and wouldn't be able to handle the work at the Agricultural Resources Institute. Professor Chu immediately replied, "What does formal training matter? Everyone in this room is formally trained, yet they're all useless." Everyone. Who did we offend? You can praise someone without dragging us into it. Besides, what do you mean by everyone? Is that term appropriate here? Qin Yan thought, Professor Chu, aren't you putting Su-hee in a tough spot? You're stepping on everyone's praise for her, and many will surely take their anger out on her. At that moment, Su-hee chuckled, Professor Chu, there's a saying that a chaotic punch can kill a skilled teacher. I know nothing about breeding. I'm just a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Breeding needs to be scientific, and it should be done by professionals like you. Please don't keep praising me. Otherwise, I might just want to hide in a hole. When Sui said this, everyone laughed along. Although Professor Chu was a bit reckless, he realized what was happening and laughed, saying, sometimes, we experts really need to listen to suggestions from you outsiders. What's that saying? Right, it's hard to see the true face of Mount Lu when you're in the mountain. Come by often. Treat this place like home. Su-hee quickly agreed. She really needed to come by more often to find opportunities to discuss the high-quality bean seeds she bought at the market. Although Su-hee wanted to take the letter of understanding to Cheaping Commune, she missed the last bus and would have to go tomorrow. She went straight back to her flat. As soon as she entered the yard, she called out, Old man, are you home? Old man Go came out from inside, grumpily saying, What are you shouting about? What's the matter? Su-hee climbed over the wall, smiling, Old man, my grandmother has a bit of a leg problem. At first, it was just pain, but now she can't walk at all. You're like Hua Tua or Bien-ke. Can you help take a look? Old man Go frowned and said, I don't treat people anymore. Besides, I can't help with the symptoms you mentioned. You should find someone else. Su-hee thought things would go smoothly, but she didn't expect Old man Go to refuse outright. She then realized she had underestimated the situation. Old man Go was living here under an alias, and she hadn't heard Su Yongshi and his wife mention him treating anyone, so there must be a reason for that. After all, it was 1975, and the environment was still quite unstable. One wrong move could lead to trouble. Su-hee felt a chill. Recently, things had been going well for her, and because she was a book traveler, she had a sense of superiority that made her overlook the larger context of the times. She needed to be more cautious in her actions to avoid causing harm to herself and others. After reflecting, Su-hee smiled and said, Old man, I was just joking with you. I feel a bit scared living alone in this flat. In a few days, I'll bring my grandmother over to keep me company. What do you think? Old man Go looked at Su-hee and snorted. You decide your own matters. Why are you asking me? Su-hee knew this meant he was giving his approval, and she felt relieved. When she brought her grandmother over, she could take her to the hospital for some medicine and secretly let Old man Go help her, which wouldn't raise any suspicions. Su-hee then told Old man Go about Uncle Zhao's situation and proudly showed him the letter of understanding. You're quite caring towards your family, but I wonder if they will appreciate your kindness? Old man Go said this with a hint of bitterness. Su-hee laughed. As long as I have a clear conscience, that's enough. Besides, I'm not a pushover. If I help them and they repay me with ingratitude, I won't hold back. Su-hee genuinely thought this way. She wasn't a saint. If someone crossed her line, no matter who they were, they could just go away. Old man Go nodded. Although she was young, she was quite clear-headed. If he had such a granddaughter, he would probably wake up smiling in his dreams. Thinking of this, he had a thought. He had no relatives and, to put it bluntly, when he died, no one would burn paper money for him. If he could recognize this girl as his granddaughter. Su-hee noticed Old man Go seemed distracted and asked with concern, Old man, are you okay? Old man G's eyes flickered. Little girl, you just said your grandmother has trouble walking. What will you do when you're not around during the day? I want to help, but we're not related, and it might be inconvenient. Not related? Why not just become relatives? Quick, ask me to be your grandfather. Old man Go thought he was quite clever. Most people wouldn't think of this excuse. Su-hee nodded. Old man, you're right. I'll bring my grandmother over too, so the two old ladies can keep each other company. This way, Old Man Ge could also check on Grandma Su to prevent her from having a stroke like in the book. Old Man Ge. He was just as pleased as Punch before, but now he felt utterly disappointed. He simply ignored Su He and went back inside, slamming the door.
Shui.
Did I say something wrong? Old men really are hard to understand. Su He didn't mind much, knowing Old Man Ge often acted stubborn and would be fine after a while. She called out to the house, "Old man, I'm going to my grandmother's house tomorrow. I'll come back after I finish my business." Old Man Ge didn't respond. The old man was feeling quite awkward. Not to brag, but if word got out that he, Zhuge Hongqiang, wanted to adopt a granddaughter, people would line up from here to the provincial capital. Now, he had to think hard to coax the little girl into saying she would be his granddaughter. As for why he needed to coax her instead of just saying it, the reason was simple. He cared about his pride. If he just asked directly, the little girl might think he was desperate to have her as a granddaughter, and wouldn't her tail be up in the air? Su He, of course, had no idea what Old Man Ge was thinking. When she got home, she remembered she hadn't finished the articles for Huaxia Daily and Qiuwen News, so she took them out from the drawer to continue writing. While writing, she deliberately avoided some sensitive topics to prevent trouble. After copying the article, she hurried to the post office. After leaving the post office, she went to Su Yongshi's house. Chao Hongmei was cooking dinner. When she saw Su He come in, she quickly asked, "Xiao He, how did it go? Is your uncle out yet?" Su He briefly explained what happened, and Chao Hongmei immediately showered her with compliments. Just then, Su Jinbao came home from school and took over from his mother, continuing the praise, almost saying Su He was a fairy from heaven. Taizhu remained as quiet as ever, but his eyes sparkled as he looked at Su He, mirroring Su Jinbao's admiration. That was a look of worship and trust. Sister Xiao He, fearless and capable of anything. Today, Su Yongshi was on the afternoon shift, so Chao Hongmei prepared the meal and Su He and the others ate first. At the dining table, Su He asked Chao Hongmei, "Is there anything unusual with my second uncle?" Chao Hongmei quickly replied, No. Little He, your second uncle has really changed for the better now. If anything happens, he will definitely tell you, and won't act on his own." Su Jinbao nodded, "Sister. What Mom said is true. Dad has learned his lesson this time. Even if he hadn't learned, it wouldn't matter because he was keeping an eye on him." Su He, worried that Taizhu might feel neglected, asked about his studies. Taizhu tightly clenched his fists and said, "I will work hard." So, little He likes a brother who studies well? Then he must become a good student in the future. Su He encouraged him and then asked Chao Hongmei about her night school studies. Upon hearing this, Chao Hongmei looked a bit down. Su He raised an eyebrow. What happened? Chao Hongmei shyly said, "It's not that anything happened, but most of the students in night school are from various factories, and only your second uncle and I are ordinary workers. We are not as well prepared, so some people talk behind our backs. But it's fine. We just pretend we didn't hear anything and carry on." Su He didn't take it too seriously. Where there are people, there will be conflicts and discrimination. To stand tall, one must rely on their own strength. However, she suddenly thought of something. It was 1975, and in 2 years, the first college entrance examination would take place. Night school could be quite beneficial. So she said, "Once I resolve my uncle's matter, I'll visit night school." Chao Hongmei thought Su He wanted to stand up for her and Su Yongshi, and she was touched. "Little He, you really don't have to. Your second uncle and I have endured a lot as temporary workers. These little comments don't matter." Seeing her misunderstanding, Su He didn't explain and vaguely said, "I'm just free, so I'll go take a look." Chao Hongmei felt even more grateful for Su He's kindness. So when Su He was leaving, she dug out a piece of fabric from the box to give to Grandma Zhao. Su He hesitated but accepted it when she saw Chao Hongmei's sincere intention. Su Jinbao blinked and ran to his room, soon returning with half a bag of sweet cakes and some fruit candies. "Sister, Dog Dan from my uncle's house is half a year younger than me. He's my brother. This is for him."
Shui.
"Honestly, this kid is clever and would make a good lackey." He praised Su Jinbao and said, I went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy food for Dogdan today. You can keep these for yourself. Su Jinbao looked reluctantly pleased. Okay, then I'll eat them myself. In reality, he was overjoyed. He didn't burst his bubble and returned to the house before it got dark. He bought a bag of rose petals from the trading post and took a petal bath. She had originally planned to buy a face mask, but looking at her youthful face in the mirror, she felt it wasn't necessary. Beauty is hard to waste. He hadn't slept well for the past few days, so she slept soundly. The next morning, she took a net bag and got on a small bus to Cheaping Commune. Last time, she was preoccupied and didn't chat much, but this time, with the letter of understanding in hand, her social skills kicked in, and she quickly struck up a conversation with the ticket seller. When she got off the bus, the ticket seller held He's hand reluctantly, making it seem like they were sisters. He went straight to find Director Tang. Upon meeting, Director Tang said, Little Su, you're here to inquire about Fanjin, right? We've interrogated him. That day, he was just walking his dog in the meadow. Later, he got tired and found a place to nap, which caused trouble. Leaving his post was already a big mistake, and he even blamed your uncle. It's truly disgraceful. He nodded and then took out the letter of understanding. Director Tang, this is the letter of understanding issued by the Agricultural Resources Office. Can you take a look? Director Tang was still criticizing Fanjin's character and was momentarily caught off guard. He instinctively took the letter and, upon reading it, was left speechless. Not only would they not pursue Zhao Kaiwen's responsibility, but they also wouldn't ask for compensation. If it weren't for the bright red seal at the bottom, he would have thought he forged this letter. How did you convince Professor Chu? He stammered. He smiled. I appealed to his emotions and reason. Professor Chu is understanding and easy to talk to. As soon as I mentioned it, he agreed. Director Tang. If I hadn't seen that stubborn guy, I might have believed you. However, he didn't press further and said, even with the letter of understanding, we still need to follow procedures. Come back tomorrow to pick him up. He nodded, okay, thank you. By the way, can I borrow a bicycle? Director Tang. Sure. You really don't treat yourself as an outsider. He rode the borrowed bicycle to the commune supply and marketing cooperative to buy 10 pounds of flour, a bucket of soybean oil, and a piece of pork belly before heading to Grandma Zhao's house. Before she even entered the yard, she heard Zhang Mabua's loud voice. Don't think I'm afraid of your Zhao family just because Su Daya tricked me. Like I said, our Jinping has put in effort, and your Zhao family must pay up, or we'll take Dogdan away. After returning home that day, Zhang Mabua realized she had been tricked by Su He. So when she heard that Su He and Su Yonghua had left, she rushed over to cause trouble. Grandma Zhao kept pleading, but Zhang Mabua only became more aggressive. Su He didn't like Grandma Zhao's weak personality, always crying when faced with problems. It was too soft. Zhao Tsue's character was somewhat similar to Grandma Zhao's, but not as severe. As a younger generation, Su He didn't want to criticize Grandma Zhao, so she took her anger out on Zhang Mabua. Su He parked her bike and entered the house. Seeing Su He storm in, Zhang Mabua instinctively shivered. Su He said coldly, Zhang Mabua, what did I tell you last time? Do you have a bad memory or a bad brain? Did you really think I was just trying to scare you? Do you believe I could go to the office and report you right now? I may not know exactly what you did wrong, but the people at the office will definitely find out. By the way, your family's background is worse than my grandfather's, right? They might even uncover other issues. Zhang Mabua's face turned pale, but she still shouted, You stop talking nonsense. I'm innocent and not afraid of shadows. Besides, is the office your family's? Even if you report me, no one will pay attention to you. Su He sneered, Oh really? Come, take a look in the yard at whose bicycle I'm riding. Zhang Mabua scoffed, I don't care whose bicycle it is. It can't possibly belong to the office. Su He nodded, You got it right. It really is from the office. Zhang Mabua didn't believe it but followed her to the yard. Upon seeing it, she was stunned. Bicycles in this era had licenses, and the office staff often rode bicycles to patrol the villages, so Zhang Mabwa recognized the license. Not only was it from the office, but it was also the one Director Tang often rode. Zhang Mabwa's voice trembled a bit. You, how did you ride Director Tang's bicycle? Of course, it's because I'm familiar with him. He originally wanted to drive me back in a jeep, but I thought it was too showy, so I rode the bicycle instead. Zhang Mabwa, I was going to let you off the hook because you're Dogden's grandmother, but since you're getting too bold, don't blame me for being rude. As Soo-hee spoke, she pushed the bicycle, ready to report Zhang Mabwa to the station. Zhang Mabwa quickly grabbed the handlebars. Wait, we can talk this over. There's no need to make a scene at the station. Soo-hee sneered. You just about pointed at my grandmother's nose and scolded me. Is that what you call talking it over? If my grandmother weren't so easygoing, I would have hit you with a fire stick. You really think the Zhao family is nobody? Go ask around. Soo-hee, once took a small bus of people to fight for my aunt. If you push me too far, I'll tear down your nest. The Huaihua commune and Chiping commune were quite far apart, so Zhang Mabwa really didn't know about Soo-hee's impressive deeds. Otherwise, she wouldn't have dared to provoke her. Now, hearing Soo-hee and seeing Director Tang's bicycle, she quickly turned from a fierce vulture into a scared quail. Seeing Soo-hee was hard to deal with, she hurriedly pleaded with Grandpa Zhao. In-law, please talk to Daya.
I didn't mean it, I just said that.
Our two families can part on good terms. Dogdan is your Zhao family's child, so he should stay with you. Actually, she preferred to plead with Grandma Zhao because she was easier to talk to, but Grandma Zhao had bad legs and was still sitting on the Kong. Grandpa Zhao said with a stern face, Don't sweet-talk me now. Come back in a few days and make a fuss. I can't. I'm serious this time. I won't do it again. Zhang Mabwa spoke sincerely. Just seeing Soo-hee made her tremble, and she felt like she might faint. Grandpa Zhao didn't want things to get too ugly and said to Soo-hee, Daya, since she's backing down, let's not stoop to her level. Soo-hee then said, Since my grandfather is pleading for you, I'll let you off this time. But if I find out you come to my grandmother's house to cause trouble again, I'll tear down your nest first, and then send you to jail. Zhang Mabwa nodded repeatedly. Yes, I won't dare again. After saying that, she hurriedly ran away, almost tripping in her haste. Soo-hee put the things she bought inside before mentioning the letter of understanding. Grandpa Zhao could hardly believe his ears. Dia, is what you said true? Did you really get the letter of understanding? Soo-hee nodded. Of course it's true. I've already given the letter to Director Tang, and he told us to go pick up the person tomorrow. Grandpa Zhao confirmed it twice before he believed that his son would be released. Dia, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, this family would have fallen apart. Grandpa Zhao struggled to continue. He had truly been in despair before. His son was in prison, his daughter-in-law had run away, his partner was crying all day, and Dogdan was just a child. The weight of it all rested on him. He never expected that his granddaughter, who had returned unexpectedly, would single-handedly bring his son back. Soo-hee smiled and said, Grandpa, what are you saying? We're family. This is what I should do. It's already afternoon, and I haven't eaten yet. Can you make me something delicious to celebrate? Grandpa Zhao quickly nodded. Okay, I'll go cook now. Soo-hee wanted to help Grandpa Zhao, but he insisted she didn't need to. So, she went inside to keep Grandma Zhao company. Grandma Zhao had just cried a lot, and her eyes were red and swollen. But since Soo-hee saw her, her eyes looked like they were swollen, like a goldfish. Soo-hee didn't like Grandma Zhao's tendency to cry easily, but since she was an elder, she sat on the edge of the Kong and talked with her. At first, Grandma Zhao expressed her gratitude, similar to what Grandpa Zhao had said, but then she started crying again. I'm useless. If it weren't for me, Jinping wouldn't have divorced your uncle. My existence just adds trouble for my husband and children. I'd be better off dead. Soo-hee tried to hold back, but couldn't. Grandma, I heard a doctor say that if a person keeps crying, they'll eventually go blind. You should cry less in the future. Grandma Zhao's tears suddenly stopped miraculously. Suhi found it amusing, and just as she was about to say something else, Grandpa Zhao's voice came from outside. Dia, come help me add some fire.
Coming.
Suhi responded and went outside. Grandpa Zhao gave her a look, and they slipped out the back door to the garden. Grandpa Zhao then lowered his voice. Do you not like your grandmother? Do you think she's always crying and doesn't take things seriously? Suhi felt a bit embarrassed. She had tried to hide it but was still found out. Grandpa Zhao chuckled. I've lived for many years. I can see these things. It's okay. I'm not blaming you. Your grandmother's personality is hard for most people to handle. At this point, Grandpa Zhao sighed. Your grandmother wasn't always like this. When we first met, she was a straightforward person, known as a little firecracker in the area. But after your uncle got into trouble, she suffered a lot and became timid. Then, when your little uncle went missing while she was at the market, she started crying all the time, fearing blame. And with her leg problems, her crying only got worse. Dia, I'm telling you this not to blame you, but to prevent you from growing distant from your grandmother. Besides her crying, she has no other faults. Even with her bad legs, she often gets up to do housework. During busy farming seasons, she's the one who washes clothes and cooks. And she's very skilled, often helping people in the village with small jobs to earn some eggs and salt. Seeing Grandpa Zhao desperately trying to explain Grandma Zhao, Suhi felt a lump in her throat, almost crying. She felt sorry for Grandma Zhao, but even more for Grandpa Zhao. Grandma Zhao was indeed unfortunate, but her tears and weakness were a form of protection, a way to escape, and also a bit selfish. All the pressure fell on Grandpa Zhao. This thin old man silently bore everything, holding the family together. Suhi reached out and hugged Grandpa Zhao, patting his frail back. Grandpa, everything will be all right. As a younger person, this gesture might not have been appropriate, but Suhi felt that at this moment, a hug was warmer than words. Grandpa Zhao was a reflection of many people in China, silent, resilient, and carrying heavy burdens. Suddenly, Grandpa Zhao said, "Oh no, the vegetables in the pot are going to burn." He hurried back inside. Suhi knew Grandpa Zhao didn't want to show weakness in front of a younger generation, so she didn't call him out and pretended to admire the vegetable seedlings in the backyard for a while. After estimating that enough time had passed, she finally went inside. Just as she finished cooking, Dog Egg came running back, crying. Suhi was a bit speechless. Dog Egg was probably influenced by Grandma Zhao and cried for no reason. In comparison, Su Jinbao, this mischievous kid, was much braver than Dog Egg. He directly took Dog Egg to the backyard and asked, "Why are you crying?" "Big sister said my dad is in trouble, and when she grows up, she wants to marry Dog Sheng and not me."
Shui.
Is this little kid already acting out love and hate? Suhi looked at Dog Egg and said, "If you cry, will Big Sister marry you? Girls like strong boys, not whiny little crybabies. Do you know my second uncle's Jinbao? All the girls in his class like him, because he is a little hero and never cries like you." Dog Egg immediately pouted and said defiantly, "I'm not a crybaby. I'm a little hero too. I won't cry anymore." Suhi raised an eyebrow. "Really? If you can do that, I'll bring you some treats next time I come. If you can't, then you won't get anything." Dog Egg puffed out his little chest. "I can definitely do it. I want all the girls in school to like me. When I grow up, they will all marry me."
Shui, what ambition?
Suhi then patiently explained to him that people need to learn to be strong and independent. Crying won't solve problems. Dog Egg listened seriously. No one had ever taught him this before. "Sister, he is really amazing." Suhi continued, "When your grandma cries, you should comfort her. If you can help her stop crying, I'll reward you with a new set of stationery." Dog Egg's eyes lit up, and he eagerly agreed. As soon as they entered the house, Grandma Zhao was crying, saying, "Dog Egg, your dad will be back tomorrow." Dog Egg tilted his head and looked at Grandma Zhao. "Grandma, why are you crying? Don't you want my dad to come back?" "Grandma Zhao." Suhi secretly laughed. Dog Egg is quite a character. Whether it was Dog Egg's words or Grandma Zhao remembering what Suhi said about crying too much being bad, Grandma Zhao didn't cry again that night. The next morning, he went to pick up Uncle Zhao. Originally, Grandpa Zhao was supposed to come too, but since there was only one bicycle, he went alone. After completing the paperwork, Uncle Zhao was brought over. He looked scruffy and worn out, but his eyes were full of joy. He thought he would be stuck inside for 10 or 8 years, but he was unexpectedly released. After asking what happened, Uncle Zhao was very grateful. "Big girl, you saved my life. From now on, whatever you say, I'll do it." He smiled. "Uncle, people say mothers and uncles are important. Helping you is what I should do. Don't be so formal." Uncle Zhao felt a bit ashamed. Last time he visited the Su family, he had a very bad impression of He. Because when he went there, He didn't even look at him, acting as if she looked down on him. He didn't expect that at a crucial moment, this little girl would help him so much. He also told him about Zhang Mabua and Li Jinping, and Uncle Zhao's forehead tensed as he gritted his teeth. "If she wants to leave, let her. She's always complained about being poor and about me not being successful. This is just an excuse." "Uncle, what if she changes her mind?" Uncle Zhao was silent for a long time before saying, "Even if she changes her mind, I won't agree. If I run into trouble again in the future, she might leave me and Dog Egg behind." He thought to herself that her uncle was quite clear-headed. He stayed at the Zhao family for another night. When she was leaving, she told Grandpa Zhao, "I'm going back to settle some things before I come to take Grandma to the county for her leg treatment. If anyone asks, just say we're going to the county hospital for a checkup. Don't mention the miracle doctor to avoid trouble." Grandpa Zhao nodded in agreement. The next morning, He rode her bicycle to the commune. She returned the bike first, and then took a minibus. It happened to be the same minibus she took on the way there, and He chatted with the ticket seller, Lu Jing, all the way. During their conversation, He subtly showed off her connections: the broadcasting station, textile factory, machinery factory, grocery store, state-run restaurant. Lu Jing was taken aback and became friendlier with He. He wasn't just being idle. She needed to bring Grandma Zhao to the county soon since her leg made it hard for her to move around. He had her eye on this bus. Sure enough, when He sighed about the situation, Lu Jing quickly offered, "Sister, what's so difficult about this? When the time comes, you can ride my bus. I'll pick up your grandma from the village and take you both to your home in the county. How does that sound?" He pretended to hesitate. "Oh, I can't trouble you like this. It seems too much of a hassle. We're sisters. There's no trouble between us. Who knows, I might need your help in the future." He didn't go home directly, but went to Teacher Yuan's house. Teacher Yuan had gathered a lot of materials that needed organizing over the past few days. After helping him finish, He made dinner before heading home. As soon as she entered the yard, Qian Huifang handed her a letter and a remittance slip. The remittance amount was 200 yuan, and the sender's name was clearly written as Gu Qian. The setting sun cast a golden glow on the remittance slip.
"Shui."
"Is this what they call rich and powerful?" She thanked Qian Huifang and was about to go inside to see what Gu Qian had written when she heard Old Man Ji's voice next door. "Who sent you a letter?" He tucked the letter and remittance slip into her bag and replied casually, "A good friend from the provincial capital." Old Man Gu didn't ask further. As long as it wasn't that guy with the surname Gu, it was fine. Old Man Gu coughed and asked, "Did everything go smoothly? Why didn't you bring your grandma over?" He quickly said, "It went pretty well, but there are still some things at home that need to be arranged. My grandma will come to stay with me later." Old Man Gu coughed again. The corn seedlings in the field should have grown quite a bit, right? The vegetables in the garden must be doing well too. He felt that Old Man Gu was trying to make small talk today. She was anxious to go inside and see Gu Qian's letter. Everything else was fine, but she was mainly concerned about who the 200 yuan was for. Old Gu chatted for a while and then sighed. "Your grandfather is really lucky to have a granddaughter like you. I'm a bit envious." Old Gu thought he had made himself very clear this time. The clever girl should be able to guess his meaning. Usually, he could figure it out, but today her mind was only on that shiny remittance slip. She had no interest in playing guessing games with Old Gu. She humbly said a few words and then added, Old man, I'm tired and hungry. I'll go inside first and chat with you tomorrow. Before Old Go could respond, Suhi opened the door and went inside. Old Go was frustrated. He had hinted so clearly, yet the girl didn't pick up on it. Where was her usual cleverness? Unaware of Old Ji's annoyance, Suhi hurriedly opened Gu Qiyan's letter. Comrade Suhi, I hope this letter finds you well. Thank you for updating me on Old Ji's situation. In your letter, you mentioned the Dragon Boat Festival customs in the capital. Let me briefly introduce them. Every year, families hang mugwort and tie colorful strings for children, and they make zongzi. Here in the capital, we usually eat sweet rice zongzi. Some families add red bean paste or dates, but salty zongzi is rare. I have some colleagues from the south whose hometowns eat salty zongzi, and they also race dragon boats and wear sachets. As you said, our country is vast and diverse. I want to travel and explore every inch of our beautiful land, experiencing the snow in the north and the coconut trees in the south. Although I can't travel right now, I can share with you the local customs I learned from my colleagues, so you can know about the world without leaving home. I have a colleague from Yunnan Guizhou province, and according to him, Suhi felt anxious reading this. She didn't want to know about customs. She just wanted to know who the 200 yuan was for. After finally finishing the section on Yunnan Guizhou customs, Gu Qiyan continued writing. In your letter, you mentioned I should balance work and rest and take care of my health. I truly appreciate it. I hope you also take care of yourself and don't overwork. If you have any difficulties, please write or call me, and I will do my best to help. Also, I've troubled you to take care of Old Go these days. I wanted to send you some gifts, but I was worried they might not meet your taste, so I decided to send money instead. I hope you don't mind and don't refuse. If you refuse, it means you don't want to continue taking care of Old Go, and that would make me lose focus on my work, affecting the modernization efforts. Comrade Suhi, please consider the bigger picture and accept it.
Shui Chakel.
Gu Qiyan was a good comrade, a considerate and generous boyfriend who cares about whether his gifts might hurt her feelings. How sweet. To be honest, he was very generous. 200 yuan. Before Su Yongshi was officially hired, he only earned 19.84 yuan a month. That 200 yuan was enough for him to earn for 10 months. This made Suhi wonder, how did Gu Qiyan have so much money? What kind of job did he have? Actually, with Suhi's smarts and the phone number Gu Qiyan left, she could easily find out where he worked. But she didn't want to do that. Part of her wanted to keep some mystery, and another part didn't want to complicate things. Gu Qiyan was clearly a smart person. Suhi using a little cleverness to spend some money might even be endearing to him. But if she secretly investigated his identity and he caught wind of it, he might get annoyed. Having finally met a man she liked in this era, she didn't want to ruin it over something small. Suhi opened the trading platform, and her balance was just over 1,000 yuan, with the largest expense being the high-value life insurance she bought. However, she felt it was worth it. The trading platform would surely help her out in critical moments to avoid bankruptcy. She left 50 yuan as a backup and deposited the remaining 150 yuan. Since Gu Qiyan had given her such a generous gift, she felt she should give him something in return. Gifts should go both ways. So, she quickly bought 5 strands of silk on the trading platform and started making colorful strings. Half an hour passed, and she hadn't made the colorful strings, but had instead tangled the threads into a mess.
Shui.
Her weakness was her clumsiness. Otherwise, she wouldn't have asked Chao Hongmei to make samples of the patchwork cushions and hair flowers. In the end, Suhi bought a colorful string from the trading platform. Buying it herself was almost like making it herself. No problem there. It wasn't that she was stingy. She just understood how to read people's feelings. Since Gu Qiyan was so generous, he probably didn't care much about money. What mattered to him was the thought behind it. Suhi wasn't the kind of person who was overly frugal. She had a long life ahead. This time, she didn't delay and immediately started writing a reply. She was worried that if the letter was sent too late, the Dragon Boat Festival would pass, and the significance of her colorful string would diminish. Comrade Gu Qiyan, I hope this letter finds you well. Old Ge is doing fine lately, though he occasionally has a little temper. Reading about the various Dragon Boat Festival customs you mentioned, I can almost smell the fragrance of the sachets, hear the excitement of the dragon boat races, and taste the delicious salty zongzi. Especially your descriptions of the scenery and customs in Yunnan Guizhou province opened my eyes and made me yearn to explore. I have a small request. I hope you can share more about our country's magnificent landscapes with me in the future. I have received the remittance slip. I initially wanted to refuse, but since you mentioned considering the bigger picture after much thought, I decided to accept it. With the Dragon Boat Festival approaching, I've woven a colorful string by hand to send you for warding off evil and bringing good fortune. Words can't express everything. I'll share more later. Suhi checked her letter, saw no mistakes, and signed it with the date. After finishing the letter, Suhi was very hungry, so she ordered a clay pot rice from the trading platform and enjoyed it. She accidentally overate and had to take a walk in the yard. Old Ge heard the noise and came out, but instead of talking to Suhi, he started practicing Tai Chi Suhi. Didn't he only practice in the morning before? Why was he doing it at night now? Little did she know, Old Ge was trying to catch her attention to strike up a conversation. But Suhi didn't ask anything. She felt that Old Ge had been a bit unpredictable lately, so it was better not to provoke him. So, humming a little tune, Suhi walked around the yard, completely ignoring Old Ge. Old Ge was furious. The once gentle Tai Chi had turned into a series of gritted teeth. Seeing this, Suhi felt even more convinced that ignoring him was the right choice. After walking a few laps in the yard, she went back inside. Only Old Ge was left, feeling confused in the wind. The next day, Suhi first went to the post office to send the letter, then went to the machinery factory to find Qian Huifang. Aunt Qian, may I borrow your phone to check on how the wild vegetables are drying at the commune? Qian Huifang smiled. What a coincidence. Director Luo from your commune just called and said the wild vegetables are ready to dry and asked me to let you know. Suhi's eyes lit up. Aunt Qian, is there a truck available at the factory? How about we go pick up the wild vegetables today? She was also planning to return to Huangshi village to bring Su Laotai back, so it would be a perfect ride. Qian Huifang immediately contacted the transport team, and luckily, there was a truck available. Suhi greeted Director Luo and happily made her way to the transport team. Coincidentally, she recognized the driver, Master Qi, who had previously helped with the dam construction. This made things easier. It's always better to work with someone you know. Suhi hopped into the driver's seat and chatted with Master Qi, driving straight to Huangshi village. The Su family was having lunch. Since the busy farming season was over, Su Laohan and the others usually came back for lunch. Su Xiaoman was happily enjoying her egg custard. As the tutor, Su Xiaoman's status was rising quickly. Of course, this was mainly because she was good at using her sister to scare Grandma Su. She would say things like, if you don't get good grades, you'll end up like that old swallow who fell behind, or that she would report Grandma for being lazy. To silence her, Grandma Su gave her an egg every day, sometimes even two. Su Xiaoman perked up, her eyes shining. I think I heard the sound of a car horn. It must be my sister coming back. As for why the sound of a car horn meant Suhi was back, it was simple. In Huangshi village, who else could drive like that except her sister? As for what she said before about not wanting that bad sister, she only had one sister, Shinrui, and she had already forgotten about that while eating her egg. She only had one real sister. That's her beloved sister, Su He. Shinrui was just trying to win her over with sweet talk. Su Xiaoman didn't care about eating anymore and dashed out the door. Right after, Grandma Su rushed out like a whirlwind. The remaining 3 people were left speechless. It was one thing for Su Xiaoman to run so fast, but how could Grandma Su be so spry? They had no idea that Grandma Su was afraid Su Xiaoman would spill the beans, so she had to quickly show her granddaughter some love. As soon as Su He got out of the driver's seat, Su Xiaoman and Grandma Su arrived. Sister, I missed you so much. I dreamed about you last night. Big girl. Grandma missed you too. I dreamed about you last night as well.
Shui.
Did you two plan this? The Su family, except for Su Yonghua and his wife, were all thick-skinned. Grandma Su and Su Xiaoman didn't feel embarrassed at all, each grabbing one of Su-hee's hands and being all affectionate. Master Qi, the driver, couldn't help but laugh. He thought, the Su family really has a strong bond. Su-hee invited Master Qi to rest inside, but he refused, so Su-hee had to go in with the support of Grandma Su and Su Xiaoman. Since she still needed to go to the commune to get wild vegetables, Su-hee got straight to the point. Grandma, I want to bring my grandma to the county for medical treatment. You know her health situation, so I'd like to take you to the county for a few days to help take care of her. What do you think? As soon as Grandma Su heard this, she pouted and said, Forget it. Old Zhao is always crying. It's like I dug up her family's grave. I can't even eat in front of her sad face. You might as well bring your mom instead. I'm not going. Zhao Chui's face turned red. She knew her mom's personality wasn't likable, but her mother-in-law's words were too harsh. Su Laohan tapped the table with his pipe. What nonsense are you talking about? If the big girl wants you to go, then you should go. What's there to argue about? Grandma Su mumbled. It's easy for you to say that. Old Zhao just cries all day, and the big girl thinks I've done something to her. In the end, I'll be the one doing all the work. Su-hee chuckled. Grandma, I know my grandma's personality. I won't blame you. Haven't you always wanted to ride in a car? This time we'll take a small truck to the county. You haven't seen my second uncle's new house, right? It's a good chance to check it out. Plus, Jinbao has been saying he misses you. And I can't let you work for nothing. I'll get you 2 new outfits. Grandma Su suddenly stood up. Big girl, I was just joking. I get along with your grandma, like sisters. If I don't take care of her, who will? I don't trust your mom to do it. She can't take care of anyone like I can. My mother-in-law might cry a lot, but she's not a patient. I can't argue with a sick person. Wait a moment, I'll go pack my clothes. With that, she hurried into the east room to gather her things.
Shui.
Su Xiaoman pouted. Sister, I want to ride in the small truck to the county too. Su-hee ruffled her little tuft of hair. Wait until summer vacation, and I'll take you to the county. Su Xiaoman's eyes sparkled, and she hugged Su-hee tightly. Grandma Su, worried that Su-hee might change her mind if she took too long, quickly came out with a small bundle. Big girl, I'm ready. Let's go. Su-hee was also concerned that Director Luo might be waiting. Okay, let's go. At this point, quite a few people had gathered at the door, watching the small truck. Seeing Grandma Su come out, the neighbor, Grandma Lu, asked, Old sister, why are you carrying a bundle? Are you going out? Grandma Su had been waiting for this question. She sighed, It's all because of the big girl. She insists on taking me to the county for a few days, saying she's successful now and wants me to enjoy some comfort too. I didn't want to go. There's so much work at home. But this child is so persistent that I had to agree. What's so great about the county? It's not much different from our village, just a few more cars, more buildings, and a bigger supply and marketing cooperative. Grandma Lu almost lost her temper. Even her hair was bristling with jealousy. Grandma Su was simply lucky. Originally, her granddaughter was lazy and greedy, but now she had one who was smart, capable, and filial. How could she compete? She used to be the top old lady in Huangshi village, but now all the attention was on Grandma Su. When she returned from the county, who knows how she would brag. Grandma Su didn't care how jealous Grandma Lu was. She was so happy she could burst. She had been foolish to not want to go. This was such a great opportunity. After a little more boasting, Grandma Su finally got into the driver's seat. Su-hee didn't stop her because after meeting Zhao Grandma, she found Grandma Su much more lovable. She was actually looking forward to the ultimate showdown between the two grandmas. The truck left Huangshi village and arrived at Huaihua commune. Director Luo saw Grandma Su in the driver's seat looking a bit confused. Su-hee smiled and said, I picked up my grandma on the way. I'm taking her to the county for a few days. Director Luo. On the way? What a joke. But this was Su-hee's skill, so he had nothing to say. Su-hee checked some dried wild vegetables and the quality was quite good. To be fair, Director Luo was a leader who got things done. Suhee looked over the forms and said to Director Luo, I'll let Master Chi know to take that batch from the grocery store too. Please arrange some subsidies. Director Luo had the same thought but was hesitant to speak up. Now that Suhee mentioned it, he naturally agreed. After arriving in the county, they unloaded the dried vegetables from the grocery store. Suhee asked Grandma Su to wait for her there while she went with the truck to the machinery factory. After everything was settled at the factory, Suhee returned to the grocery store to pick up Grandma Su and bought some pork before heading back to the flat. As soon as they entered the yard, Old Man Ge from next door came out. Suhee quickly introduced Old Man Ge to Grandma Su. Knowing he was the famous doctor who treated Shinrui, Grandma Su was very enthusiastic, calling him Big Brother. Old Man Ge. Now, he understood why the little girl was so thick-skinned. It turned out to be family influence. Old Man Ge was polite, as he wanted to acknowledge Suhee as his granddaughter and couldn't offend her grandmother. Once inside, before Suhee could say anything, Grandma Su grabbed a cloth and started cleaning, and Suhee couldn't stop her. Big girl, your grandma can't sit still. If she does, she feels uncomfortable all over.
Shui.
I wonder who it is that hides under the big willow tree in the village all day. Grandma, let's go to my second uncle's house for dinner tonight. Jinbao has been saying he misses you. While busy, Grandma Su replied, Okay, I'll listen to you. In the evening, Suhee brought the pork and took Grandma Su to Su Yongsher's house. Seeing Su Jinbao playing in the yard, Grandma Su's face lit up with joy. Jinbao, my big grandson. Come here, let Grandma give you a kiss. Su Jinbao ran over and hugged Suhee's leg. Sister, you're back. I missed you so much. I even dreamed about you last night.
Shui.
Why does that sound so familiar? Feeling a bit lonely, Grandma Su's heart ached. Her big grandson was no longer the same. Fortunately, after flattering Suhee, Jinbao jumped into Grandma Su's arms. Grandma, I missed you too. If I had wings, I would have flown to the countryside to see you.
Shui.
My brother has the talent of a sycophant. Chao Hongmei heard the commotion and came out with a big smile. Xiaohe is back?
Come in.
Grandma Su shot her a glance, and her expression immediately darkened. Big Girl had said that Chao Hongmei often took things from her family, and it was she who pushed for the introduction of a match for Big Girl. Do I need you to tell me to come to my son's house? You, the one who eats from both sides. Chao Hongmei was confused. Grandma Su had always treated her well, much better than she treated the eldest sister-in-law. Why was she suddenly acting so cold? Besides, how had she betrayed her? At that moment, Tai Zhu came out of the house and greeted Grandma Su. Hello, Grandma Su. Grandma Su's mood instantly brightened, and she smiled like a sunflower. A few days ago, I dreamed that the heavens blessed me with a wonderful grandson. I didn't expect it to come true. My dear grandson, come here, so I can take a good look at you. Grandma Su pulled Tai Zhu's hand, patting his head and rubbing his face, making him blush and feel awkward. Suhee was speechless. Grandma, let's go inside. Only then did Grandma Su let go of Tai Zhu. In her eyes, he was a lucky charm, so she had to pamper him. Once inside, Chao Hongmei hurriedly brought out some snacks and poured tea for Grandma Su. Grandma Su still didn't give her a pleasant look. Chao Hongmei found an excuse to pull Suhee aside and quietly asked, Big girl, does your grandma have something against me? Suhee wouldn't reveal that she had previously given her a hard time. She said, it's probably because of the match you and my second uncle arranged for me. It'll get better in time. Chao Hongmei felt awkward at the mention of that. Big girl, I was confused back then. I won't do it again. Suhee smiled but said nothing. Words mean nothing. Actions matter. Just then, Su Yongsher returned home. As soon as Grandma Su saw him, she slapped him across the face. What kind of match did you introduce for Big Girl? You little brat. If it weren't for your father stopping me, I would have come to the county to teach you a lesson. And you sold your bike to Big Girl?
How dare you?
You better return that 150 yuan to her.
Shujeongsi.
He looked at Suhee in shock. His niece was really something. Not only had she taken his bike, but now she was also making him owe her 150 yuan. In total, He had lost 300 yuan. Soo-hee rubbed her nose and cleared her throat. Grandma, my second uncle isn't doing well either. That 150 is a loan. He can pay me back when he has money. She knew Grandma Soo was doing this on purpose to prevent her from holding a grudge against Soo Yongshur and his wife. To be fair, Grandma Soo might not be the smartest, but she had some cleverness. Grandma Soo held Soo-hee's hand. Only our big girl is kind-hearted, not only forgiving but also helping you to get back on track. If you ever do anything wrong to big girl, I won't let you off the hook. As she spoke, Grandma Soo's eyes turned red, and a few tears fell.
Shui.
I didn't expect you to be such a good actress. She wasn't a saint. Her help to Soo Yongshur and his wife wasn't out of family ties, but a result of careful consideration. First, Soo Yongshur had realized his mistakes and showed some conscience. Second, she needed a place to stay at that time, so she couldn't completely crush Soo Yongshur and his wife. Third, she saw them as bait to catch the people arranged by Shin Rui. Throughout this process, Soo-hee had been testing them, and they performed well enough for her to consider them part of her circle. After dinner, Grandma Soo planned to return to the flat with Soo-hee. Soo-hee advised, Grandma, my second uncle's place is spacious. You should stay here for now. When my grandma arrives, I'll come back to get you. Soo Yongshur and his wife also urged Grandma Soo to stay. Only then did Grandma Soo reluctantly agree. In fact, she wanted to stay here, where she could boss Chow Hongmei around as she pleased. Back at Soo-hee's place, to show her love, she had to act like a housekeeper.